HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Check out the BetQL Network. Wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-time. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
So the Astros win it 8-1. They have swept the 4-game series. They are now within 6 games of 500, and they are only 5 games back of Seattle in the American League West with that 4-game sweep.
Yeah, see, final calls come in different flavors, man. You can have Victor Caratini knocking a base hit in extra innings and Todd Callis going crazy. And then you have nights like last night where, quite honestly, in Houston, I think Astro fans needed the game last night to play out the way it did because of everything else that was going on in the city, to at least not have to worry about the Astros. They had this thing locked up by the end of the 3rd inning, so everybody else could then focus on whether or not they had power or whether trees had crushed their house. What a weird night here in Houston. Hope everybody stayed safe. Hope everybody is dry. A lot of schools off today, so a very stressful night for a lot of people last night. So hopefully we give you a little release from that today as we welcome you in on a Friday here on Sports Radio 610. Sean Pendergast, Seth Payne with you. How you doing this morning, my friend?
I'm good. Just hoping that everybody out there who's listening made it through okay, and whatever damage you might have, that you're able to get rid of it. But yeah, that was crazy on the baseball side of things. Like, obviously, if you were watching the game, they were dealing with it too. Yeah. It was you were barely aware that it was a roofed stadium. The weirdest thing was a couple times where, like, okay, you're conscious that there's rain going on, and they talked about it on the broadcast, but then when they show the infield and everything, you wouldn't know it at all. Other than that, like, a few of the people that you and I know who sit behind home plate looked way more distracted than they usually do. I could tell that they were kind of like
checking
on their phone. We have a friend who's always zeroed in on the game, never on his phone. He's of that generation where he wouldn't be on his phone during something, and he was like, he had his head in the phone the whole time.
Yeah.
But but even then, sometimes when they would show a wide angle, it looked like you were watching an outdoor game where it was raining, like where there might be a rain delay or something, because you could see some rain coming through. That was nuts. And then, as far as the actual game itself goes, man, it felt like, all right, well, the Astros are going to knock this Estes guy around at some point.
Yeah.
It was one of those games where after the 2nd inning, I'm like, how have they not scored 3 or 4 runs already? What the hell's going on here?
I'm glad you said this because, as you know, I didn't get to see the early parts of the game because I was out in this stuff. Not the heavy ripping the trees out stuff, although we almost were. But we had a going away party for Sarah Pepper, who's the morning DJ on 95.7. I'm not 95.7, 96.5, Mix 96.5, and she's leaving. So we had our going away party over at Carbach, and it was from 5 to 7. So it's right at about the time this thing's hitting, and we all got an alert on our phone that it's coming. It hadn't hit yet. It was just kind of gray outside. So we're like, all right, we got to wrap this thing up. So we were all going to take a big Odyssey picture, and Sarah Pepper was going to say a few words thanking everybody for coming. She gets on the microphone. It wasn't even a long speech. It couldn't have been longer than 2.5 minutes, but it started, it was just gray outside. By the time it was over, there's tents blowing around, and there's it's like things are getting knocked over, and they then wouldn't let anybody leave. They sequestered us inside the brewery for like an hour and 15 minutes while the Astros game was starting. So, and then it took Amy and I like an hour and a half to drive 6 miles home. But that was the weird thing. Yeah, when you're talking about Estes, Amy and I got in the car like in the 2nd inning, and Altuve's coming up for the 2nd time.
Right.
And I'm like, Amy, what's the score? And she's like 0-0. And I'm like, how is that even like mathematically possible?
You gotta be really good at being bad at risk.
Yeah.
That's you gotta have the guy who's got the best batting average in the league with runners in scoring position on the bench, as they're wont to do.
Yeah.
Hey, what's one of the issues with the Astros now? Runners in scoring position. Oh, okay. Let's be sure we don't play Dubon.
Yeah.
Let's be sure we don't play the guy who's been clutch with runners in this. But I digress.
Yeah.
It was a good series.
Yeah.
They sweep the A's. They sweep the A's. This may have been the turning point in the actual season, though, Sean. Bottom of the 1st, Jose singles on a line drive to center field. He's on first. Brantley just crushes one to right.
Hang on.
Ah, dang it. Excuse me.
Who did you mean?
Why
Tucker?
the hell did I say Brantley?
I don't know. I can't even explain
Kyle
that
Tucker.
one.
The most
Write it down.
non-Michael Brantley guy.
Write it down. Did you write it down?
Write
it down while you're thinking about it.
Made a mistake already.
Yeah. Seth, for those who don't know, Seth is trying to focus on names. Not that he doesn't know who Kyle Tucker is. He knows who he is.
Cocky because I had 0 name errors yesterday.
You had a clean sheet. Yeah.
Sometimes at least, like if I had said something like, Tucker's older brother's name or something.
Yeah. Preston.
I'm not even going to. What's that?
Preston Tucker was his name.
Yeah. I wasn't going to attempt it just in case. So, but no, I do Michael Brantley. Okay. All right. Whatever.
So Kyle Tucker.
Kyle Tucker just crushes one to right field, and it looks like Seth Brown nabbed it. And then you look at second base, and you immediately. I mean, everybody in Houston except for me. I never lost faith in Jose Altuve. But Altuve's standing at second base, and you're like, what? What are you doing, Altuve? You're not even trying to get back to first. What the hell are you doing? Yeah. And then, Todd Callis adroitly points out, like, oh, hey, wait a second. That ball hit the yellow line first and then bounced into Seth Brown's glove. Mm-hmm. So Altuve didn't just not make a base running error. He made an incredibly heads-up decision with an eagle eye, able to see that the ball hit the line. Because Altuve was kind of looking confused, like, wait, why did you guys call me out? And then it was awesome, Sean, because I know you couldn't hear the audio.
Yeah.
Callis and Blum got into like a 2-inning long I would say argument. As close as those two, they're very civil to each other. As close to an argument as they can get into about whether or not Altuve actually would have made it to third. Because they reversed the call, and they ended up placing Altuve at second and Kyle Tucker at first.
Okay.
But then ended up not getting any runs at that inning. But the moment where everybody on earth, except for me, of course, thought that Altuve had made yet another base running blunder, it was actually incredibly intelligent and heads up, and he knew exactly what was going on above and beyond anybody else on the baseball field, except for maybe the right field.
I like it. Turning point, man. Turning point in the season. This is good. I mean, in big picture, like I was saying, this 10-game homestand, they're 4 games into it now. Got to be 8-2. Got to be 8-2. They're in a great spot. Win 2 out of 3 against the Brewers, and then you should sweep the Angels. They're awful. But the Astros are in third place now, man. Like they're 19 and 25 now, I think. 19 and 25. Which feels a whole lot better than 12 and 24. They've won 7 out of 8, making a little headway here. This is a big series this weekend. Milwaukee's a good team. They're a good team. It was almost like last night, Seth. Like the Astros, it was almost like they were in control of the whole thing. Like with the weather outside, they're like, hey, look. Let's get 6 quick ones here in the third, and then just not really get any more hits for the rest of the game and just get the hell out of here because they were terrible the rest of the game offensively. They did
Estes. That Estes character.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously him giving up all those runs got him run out of the game, but he worked fast.
Yeah.
Like there were points they had to hold him up to give the batter time to get into the box and everything.
Yeah.
So that part of it was nice while it lasted. And then, they scored all those runs relatively quickly. It was it was a good job Astros getting the game basically hemmed up so everybody else could concentrate on the weather at hand.
Yes. Get out of there, get home. Really, absolutely.
So the Astros are on pace for 70 wins right now.
Look at this, man. 70 wins. How about them? How about them, Stros? What was it? It was like 52 like a week ago, right?
Not too long ago, yeah. We're doing on pace, everybody. Yeah. So not the Fangraphs projected win total or anything, just the on pace guy. That's what we're being because every time that they get one of these things, they're on pace. 70 wins.
Yeah.
Not bad for a team that was almost historically bad.
If they can sweep the Brewers and sweep the Angels this weekend, they will be 25 and 25. And I don't need Seth Payne to tell me that is on pace for 81 wins. So, yeah.
Sweeping the Brewers, I feel like you said that a little too casually. Yeah, they're 26 and 17 atop the NL Central right now.
I'm not saying they're going to do it. I'm just saying to get back to 500 ASAP. That's what would need to happen.
Okay. So what they would have to do to get back to 500? Yeah, I'm not saying they can't do it either.
Right. No, I respect the Brewers. Hey, Ben? Can you get the acknowledgement hotkey? I need a quick acknowledgement here for Space City Home Network studio. No, not for the network, Ben. Let me finish. Space City Home Network. I mean, they do nice work, but I don't need to acknowledge them. They're just televising things. Space City Home Network studio host last night, Vanessa Richardson.
Acknowledge me.
Did you see the conditions she was sitting through while trying to do the pregame show?
Yeah.
Holy smokes.
That's nothing for Vanessa because she has to do stand-ups like in front of drunken fans who are screaming and trying to interrupt the broadcast and everything when she's standing out on some street after a sporting event, before a sporting event. So like once you've been through that rigmarole, I feel like a mere weather event would be nothing for her.
Yeah. It was wild though. It was funny because Michael Bourne was doing the pregame show with her, and so
The Spy?
No, not the Spy. The former outfielder for the Astros.
I know that's Jason Bourne. I'm not trying to.
I'm
not chalking that one up to a mistake. Sean,
no,
okay? I've only made one name error so
it's
far.
Michael Brantley and Kyle Tucker's the only one so far. But Vanessa is on your left, and Michael Bourne is on the right. As you look at your TV screen, Vanessa is getting soaked, like she's getting drenched. Her papers are blowing everywhere, and for whatever reason, Michael Bourne's just sitting there like perfectly dry. The papers are sitting there. I don't know what it was. Like she got caught in some sort of, like she just got caught in a pocket in the building there where it was bad.
Michael Bourne was stuck in that moment where he's like, well, I'd like to be chivalrous, but at the same time, I don't want to act like, I don't want to like do whatever the weather version of mansplaining is. I'm gonna let equals be equals, and here we go.
Well, he was gloating a little bit about how dry his side was, though. I will say, not in a mean way, in a fun way, where you can tell the two of them have a very good working relationship. But good job, Vanessa. Nice job last night.
At any point, did she refer to Kyle Tucker as Michael Brantley?
Not that I saw, but I admit I didn't get to see the whole thing.
It's pretty impressive.
She's a pro,
It only
man.
took me 4 minutes in perfect weather conditions to make that mistake.
She's a pro. It's raining. Didn't confuse Brantley with Tucker.
Hey, Seth, how come you never tried to go on national or anything?
You become a legend, though. Dude,
here's the thing.
You'd be a legend.
As a caricature. I don't want to be a caricature. I want to be somebody that people make excuses for, Sean. Okay? That's been my life. Okay, I just want to be charming enough that people make excuses for me.
I like your H-Town Blue hoodie thing that you got there. Not hoodie, your quarter zip. Is that a quarter zip you got on there?
Yeah.
That's nice,
Mark Vandersnoot gave this.
Yeah, that's clean right there, man. You look good. I like that.
That was intentional too, by the way.
Vandersnoot.
Vandermeer gave this to me. Vandermeer gave this to me for the draft broadcast on the second day of the draft. I was so excited.
He gave me a gray
especially because it's I was like I had like a white dry fit that this is the only one I had, a polo shirt, and as soon as I put it on, I was like, oh, this was my body weight 10 years ago. This is not. I got too much anatomy showing right now. So I got to the broadcast, and Mark gives me this nice lightweight but dark, loose fitting.
Looks good, man.
Yeah, it was. Thank you, Mark.
Looks good.
You salvaged my pride that night.
There you go. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Are Cowboy fans jumping off the bandwagon and trying to become Texan fans? One prominent former player claims that this is the case. Would we welcome Cowboy fans onto the Texans bandwagon? That is next. Crash Champion. Boy, I bet they're getting some phone calls at Crash Champions today. Wow. If you're someone who got caught in the weather,
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, hope everybody's staying safe out there. If you're a loyal listener and you want to text in, just check in with us here, because that was some scary stuff last night, man. There was 713-572-4610. By the way, I would say, Seth, Amy and I drove home from Carbach through the Heights back to Upper Kirby. We live like a mile from the station here, and it's 7 miles. It took us 90 minutes to get home because of all the traffic lights that were out, all the trees that were across streets, and I would say this was probably the most extensive, traditional windstorm damage since Ike back in 2008, because Harvey was more rain than wind.
That was the one, I don't want to call it a blessing, but the one silver lining there was that there was almost no wind at all.
Yeah.
That was why there was so much rain, because it was just parked over us.
Yep.
And likewise, the tropical storm in 2001, its name eludes me right now, but that was the same thing. It just kind of hovered. Yeah, but there wasn't power outages or anything with Harvey, where now we've got a boatload of power outages.
Yeah, it's crazy. So if you're listening on the app, and you got your power out right now, we're prayers up to you, man. A lot of as of this morning, it was like over 700,000 people without power.
Well, and you know what? Honestly, we talk about first responders and everything a lot, as we should when we're in situations like this. Yeah. But the utility workers are the utility workers just get hammered. Mm-hmm. So any of our utility workers who are listening, and you're entering your third shift or wherever you are right now, just go slow, man.
Yeah.
Just go slow. Take your time.
Yes.
Take your time.
Yes, absolutely.
So there's one thing, take it from the guy who just called Kyle Tucker Michael Brantley. Sleep deprivation is a mofo.
That's
man.
right.
You just got to be careful, all right? Nobody got injured with that, but you could injure yourself if you just don't take it slow.
Seth Payne, walking PSA. Take it easy out there.
I lost any chance of employment with a utility company.
You're done.
They're like, I want to...
That's all you ever talk about is wanting to fix down power lines. Yeah.
Can I climb up telephone poles for you?
Yeah.
Hey, look down. I'm wearing my left shoe on my right foot.
Touching all sorts of open wires and everything. Do these two go together?
Hey, what's that over there? Let me go pick it up. Stare it in the face.
Oh, my God. Tropical Storm Allison is who you were thinking of, Seth.
Allison, thank you. I didn't want to say the name.
Yeah.
I did not want to.
Would that have counted? Tropical Storm Luther? Like, what?
It's taken 3 days since we started monitoring. In an effort to eliminate my name swapping errors, we started monitoring it. It's taken 3 days to where now the strategy is just going to be, I'm not going to say anybody's names anymore.
Don't do that.
I'm going to describe them generally.
Don't do that.
That tall, lanky fellow with a swing like, I would say Ted Williams, but I'm not going to say Ted Williams. I'm not going to say Kyle Tucker ever again. That's it. I'm quitting now.
You're going to be a terrible host if you don't say Kyle Tucker's name the rest of this season, buddy. Because he's going to get some MVP run. What is our goal with this name thing? Like complete eradication of you doing this, or is there like a reasonable hey, it happens twice a week kind of thing?
I would say complete eradication.
Okay.
I think there's plenty of. I'm technically a broadcast professional, Sean.
Mm-hmm. You get paid to broadcast. You're a broadcast professional.
It's like I'm in the communications industry. Mm-hmm. It seems like saying the proper names of famous people should be a relatively simple thing to do. At this point, I couldn't be a second-grade teacher because I'd be traumatizing the poor kids.
Oh, yeah.
They just wouldn't they'd think their teacher hated them because he couldn't say their proper names.
Calling on by the wrong name, yep.
Now, I'll tell you, though, I'm not worried about it being early onset dementia or anything like that because my grandfather had the same issue, and he lived to be almost 90, sharp as a tack the entire time. I don't know, there's something in the Payne
genes
pool.
Yeah.
Did I get that name right? That just has some kind of issue. I think we're a little too free flowing up in the frontal cortex.
Got a lot going on up there, man. That's all. It's just crowded, and sometimes people work their way to the front of the line who aren't supposed to be there, like Michael Brantley in your brain today. He shouldn't have been there. Kyle Tucker should have been there.
Yeah, I told you once upon a time that, like, at any given moment, I've got 20 different thoughts trying to fight their way to the front of my brain.
Yeah.
And it's like a constant battle to try to quiet 19 of those thoughts.
Yes.
So, but I do feel like it's beneficial in a lot of ways, but one of the byproducts is that I screw things up like with these names, and it's infuriating. So I would like to completely eradicate it. Yeah. We're keeping track of it.
Yep.
When we started keeping track of it 3 days ago, I had 4 name swapping errors.
Yep.
Yesterday I had 0.
Yes.
I did have 5 factual errors during the show,
right.
but we'll take care of that when the time comes.
You got to eat what's on our plate. Yeah. All right, so
this has been Psychotherapy with Seth. On to the next thing.
On to the next. Ryan Clark. Ryan Clark was on ESPN yesterday. I think he was on First Take. And he was telling Stephen A. Smith, hey, your cowboy gimmick that you like to do, Stephen A. loves to put a cowboy hat on and a cigar and make fun of the Cowboys. Typically, they need to be good for him to do that because you're making fun of a relevant, good team. Ryan Clark was telling Stephen A. yesterday, like, the Cowboys, you can shelf that gimmick because they're not even going to be good this year. And, in fact, their fans are getting ready to jump ship.
You finna get that in the playoffs this year. You ain't finna get that built up. You saying that the Dallas Cowboys fans are now sitting at home saying they gonna win the championship? No, they ain't. I know Dallas Cowboys fans. They are trying to be Houston Texans fans right now. There are people who are trying to move down the road so they can cheer for C.J. Stroud instead of cheering for Dak Prescott because they already know. And that stretch of the season that you talked about in the middle, that's when it's all going to come to an head. That's when you're going to have to show up here one morning in your Southern Steve hat with your cigar and talk about the fact that Mike McCarthy just got fired. And then you're going to be bringing on Adam Schefter to talk about what are possible landing spots for Dak Prescott in the offseason. Because the team that was supposed to be all in turned out they was all out this offseason. They was all out to lunch. They was all out on vacation. They was all out working out at Equinox or whatever gym it is that they stay so fit and trim in because they wasn't getting ready to win no championship.
Okay.
Okay, lot to unpack there.
Yeah.
First and foremost, did he say Mark McCarthy?
I didn't hear. I just heard McCarthy. I'm not sure.
What an idiot.
What a moron. Yeah. Getting names wrong. See?
No. That made me feel better for all of my name. See, I would feel worse about saying Mark McCarthy than I would in calling Kyle Tucker Michael Brantley. It's almost like the worse an error it is, it's more like the more senseless it is. Like, oh, okay. Well, whatever. My brain snapped.
Mark McCarthy almost sounds more disrespectful.
Right, yeah.
What's your name again, coach of the Cowboys?
Mark.
I forgot. I know it begins with an M, yeah.
No, so, okay. Is Ryan, when I first heard that, I thought he was exaggerating. Listening to it a second time, do you think he actually knows or has seen some people that have defected over to the Texans? It almost sounded like he was serious about it.
Well, I'm guessing he knows some Dallas Cowboy fans, right? I mean, they're one of the most prevalent
they're definitely
fan bases.
there. But does he know some that have actually defected to the Texans?
If I'm taking him at face value and he's being truthful, then I would say yes. Yeah, that's what it sounded like to me. Like, I know. Now, the way he phrased it made it sound like the fan base at large was doing this seismic shift over to being Texan fans. But yeah.
I'll say this. I hand it to Cowboys fans for the most part. Like, you have to use the word that C.J. Stroud did earlier this season, they're delusional. Like, they say whatever you want about the Cowboys. Their fans act like they just won the championship, despite not even having been to a conference championship game this century. Like, I would be surprised if something happened this offseason that caused them to wholesale start becoming Texans fans.
I guess to further Ryan Clark's point in that audio there, it sounds like it's not just the Dallas fans being dissatisfied with the Cowboys, but the fact that the Texans are now what they are with C.J. Stroud. Him invoking C.J. Stroud by name. So I guess that's where I'm like, okay, do I think that Cowboy fans here in Houston are now kind of pondering their loyalty to the Cowboys to move over to the Texans? And I don't think that's true. I think Ryan Clark has a pocket of Cowboy fans he talks to, and he's doing that thing where he's basically making them representatives for the entire fan base. It's like when one of us here on 610 has an opinion and somebody goes, SportsRadio 610 thinks this.
Right.
And really it's just Lopez giving one of his hot takes, like that kind of thing. Right?
Yes, that's awesome. I love it when that happens. What am I going to do, complain about it? I can't get my own name straight. So I do think this. If this is true, Sean, let's say, for instance, that there are several Cowboys fans that want to become Texans fans.
Yeah.
Should Texans fans accept them?
Yes.
Or should they, kind of like we did when somebody wanted to defect from the Soviet Union back during the Cold War, they'd be like, all right, but we're going to keep an eye on you for a long time.
Yeah.
Because we're not so sure that you're genuine about this. Not to mention, as much as I might disagree with the ideology of your native country, I don't like that you're a turncoat. So you got to be a little bit cautious when you accept somebody into the fold when they're abandoning their previous tribe.
If this were last year or the year before, I would say, nope. Come one, come all. We're like America back in the day. We'll take all your tired, your hungry, your wretched refuse, everybody.
Yeah.
We can be a little more selective now, like we can be a little bit more discerning with who we allow into and onto the bandwagon.
I didn't know we were going to start in on your campaign platform this morning, but
I'm
okay.
here, yeah.
I guess here we go.
Yep,
all right.
I'm here to make the Texans
building the wall around Houston.
Make
all
the
right.
Texans great again. Matuga, yes.
That's got a ring to it.
You like it? Matuga.
I like that, yes.
Battle red hat.
That's a skill of yours. You're able to create acronyms and pronounce them in your head. It's impressive.
Yeah, it's the least lucrative superhero power ever. What do you do? Oh, I have bullets. They'll bounce off my chest. What do you do? Oh, I'm able to fly. I spin webs and can climb buildings. What do you do? I can make acronyms at the drop of a hat. Matuga. Give me 5 words. I'll give you an acronym, and we're going to save the world.
That might be something that, honestly, you might make $1 million a year on a YouTube stream.
Maybe. I don't know.
If I had told you 20 years ago that ASMR was going to be a thing, not only that it would be popular, but that 2 NFL teams would use for their schedule unveiling, that I would have laughed you out of the building.
Yep. So no, to answer your question, Cowboy fans, if you're looking to jump on this bandwagon, no, you're going to have to go through a process. You're going to have to apply. All right? We're going to need your resume. We're going to need to take a look at your social media accounts, things like that, right?
That was the thing that would happen back during the Inquisition, Sean. They would, they'd be like, you must be Christian. Not just any Christian either. Our specific type of Christianity. And people are like, okay, cool, I'll do it. And they'd be like, I do not believe you are serious about this. On the bonfire to you.
That's us.
They were damned if you did, damned if you didn't.
That's
it was just like, hey, listen, you gotta be Catholic.
Yeah, man.
Okay. Oh, you agreed a little too easy for my liking. Yeah.
Buckle up, Cowboy fans.
Yeah.
So Ryan Clark was referring to, it sounded like towards the end of that, like a juncture in the season where Stephen A. was going to realize, like, hey, the Cowboys aren't really your target anymore to bully because they're just not worth bullying. They do have a chunk of schedule here in the middle of the season, the Cowboys. I'm looking at their schedule. Week 6, Lions at home. Then they have a bye. Then they play at San Francisco, at Atlanta, home for the Eagles, and then Monday night against the Texans.
Ooh. I like that they get softened up a little bit. By the time they get to us, they're going to be they go from steel-cut oats to instant oatmeal.
Yeah, no, that's a great point. Seriously, like when they play the Texans, they're coming off a stretch of Lions, bye week, at San Fran, at Atlanta, home for the Eagles, and then they play at the Commanders the next week, who aren't as good as the Texans, but it is a division game. The Texans, and then they play the Giants the week after that. The Texans are like embedded right in the middle of this division cluster for the Cowboys. I mean, Ryan Clark, if that's a stretch he's looking at, that is a tough stretch. Lions favored to win their division. San Fran favored to win their division. Atlanta favored to win their division. Eagles, your main rival in your own division. And Texans favored to win their division. That's 4 division favorites with an arch rival Eagles game embedded right there in the middle. That's a rough stretch, dude, for the Cowboys. That's tough. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Weigh in. Would you, if you're a Texan fan, would you allow Cowboy fans onto the bandwagon? And if you're a Cowboy fan, is Ryan Clark right? Are you getting ready to jump ship? Are you done with Mark McCarthy? All right, Payne and Pendergast with you here on a Friday. Headlines are up next. The Astros win last night, and a whole lot more to get to in headlines. Stay there. But Prize Picks, man, this is the time of year. I've been telling you guys, this is the time of year to
Pendergast with today's headlines.
So the Astros win it 8-1. They have swept the 4-game series. They are now within 6 games of 500, and they are only 5 games back of Seattle in the American League West with that 4-game sweep.
All right, Todd Callis on the call. The Astros, pretty workmanlike win last night. 6-run third. Christian Javier. That was probably the biggest thing last night, Seth, just in terms of good stuff happening for the Astros. And really over the course of the last week, like Verlander had an awful start, bounced back with a really good start. Framber's been up and down this season. He's had 2 really like 2022 Framber starts the last time out. And Javier, coming off of the injured list last week, wasn't able to get out of the second inning. He gave up 7 runs. He was really good last night. Now it's the A's, who'd actually been a pretty good offensive team this year, but things tend to even out. Javier, 6 scoreless innings last night. Was really, really nice to see. And they've got their first 4-game winning streak at home since August of last year. Their first 4-game sweep of anybody since early May of 2022. So it's been 2 years since they've had a 4-game sweep of anybody, the Astros.
Yeah, I mean, you pointed this out last week as a reminder that the second half of last year was not all that hot for the Astros. They were a 500 baseball team for a long time. They're a little bit like the Chiefs last year, where it was a weakened regular season team, but they got into the playoffs, and their playoff experience takes over. That's what happened with the Astros last year. Obviously not enough to finish it all, but they were better in the playoffs than they were in the regular season. So this was a game where I think through this entire series, I've impressed that the Astros simply looked like the more professional baseball team, not as many blunders. And I think in that first inning when Altuve ran from first to second on a Kyle Tucker fly ball that everybody, the announcers, everybody in the stadium thought was an out at first, and you're looking at Altuve standing on second base and wondering, like, why are you not running back to first? And it turns out that it had hit the wall first before it went into the right fielder's glove. So they put Altuve at second, they put Kyle Tucker at first, and like at that moment, I was like, oh, crap, here's the Astros with their base running errors. And it turns out I was completely wrong. Altuve did the heads up and proper thing. He was able to see that it wasn't actually an out. And that throughout those 4 games, I think there were just many instances, aside from the Astros having better baseball players, it was very clear that they were more professional baseball players.
Yep. Loperfido, Joey Loperfido had his first career home run. Here's what it sounded like.
Loperfido, deep to right field, all the way back and gone. The first of his big league career. And the Astros with a half dozen lead at 6-0.
Joey Superfido, how you doing?
Okay. Rate the Blum home run call right there.
Are we accepting Superfido?
Joey Superfido, how you doing? So obviously the how you doing is a reference to Joey from Friends.
Friends, yeah.
Yeah.
I like the reference.
Yeah.
I don't think Superfido should stick. I don't. There's just something about it that doesn't quite. I appreciate the effort by Blum, but I'm not so sure that's the one that sticks.
It's a little too cluttered, like it's you pick one or the other. It's either Joey Superfido or it's Joey, how you doing? Like it's you're trying to cram too much in there, I think.
Joey Loper. I wish we could fit in an Arian Foster reference with a Fino or something.
Maybe. I just think
Joey Looper next Fino.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Yeah. No,
Joey Looper is Fino.
Yeah. See, I think I like the how you doing. I think that's pretty good. And I'm not even a Friends fan, but I think it's like Chaz with the meatloaf.
Yeah. So Joey Loper Fino. No, I'm not. Joey Loper. That's okay. I'm going to give myself a pass if I screw this one because we're messing with his name.
Yeah.
Joey Loperfido. He's 11 for 34. Yeah. Did I mess it up?
No, I'm pumping my fist. You got it right.
Okay.
Yeah.
324 batting average.
Yeah.
He struck out 14 of 37 plate appearances.
Okay. Would you take a 324 batting average, but it has to come with all these strikeouts with it?
I'll take it right now for sure.
Yeah.
For sure.
Yeah.
You know what? The other big thing last night was all of his hits on the previous 10 hits had been on fastballs. This was on a changeup.
Oh, okay.
So, and he had some familiarity with Estes. That was another thing. A couple times during this series, this was an indication of where the A's are versus where the Astros are. Loperfido had talked about how he'd seen a bunch of these guys already in AAA. So it's in a lot of ways, you're facing a quadruple A team with the Oakland A's.
Yeah.
But Yeah, I think it's coming along with Loperfido. Like yes, worry about the strikeout rate, but the 324 batting average is just fine, and get that first home run out of the way. It was 98 miles per hour off the bat. It was not a majestic Yordan Alvarez type of hit or anything, but he got it out of the way.
He sure was acting like it was coming out of the batter's box, though. I had heard the home run on the radio coming there, and then when I was watching the highlights after the game, I'm like, oh, okay. Like he started strutting with that one. That landed in the second row, not the second deck.
You know what I liked about this too? They didn't pull any of the practical jokes where the dugout just ignores him when he gets back into the dugout or anything like that. Look, we didn't have time for shenanigans like that. You got to bring up every bit of positivity. They had headbands for everybody because Bregman and Dubon are wearing headbands.
Yep.
I'm a little bit nervous this is going to turn into yet another Alex Bregman business venture, but whatever. The headbands are working for now. Okay?
Dude, Breggy bandana rolls right off the tongue, man. Alliteration.
It feels like it makes a little bit more sense than
salsa
and Southwest cuisine. Yes.
A little bit.
Yes.
A little bit. Hey, we've got some breaking news here right in the middle of headlines. World number 1 golfer Scottie Scheffler, PGA Championship is going on in Louisville, Kentucky this weekend, was detained by police in handcuffs after a misunderstanding with traffic flow led to his attempt to drive past a police officer into Valhalla Golf Club before the start of today's second round of the PGA Championship. So this just happened this morning. The start of the second round was delayed after a shuttle bus struck and killed a pedestrian outside Valhalla Golf Club. This is according to a spokesperson for the Louisville Metro Police Department.
Yeah.
The police officer attempted to attach himself to Scheffler's car, and Scheffler then stopped his vehicle at the entrance to Valhalla. The police officer then began to scream at Scheffler to get out of the car. When Scheffler exited the vehicle, the officer shoved Scheffler against the car and immediately placed him in handcuffs. The
unidentified sounds exactly like A Man in Full that we just watched, where it was a minor parking violation.
Yeah.
But the
some slight differences.
In this instance, in this movie, yes, he was a young black man compared to Scottie Scheffler, who's as white as you or I. So
the number 1 golfer in the world.
Yeah. But I wonder if he had just watched A Man in Full, and in his mind he was like, "This is not right.
Right.
This is not right.
Yeah.
I will. Yes.
Yeah. I tend to think the same thing's not going to happen to Scottie Scheffler as what happened to old Conrad.
I hope he got punched in the back of the head. I hope that cop. Dude, the cop had attached himself to the car.
Yeah.
He was clearly trying to. Who is Scottie Scheffler that he thinks I'm just going to take this pig for a spin for a while? Nah. Stick him in the clink. He can come out next month if he dragging a cop behind your car.
No. Just to be clear, the officer attempted to attach himself to the vehicle, so I don't know if he was actually holding on to it while Scheffler was driving. I'm not sticking up for Scheffler.
Don't get in my way with your details. I've got a narrative I'm trying to paint.
Fair enough.
Damn it.
Fair enough.
I'm Scottie Scheffler. I've got an important golf game to get
this
to.
is kind
a pedestrian got hit by a bus. I don't care.
You know how I feel about the PGA stuff. Like when Tom Watson was crying over, Liv is breaking us all up, and we're a family, and blah blah blah. Yeah. I ain't shedding any tears for Scottie Scheffler, man. Like if the cop tells you to stop, just stop. All right?
No, I'll tell you this. Like the cops working traffic and security at a golf tournament are not in my experience, you've got a lot of latitude. They're just trying to keep things moving along and everything. For Scottie Scheffler thought he was going to be able to Debo this dude, honestly. And I feel like you know what? No, sorry, Scottie Scheffler. That's my gut take on it, without seeing any video or knowing any details. Scottie Scheffler can go ahead and sit his ass in jail. I say $10 million bond.
Yeah, I like it.
Is that a lot? I don't know.
For him, probably not.
Does it mean? Yeah, I don't. If it's $10 million bond, I don't know how it works. If I ever get arrested, I'm screwed because I don't even know how the math works.
Yeah, it's a percentage that you got to put up. I don't know what it is. Thankfully, I'm
not a flight risk for any bail bondsman.
Right.
I sweat too much. Do
you think Scottie Scheffler uttered the words, "Do you know who I am"?
Do you know? I think he definitely probably said, I'm a player, I got to get there or whatever.
Yeah.
I'm going to lose. He probably tried to. Most likely scenario, he tried to explain it somehow. But,
he got cuffed. It's not one of those things like, hey, we need to sit here and talk this thing out. Like, they threw him up and they cuffed him, according to this story.
I think he was spitting out big-time Karen energy on it.
Yeah.
I'd be surprised if he wasn't spitting out big-time Karen energy.
Yeah.
I pay your taxes. He definitely said I pay your taxes. He definitely said,
right.
no, well, I pay your salary.
Yes.
My taxes pay your salary. He definitely said
text
that.
in, what cliched, privileged person sentences did Scotty Scheffler spew at the police officers this morning? Do you know who I am? I pay your taxes. Text in 713-572-4610. All right.
Oh, man.
All right. Payne and Pendergast with you. I think Scotty Scheffler's going to be fine. Did he make his tee time? That's the big question. Dude, can you imagine if he got DQ'd from the PGA Championship because he got into a dust-up with a traffic cop leading into the course?
How do you think the cop? Hey, any of our law enforcement officers tell us, like, when they say the officer tried to attach himself to the car, does that mean? Like, did he try to jump on it?
I picture him having, like, his fingers inside the crease of the trunk, and Scotty dragging him everywhere like it's the
Terminator
General Lee.
style.
Yeah, like Scotty Scheffler's one of the Dukes of Hazzard, and the cop is Roscoe. He's hanging on to the back, peeling around the 18th fairway. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. I'll have your badge for this.
Is that one of our listeners?
Yes.
That's a classic. I'll have your badge for this. I almost want to go out and get in trouble just so I can say that.
I'll have your badge for this. You and I go out and get in trouble today, and we'll compare what we used on Monday, assuming we're not incarcerated. Yeah.
Sometimes it's not enough to say, do you know who I am? It's got to be like, I'm friends with a county commissioner or something like that. I'll have your badge for this. And meanwhile, the county commissioner's like, oh, that SOB. No, let him sit. Let him sit in jail.
I need your name and badge number now. All right. Payne and Pendergast with you. We head into the 7 o'clock hour. How much is the price tag for a Houston Texans Christmas Day football game? Man, this money is bananas. We will get to that coming up next. Men's Tea Clinic. I'm going to tell you what's not bananas. $25.
WLTFM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
We'll get to the price tag on a Texans game in just a second. This Scotty Scheffler story is fascinating to me, just from the standpoint of I'm looking at a tweet from Yahoo Sports, and if you missed it, the breaking news, number one player in the world, Scotty Scheffler, was detained by police early this morning on his way to the PGA Championship in Louisville, Kentucky. Today is the second round. There was an incident with an officer outside Valhalla Golf Club where Scotty Scheffler was trying to get into the course. There had been a traffic accident earlier in the morning. A pedestrian was struck by a bus and killed near the course earlier in the morning, and so it's caused some traffic patterns there in Louisville. And Scheffler's trying to get to the course. He's slated to tee off at 8:48 Eastern time, so literally like 45 minutes from now. The tweet that I'm looking at, Seth, from Yahoo Sports, says that Scheffler was slated to tee off at 8:48 a.m. Eastern time, but was last publicly seen in custody of police being driven away from the golf club.
Yeah, oh yeah.
So it's not one of these things where they put him in cuffs and let him explain himself, and ultimately they're like, okay, well this is the guy that everybody's paying to come see at this tournament here in Louisville, right? Like,
yeah,
this is the equivalent of detaining Tiger Woods back in the late 90s or early 2000s, golf-wise,
So if he gets any, he's going to – where is this? What city?
Louisville, Kentucky.
Louisville.
Yeah.
So I would imagine the people who own the country club – like the PGA executives and everything don't have much pull, but I would imagine the people who own the country club know at least a few lawyers and or judges and or whatever that they'll try to smooth this thing out ASAP.
Dude,
and
it better hurry.
unless we'll see just how belligerent he was with the cop.
Yeah.
Because if I'm a judge and I look at the preliminary video or something. Mind you, I have zero clue how all this actually works.
Sure.
But if he was genuinely a big-time jerk to the cop, I'd say no. You know what? Hey, Sal. I know whoever the superintendent of the golf course is or whatever. Yeah, I know we played around together last month and everything, and that you came to my anniversary last year. But look, this video gets out to the public. Who looks like the clown here? No, sorry about it. He's sitting in jail because he assaulted a police officer.
I can't wait to see.
Which, to be clear to everybody, I have zero idea whether there was any assault involved or not.
Yeah,
he did not comply with the officer.
Yeah,
but it all depends on how ugly the incident was.
Right. The round was scheduled to start at 7:15 a.m. Eastern time this morning, which is a little under an hour. Well, no, a little under an hour ago. Yeah, because it would be 6:15 our time. They've delayed everything because of this traffic incident. It sounds like because they're. Guy got killed in the middle of an intersection right near the course.
Yeah, that's the thing too. It was Scotty. I wonder what his argument was. He's probably telling the cop no, I'm a player. I got to get there, whatever. At that point, though, I would imagine when something like that happens, a pedestrian gets killed. There's a reasonably you could expect. All right, they're not going to DQ me because I got hung up by a cop who was so he's. I will be incredibly surprised if he's not in the wrong. I will be incredibly surprised if he's not in the wrong.
Yeah.
And especially because he tried to use that BD energy and, just blow by the cop. If I'm a traffic cop, I'm like, sorry, big shot.
Yep.
You know what I'm turning into right now, Sean? I'm tempted to become not just a cop, but a bad cop. I'm going to go out and take it out on people, man.
Yeah. Vic Mackey.
I'm getting that. Oh, you think you're a big man, do you?
Yeah.
Mr. Fancy Golfer?
Yes. Michael Chiklis from The Shield. I'm not a good cop. Yeah. I'm not a bad cop. I'm another kind of cop. That's who you are.
A bad cop, but not a racist bad cop.
Right,
everybody?
Right.
So, it'll be I'll just, with complete equality, I will abuse my powers, okay? I don't care. I'm colorblind, all right? I don't care about your race, religion, ethnicity, or anything. I'm going to screw you over. All right? Yeah. So you can trust me on that.
Text message, I put $100 on Scotty to win this thing. If he gets DQ'd, I'm pissed. That would be a wrinkle. What if the cop who took down Scotty Scheffler actually had a bet, like a prop bet, on
That's
one
the kind of bad cop I'm going to be.
Yeah, one where you can make a little extra jingua off of it. Yes, absolutely. I'm here for that.
I'm extortion. I'm going to be an extortionist bad cop.
We asked you guys to text in what you think Scotty Scheffler said to the cop as he was being detained. You know, things like, "Do you know who I am?"
Yeah. I'll have your badge.
Someone said, "I'll have your badge." We got a bunch of them. My favorite one. I know my rights. I know my rights.
He a copy of the Constitution.
I know my rights.
If he pulls out a copy of the Constitution in this body cam video, I'm going to be so excited.
He's got a Declaration of Independence app. Yeah, thumbing through the Bill of Rights on his phone. We're getting some good ones.
What was the name of the kid in American Pie? Stifler? Was it Stifler?
Yeah.
If I were a bad cop, I'd call him Stifler.
Stifler's a good cop.
If I were a good cop. If I find out this cop was calling him Stifler, I'm going to think, there's no way you're going to convince me the cop was in the wrong.
Oh, my God. All right. Payne and Pendergast with you on a Friday here.
I'm on Team Cop on this one.
Yeah. From the information we know, although we're getting a lot of support for Scotty Scheffler, people just saying like he seems from golf people like that follow golf, like he's always been thought of as a pretty good dude. Which is
they've never seen him interact with the man.
I'm just saying what the people. I'm giving everybody a voice in this whole thing. Yeah,
I'm the thick blue line on this one, Sean.
There you go. All right, there you go. So Netflix is going to be carrying the Texans' Christmas Day game against the Ravens. And I checked the schedule yesterday. The game does start at 3:30 Houston time. It's actually the late game. The other game, the Steelers and the Chiefs, is going to run at noon. So they're doing this thing like Christmas Day. So you get like an early game at noon and a late game, the Texans at 3:30. Seth, I will say this. We were in the neighborhood when we were trying to guess like how much Netflix is paying for these two games.
It's like near $1 billion.
It's not near $1 billion.
I'm disappointed
because you had asked me that, and I said, well, the Amazon paid $120 million for a playoff game, for a wild card game.
Yeah.
So I don't think we thought it would be that much. $75 million.
That's after Christmas. You get Black Friday savings. This is Christmas Day.
This
is like the worst. This is when you get the worst deals on Christmas Day. Christmas morning.
$75 million is what they're paying.
Yeah.
That's how much.
$75 million for both these games. Okay.
For each of the games.
For each game. Okay, so $150 million.
$150 for the pair. Yeah.
Sounds pretty close.
Yep.
Move along.
Yeah.
So I think that Florio had a theory on this where usually I get kind of PO'd at Florio from Pro Football Talk because he tries real hard to speculate about things and then make it sound like it's news. I kind of like this speculation, though. He says that the NFL's turning the screws on the NBA and kind of sticking it to them because the NBA obviously has games on Christmas Day. But with the NFL being on Netflix with their Christmas Day games, a lot harder to flip back and forth between basketball and football. This is one of the hidden advantages of these streaming platforms is it's a pain in the butt to switch into another app on to get to YouTube TV or whatever, or get back to your cable. Like it's more of a pain in the butt than just flipping back and forth from one channel to the next. So you've got a little bit of a captive audience when you're on a streaming platform. I don't think I'd be surprised if that's what the NFL was thinking, but it's probably an unintended benefit of it.
That's exactly right. That's exactly what I was thinking. This feels like one of those things like they were finishing up this deal and one of Roger Goodell's little minions or his henchmen, Troy Vincent, got in his ear and like, hey, Roger, you know what else? I mean, this is a really good deal for us, $75 million a game. Also, you know how hard it is to switch from Netflix to go over to your cable provider to watch a game? It's a pain in the butt. And Roger's like, yeah, that's what I was thinking too, Troy. I just didn't want to say anything.
Especially if you're like Seth Payne and you've got a COVID TV. My COVID smart TV is the dumbest damn television in the world. And I'm so damn stubborn. I can't replace it. But
why do you call it a COVID TV?
Because everything was a little janky when you bought stuff during COVID. The supply chains were all messed up. Sometimes they were using parts from wherever they could get it. This TV, forever I thought my internet was screwed up. But if I'm sitting there and I'm trying to get something on YouTube TV on my computer, on my laptop, it snaps right up. But for Amazon streaming or YouTube TV or anything else like that on my air quotes smart TV.
Yeah.
It takes forever.
Yeah.
So like once I'm on there, I just don't go off. And I know people are gonna say, what about the warranty, Seth? The time has passed. Okay. All right. I got frustrated and hung up on customer service a couple times too many.
Oh my God.
Do you know what it's like trying to call customer service when you know you're gonna have to sit through a half hour of them suggesting things you've already tried? That's where I lost it. And so anyway.
Yep. I know a lot of people like they're like, why is the NFL doing this? Why are they alienating their customer base by going from the traditional CBS, NBC, Fox, ESPN, because not everybody has Amazon, although a lot of people, way more people than you think do, like a majority of people have it. But more specifically, like Peacock is the big one, like because it's one game. Amazon's the whole season, at least, on Thursday nights. Like Peacock, it's like 3 games. It's a playoff game and a couple of regular season games. Like, why are they doing this? Well, one, they're doing it because they're getting paid a lot of money. And the reason Peacock and Amazon and Netflix, Apple with baseball, the reason why maybe they overpay with this stuff is because you've got to subscribe. And this just and I know a lot of you can relate to this, once you subscribe to something, you're a little like Seth with his TV. Like, once it's installed, and you just leave it there and you forget about it, We
are way lazier than we ever want to acknowledge. And when it comes to a subscription service especially, that's why at various times Sean or I will be doing advertisements for companies that specifically go in and help you unsubscribe from stuff.
Yes.
That's how lazy we are.
Yeah.
I love it. But, plus, so it is a pain in the butt. And it does, even though for most people it's a relative pittance in terms of like the money you pay for that package of games, it's that, A, it's a pain in the butt when all you want to do is turn on the TV and go, and then B, that you end up forgetting to cancel or whatever, and you feel like you're getting duped a little bit.
Yeah.
I saw one guy yesterday, though. I am surprised that there's one guy in reply to one of these news bits about Netflix that thought, like, do these companies really think people are going to subscribe just to watch a game? And he got, there's like, people linked like 29 different articles of how much it juiced up Amazon Prime or whatever else. It's, and again, the biggest thing about the streaming platforms, too, if you think about it from the NFL's perspective, and, moving forward, on the streaming platforms, they can track and give demographics and exact watch times to an extreme degree in a way that they can't with broadcast television. So a lot of advertisers just really love having all that hard data. So from like Amazon or Netflix or whatever, we're probably getting too inside Hollywood on this, but it's just the ability to track a lot of that stuff means a lot to all entities involved, including the NFL.
73% was the amount of people that had stayed subscribed to Peacock that subscribed for that playoff game. For the Chiefs-Dolphins playoff game, 73%. Like they ran the numbers like 3 months after the game, and 73% of the people that subscribed within that window of the game, where it would logically be a majority of those people are subscribing specifically for that game, stayed subscribed. That's huge. I mean, that's pure profit for them. It's a streaming service. They're not coming out and installing a piece of hardware or anything.
Right.
There's literally the cost basis is just the hard cost of running their company. The Jets are the anti-Texans when it comes to their schedule. The Texans' schedule is, if you just went week to week, you were just kind of shuffling through like page by page, and you weren't looking at it as one big thing. You weren't staring at the whole schedule at one time. You're like, okay, here's week 1, noon start. Oh, week 2, Sunday Night Football. And then you'd go week 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. You'd be like, wow, all these noon starts. Boy, they still think that the Texans are the same old Texans because 7 of the first 8 games are noon kickoffs.
Right.
In week 9, the thing goes ballistic. It just goes haywire because they go 3 straight primetime games. They've got a 4-day period with Chiefs and the Ravens where they've got the country to themselves. They're not primetime clockwise, but they're nationally televised games. 5 of the last 9 Texan games are nationally televised. A majority of the second half of the Texan season is on national television. So why do I say that the Jets are the anti-Texans? The Jets have night game. They have 6 night games in the first 11 weeks of the season. The Jets
They're going hard and heavy on. It almost feels like they're gambling on Aaron Rodgers making it halfway through the season.
Yes.
That they're like, okay, because the Jets did, by the way, because the Jets are a team that pulls a lot of eyeballs to them. I remember seeing an article and being kind of shocked by it a couple months ago about how good the Jets' TV ratings still were last year, despite not having Aaron Rodgers. But they were in a lot of competitive games. They had damn near a winning record, and without having Aaron Rodgers. So it does make a lot of sense for them to have that many primetime games. I think it's hard for me not to feel like they were hedging their bets, though, by front-loading it all.
Oh, yeah.
And figuring that by the end of the season it might. I checked, too, by the way. I was just curious about this. And just for practical purposes, everybody, I'm not trying to make some political statement or anything. I was curious about since the Jets are playing in London, what the UK's rule might be for COVID vaccinations and everything.
Oh,
and
geez.
you don't need to have a COVID vaccination
Yeah.
We're not going to have some story about Aaron Rodgers telling customs that he's been immunized. Okay, so it's this should be, there will be no Kyrie Irving type scenarios as far as I can tell.
I still think there's a chance we have a story like that with Aaron Rodgers, but it would be completely irrelevant to the rules of the UK right now.
Yeah, there'll be stories about it, but as far as traveling internationally and everything, I don't think we're going to have the same situation we had during COVID with the NBA.
Yeah, for sure. Now, the interesting quote from this, though, to me, this Mike North, who is the VP of Broadcast Planning for the NFL, he did a big...
Brother of Peter North.
He did a big... do you know Peter North's real name? Alden Brown.
Peter?
Alden Brown. No, I was at a party in California like 15 years ago, and Peter North was at the party.
Oh, yeah?
Nice guy, yeah. It wasn't one of those parties. It was just his,
How far away from him did you stand?
It's pretty far.
For multiple reasons. Microbes and others, whatever.
Yeah. Alden Brown is his real name.
Did you talk to him? You didn't talk to him?
Briefly, yeah. Briefly,
okay.
yeah.
I tell you what, honestly, to be a genuine adult film star, not just like somebody that makes your living doing it, but a genuine star, it's got to be a pain. Well, I almost used the wrong term. It's got to be a hassle. You get asked the same questions over and over. Like people want to like know all these details and everything about it probably gets pretty old.
We just talk sports.
Yeah.
We just talk sports. Yeah, go figure. Peter North is not his real name. I know that sounds crazy.
You know what, though? This is the very first moment I ever thought about the double entendre.
Right, yeah.
Okay, all right. It's like a compass. Okay, I got you.
Mike North, no relation to Peter, the VP of Broadcast Planning, he said this. This is one of the strangest quotes that I've seen about scheduling. Yeah, talking about the Jets, it's an awful lot of primetime games early in the season. But obviously, I feel like the Jets kind of owe us one. Talking about last year, because Aaron Rodgers went out 4 snaps into the season.
Yeah.
And he goes on to say, when we had the conversation a year ago, we were, all of us, all in on the Jets. And for that guy to last 4 days was disheartening for many of us. I feel like we could run it back, and certainly our broadcast partners, when they came to us early in the process, talking about storylines they want to focus on early in the season. Obviously, Aaron Rodgers' return was a key one for everybody. Hopefully he stays healthy, and hopefully they're relevant. End quote. Now, I was not on this conference call that North was on with all these different media types, so I'm doing the thing that I rail against sometimes, which is taking a transcript and applying a tone to it that I'm hearing.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah.
Okay.
There's a chance that he was saying that completely just kind of casually.
Yes.
Okay.
But
all right. You know what? I'm glad you said. Usually I'm the one saying this. You're actually, I'm glad you said that, because you're right. I could totally see myself saying that, like kind of like his little half joke, just like, felt like they owed us, you know?
Yeah.
And then on the transcript, it looks like you're in cahoots with the Jets somehow.
It's fun to read it as if like the Jets did the league wrong by Aaron Rodgers getting hurt. Obviously, I feel like the Jets kind of owe us one. The one that I was really thinking of, transcript-wise, was when he calls Aaron Rodgers that guy. He calls him that guy. When we had this conversation a year ago, we were, all of us, all in on the Jets. And for that guy to last 4 days was disheartening for many of us. Hey, Northie, you know who else it was disheartening for? Aaron Rodgers.
He had just taken a pay cut to help his team compete.
Yeah. Like, I'm not here to stick up for Aaron Rodgers, but I feel like Mike North acting like the league was done wrong by Aaron Rodgers somehow getting hurt is really funny to me. I'm like, this was a human being who got hurt here, you know? So, what are you looking up? You look like you're staring at something.
I just wanted to double check the Jets record. I was about to say they won 7 games, and they did.
Yep.
Yeah. So I just didn't want to make yet another mistake this morning, Sean.
No.
Yeah, I do. The Jets. I wish the Jets weren't in the AFC because there's a part of me like that's if you separate yourself from whatever Aaron Rodgers drama is and whether you like him or hate him or whatever, but just like the Jets themselves, I do feel bad that Robert Saleh has had zero to do with any of their quarterback decisions, and that he managed to win 7 games last year with an assortment of random QBs led by Zach Wilson to 7 wins.
Yeah.
Which I think it's really easy to think, okay, if the quarterback that he had nothing to do with choosing or anything had been able to play in that season, it's hard not to think that a healthy Aaron Rodgers is going to get you at least 4 or 5 more victories there.
Yep.
And there's a part of me where I just like the long beleaguered Jets, I wish they would have some success. So I'm gonna watch them from afar this year and not pull for them, but just be happy for Jets fans.
Okay. I just can't. I can't.
Jets fans don't annoy me.
They don't, but Aaron Rodgers does. My God, Aaron Rodgers annoys me. I can't root for it. I can't root for something where there's a positive outcome for Aaron Rodgers. Ugh. It's awful.
He's just a diva. That's all. He's old school diva.
He's annoying.
I always want wide receivers to come back to being a little bit more diva-like.
Yeah.
And I feel like we've had some success in that. I feel like Stephon Diggs is a bit of an old school diva. Wait until you guys see what he wears to games. Diva. It's awesome.
Yeah.
It's awesome.
Yeah.
It's like he's going to a heavyweight fight back in the 1970s or something.
Yeah.
He is done up. There's a part of me that I try to stay aside from. I try to stay apolitical, debate. Like, I don't worry about any of that stuff. I just want to know, is the guy a diva for whatever reason? And I kind of like that he is.
This is what's funny to me talking about the schedule, because this was another big topic yesterday, was Taylor Swift. And Mike North said that they took into account Taylor Swift when they made the schedule. That's all that got curated by all the Twitter accounts out there and everything, which leads to texts like this. North also commented about the Chiefs schedule and said, and they made it so that Taylor Swift could attend games. He said the exact opposite of that. They were monitoring Taylor Swift because she's playing all these big football stadiums this fall.
Oh, so so they have to be careful about to not have those conflicts.
Schedule conflicts, yeah. Now it does just so happen that the schedule does allow her, if she were to want to attend 14 of the 17 Chiefs games this year.
Yeah.
It works out that way. Plus, there was some conspiracy theories because she's playing Toronto the same week that the Chiefs are in Buffalo playing the Bills, and that's an easy puddle jumper for her to get over to see. And I think she has a day off from the concert the day that the Chiefs are playing the Bills. So there's a conspiracy theory there. But before you sit here and text in like, he said that they did this so they would make it easier for Taylor Swift. Like, no. He said that they took Taylor Swift into account because she occupies the same venues that the NFL does. That's
they already
why.
have those. What did that happen with Minute Maid? There was it Elton John that basically booted the Astros out of a playoff game?
It was Elton John. It was.
Or was it vice versa? Did the Astros playoff game boot Elton John
I'm guessing
out?
the Astros have priority for that stadium over Elton John.
I bet he got sassy about that. Man,
guarantee
Elton John is an old school diva. Give me more Elton John.
Yes.
I want more Elton John.
Hell of a showman.
More Peter North. How come nobody's done that yet? Then I want Stephon Diggs. I want divas. Aaron Rodgers.
The Divas Tour.
Diva me. You know, the whole thing about Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce is that Travis Kelce is by far the bigger diva of the two.
Yes.
And very much the climber of the two. You know,
for sure.
Like there's nowhere for Taylor Swift to climb to.
No.
It's like Travis Kelce is hanging from her dress, like trying to pull himself up up to her level. You know.
Yes.
She's gonna get tired. She's gonna get tired of that for a while.
She will at some point.
She'll be onto something better.
Yep.
A younger tight. What if she dumps him for a younger tight end?
It'd be awesome. It'd be great. It'd probably get in his head, and it would help the Texans beat the Chiefs later this year.
What if it's Cade Stover?
Dude, if Kate...
that'd be awesome. Kate, I don't know if you have a girlfriend or not. I apologize if you do, or I apologize to her. But also, consider it,
No. Dump her and go after Taylor Swift. That's
ballsy to dump her beforehand.
Dump her,
That's just burning your bridges before you go, you know.
Do it on spec. Yeah, absolutely. You're elite. Nick Caserio said twice that you're elite.
Ethically, you can't be, aggressively pursuing Taylor Swift while you also have a girl. It'd be one thing... If you're just a guy that works in IT, then you're a psycho.
Yeah.
If you're actually if you're an active NFL player, like then you're a dirtbag. If you're actively pursuing Taylor Swift, well, you still have a girlfriend.
Yep.
Yeah.
The notion of Cowboy fans jumping to the Texans bandwagon. Let's reset this because there's people in their cars who probably didn't hear this earlier this morning. Here was Ryan Clark, former NFL player, on ESPN. This was on First Take yesterday, claiming that he knows Cowboy fans that are now trying to become Houston Texan fans.
You ain't finna get that in the playoffs this year. You ain't finna get that built up. You saying that the Dallas Cowboys fans are now sitting at home saying they gonna win the championship? No, they ain't. I know Dallas Cowboys fans. They are trying to be Houston Texans fans right now. There are people who are trying to move down the road so they can cheer for C.J. Stroud instead of cheering for Dak Prescott because they already know. And that stretch of the season that you talked about in the middle, that's when it's all going to come to an head. That's when you're going to have to show up here one morning in your Southern Steve hat with your cigar and talk about the fact that Mike McCarthy just got fired. And then you're going to be bringing on Adam Schefter to talk about what are possible landing spots for Dak Prescott in the offseason. Because the team that was supposed to be all in turned out they was all out this offseason. They was all out to lunch. They was all out on vacation. They was all out working out at Equinox or whatever gym it is that they stay so fit and trim in because they wasn't getting ready to win no championship.
That probably does. I would imagine, like, all kidding aside, I have no idea if Cowboy fans are trying to jump ship and become Texan fans. We can talk about that, but that probably does grind Cowboy fans' gears, Seth. The all-in thing, and then not being the owner saying we're all in, and then clearly behaving in a non-all-in manner. And then for the one team that if you were to ask NFL fans, if you were to pose the question, general question, which NFL team was most all-in this year? I think the Texans would win that poll, and for it to be the team down the highway from you in the same state as you that was in complete disrepair 2 years ago and has flipped this thing on its head, man, I can't wait for that game in November between these two teams, man. I am amped for that game in November between these two.
Yeah, there's something about it too with the Cowboys where it's probably especially frustrating because they're repeating history. You know, that they did this before with Dak Prescott. You know, you didn't give Dak Prescott the contract, and he ended up, even after he tore his ankle all to shreds, tried to pound it back together on the turf because he was in shock, came back and got the contract the next year.
Yeah.
And you're doing it all again.
Yep.
You're doing it all again, where if you had taken care of Dak Prescott's contract, you could have – there's a certain kind of irony that you brought Ezekiel Elliott back in when Ezekiel Elliott was – part of the first drama. Like, you paid Zeke before you paid Dak Prescott the first time around.
Yes.
I think that's probably especially, I know, look, you love Zeke Elliott if you're a Cowboys fan, but you don't like having him paraded around like this is the answer somehow.
He's their RB1 right now.
Right.
Yeah, wow.
So, it's got to be very frustrating, and I feel for them. But I'm skeptical that Ryan Clark actually knows anybody who's actively trying to become a Texan fan. If you're a Cowboys fan at this point, you've been through any number of embarrassments and disappointments. It's like I don't see how this offseason is any different than the previous 2 decades of not performing up to expectations.
Yeah, I don't doubt that he knows Cowboy fans, but I think he knows like 2 of them, and he's applying it to the whole fan base, which is genius for him to do that. That's how you go viral like this did yesterday.
I guess there is a chance that if he does actually know some people that are becoming Texans fans, as you pointed out earlier, the younger generations, they tend to sometimes be more a fan of athletes than the actual team logos.
Yeah.
So there might be some people that are like, man, I really like this C.J. Stroud, especially because they've had a lot of exposure to him as C.J. hangs out with Micah Parsons.
And is the way more likable of the two. You know,
is all of that goodwill tour stuff with Micah Parsons actually is CJ a sleeper cell? Just there to recruit Cowboys fans. I'm here for it.
I am too. And you know who's not here for it? Some of the Texan fans that listen to this show. Text message: no Cowboy fans. It's like Californians coming here and bringing their crap. I like that analogy. It is that is a little like Cowboy fans.
Elon Musking it down our way.
Yeah, man. Yeah. Joe Rogan.
Yeah.
Yep. Regarding Cowboy fans, text message: sorry, not sorry. Oh, I love when it leads in with that. Sorry, not sorry. You deserve it. All for one. Sucks to be you. And no, the Texans train is reserved.
You guys should do something like out of a prison movie or something where you just let when I say you guys, I'm talking about Texans fans, just go ahead and act like you're cool with whichever Cowboys fan is trying to enter your group. And just get them nice and drunk.
Yeah.
And then show them what's up.
Yes.
That's all I'm saying. FCC. Turn on them
right.
Just non-violently.
Just get drunk.
Non-violently.
Yeah,
just embarrass them or something.
Just get drunk. Yes. Get drunk. Scotty Scheffler is the big story this morning. The number one golfer in the PGA detained by Louisville police this morning when he tried to slide past a police car at the entrance of Valhalla Golf Club. There's a big traffic incident where a pedestrian was killed, and it's created some traffic issues. Scheffler, I guess, just trying to get to his tee time. The cop tried to keep him from doing what he was doing, trying to circumvent traffic. Scheffler got out of the car. Next thing you know, he's cuffed. We don't know all the details of it other than Scheffler was seen detained and leaving in a cop car going away from the golf club. His tee time was scheduled for about 15 minutes from now, but everything's been pushed back because of this traffic incident near the golf club. So maybe he makes it back in time, but we're getting a ton of texts on this. Can you imagine, Tim, where did it go? Someone said, can you imagine, did they put Scheffler in a dark room and point a desk lamp at him for interrogation? That would be great.
Okay, he's 6'3". I always try to picture myself in the back of a cop car with handcuffs on behind me.
Yeah.
And for me, I'm guessing Scotty Scheffler has better shoulder mobility than I do. But I'm thinking about if he was handcuffed but with his hands behind his back, kind of leaning forward, uncomfortably in a cop car. He's 6'3". This might affect his performance if and when he gets back out on the court. His shoulders might be a little hyperextended. Or
psychologically, it's got to affect you somewhat. I mean, these are creatures of habit. He was probably going and planning on hitting like a bucket of balls or something like that, right? I mean, he may have to do the tin cup thing where he's running to the tee with his caddy, because they overslept and he's getting, he's got a visor on backwards, right?
I love the thought of him walking into county Gen Pop and just immediately starting to work on his swing. Oh my God. I'll move or beat down.
Yeah.
What's happening then when you're the fresh fish and you come in and you just start practicing your golf swing?
Hey, hand me
Looking like the foofiest dude ever.
Hand me that plunger. Like, I wonder if he's going to take it to somebody's dome. Nope. Just practicing his putting grip, that's all. All right, Payne and Pendergast.
My go-to move if I'm ever stuck in the holding cell there, just to be sure, is I'm just going to go over and drop a deuce in the open toilet right off the bat people think I've been there before. They'll be like, oh, all right, he knows what's up. Yeah, he's just,
marking his territory.
He's not one bit bashful about it,
Yeah. I hate that y'all aren't pointing out the bleepy cop. I get it. Don't like it. No, it could be. This could very well be an overzealous cop. We're just having some fun with the story,
What was the text, though? How did he say that?
I hate that all y'all are pointing out is an S-word cop, like poopy cop.
Okay.
Yeah, like a bad cop.
Is that all we're doing?
I hate that y'all are. No, I hate that you all are not pointing out. That we're not pointing out how bad the cop is.
Oh, no, I'm team cop on this one, buddy.
Yeah.
I'm even if he's a bad cop. I'm team bad cop. It's like, honestly, Scotty Scheffler pulled the ultimate D-bag move, it seems like, which is like, do you know who I am?
Right.
Like somebody just got killed by a bus, all right? There's going to be delays.
Yeah.
There's going to be, don't worry, you're not going to get DQ'd because somebody got killed by a bus.
Now.
So, yeah, I'm team bad cop. I hope it was the worst cop ever. I hope this cop was so bad that even his other cops are kind of scared of him.
Does he have
and I say, yes. Scotty Scheffler deserres all of it.
He's increased his chances of getting DQ'd, right? Like it's
now.
Yeah.
Right, yeah. If he had if he had followed instructions.
Yeah.
Like, let's remember, everybody, it wasn't like he got pulled over and unfairly searched or something.
Right.
He was not following, allegedly, directions from a cop after somebody got killed by a bus.
Yeah.
Which I'm guessing he should have known. He could have been on the phone talking to the tour people saying, like, all right, hey, we got issues here, right?
Okay, they've updated the story, and ESPN reporter Jeff Darlington witnessed this whole thing.
Yeah.
And so it said traffic outside the golf course had been stopped after a man was struck and killed by a shuttle bus around 5 a.m. According to Jeff Darlington, who witnessed the incident, Scheffler was trying to drive around the crash scene on a median. around the crash scene, not like getting into the gate of the golf club, on a median around a crash scene. A police officer instructed Scheffler to stop, but Scheffler continued to drive. Okay, he continued to drive. You get what you get.
Yeah, dude.
Now.
Yeah, like and then he resisted. Apparently, allegedly.
I'll read the rest. Let me read the rest here. At one point, an officer attached himself to the side of Scheffler's car. Scheffler stopped his car as he turned into the entrance of Valhalla Golf Club. After about 20 to 30 seconds, Scheffler rolled down his window to talk to the officer. The officer grabbed Scheffler's arm to pull him out of the vehicle, according to Darlington. The officer reached inside the vehicle to open the door. Once Scheffler was pulled out, he was pushed against the car and placed in handcuffs. This is the man. What was the show that you and I watched again with?
A Man in Full.
Man in Full. This is that scene all over again, but with a very different perp here.
Except in that situation, It was, I mean,
car was getting towed.
He was in the wrong, but
I'm just saying, the physicality.
Very similar.
The physicality of it. Yeah.
Very similar.
Yeah. Darlington was standing at the entrance when Schefter was detained. Darlington said Schefter turned to him and asked, "Can you help?" Schefter turned to a reporter and asked him to help. According to Darlington, I know we're over, Ben, but this stuff is too good. According to Darlington, an officer instructed him to back away. You need to get out of the way, the officer told Darlington. Right now, he's going to jail, and there's nothing you can do about it.
Yeah.
What did you get for driving on the median around some dead dude?
Yeah, that's what I was going to say is, like, in the A Man in Full, the young man that got arrested was not in the wrong, like, with the traffic violation, right? Like, whereas this, Scotty Scheffler flat out drove around an accident investigation and then ignored instructions from cops. If those details are correct, I say you can rot in jail for the weekend. Dude,
can you
get a hold of yourself, man?
Can you help?
Dude, it's not like you're some dude that just got laid off and your life is falling apart or anything. Things are going all right for Scotty Scheffler.
Yeah.
Like, this is what tipped you over the edge.
Yeah,
this is what made you go all Michael Douglas in, what was that movie?
Falling Down?
Falling Down?
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
Last text, and then we'll go to break. I'm thinking of the sound of golf spikes on the floor in a jail hallway today. All right,
I hope he comes out with a prison tat.
Payne and Pendergast.
I hope he spends 12 hours in suburban Louisville
teardrop
tank, which and you know where he's going. It's like some suburban jail where like the holding tank, air quotes, is actually just like a office chair with next to a
cubicle,
someplace they can. Yeah. It's a cubicle. It's the holding cubicle.
Would you sign up for this record for the Texans right now, or would you check what's behind door number 2? That is next.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Someone said that they want Scotty Scheffler to get a Mike Tyson face tattoo while he's holed up in the clink. If you missed it, Scotty Scheffler, number one golfer in the world, has been detained by Louisville police this morning because he tried to hop the median while they were cleaning some dude who got hit by a bus off of the street in Louisville this morning, and traffic was blocked. He had to make his tee time, you know?
It's like, it would be perfect. It would be like so many different movie scenes or actual like real life scenarios. The best ever, like when a non-criminal gets arrested, I shouldn't say non-criminal, but like a non-habitual criminal or a first-time criminal celebrity gets arrested. The best ever was Kerry Collins standing doing that interview, smoking a cigar on the steps of the courthouse when he was the Panthers quarterback. You remember then that was like either before or after he had actually asked Dom Capers not to start anymore. His life was just spiraling out of control.
Yeah,
I want Scotty Scheffler to have a moment like that where he comes out of the courthouse. It looks like he's got like 5 days worth of beard growth after being in holding for 12 hours and smoking a cigarette, looking frazzled like he's seen stuff, man.
I need Tiger's take on this because Tiger's had some shenanigans go on in his personal life through the years, as we know.
His personal life, but he was never arrested.
That's what I'm saying. Like, that's why I need Tiger. I need Tiger to gloat about this a little bit. I'm like, yeah, I know he's number one right now, but when I was number one, I realized my wife put a 9-iron through the back window of my car, and I ran into a tree, and I drove into a ditch, and I mangled my body by working out with Navy SEALs, and I was stooping waitresses from Perkins and IHOP and things like that. And I don't know if you heard.
First I've heard of this.
Yeah, but I never resisted a cop trying to stop me to be safe. You know, he's trying to...
driving around. So Jeff Darlington has reported that he saw Scotty Scheffler try to drive around this accident investigation, ignored police officers as they told him to stop, and then eventually sounds like he was pulled from his car. But, man, it sounds like he went full Karen. It sounds like he went full, like, I am the cock of the walk around these parts, and I've got to get to this golf tournament. So, I don't give a damn about the dude who just got killed by a bus who was coming to watch me play.
Yeah.
I got to get me some action.
Now, granted, this is all through one person's account of it, Jeff Darlington. But
Jeff Darlington, man, who once stood up for Richie Incognito, like with a nice piece every summer about how Rich.
Oh, did he really?
Every single summer, you'd get a piece from Jeff Darlington about how Richie Incognito had changed his ways.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Oh, okay, I trust you this time, Jeffers.
Okay, I didn't know that. All right, well, does that affect our view on this thing then? I don't know. But the one thing where it started to get like, okay, Scheffler, maybe you're a little out of bounds, other than him driving up on the median at an accident with a fatality. Yeah. Darlington estimates it took 20 to 30 seconds for Scheffler to roll down his window. When you get pulled over, how long does it take for you to roll down your window for the cop?
Plus, I'm guessing there's a good chance whatever car he was driving had a nice level of tint to it.
Yeah.
Whatever the legal tint is in Kentucky, I'm guessing he had a little bit of a tint to it, which, no, my freaking windows, kids, all four of your windows should be rolled down immediately.
Thank you, yes.
As soon as you get pulled over.
Yes.
Yeah. That alone right there, like, honestly, that just reeks of the dude that just he thinks his poop doesn't stink.
That's my point.
Like, roll your damn windows down so the cop you're somebody who has been disobeying a police officer's instructions, and then you're going to sit there with your windows rolled up?
Yeah.
No, dude. Nah, Scotty Scheffler's got to learn. There's consequences to this, man. There's consequences.
I had Mark Vandermeer on the Utopia podcast yesterday. We kind of hashing out the schedule and things like that. We had a fun conversation, man. I love talking to Vandy because he's got the perspective on the history of the Texans. He's called every snap of the team, so it was fun comparing this schedule to others and things like that. He brought up an interesting notion that about like what record would you sign up for right now with the Texans? Taking a look at this schedule, it's not an easy schedule, and he said he would sign up for 10-7 right now. Without checking to see what's behind door number 2, to do the let's make a deal analogy. Okay. the football gods are saying, I'm going to give you 10-7. Here it is. Or you can have what's behind door number 2. And he said, I would take 10-7 right now.
Okay, so with 10-7, obviously you can win the division at 10-7. You can go to the playoffs. You can be a wild card at 10-7. All of that is in play. This is where I would take door number 2.
I would too.
Why.
Yep.
Because the Colts have an easier schedule than the Texans. They've got, and even though they play largely the same schedule, you did the work yesterday where according to the Vegas win totals, the Colts have like the 7th easiest schedule, whereas the Texans, according to Vegas win totals, have the 7th hardest schedule. The difference lies in 3 games, like 3 opponents that are different. Who are the 3?
The 3, well, the
patsies?
Yeah, so the Texans, because they finished in first place last year in the division, play Baltimore, Kansas City, and Dallas. Whereas the Colts in those 3 games, because they finished 3rd in the division, play Pittsburgh, Denver, and the Giants.
Ugh. So Pittsburgh might end up being something. Pittsburgh always ends up being a solid
team.
Baltimore. It's just a matter of
they ain't Baltimore.
Right. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Say whatever you want about Lamar Jackson in the playoffs. A, we've seen Lamar Jackson in the playoffs. B, you can take your garden variety Lamar Jackson in the playoffs. We've seen the very best of Lamar Jackson in the playoffs, but also he's going to be incredible in the regular season, like he usually is, as long as he's healthy.
Yep. I would say door number 2 as well, only because you did not put this team together to go 10-7 this season.
Good call.
I'll take my chances on what's behind door number 2. And if what's behind door number 2 happens to be 8-9, then I'm willing to live with that, because this team was put together. This team was put together to go 12-5. I don't care what the schedule looks like. 12-5, 13-4, whatever. This team was put together to compete for a Super Bowl. And that's the bottom line. And to be 10-7. Now, granted, the Bengals made the Super Bowl at 10-7 a few years ago, and that is the team the Texans most often get compared to these days. Is that 2021 Bengals team? This Texans team is more talented than that Bengals team that went to a Super Bowl 3 years ago when they were 10-7.
In terms of what you've
Pure
got on paper, right? You're not, without even saying they're better than that team,
right?
But on paper, that team going into the Super Bowl, that team going into that year had one of the lowest Vegas win totals
Correct.
in the year.
Yeah.
Which is also that's the hazards of talking about strength of schedule right now. There's a very good chance that by the end of the season, that'll be flip-flopped. The one thing that's very real about the Texans' strength of schedule being difficult is a lot of it is based on facing really good quarterbacks.
Yep.
And quarterback play. One of the reasons quarterbacks are so valuable, aside from just the actual play on the field, is that they're so impactful on the field, and it tends to be consistent from year to year. Defenses fluctuate. You could have a record-breaking defense one year, same team goes out there the next year, and all of a sudden they're just a mediocre defense. That very rarely happens with really good quarterbacks. So.
Yep.
Also, quick PSA. Not to get all heavy-handed on this or anything.
Sure.
Just because I did feel like I gave the kids a little bit of advice.
Yeah.
I'll give the adults some advice too.
Okay.
The same rules that apply with getting pulled over in a traffic stop apply to traveling at an airport, and it's this: you need to manage the stress level. If you're the person getting pulled over, or if you're an air traveler, recognize and understand the stress that either the police officer or the airline worker is under. And if you show that you're conscious of that stress and you do everything you can to allay that stress, it's amazing how much different the experience can be.
Yes.
So it's just so if you get pulled over, aside from having the windows down, pull over as far as human possibly to the right of the road.
Yep.
Just understand that cop is standing out there with his ass in traffic as people are texting on their phones, driving by at 75 miles per hour. Pull over as far as you can, and then understand that they don't know if you're dangerous or not, so do everything you can to make it feel like you're dangerous. Likewise with airline employees, I cannot tell you how many incredible experiences I've had at airports outside of Houston where they don't know me, just by being polite and communicating that you're in a really bit of a big pickle. And that person wants to help you.
They'll work with you. Yeah.
They will go so far out of their way to help you because they deal with a-holes all day long who are screaming at them for stuff that they didn't do.
Yep.
So airline employee, you can have a delightful time traveling if you're just really, really polite to airline workers.
Good advice. That is very, very good advice right there. All right, the 888.
And then now here's some advice for your wife. Okay.
Save that for the 9 o'clock hour. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. It's a Friday, the 888. We got a lot of stories. We'll get to the Scotty Scheffler story for sure in the 888. The Astros win last night. We have a few other little Astro nuggets as well that we will get into aside from the sweep of the A's. Stay there. You're listening to Payne and Pendergast.
Oh, speaking of traffic incidents, maybe you've been in an accident and it wasn't your fault.
KILT WFM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
It is time for the 8 at 8, the Ocho. Here we go.
So the Astros win it 8-1. They have swept the 4-game series. They are now within 6 games of 500, and they are only 5 games back of Seattle in the American League West with that 4-game sweep.
All right, so there you go. Todd Callis on the call. That was the final out of the game. The Astros, they beat the A's 8-1 last night. First 4-game winning streak at home since August of 2023. First 4-game sweep since May 5th through the 8th of 2022. So the Astros doing some things last night they haven't done in a while. Christian Javier, 6 scoreless innings. Joey Loperfido, his first career home run. Here's what that sounded like.
Loperfido, deep to right field, all the way back and gone. The first of his big league career. And the Astros with a half-dozen lead at 6-0.
For Joey Superfido. How you doing?
Okay, so that was the call. Callis and Blum again. I would sit here and go, well, you know, it's the A's. They swept them, but now this will be the real test with the Brewers. But this is an A's team that was beating the Astros at home down the stretch last year when the Astros needed to win games to try to win the division. So I'll take any win we can get. I'm not going to poo-poo the A's, sweeping the A's here. In a season where the Astros started 12-24, taking care of business at home against a bad baseball team like the A's is something that I am not going to discount, not just based on this season, but the end of last season as well.
And especially, it looked like, all right, at some point during this game, I realized my attitude towards the Astros had changed. Of course, they just beat this team 3 times in a row, but Estes was getting knocked around pretty hard. It hadn't resulted in a run scored, but they were hitting with runners in scoring position. They just weren't scoring. That inning when it broke wide open, the thing that was most encouraging about Joey Loperfido's home run was that all of his previous 10 hits in Major League Baseball had been on fastballs. This one was on a changeup. So, starting to understand and get a feel for how a pitcher is pitching you, the judgment at the plate, hopefully for a guy that's struck out a boatload of times so far. That's just a little bit more in the maturation of Joey Loperfido. It was not an impressive home run. At the point where I was looking down at I was actually looking at a text from you because you were telling me how you were stuck over at Carbach because of the weather.
Yep.
When I asked Brandy how fast was that, she said 98 miles per hour, and then she had to explain that was the exit velocity, not the pitch. She said, because, if she had said 112 miles per hour, obviously that's the exit velocity.
I'd be like, damn, this pitcher can throw.
It was a home run on a 98 miles per hour exit velocity. This was not a Yiner Diaz special or anything. It wasn't any danger of hitting that orange seat up in the third deck. Yeah.
So the Astros win last night.
Crap. Did I say Yiner Diaz?
I didn't. I know you meant Yordan Alvarez, but I wasn't sure.
That's an error. So that's a second name error I've made today.
When you said the orange seat, I'm like, crap, he meant Yordan.
I caught myself, so I feel like that's progress.
Still said Yiner Diaz. It's progress.
I did say no. It's I'm getting it a check on my. I had 2 name errors so far. Okay. Halfway through the show.
Yeah, you're good. All right, a couple more little Astros nuggets as they get ready to take on Milwaukee this weekend. 2. Brandon Bielak traded to the A's yesterday for cash. If I were traded for cash, my first question I would ask if I were Bielak would be like, "Ooh, how much? How much did they pay for me?" And we don't know. They never disclosed that. But I would hope it'd be at least like in baseball. Like, did they pay 6 figures for me at least? Did they pay $100,000 for the right to have old Brandon Bielak on their team?
Yeah, kind of getting tossed around like a cheap hoe, isn't he?
A little bit.
Like they used the hell out of him when they needed him.
Yeah. They kick him to the curb.
Like 200 pitches in 3 days. That's an exaggeration. But, but good. I hope it works out.
He'll get a better opportunity there. And this is one of those trades where all he had to do was walk to the other clubhouse. He didn't have to get on a plane or anything. Like when Christian Vasquez got traded to the Astros. Remember that? He was on the Red Sox.
That's where I feel. I like those trades. I like those trades because it feels like old school baseball where the owners might have been. You feel like the owners or the GMs are sitting together drinking whiskey and just, look at what do you think it'd be like? Look at cut of his chin.
How about this guy for that guy? What do you say, Mackie? Yeah. I like that.
That was back in the day. There used to be a lot of, like, baseball players have said that. A lot of those really weird trades back in the day, it was basically that, yeah, they were drunk. This used to be something fun that rich dudes would do just as a distraction. Is they don't own a baseball team.
I was at a doubleheader when I was a kid in 1979 between between the Mets and the Phillies. So when I lived up in the Northeast, and it was a doubleheader, and I forget which way the trade went, but Jose Cardinal was the name of the player. He was an outfielder, and he got traded in between games of the doubleheader from one of those teams to the other. Like I can't remember if he was a Philly in game 1 and a Met in game 2 or vice versa.
Yeah.
But he got traded in between games of a doubleheader. That is sitting there drinking whiskey right there, like, nah. I like that guy, and I want him right now for this game that's about to take place. What do you say, old Mackie?
I gotta go look at the Curly Culp trade again because it was one of those things where I don't think Curly Culp was as good with the Chiefs as he was with the Oilers, but as I recall, it was not the compensation you would have expected for a Hall of Fame player.
Yeah.
3.
I'm basically doing that just to appease Mad Dog Russo. I want him to know that I know who Curly Culp is.
Lenny Dawson and Curly Culp.
Yeah.
Jose Abreu update, Seth. He's taking live batting practice at West Palm Beach. Has not participated in a game. What are we doing? Live batting practice? The guy's a $20 million place taking. This is the stuff that you say about someone who's injured. You know what I mean? Like, oh, Jose Abreu is taking live batting practice. Good for him. That's the update right now. This feels like such a waste of everybody's time, this Jose Abreu thing.
Yeah,
like,
I know.
It's been 2 weeks now. He's taking live batting practice.
But it's like even I have to work too hard to figure out because I'm hearing Dana Brown about like how he's like Dana Brown is saying that he's been taking like 6 or 7 at bats a day, but then you find out that yesterday this was his first batting practice session. Like I don't like what.
What are we doing?
I don't understand what.
This is such a waste.
Don't make me work so hard to try to figure out what you guys are telling me.
Oh my God, such a waste of everybody's time.
It's like you're training your grandpa for the Olympics.
Yes, that's what it feels like.
Not the senior Olympics, the actual Olympics.
That's what it feels like. All right, this is the big story right now. Masters champion Scottie Scheffler was arrested by Louisville police this morning on his way to the second round of the PGA Championship. Stunning images showing him handcuffed as he was led to a police car. ESPN reported he failed to follow police orders during a pedestrian fatality investigation. He was booked at the Louisville Metro Department of Corrections on the following charges, Seth. Second-degree assault of a police officer.
Oh, wow.
Third degree, that must be the police officer hanging onto his car and him not stopping, I'm guessing. Because it doesn't sound like he physically hit a police officer. Third-degree criminal mischief, reckless driving, and disregarding signals from an officer directing traffic. There is a mugshot out right now of Scottie Scheffler, and he's
smiling.
He's got kind of a serial killer look on his face, and he's in an orange jumpsuit. Unless it's the worst golf shirt ever. This is an orange jumpsuit that he is. You can Google it. It's out there.
It is one of those things that's happened. It depends on which police department it is or whatever. Like back in the day where a lot of stuff was swept under the rug with athletes when they got arrested. Nowadays, now it's, I think, of the opposite in a lot of places where they are going to be the letter of the law because they don't want to be accused of giving unfair consideration to somebody like Scottie Scheffler.
Yeah.
So, Wow. So for those of you who didn't hear, according to Jeff Darlington, right? According to Jeff Darlington, who he's a football reporter. He might have been there just watching as a spectator.
He did a hit on ESPN about this morning, and he's in a coat. He's in a coat and tie.
Oh, okay. So he was there covering.
He's working.
It.
Yeah. It would appear.
He should have smiled for the mugshot. I'm looking at it right now. Dude. Okay. So for those of you who didn't hear. There was a pedestrian got killed by a bus. There was a traffic backup. Scottie Scheffler tried to drive on the median. So I don't know if it makes a difference whether it was like a raised median or not. Like if it's a raised median, then you know for sure you're doing the wrong thing.
Oh, like he goes up onto the curb?
Yeah, but tried to drive past the police. The police tried to stop him. He ignored them. And then also just, according to Darlington, when the cop asked him to roll down the window, it took a good 20 seconds
20 to 30 seconds for him to roll down the window.
To roll down the window. Like, it's, from so far the results that I've heard, yeah, he deserved to get arrested.
Traffic was backed up for about a mile in both directions on the only road that leads into Valhalla Golf Club, with dozens of police cars flashing red and blue lights near the entrance. So he's thinking, I'm guessing he's thinking, man, I got to get in there. I'm going to miss my tee time here with this whole. But even
this is where I would like excuse it. If he thought like, all right, this is urgent, I got to get there. These people are all lined up, most of them to come watch me.
Yeah.
And or to watch this event. It's one thing to pull up onto the median. But I can understand there where you're like, okay, by any means possible, I'm getting in there.
Yeah.
But stop and talk to the cops and see if they'll help you out.
Finesse it.
There's a very good chance, given the nature of the situation and where they were, that they probably would have done him a solid. But he just decided to Debo his way through. Yeah, go to jail. Go to jail.
Now he is, according to this story I'm looking at right now, according to a tweet from Stephen Albritton. Of ESPN. ESPN reporting Scotty Scheffler has been released. He's on his way back to the course and should be there around 9 a.m. So he should be back there by now because I think 9 a.m. they mean Eastern time. Louisville's on Eastern time. Right now, and he lists the charges. He said right now he's being charged with all the things that you and I just said he's being charged with. So it looks like he might make his round today, I guess, if he's back there already.
Okay. Better chance. What's more likely? He plays a adrenaline-fueled round of his career, or he falls apart? What's more likely?
The former. I think he plays well today.
Yeah, I think it's one of those things that just kind of gives you that jolt of like it puts you into that hyper-focus mode.
He's a killer anyways. You know what I mean? Like, and this is just one other thing that distracts him.
They got him for that?
No, he's not a literal killer. No.
Oh, okay.
No, not yet at least.
I thought maybe it came up in the I was surprised they were going to release
priors.
him.
Yeah.
5.
All right, let's get to the rest of these. Hey, good news. Good Texans news. Dylan Horton rang the bell yesterday. Dylan Horton, who had stage 4 lymphoma, and he had to leave the team in December of last year. At the time, it was not disclosed what exactly the conditions were under which he was leaving. But as we learned after the season was over, he was diagnosed with stage 4 Hodgkin's lymphoma. And he's now in remission. He's cancer-free. He's done with his chemotherapy. And he put up on Instagram yesterday, Seth, on his story, he rang the bell over at what I'm assuming is MD Anderson. So so Dylan Horton, I don't know what this means for him playing this year, but this is fantastic news.
It's, I'll tell you what, for people that get lymphoma, including stage 4 lymphoma, as younger people, the outcomes are like it's still very dicey. Like the 5-year survival rate is way better than a lot of other forms of cancer.
Yeah.
But it's not like it's still dicey. So it's a harrowing situation. I think sometimes you hear about the really positive outcomes and think like, oh, it's no big deal these days because of medical science. But it's a big deal. And he had some promising moments in that rookie season where he was playing through probably the early stages of that disease. I hope for his general health. Obviously, that's the most important thing. But he's got some promise as a football player.
Yeah,
he's a big dude. I think he's DeMeco Ryans type of dude. Like he is a big lead pipe swinging type of defensive lineman that if he can come back, I'm excited about watching him play.
Yep, same.
6.
Caitlin Clark, her debut in the WNBA, pulled a little over 2 million viewers, 2.14 million viewers. For a little perspective, that's the most the league has had by far since a Los Angeles Sparks versus Houston Comets game back on Memorial Day of 2001. So we're talking,
wow,
we're talking when the Comets existed. We're talking over 20 years ago. 2 million. This is what I'll be anxious to see, Seth, because Caitlin Clark struggled in her debut. She scored 20 points, but she had 10 turnovers in that game. It's going to be a bumpy entrance for her into the league. It's just she's a fantastic college player, probably will be a great WNBA player. I wonder if she's not great, if she's just blending into the tapestry of the WNBA. I mean, I don't think they're hitting 2 million a night when she's on TV. This is the curiosity factor of her debut factoring quite a bit into it, I would think.
I'll tell you what. You know what I'm excited for is I don't know when they face Phoenix. Diana Taurasi has not been like one of the players that's like, oh yeah, she's welcome in, we love you. And people have taken Diana Taurasi to task for that. No, that's exactly what you want. That's exactly what you want. That's awesome.
Yes.
Old school grunt. Now she's at the end of the later stages of her career.
Oh yeah.
But that's good. Don't act like it needs to be all peace, love, and happiness. The best thing that can happen is to have rivalries and people at old school don't like each other as opponents and everything else like that.
People underrate old versus young. People underrate that. I've said all along, that's if the NBA wants to sauce up their All-Star game, then divide them up by age. Have all the old guys on one team and have all the young guys on the other team, and that'll spice up the game, I promise you. That's why J.J. Watt's softball game was fun, because it was the legends against the current guys, and the legends are talking all kinds of mess because they're destroying them. The age is a big differentiating factor in stuff like this.
7.
Xavier Worthy, former UT wide receiver, now Kansas City Chiefs first-round pick. He had his welcome to the NFL moment, I guess, this week. He had his car stolen from his Kansas City apartment.
He went to one of those. What did CJ call those cities that he didn't want to go to?
I forget. When he called Indianapolis like a sorry town or something like that.
Yeah, one of those sorry cities.
Yeah,
Indianapolis.
Yeah. KC, man, he got his car swiped from his apartment.
Yeah, nobody's ever. No Houston athlete has ever.
No, that doesn't happen.
David
here.
Quesenberry, ironically enough, since we were talking about cancer, David Quesenberry had his truck stolen from the hotel parking lot.
He did, yeah.
They recovered it, and I think he drove a big pickup. They had been using it as a mule. It had been somebody had taken a mule, was using his truck down at the border. Yeah.
Oh, no way.
Yeah.
Did he keep it? Did he keep it after that, or did he? I
don't know. Yeah, I don't know when they how much it had been used. Or anything. That would feel weird. That would feel really, really weird.
I'd have to get rid of it.
Given that who knows what might have happened. But it's not. It's a harrowing situation for some of those people trying to smuggle themselves in cars.
Yep.
Yeah.
8. Seth, news from the world of entertainment. It's been 47 days since Jennifer Lopez and Ben Affleck have been photographed together. They're married, They ended up getting married.
Yeah, that was driven into my head eventually, after they'd been married for quite some time.
Yeah,
I didn't realize it was a thing again.
It was a thing again. They got married and they eloped to Vegas, and then they had a ceremony with a bunch of friends. The relationship may be on the rocks, and my hypothesis is that Jennifer Lopez saw Ben Affleck's set at the Tom Brady roast, and that was the last straw where she's like, "You're not even funny."
He was widely criticized as the very worst of the roasters. Maybe the only bad roaster. Yeah.
Yes, he was the only bad roaster. He was the only bad. He was awful. God, he was terrible.
That's a shame, because he had some good moments during the Super Bowl with those Dunkin' commercials.
Oh,
remember?
yeah, those were funny.
He was making fun of himself.
Yeah.
Even some of the B footage that came out after that.
Yeah.
He was really making fun of himself a lot and everything. Yeah. But he's had a rough go of it, man. Being the lesser of the Matt Damon, Ben Affleck, too. Everything seemed to have gone well for Matt Damon. But Ben Affleck's just falling apart.
Ben Affleck did get to sleep with Jennifer Lopez a few times, so that's pretty.
Did anybody pick on him at the roast?
Ben Affleck? No, because he was hardly there. He wasn't one of the. I think he was listed as one of the roasters, but he wasn't sitting out there with everybody. They brought him in. Him and Peyton and Belichick. Belichick stayed, but Peyton and Ben Affleck both went at the very end. And they weren't sitting out there with all the other roasters. They were introduced, did their set, and then went backstage.
Soft.
Little soft.
That's a soft move.
You too, Peyton.
A soft move. I'm going to dish it out, but I'm not going to be here for you to dish it back.
Yeah.
Right.
I forgot that Peyton did that now that we're talking this through. But, yeah, he did that too. Little soft.
Of those two, the dish it out but can't take it, I would definitely lean towards Peyton being worse even than Ben Affleck.
Oh, yeah? You think? Think he's more sensitive than Ben Affleck?
He's so Peyton is such a hyper control freak.
Yeah.
I feel like Eli would love it. Eli would love it. He'd sit there for 3 hours and just get destroyed, and he'd think it was the best thing ever. I don't think Peyton would love it all that much.
You should have, the time you did that charity event and you interviewed both of them, just turned it into a roast just to see if your hypothesis was correct.
Did Eli? You know what? I brought something up that they didn't expect me to bring up during that interview, where I kind of asked Eli about when he got demoted. I was giving him a compliment, how well he handled it and everything.
Yeah.
Eli Was he joking, or do you think he was serious when he it looked like he got a little peeved that I asked that question?
I think he was peeved. Yeah, I think he was peeved. It was framed as I think because you did use. I think you may have used the word demotion.
Yeah.
Certainly, that was the connotation of what you said. Yeah, I remember that moment. I'm like, I think that tweaked Eli a little bit.
Thanks for bringing up like one of the worst moments of my life.
I think he was a little serious. Yeah.
Sean, Old Seth would have gone in hard after that.
I know.
I would have blown that event up. I would have blown that freaking event up. And I just kept motoring through. I was like,
Good job, Seth. Good job, new Seth. All right. All right. Payne and Pendergast with you. Hey, we'll see if old Seth comes back for this because the Texans got a grade for their offseason moves, and I think that new Seth might get a little offended by this grade that they got, the Texans. We will get to this coming up next. But first, Leaf Filter. I'll tell you what, boy.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast with you on a Friday. Hope everybody stayed safe out there yesterday. Last night, man, it was crazy here last night. John Lopez just walked in. He had some he by and large survived it pretty good, but a lot of branches off of his trees over there at his new house.
Oh yeah. Oh, by the way, we kind of earlier we were just talking about Dylan Horton has been cleared from his cancer treatment. We've got Bob Biggerstaff, the Houston comedian who just recently beat colon cancer. He's doing a benefit. He's going to be in studio with us at 9:23.
Yes.
Awesome. Bob Biggerstaff he once did a set for us when the Texans, like as a favor to the players, just did on a random Monday or Tuesday night during the season. They had Bob Biggerstaff perform for us at the Improv, which is kind of a weird. It was a weird situation because there's like 20 dudes and their wives or girlfriends sitting in that comedy club, like almost feeling kind of empty, Yeah. And Bob Biggerstaff up on stage. I felt for him. It felt like really difficult as a comedian. Probably harder than being colon cancer, frankly. That's the first question I've gotten written down for him.
For Bob,
what was more difficult, playing for the 2003 Texans in an empty comedy club or beating colon cancer?
That's pretty cool. They got him up there to do that. Has he been part of the roasts here too at any point?
I want to say it was for the Rich Lord roast.
Okay.
It was either Rich Lord or Chris Myers. He was the MC for it.
Okay. I was here for the Chris Myers one, working for the station. I was not for the Rich Lord one.
Yeah, it may have been the Rich Lord one. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I don't recall. I don't recall. Doesn't mean it could mean I just don't remember him doing it for the Chris Myers roast. But I'll be curious. I'm sure he's seen the Brady roast. That's been such a big topic the last couple of weeks.
Good call. Yeah.
I'm curious to get his thoughts on that. And Tom Brady and his feeling. He feels bad for his kids. Like, hey man, did Brady know what he was getting into? We'll talk about that. Bob Biggerstaff in studio with us in a little under an hour. He's got a big benefit going on. So Pro Football Focus has graded the offseason for the 32 teams in the National Football League. The grading was done by Trevor Sikema. He's good. I like him. From Pro Football Focus. Seth, before I read the grade here, what would you give as a grade to the Houston Texans for their offseason?
On my scale?
On your scale.
On
your
my
report,
scale.
Professor Payne,
I would give them a B+.
Okay.
On my scale.
Your scale.
Which is a tougher scale than this Trevor Sikema because he only some of the lowest grades he gave was like a C or a C+.
Okay.
Mostly because I do feel like their trade out of the first round, even though it helped yield Stephon Diggs and all of that, I think they got caught. I think they got caught a little bit in shocked and surprised by their inability to move back up. They were trying to move back up both on day one and day two, and they were not able to. So I think that's the one part that brings it down for me. I don't like not having a first-round draft pick. If they didn't have a first-round draft pick, but it was, I don't know. It just, the fact that they were trying to move back up and they couldn't tells me, okay, their strategy didn't quite work out the way they expected.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I always think anytime, whether it's the GM or one of us, in this business, and we just talk about moving back into the first round, like it's something that's so easily done. Like, well, then you just move back into the first round. Like, you realize you got to get somebody to agree to do this with you, right? Like, this is not it's not like you're handpicking a timeshare or something like that,
I still, though, it's somewhere between an A-. I might give him like a 90, like a 90 on the scale of 100 because all of those other moves, including getting Stephon Diggs and Danielle Hunter, I look at if we're grading the offseason, not the draft in total, you look at the Texans team and you say, oh, okay, well, this on paper is a much better team than that playoff team last year.
Yeah.
So, A-, B+ somewhere
okay,
there.
See, like I may be even easier than the two of you. I would give them an A, only because like I feel like, and I fall into the same line of thinking you do in looking at what they haven't done necessarily. Like, well, okay, well they may have overplayed their hand at interior defensive line. They still could really use another cornerback. And then I take a step back and go, this team went and got Danielle Hunter, Stephon Diggs, and Joe Mixon this offseason. Like, those are three star players. You can't fix everything, The
other thing, too, is the Alshire signing, I think, is a way more impactful.
Yes.
I don't think people that are casual observers of the Texans don't understand just that the linebacker position was an issue last year.
Yeah.
And it was really one of the things that kept the DeMeco Ryans defense from being as good as it could have been. So the other thing, too, that irks me about this B-plus grade, so he gave the Texans a B-plus.
B-plus, yep.
One thing that irks me is that in the write-up, you can't cover everything, but he didn't even mention Stephon Diggs in the write-up. So,
wow.
I'm looking
this.
for it. I had to triple check it, and he doesn't mention Stephon Diggs in the write-up.
I feel like
he might have hurried through this. But the other thing is
he posted it on May 15th. We should point that out. Yeah.
Yeah. And I think he gave the Steelers got the exact same grade as the Texans, and this is why it bothers me. Is that I think the Steelers may have had the best draft, so I give them a whole lot of credit for that. It annoys me that the Steelers continue to get so much love, like they pulled off the coup of the century in signing 2 quarterbacks that nobody really wanted all that much.
Yeah.
The fact that all of a sudden Russell Wilson and Justin Fields are like, oh, I can't believe they did it. Yeah, they did it for just about nothing because there was no competition for those guys. That's bothering me and that's annoying me, Sean.
Yeah.
I feel like on my scale, he actually gave – if this was an actual curve where people actually got C's and D's, I think he might have given out 2 C's in this entire grading repertoire.
Yeah.
I feel like the Texans, like on my grading scale, it's like he gave the Texans a C on this.
Yeah.
Like they just had it you did the bare minimum to whatever.
Amy and I were talking in the car yesterday about what game we're going to go to in Week 14 because you and I talked about that yesterday. It was between the Browns and the Steelers in Pittsburgh, the Rams hosting the Bills in L.A., and then Miami hosting, I think, the Jets. So Miami, L.A., or Pittsburgh. I think we're going to go to Pittsburgh. And Amy goes, so who's playing quarterback for the Steelers these days? And I'm like, we don't know.
Right.
We don't know. And in Week 14, now I think Russell Wilson will be the Week 1 starter. I think he'd have to have a really bad training camp for them to not start Russell Wilson in Week 1, in part because I think they've told him he's going to be the starter for this team.
Yeah.
And I think Fields is going in knowing he's starting out as the backup. But by Week 14, when that game is against Cleveland, all bets are off. And I don't know if you saw, we may hit this in the next segment, actually, but Pittsburgh is one of 2 teams who doesn't start playing divisional games till Week 11. The first 10 weeks of the season, they don't play a single divisional foe. In their last 8 games, they play all 6 of their division games.
They go through a gauntlet of the AFC North.
And that's a hard division, right?
Yeah.
They're
right.
the worst
Depending
team
on
in that
what
division.
Deshaun Watson does.
Yes.
But, yeah, on paper – and assuming, Deshaun Watson's getting to the point almost like the running back that the Texans signed off from the Cardinals with the trade for
David Johnson.
Thank you.
Johnson.
He's almost getting to that level where, David Johnson was good 5 years ago.
Right.
That's kind of Deshaun Watson now. He was good 4 years ago, but we'll see.
The end of the 2020 season is the last time that Deshaun Watson was within a stint of consistently good football that he had played. And by the way, that was on a 4-12 team. So it was consistently good football he'd played, but it wasn't winning football. He wasn't winning games.
In which he was taking full credit for awesome performances after games that he lost.
Right.
And didn't actually score that many points.
I was going to say, for an offense,
but he had a lot
it was
of passing yardage and what have you.
Led the league. Yeah. 15th in scoring or whatever it was.
It was legendary.
Yep. All right, update. Scotty Scheffler arrives at Valhalla Golf Club. So he has gone from golf outfit to orange jumpsuit, back to golf outfit within the last 2 hours this morning, Scotty Scheffler.
That's a day. He's accomplished more before 9 a.m. What's Louisville? Is that Eastern time zone?
It's Eastern, so okay. 10 a.m.
He's accomplished more before 10 a.m. than most of us accomplish all day. He's basically a Marine is what I'm saying.
He is, yeah. That's what it was. Yep. For those who missed it, Scotty Scheffler arrested, processed, and released this morning after getting into a traffic incident where he was trying to circumvent a fatality accident that had traffic backed up outside the golf club.
One more details emerged from that. And again, you know how some of these details are certainly never 100% correct, but so the basic story we got from Jeff Darlington was that he'd driven up on the median and then drove past officers who were trying to tell him to stop.
Right.
Apparently they were allowing PGA competitors to do that.
Yeah.
But I think that's with Scotty Scheffler, for whatever reason, decided that because somebody had called him and told him to do it, maybe. I don't know. He just didn't even have to talk to the cops about it. Dude, all you have to do is roll down your window, talk to the police officer.
Yep.
My God.
Yeah. So that's So that's the story. But he was booked, processed, charged with a couple of different charges: a second-degree assault of a police officer, third degree criminal mischief, something like they 3 or 4 things they charged him for: disregarding an officer at a traffic stop, and was in the clink long enough to get a mugshot out there with his orange jumper on. But he's back at Valhalla. Looks like he's going to play his round. I got to go look and see what the total is for his score today. I would play the under on Scotty Scheffler. I think this is gonna focus him.
Put him into hyper-focus mode.
Yes,
yeah,
I think so.
Yeah, he's just gonna. These guys are so good at taking adversity and funneling it into something positive. I suppose.
He's that
he'll be
dude.
a cult hero, I guess. I always wish I had a mugshot. I wish I had a mugshot out there. Yeah, it's kind of baller,
A little bit.
You can put it on your social media profile and everything. Gives you a certain amount of street cred.
That's true.
That I lack at this point.
That's true. That's hard, man.
I thought by the age of 49 I'd have some street cred, but it's actually the opposite.
You got plenty of time. You're good.
These days.
Yeah.
These days. There's lots of,
plenty of time. All right.
How can I inappropriate some funds somehow?
There you go. Payne and Pendergast with you. All right, so we know the Texans' schedule pretty tough. By any metric, pretty tough. Not just the opponents, not just the quarterbacks, but the way the NFL has laid it out. Schedules deemed harder than the Texans. Would you rather have the Texans' schedule or what these particular teams are being asked to do by the NFL? Are these teams getting screwed, basically? We will get to that coming up next. But I want to tell you about West Point Lincoln. Chris Pula.
Fees apply. Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, so Scotty Scheffler is hitting a bucket of balls right now at Valhalla Golf Club. Looks like he's going to get his round in, Seth. After being arrested and charged earlier this morning with a whole bunch of stuff from a traffic incident.
Have you seen, has the line moved up or down for him?
No, I got to look.
You and I both think that he's probably going to end up being hyper-focused and end up having kind of like an adrenaline-fueled incredible round.
Yes.
But there's also the chance that he just falls apart completely. Who knows what happened to him on the inside, you know?
That's true.
Who knows how he's been traumatized in those 45 minutes that he was in jail.
Jail has an impact on a man. Yeah.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
He might not be the same Scotty Scheffler.
He was there for 18 minutes or whatever it was. Yeah.
I'll tell you what. You show up at county, your name ain't Scotty Scheffler no more. Nope, I'm Scott. I'm just Scott.
Yes.
No Scotty here. I'm not a Scotty. I'm a Scott. Yeah.
Scotty is a little bit softer than just Scott. Yeah, that's true. That's true. No offense to you Scotties out there, okay?
No, that would be my advice. You go to county, just be sure and just don't introduce yourself as Scotty.
Yeah.
All right?
Yeah. So if Sammy, my son, ever goes to county, he's Sam?
Yeah.
Or is he still Sammy? I mean,
maybe give himself a slick nickname like Sammy the... I don't know, Sammy the... I was about to say Sammy the Bull, but that was an actual mafioso.
Like some sharp weapon, like Sammy the Knife or something like that.
Yeah, Sammy the Knife.
Sammy the Knife.
Sammy.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
Sammy. Yeah, Sammy the Knife.
Sammy the Knife. Right. Oh, sorry. I only heard Sammy. I didn't hear the knife part. Whoa, jeez.
You see, being good with a knife probably doesn't do a damn thing anymore. Like, it used to be like, okay, you might get in an altercation and being good with a knife might do something for you. These days, you're like, all right, great.
I don't know. I feel like
scary knife.
Yeah, maybe.
Excuse me while I pull out my modified weapon. Yeah.
It ain't society though. Like in jail, a knife is a big differentiator.
Oh, that's true.
I would say,
Sammy the Shiv.
Yeah, Sammy the Shiv. All right, Sammy, if you're listening, and I know you are, Sammy the Shiv. All right,
that's what I got to start working on is my shiv making skills. That's where I feel like I could set myself apart.
Yeah.
Like if I could make a really good one just to sell.
Yes.
Instead of having to sell other things.
What is the hardest part of the Texans' schedule in your mind? Is it a no-brainer? Is it that Christmas stint right there? Is it the 3 consecutive primetime games? What's the hardest part?
I do. No, the 3. No, it's the Christmas day. It's Christmas where you play the Dolphins, who knows, might be formidable this year. It's not the playoff Dolphins. It's the regular season Dolphins.
Yep.
So it's the Dolphins, but then you go straight into the Chiefs on a short week, and then the Ravens on a short week. That's the hardest to me. And I know people keep pointing out, and justifiably so, that the Texans have a bye week before that onslaught.
Yeah.
That's like saying, like, hey, here's a colostomy bag, but don't worry, it's bedazzled. Like, all right, I still got to wear a colostomy bag. I don't want, a bedazzled colostomy bag.
Okay. I love the analogy just based on the visual of a bedazzled colostomy bag. You don't think there's value in the buy? Like if you were to give
there's value in it, but I don't think it offsets the fact that you've got that really rough stretch of challenges right at the end of the season.
Yes, I would agree with that. All right, so you and I are in agreement there. That is it's a brutal stretch. I'm excited for it, but it is a brutal stretch. I'm excited for it. I don't have to play in it. You know what I mean?
Right.
You know, like the players may think of it differently. I can't wait to hear what the players think about this schedule. You know?
Oh, yeah. I mean, look, you're a punk if you whine about it. It's got to be like, yeah, look, this is what we want. This is what we want. Yeah, give me all the hardest teams. Yes, let's do this.
But you know what we'll do, Seth? We'll try to read to see if they're being truthful or not. They're all going to say that, but how, the body language and things like that.
What if, like, D'Amico's up there saying exactly what I just said, but then you look down and he's actually, like, peeing his pants
There's
at
a
that
puddle.
moment.
There's a puddle at the bottom of the podium, like sure, that's a different kind of excitement right there, Coach, I would say.
Yeah.
So these are some of the things that other teams are having to deal with on the schedule. Are these harder things to do than the Texans' 3-game stretch over 11 days late in the season? Pittsburgh and Chicago both have to play all 6 of their division games from Week 11 on. So all 6 division games, plus the Steelers' other 2 games in that stretch are Philadelphia and Kansas City Christmas Day game. The Steelers are having to do that same 3-game thing the Texans are doing.
So I've got no sympathy for the Texans. All right, I mean for the Steelers when it comes to that.
Yeah.
As far as it's funny. My knee-jerk reaction is still to this day like, well, yeah, but it's the NFC North, and you realize like, oh, okay, yeah, it's the NFC North. You got Jordan Love in the Packers. You said the Lions. It's all division.
No. Pittsburgh has to
You
play.
said another team has the same.
And Chicago, but yeah, both and Chicago.
Okay.
Who's in the NFC? I couldn't have thrown Chicago in there. I was more focused on Pittsburgh.
Okay, so as far as Chicago goes, you still got the Lions and the Packers.
Yeah.
Whatever the Vikings end up being, but you do have the Lions and the Packers in that stretch. But the AFC North is still. I think, as C.J. Stroud would tell you, I think that's the toughest division in football right now, depending on what Deshaun Watson does. So, yeah, that's a tough stretch. But I would still take – I still think the fact that the timing of the Texans having that short rest for both – you've got short rest before you face the Chiefs and before you face the Ravens, the two best teams in the AFC last year. I think that's still a harder task.
Yeah. Buffalo is one of 4 teams with 3 straight road games, one of 2 teams facing all 4 conference title teams from last year, and they play 4 of their first 6 games in prime time. And one of them's one of their first 6 games is the Texans, and it's not in prime time. So 4 of the Bills' first 6 games are night games.
Right.
And
I think that's a benefit more so than anything else. Yeah. I think the Bills, the hardest thing for them is that they're probably not going to be as good a football team as they were last year.
Yeah.
So that's the struggle. That doesn't have anything to do specific to the Texans themselves. And the fact that it's a primetime game, that team played 7 primetime games last year. It's not like they're going to, all of a sudden fall apart under the bright lights. Even though that's precisely what they did versus the Broncos under the bright lights last year.
Yes. I'm going to skip here to the Vikings, who play, as we pointed out, they're in the NFC North, which is I think a rising division here. They're the worst team in that division. Early in the season, they play a stretch starting in week 2 where they go San Francisco, Texans, Packers, then over to London before they get a bye in week 6.
Phew. Okay. That's tough. That's tough. They go straight to London with no bye week beforehand or anything?
No, the bye week is after. They chose to have the bye week after the London game.
I think, look, I'm still skeptical of this, and maybe it's a small sample size thing. Teams don't seem to suffer as much as you might expect after that London trip. But I think that going into the London trip and having that potential onslaught of opponents and then having to travel internationally, I think that might be worse than what the Texans are doing over Christmas.
Yeah. That's and the Vikings aren't equipped for these teams. San Francisco and Houston and Green Bay.
Who are they playing in London?
They're playing the Jets in London, but they're leading up to that. They play the Niners, the Texans, and the Packers 3 weeks before that.
Look, the Jets won 7 games last year with a variety of awful quarterbacks, and if Aaron Rodgers is healthy at that point, that's a really tough 4-game stretch.
Yep.
Are you more? Since the Texans, our tough stretches starts with the Dolphins.
Yeah.
Who do you think has a better season, Aaron Rodgers or Tua Tagovailoa?
I'll say I think Tua. I think Tua, and it's less about Tua himself than it is having Mike McDaniel as his coach, as opposed to having Nathaniel Hackett as your OC.
It's weird to also say that I think Tua has a better chance of staying healthy the entire season.
That's weird to say considering how it went for him a couple years ago. Yeah.
I mean, for that, that question can basically be answered by, who gets injured first?
Who's still surviving in week 14 or 15 between those two guys? Last one here. Tough schedules as compared to the Texans. Jacksonville, who I shed no tears for, because of their 2-week trip that they're taking to London, Seth, early in the season, where they're playing back-to-back games against the Bears and the Patriots, I believe. They only play in Duval County, where their home stadium is, 4 times the first 3 months of the season.
Oh, wow.
So they only have 4 true home games in the first 3 months of the season. Isn't that wild?
That's a long time, yeah. Okay, so they get them 1.3 times per month.
Yeah. We like as Texan fans. As a Texan fan, I think that's awesome. They can play 0 there for all I care.
I remember there used to be like a combination of the Florida-Georgia game and the county fair used to keep the Jaguars from playing at home for like a 5-week stretch.
Oh, really?
Or 4 or 5-week stretch. At some point in the fall. I don't think it happens that way anymore, but it's not like they're unaccustomed to it. I guess that sets them up for a nice, long stretch when the going gets tough in the second half of the season, if they can make it through that first part. But yeah, I don't know. As much as it's a disadvantage in the NFL to play on the road, that doesn't do it for me in terms of it being genuinely daunting.
Gotcha. All right, heading into the 9 o'clock hour, Payne and Pendergast. Seth mentioned before Bob Biggerstaff, local comedian, awesome comedian, going to join us here in studio around 9:20. He's got a benefit.
He's waiting out at the lobby, by the way.
Oh,
Sean,
is he?
If
He's
you
here?
want to go get him in,
Okay.
when I talk to the folks about Bayway Chevrolet.
Gotcha. All right, cool. And we're going to talk about do we want to talk to Bob here coming up next now that he's here? Why don't we do that?
No, you can sit and enjoy Ben's company.
Okay, we'll either talk to Bob Biggerstaff or we're going to try to figure out if this Astro thing is for real, this 4-game sweep. We will do that coming up next.
Hey, Bayway Chevrolet. I promised it, and now I'm giving it to
FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
So the Astros win it 8-1. They have swept the 4-game series. They are now within 6 games of 500, and they are only 5 games back of Seattle in the American League West with that 4-game sweep.
Sorry about that, Todd Callis. I didn't mean to step on your call of the final out of the Astros' first 4-game sweep since May of 2022. Didn't mean to do it.
Since May of 2022.
Yep.
Man. That's it is a good reminder that last year, even though the Astros made it to the ALCS, as they tend to do every single year.
Yep.
The second half of 2023 wasn't the best version of the Astros.
No.
So it's been a while since we've seen classic 2019 style Astros.
I will also submit this to the person that unearthed that stat: first 4-game sweep since May of 2022 for the Astros. 2 things. 1, you don't play that many 4-game series in a season. Most of the series are 3 games. So there's that. Number 2, you are talking about just the regular season, because last I checked, they did, if I'm not mistaken, sweep the Yankees in 4 games in 2022 in the postseason. So.
Well, I mean, that's when during the regular season, you got to face a bunch of legitimate opponents.
Yeah.
Right. Yankees, it's kind of it's playoff Yankees is a whole different deal. I take more pride in sweeping the A's in the regular season than I do in sweeping the Yankees in the postseason.
Okay, this is what I need to check right now. I got to pull up this. I have been hesitant to look at the standings while the Astros have been hovering around the bottom of those standings.
Yeah.
The Yankees are 30-15 this year. The Astros are now 19-25. So the Astros are 10.5 games back of the Yankees. How many games within the Yankees do we need to get to where we can start acting kind of cocky again about dominating them in the postseason?
At some point,
10.5 is not the number, I feel.
I mean, it doesn't. Yeah, this season's results don't help us in that regard.
There's
I feel like we got to be a little. They've got to be even a little bit more emphatically better. But over a stretch, I guess I'd have to go back to 2022 and look at which point the Yankees went from being the best team in history of baseball to just another baseball team.
Yep.
And see exactly how that all pivoted.
Yeah.
It was actually when the Astros really started firing it up. Was it July?
Mm-hmm.
When basically the teams swapped fortunes.
Yes. Yep.
Astros started looking a lot more like themselves, and the Yankees started to plummet off a cliff.
I remember it was literally series they had against the Yankees in late June and early July. That was the flip right there. It wasn't just the Astros beating these teams over here and the Yankees losing to these teams over here. The Astros went 5-2 against the Yankees, and the 2 wins were walk-off wins for the Yankees. The Yankees never led.
That's right. They never led. They didn't lead at any point during the game until the final. And it was Aaron Judge, right? Yep, that's right. Yep.
So that was 2 years ago. So how real is this feeling for you right now, Seth? 4-game sweep of the A's. They've won 7 out of 8, including 1 win over the Yankees in that stretch. But they took 2 out of 3, or they beat the Yankees. They took 2 out of 3 over whoever they played last weekend. I don't recall, but they swept the A's here. How real is this feeling for you right now? Are they turned around? You know what I mean? These
as
Astros.
Real as my burgeoning man boobs.
I
think that it's. I'm 75% there.
Okay.
I'm 75% there. Look, there was a lot of things. Now, Bregman is a big part of it.
Yeah.
I do believe that a combination of hitting the knob through the ball and wearing a bandana has actually brought Bregman back to.
I'll take it.
I would say old Bregman, but Bregman, this is Bregman. Bregman goes through long stretches or slumps, and then he comes back and he plays at an MVP rate. So I guess Bregman, as he ever was, has shown that, he's capable of being that guy again. I feel like this is real with Alex Bregman. It would be easy to just discount it as being, it's the A's, but it's extended on before the A's series. So I feel pretty good about it. Joey Loperfido is going to be a big question. I mean, he's hitting above 300 right now, but he's striking out a boatload. I think that's going to continue to get better. I think Espada is starting to actually understand that Mauricio Dubon is an actual baseball player.
Yeah.
So there's that.
Yep.
Jake Myers Jake Myers has been doing some good things. So a lot of the guys that are question marks, I feel good and solid about. The huge, big question that will remain is just exactly what is this pitching staff?
Yeah.
That's the part that's holding me back. Offensively, I think they're going to be just fine. And a lot of those expected stats from early in the season are starting to come back around. It's the pitching staff, and it will remain that way.
Jordan backslid again. After that little flurry that he had, where I declared the Jordan storm is coming, he had
some rough at bats last night.
It's not just last night. It's been at other times in this series. He's not looked competitive. He's striking out on three pitches.
Chasing.
Yeah,
he's chasing. Yeah, it's for whatever reason he's just not seeing the ball as well as he usually does. And I have long-term faith in him, but now as you get closer and closer to the midpoint of the season, you just as long as everybody else is picking it up. And as long as, honestly, right, okay, they swept the A's, and it's the A's. That's what you need to do. You go 500 against the really good teams and then destroy the bad teams.
Yes.
Or the teams that are supposed to be worse than you.
Yep.
And then, I'll take that. And then at some point when it clicks for Jordan, I'll feel good about it. You know what? I revise it. 80%. I'm 80% confident.
You're from 75 to 80. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Vegas has them at 84.5 wins as of a couple days ago. They were 92.5 to start the season, 84.5. I'm starting to feel a little more confident. I don't know they're going to get to 92.5, but if the pitching, if health, obviously you need health, but like these latest starts from Verlander and Fromber and Christian Javier, I'm a little concerned about what Ronel Blanco is going to be when he comes back. Like, what effect does this have on him? Because I don't know if this is an actual reason why he'd been pitching so well. I don't know. I know spin rate and all that other stuff, but sometimes there's a mental thing. It's not about spin rate; it's about mental stuff.
But what do you mean though?
Well, maybe it's maybe like the sticky stuff. He sweats a lot. The sticky stuff, he'd been using it more to help him with his grip. It wasn't affecting the spin rate, but it becomes a psychological crutch. Like he knew he had the sticky stuff in there.
Right. If his story is true, and the one thing that makes me perhaps a little bit skeptical or wonder is the fact that the crew chief Diaz said that he had never felt anything as sticky as what he was feeling. What I hope is the truth. I hope the truth is that basically Blanco sweats so much. And that I believe him that he didn't know that he wasn't supposed to put it on his left hand, because the way the rule's written, it's a little confusing too. Because there's one part of the rule book that says you can use it on your hands with and then there's another part of the rule where it says you can't use it on your non-throwing hand. What I hope is that he sweats a boatload more than most people, but he's been checked multiple times in every single game, as he's been a guy who sweats a lot. But then maybe somehow when the rosin did drip down into his glove, a combination of whatever oil he uses on his glove and the leather and everything else that did create some substance. But also, if you go back and you watch that game, it's not like he was going to his glove or anything and dipping it inside or anything like that. I just don't. I wish they would put out some more details on some of this after the investigations. I would love to find out if it was just, you know what? Yeah, we ran it through the lab and it came back. It was just genuinely sweat and rosin.
Yeah.
Because if for him to, since his spin rate and everything else was the same, he would have had to have been getting away with this for multiple years.
Yeah.
So I don't see how. It just feels like a weird circumstance where in those 2 evenings, all the pitchers were sweating. They were sweating. The guys from the A's were sweating like crazy. And then you take Blanco, who sweats more than the average person. He said he usually goes through 3 jerseys in a game. And then you put him in those conditions. Yeah, it might have created a substance that's just different than what the umps usually feel.
I hadn't heard that 3 jerseys thing. 3 jerseys?
3 jerseys, Sean. He's a 3 jersey man.
He's like Michael Dieter from the Texans, the center that CJ was complaining about how sweaty he got during games.
I used to play with a guy, John Wade, a center. Ended up doing his most notable work with the Bucks because they were really good when he was there. But he was that was a noted problem with John Wade, was how sweaty he was.
Sweaty, yeah.
Yeah. Like it is that he had to wear an extra piece of cloth underneath his
down there
pads and swap that out.
Yeah.
He had an ass rag to keep the quarterback's hands from getting
I'm
too
sure
wet.
his quarterbacks were very thankful for that. So Scotty Scheffler has made a statement. God, I hope we can read it here.
I got to tell you what.
Yeah.
This is a good statement. It's a good statement. I've analyzed this, and by the way, I still lean towards. I think Scotty Scheffler was probably in the wrong here.
Yeah.
Based on what I've seen, but this is a hell of a statement.
Well,
he touched all the right parts of it.
Okay, it's on the TV and now it's gone.
Oh.
So yeah.
Well,
so
search Scotty Scheffler statement.
That's what I'm doing right now. Yeah. So for those who have not heard, Scotty Scheffler was arrested this morning in Louisville trying to get into Valhalla Golf Club, trying to circumvent a traffic accident that had a fatality involved, and the cops tried to stop him. He kept driving. He wouldn't roll down his window when they stopped him. Cops pulled him out, handcuffed him, sent him off to jail. He was processed, charged with a few different things, mugshot. And now he's back at the golf course. He's back at the golf course, and he's been hitting a bucket of balls. Looks like he's going to get his round in today.
The one extra detail that's been added since Jeff Darlington's report is that apparently they were allowing PGA golfers to bypass the traffic incident. So that's what Scotty Scheffler was doing. Now I'll read this in the tone of voice that I think would most get him sympathy.
Okay.
Because I think this is a pretty well-written statement.
Okay.
If he wrote this statement himself, I'm going to be impressed.
Probably if he wrote it while sitting in jail on a pad of paper, that would be the best.
What if he wrote it on the wall?
and then he scratched Scotty was here in the ceiling, like in Shawshank? Yeah, that would be great.
All right. So this is a statement from Scotty Scheffler to Jeff Darlington.
Gotcha.
This morning, I was proceeding as directed by police officers. It was a very chaotic situation, understandably so, considering the tragic accident that had occurred earlier. And there was a big misunderstanding of what I thought I was being asked to do. I never intended to disregard any of the instructions. I'm hopeful to put this to the side and focus on golf today. Of course, all of us involved in the tournament express our deepest sympathies to the family of the man who passed away in the accident this morning. It truly puts everything in perspective.
Okay, good statement. That's the side he should be taking. That's the tact he should be taking right now. I didn't expect him to say, "Yeah, I was a jerk to a cop this morning."
He was like this bum cop.
Yeah.
If he came out and immediately played the victim role, I feel like that might not play that well. He painted a picture where there was a lot of confusion. He was trying to, because you know what this does? I think this puts people into a lot of situations where you've been. Whenever you're in an accident, like when you're behind an accident, it's kind of confusing sometimes. When the cops are directing you through, everything's atypical and you get out of sorts. I can empathize with that, and it puts me into. So I think it was a plea for empathy without outright saying it. It was a well-written statement by him.
It's become a he said, she said now, or he said, he said. The cop is going to say he was being belligerent, and Scotty's saying, no, I was just confused.
The beautiful thing about America these days is that there will be at least 20 different videos of the incident. And
there's already pictures of him getting cuffed and taken away from the scene. So yeah.
Well, but as far as the actual incident and everything, we'll start to be able to piece it all together. I see that PGA, it seems like PGA fans are really leaning on Scotty Scheffler's whole persona and the way he's conducted himself, this statement seems to make sense.
Yeah.
But, of course, the video will tell us the whole story.
We'll see. You know what would be a good touch for Scotty Scheffler? Pay for the funeral of the victim of the accident.
Yeah.
I know it wasn't his fault, but that would be like a nice touch on this whole thing. If I were managing his PR, I said, you know what would be really nice if you said, hey, and because I don't want to, he shouldn't say I was part of the problem or anything like that, because that's an admission of guilt to something. But look, in the spirit of my drawing attention away from what should be thoughts and prayers for this man hit by a bus.
Yeah,
I don't want the family to worry about anything.
I'll take care of that. I'm not above paying a judge either. If that's what you're,
Yeah.
I'm not offering it. I'm just saying I'm not above it.
No. And you couch it as this, like the same that I pay for this person's funeral, this judge is going to die someday. And all I'm doing is paying for his funeral in advance, okay?
You're going to turn it into an outright threat.
Actually, I wasn't, but that says more about you than me, all right?
No, that's a threat. Hey, I'll pay for your funeral. Don't worry. Hey,
I honestly
do a classy like the mob. I'm going to pay for your funeral, take care of your wife, if you know what I mean.
No, I honestly wasn't thinking of it that way, but I'm disappointed in myself that I wasn't thinking of it that way. My ancestors that ran the mob in Kansas City would be very disappointed in me that I wasn't looking at it that way.
Oh, dude, there's this Marine who does, I think he's a Marine veteran who does these videos about life in the Marine Corps. And he's got this video of him. The caption is me looking down on my Marine buddies who told me they'd take care of my wife after I died. It's a sound of a porn overlaid over it. And him just looking with his face like, oh, God.
That's funny. All right, Bob Biggerstaff is in the house. Bob Biggerstaff, of course, comedian, longtime comedian, and he's got a big benefit coming up at the Improv on May the 28th. We'll talk about that. I want to talk about the Brady roast with him as well. As Seth pointed out, Bob and Seth have history at an event that Seth was at a few years ago. I'm sure that'll come up as well.
Yeah, yes. Roasts, and he's emceed at a Sports Radio 610 roast. He performed for the Texans players long ago in a really, really weird situation.
Yep, and he's a really good dude. So he's going to join us here coming up next.
Johnson Fitness and Wellness. They'll take care of you legally. They'll do it all legally. Because look, you're struggling. You want to work out at home, but you're like, I've got this. You got one of those weird Aerodyne type things that you bought a long time ago, but it doesn't work anymore, and you don't enjoy working out on that thing. You want equipment that you really, really enjoy working out on. That's the key. That's what I did about a decade ago. I said, all right, look, I hate going to the gym. I'm going to work out at home, but I got to get the equipment that I enjoy doing, and it's worked out brilliantly for me. I love working out at home. I enjoy it. And it's all because I got the right equipment. Johnson Fitness and Wellness has all the right equipment. They're America's largest specialty fitness retailer, and they also have the best staff. So when you go in, you talk to them about what your goals are, what your budget is, how much space do you have to work with. They help you figure it all out, and you end up with an incredible home gym. It all starts with just simply go to johnsonfitness.com. That's johnsonfitness.com. They've got 17 locations in Houston. Find the one nearest you at johnsonfitness.com.
When the Texans schedule dropped, only one station in town was live and local for instant reaction.
This schedule broke down for the most part like I'd hoped it would until the last 4 games. Fairly well balanced. You mix in a tough team here, tough team there. But that last push, the final month of the season, is going to be an absolute beast.
Don't miss Area 45 with Bijani and Creighton every weeknight from 7 to 11, right here on Houston's Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
Get you a new Silverado at Ron Kraft Chevrolet today. Up to $14,000 off in-stock Silverado LT and RSTs, plus an additional $1,000 trade-in allowance on a 2010 or newer vehicle. Hello, that's up to $15,000 off with interest rates as low as 1.9% financing. It just keeps getting better and better, y'all. Shop the lot at Ron Kraft Chevy in Baytown next to Buc-ee's or online at roncraftchevrolet.com. Together, let's drive to Ron Kraft Chevrolet. It's Chevrolet the Baytown way.
Guns, guns, and more guns at this weekend's new Stafford Gun Show. We're giving away 3 free guns, free parking, and the first 50 veterans get in free at the Stafford Center. Visit AmericanGunShows.com.
For the ones who work hard to ensure their crew can always go the extra mile, and the ones who get in early so everyone can go home on time, there's Grainger, offering professional-grade supplies backed by product experts so you can quickly and easily find what you need. Plus, you can count on access to a committed team ready to go the extra mile for you. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
No payments till fall at Woodlands Harley on any new Harley this week. Annual percentage rates such as 1.99% and no payments until fall on any new Harley at Woodlands Harley now through Saturday.
No payments for 120 days with approved credit.
You know your customers. Ralph likes his coffee black on Fridays, but Mondays he takes a little cream. Jennifer comes in every 3 years when her lease is up to get the newer and better model. And for some reason, pepperoni pizza sells like crazy on Friday nights. Who knew? At Odyssey, we have the expertise to get your media plan done right. With ads like you're hearing right now, to targeted social media campaigns, search engine optimization, and location-based advertising. Advertise with Odyssey and help us grow your business. Visit ads.odyssey.com.
As a roofer, spring means the start of my busy season, which means I've got to get organized with help from Beacon. I can save time with Beacon Pro Plus and 24/7 access to live pricing, delivery tracking, order history, and more. Plus, this spring, I can earn $1,000 and the chance to win a $25,000 backyard renovation just by buying my CertainTeed shingles online with Beacon. No purchase necessary. Now that's what I call a spring cleanup. Visit BECN.com for official rules and to start earning entries.
Every business faces challenges, but complicated, expensive, and uncertain shipping shouldn't be one of them.
With USPS Ground Advantage from the United States Postal Service, you can avoid all the noise.
No more unexpected surcharges, hidden fees, or complex rate structures.
It's just easy, cost-effective, and dependable shipping. Tune your business's frequency to success and turn shipping to your advantage. Learn how at USPS.com/advantage. USPS Ground Advantage. Simple, affordable, reliable.
You give and you give. It's time to get with Straight Talk Wireless. You get a reliable 5G network and unlimited data and a Samsung Galaxy A14 included with the activation of a Silver Unlimited plan. So you can give your janky phone to your kid. Yeah!
Switch to Straight Talk. Find us at Walmart and StraightTalk.com. For network management practices, visit StraightTalk.com. Requires in-store activation. Device offer ends 6/9/24. Taxes and fees apply.
Hey fans, Head Coach Rick Brock here, and I'm proud to announce I'm the General Manager of Steel South Loop Hyundai with the largest selection of new cars in the state of Texas, and we're guaranteed to give you a great deal. And more importantly, it's Memorial Day, and we're going to give you Memorial Day savings all month long. Not only do I have the strongest finance team in the country, we're going to give you no payments till the end of the summer. That's right, no payments till the end of the summer. Visit us 24/7, SteelHyundai.com. SteelHyundai.com. We treat you better.
I lock up my Old Spice Fiji aluminum-free dry spray to keep that 24/7 lasting freshness safe for myself. Fresh coconuts, palm trees in the wind. It's like catching waves in Fiji. Actually, I just talked myself into a refreshing spritz of Fiji. My Old Spice is missing! No!
As a roofer, spring means the start of my busy season, which means I've got to get organized with help from Beacon. I can save time with Beacon Pro Plus and 24/7 access to live pricing, delivery tracking, order history, and more. Plus, this spring, I can earn $1,000 and a chance to win a $25,000 backyard renovation just by buying my CertainTeed shingles online with Beacon. No purchase necessary. Now that's what I call a spring cleanup. Visit BECN.com for official rules and to start earning.
I had one time, but it was just a Skittle.
Yep.
So is the ability to make cancer jokes easier if you've had cancer? Because there was that bit on Seinfeld that one time where they tried to make cancer jokes and the guy had cancer in the audience.
I mean, can you compare it to saying the N-word? I'm a white guy. I'm not gonna say it, but black guys can say it to other black guys.
Yeah.
I mean, I can tell you. I mean, as a comedian, I had to make fun of it.
Yeah.
The weird part was when my wife got breast cancer and she said, "You can make jokes about this in your act." And the first time she said that, I was like, "Are you crazy? I'm not going to make fun of that." But then eventually, I figured out a way to do it and I've never had anybody complain about me making fun of cancer. I mean, I'm talking about real life things.
Yeah.
And every time I talk about it, like I said, someone will always come up to me after a show, no matter where I'm doing it, and either tell me a story about themselves or a family member. So, I just want people to know to get your health is important to you.
Oh yeah, no, it's like that's where you can be. It's always it's awesome that you can entertain people and make people laugh and everything. But then if you're going through cancer, one of the best things one of the best tools you can have is the ability to laugh at certain things. So when somebody's been through it, you're kind of you're a big resource for a lot of people that can at least find some humor in what they're going through or have gone through.
Yeah, I mean, as a comedian, they say laughter is the best medicine, but I'm really glad they gave me chemotherapy too.
Actual medicine.
Yeah,
laughter plus chemo.
That probably helped a lot.
We're going to
more.
start with laughter, and then we're gonna do chemo. As far as the comedy scene, is it starting to pick back up again? As COVID did a number on a lot of things, including the comedy scene.
Well, if you're talking like the comedy scene here in Houston, the comedy scene in Houston, it's been around. Everything goes ebbs and flows.
Yeah,
but the comedy scene in Houston is definitely it's a solid place. You have the Secret Group, you have the Improv, you have a newer place called the Riot, which is at Rudyard's in the Montrose.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, all those places, the Improv, they have national shows and local guys open the shows and stuff, but there's a lot, obviously, national shows at the Secret Group and the Riot also, but, there's plenty of there's plenty of comedians in town.
Yeah.
And, the scene in Houston is I'd say it's thriving, to be honest with you.
We were trying to remember which roast you emceed when we used to do the 610 roast.
I didn't MC it. Your buddy Josh emceed it. It was Rich. It was Rich Lords.
Okay.
Oh,
so
okay.
you performed a set.
And I remember when Josh introduced me. I mean, everybody was just hammered, and by the time I went up, Josh was just like, "What can I say about this guy? He's funny, Bob Biggerstaff." Like there was no intro. Like everybody was like, "Who's this guy?"
He didn't put you over, huh?
Yeah. No, but that was fun. But that was a fun show. And then on the exact opposite end of that, Seth, was that show you mentioned about that I did for the Texans players.
Seth thought you were hilarious. I don't know what the problem was with it. Seth thought you were hysterical.
I thought it was like 20 of us at the Improv, right? Yeah. It was like me and my wife and like a few other guys. It was like on a Monday or Tuesday night during the season.
It was when the Improv was in the old spot it was at the Marquee Center. It used to be like where the parking lot is. So it was like a four level area. Now it's like 4 tiers, but it used to be like 4 levels.
Yeah.
Yeah. You guys were all down there, and let's just say, like, they had Gary Owens was the headliner.
Yeah.
And Gary Owens is like the white guy that hosted BET's Comic View. He's a white guy, but he's an urban comic. He's in all those.
He's very much invited to the cookout. Yeah.
Yes, he might have been in that movie, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
And so a lot of the players, obviously, this was something all the players were invited to, but as you said, about 20 of them showed up. So I'm on stage, and it was like an urban show. And I can do an urban show, and it either goes great or it goes horrible. And this one went horrible. And I remember being on stage, and just the only time I got a laugh was when I saw a white guy in the audience, and I pointed to him, and I either said, "Well, the punter's here," or the long snapper. And everybody really laughed, and I go, "What do you do?" And the guy was like, "I'm the long snapper." And that was like the only laugh I got. And then Gary Owens goes on stage and just rips me 2 years in a row. I was telling Pendergast here, the general manager, Rick Smith, we did it 2 years in a row. Just me and Gary, just coincidence. Well, they wanted Gary, they didn't want me. And Rick Smith, second year, comes into the green room before the show, and he sees me, and he goes, "Oh man, I hope it goes better than last year." And I think at the time the Texans sucked, and I wanted to be like, why don't you pick better players and I'll be funnier.
I got a newfound respect for Rick.
No, he got me, and it wasn't any better the second time.
Oh my god!
Because even because then when I went up the second time, he goes, when Gary Owens goes on stage, he's like, this guy did the same stuff he did last year, and he still bombed.
That's great. It is great. Bob Biggerstaff in studio with us here on Payne and Pendergast. So you saw the Brady roast.
Oh yeah, of course.
And you've been involved in, I'm sure, I'm hundreds of roasts.
I'm friends with I'm friends with Nikki Glazer. Bert Kreischer, Tom Segura. Yeah, I'm friends with most of those guys.
So what'd you think? Great the roast. What did you think?
I mean, I hope, if Tom Brady sat there and took it, and they, I assume they raised some money. I would hope they raised some money for charity or something, and he got money.
Yeah.
It was up to him. I mean, I think you can tell from watching it. I'll do a roast and then I walk out.
Oh, really?
Like I'll go on stage. I don't want to hear anybody making fun, because there's stuff that you don't remember. Then somebody says it and you're like somebody would bring up that stupid Texan show I did. Like if I did a roast and somebody was there, you'd be like, oh, I never even thought. And then you're like, oh man, I
now
forgot
it's in your
about
head.
that.
Yeah, now it's in your head.
I mean, it was brutal. I mean, it was hilarious. But there's a difference now. The roasts now, I mean, times have changed. It's R-rated.
Yeah.
It's not like I watch these things on TV, but if you guys are familiar with like the old Dean Martin celebrity roasts.
For sure.
Where there's like, all these old actors and they make fun of it, but it was on regular TV. That's a little different than what's happening now. It's just dirtier now, which I don't mind.
Yeah.
But I mean, give Tom Brady credit for, he's a good actor, even just for sitting there and smiling the whole time. Because like I said, whenever I'm part of a roast, I'm outside the room, and then they're like, Bob, you're up. I go up, and then I either leave or I go in another room, because I can't. I mean, it might be like the pot calling the kettle, whatever, but I don't like it.
I'm more wired like you.
I don't like getting made fun. Because like I said, especially if guys really know you, they're going to point something out, and you're like, something that you thought that they know bothered. Because comedians are like, oh, man, it's like make fun of, you're on stage, and you're making fun of somebody in the crowd. Some guys are like, if they can tell somebody's not liking it, or the person in the crowd's trying to give it to them back, it's like, no, man, I'm just going in further. And they don't even know the person.
Yeah.
So imagine when somebody actually has dirt on you, like a crappy Texan show you did years ago.
I shouldn't have brought it up. I didn't think it was that bad.
No.
I was laughing, and I knew that I could tell the dynamics of the situation. It is not like you're up there telling corny jokes or anything, but whatever. It just wasn't resonating. I was trying to laugh.
I wasn't the right person. I wasn't the right person. I mean, I was booked by the club because I had a lot of sports jokes.
Yeah.
And I had like
you used to do an awesome thing where you do like the slow motion.
Yeah,
NFL
and that was my big close. But
deal.
these guys didn't care about that.
Yeah.
You still got some sports material in your act these days?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I still got some sports stuff.
Yeah.
You guys know who Dude Perfect is?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
That group where they make like all the trick shots.
Yeah.
They have a smoothie at Smoothie King.
Yeah.
Yeah. Unfortunately, it takes the employees over 100 attempts to make it correctly.
That's good.
Every time I see one of those videos of them making like a shot from the top of Kyle Field, I'm like, well, show me the 7 hours you did it beforehand.
Yeah.
I mean, literally, I'm not going to say literally anyone can do that, because you have to at least be able to throw the basketball however far they throw it.
Right.
But I mean, give me enough chances, and I'm pretty sure I can, if it's not involving dunking the ball, I can do any of those things they're doing if you give me enough time.
Yeah.
Bob, you know what the worst part of Dude Perfect is? I witnessed this
They're
last
Aggies?
summer. Was it? Yeah. Not that. I'm an honorary Aggie. No, we were at a lake house last summer, and my two nephews were trying to, the kids make up something to distract themselves. They were like trying to throw rocks at this other rock out in the lake, and they were just trying to hit it. It was way, way far away. And their celebrations when they hit it, it was so over the top, like so much like Dude Perfect. It was annoying the hell out of me, because it was like they were on camera every single time they did it, trying to look like the Dude Perfect guys. Yeah.
Well, I mean, honestly, I'm just jealous of their success. I can freely admit that.
Yeah.
The fact that they thought of something like that and put it on video, and
they're getting a 30 for 30. They're doing a documentary about Dude Perfect. They just announced it this week.
Are they really?
Yes.
It's not a 30 for 30 short?
No. There will be several scenes cut out of it, yes.
Yeah, this show, this 30 for 30 is 30 hours long.
Yeah. Or there's 40 hours of footage that they whittle down to, 15 seconds or whatever.
I hope they at least address. I wonder if they'll even ask him, how long does it take you to do these shots?
Yeah, no, we need a little behind the scenes on this. Absolutely.
But like I said, I'm just jealous of their success.
Well, look, they did.
I freely
they did
admit
that. It's all about social media these days. What's your preferred social media platform?
Probably my Instagram, Bob_Biggerstaff.
Okay. And you're doing and you've got your show is next Friday?
No, it's Tuesday.
Tuesday,
May 28th.
Yeah, 2 weeks from 3 days ago.
Okay.
Yeah, Tuesday, May 28th, 7:30. Tickets are on sale. I got my buddies, friend of mine, Paul Odo, and Tommy Drake. I work for Carnival Cruise Line, too. I work on the cruise ships.
You do the cruise ships?
Yeah.
Okay.
My buddy Tommy's like the top guy on there. So it'll be we do like adult shows on the cruise. It's funny, all this stuff I talk about, the first time I did all these jokes about like all my cancer and stuff, I do them on the cruise ships. Of course, on the cruise ships, there's a lot of older people that are like, I know what you're talking about, son.
I can relate.
I haven't used my butt in 10 years. But this show was actually supposed to be like a couple months ago, because I had to delay my surgery. I had a colon resection surgery.
Yeah.
Where let's just say I haven't used my butt up until I had my surgery 3 weeks ago, my last surgery. Before that, I hadn't used my butt since the day before Thanksgiving.
Oh, my gosh.
Wow.
I had a butt, but it was coming out of my stomach.
Right.
I called it a gut butt.
But your butt is back now.
My butt is back. It's been working for just over 3 weeks. It was working a little extra the first week.
I'll bet.
But this is the first day I'm not wearing an adult diaper.
Oh,
by the way, Amazon's knockoff adult diaper is a quality product.
Oh,
for
really?
Anyone who's, yes, it really is.
Bob Biggerstaff here for
No
adult
leaks.
diapers on Amazon. Yeah, a minute for my friends' adult diapers.
The knockoff on Amazon.
That's great.
So the message aside from your show coming up, which Sean and I both tweet out after this as well. Your message would be get checked early and often.
Yeah, if you're 40, some doctors will say 50, some say 45. The person that did my colonoscopy said she tells people 40. So I tell people 40, or if you're having problems, go with number 2.
Yeah.
And if you need adult diapers, just try out
Amazon.
The Amazon product.
Yeah. So get checked. Use Amazon for the adult diapers and get your tickets for May 28th at
just Google Improv. I think it's improvtx.com.
Okay, there you go. But Google your name, Bob Biggerstaff, Improv, and it'll come. It does come right up. It came up on my
butt stuff.
Like I said, make sure. That's the name of the show.
The name of the show is Butt Stuff.
Butt Stuff.
Yeah.
I should tell you. Like when I got my colonoscopy, I remember the doctor told me, she's like, I found a couple of things, and then I was like, oh yeah, well one thing I forgot that I left out. But the other thing was not supposed to be there.
Yeah.
People always ask, and again, people ask me after the show, they're like, because I tell people to get a colonoscopy, and they're like, well, does it hurt? I'm like, no, it doesn't hurt. I go, they knock you out. It's not like they wake you up halfway through. You like that? Yeah, you like that? Look at the monitor. Look at the monitor. No, you're not. You don't feel it at all.
Yeah.
It is scary. I mean, I hadn't gone to the doctor. I wish I was joking. I hadn't gone to the doctor in 20 years. This is like 4 years ago. I hadn't gone to the doctor in 20 years. I go to the doctor once in 20 years, and they tell me I have diabetes. Yeah, I didn't have diabetes for 20 years.
But
I don't have it.
Thanks for giving it to me.
I don't have it anymore because I lost like 50 pounds.
Good for you, man.
You look good, man.
You know how I lost the weight? I ate less.
Oh, all right.
There you go.
I hurt my back. I was in the hospital.
Oh, jeez.
Oh, so you heard that? So that was pre-colon cancer.
That's another thing. People, they're like, oh, yeah. I tell them I have cancer, and they're like, hey, you look good. And then I'm like, I had cancer. And they're like, oh, is that how you lost the weight? I'm like, no, I lost it before
trying to
that.
devalue it like
I said,
Olympic or something.
I was
made an effort.
I was in the hospital because I had hurt my back when I lived in New York City, but I was just walking down the street, and my legs started to hurt. I found out I have like sciatica and a slip disc, but hurting my back was that was not fun. But that's how I lost weight. I was in the hospital. They don't serve beer in the hospital.
No,
I lost 30 pounds in 3 weeks in the hospital.
Wow. That's impressive.
That's how much beer I used to drink.
May 28th at the Houston Improv, Bob Biggerstaff, and you can find Seth and I'll tweet out the links.
It'll be a great show, I promise you. And like I said, it's a benefit show for me and Cigna. If I could tell anyone, if you're going to get cancer, if you're going to get it, try to get it in January.
Oh, right. The beginning of your benefits.
I got mine in November.
That's great advice, Bob.
I got mine in November, and that deductible is hit 3 times.
Yeah, you got to time it out right. All right, Bob Biggerstaff joining us in studio. Bob, appreciate it. And,
Thank you.
May 28th.
Thanks.
See the people out there. All right, up next, we'll finish up. We got one more segment to go. We got one particular Texan scribe who is, I think, a little pessimistic on the Texans compared to their AFC South brethren. We'll get to that as we finish up here on a Friday. Stay there. But first, Suit Mart, I got to tell you about.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, thanks to Bob Biggerstaff. May 28th, Houston Improv. It's on a Tuesday. Nice little Tuesday night comedy show, man. It's kind of like, when I talk about, Seth, watching sports at a time of day where it's not normally. You watch sports and you feel like you're getting away with something. I kind of feel like a Tuesday comedy show would be sort of the same thing. Like, hey, this feels like a Friday thing, but I'm doing it on a Tuesday, man.
We used to have comedians in studio a lot. And then we had a program director that was not a big fan of having comedians in studio, but I don't know if that also coincided maybe with the Improv just figuring that they get more bang for their buck out of social media or what have you.
Yeah.
Like comedy, so much about comedy now is like comedians can promote themselves in their own shows, whether they're doing them at Improv or not. So I don't know. We'll talk to our program director about that, because I know we've had various listeners at times ask why we don't have comedians in anymore, and it was a programming decision by a programmer. I thought it was always. Because I had Gary Gulman in once before you and I started doing the show together. And I've known Gary, like he's one of the bigger comics in the business. And afterwards, the program director was very upset with me for having brought Gary Gulman into the studio. And then we never had another comedian in, Because like Gary and I know each other a little bit. I was excited to have him on. Gary didn't need to promote his show. He sells out all the time. And but no, so that's a bad thing. I got slapped. Basically.
Our program director's like, you want a comedian in studio? Here, work with Pendergast. There you go. All right, there you go.
You want some comedy? Let's look at your ratings. Yeah.
Not a bad joke, but they're better now. It's a
long time ago.
It was a long time ago. The takeaways for all 32 teams on ESPN, so this would be DJ Bijani, who covers the Texans, does a nice job. DJ nominated for an award, and I apologize, DJ, if you're listening. I can't remember which award it was, but congratulations. Nominated for an award recently for, I think, journalists under the age of 30. He's one of a handful of NFL beat writers. Yeah.
Do you know there is a Seth Payne Journalism Award?
Is it
it's
really?
Like some other guy named Seth Payne, who is apparently an influential journalist, but is actually you can win a Seth Payne Journalism Award.
There you go.
But it has nothing to do with me.
Yeah. I don't know if this is a Payne that he's up for, but it is an award. So congratulations to DJ, and I'm congratulating him because I'm about to take him to task. Because this article, it's a Friday, and I open up this article, and I'm in a good mood. The schedule's out, and it's just predictions and takeaways for all 32 teams by their beat writers on ESPN. And the other three teams in the AFC South, the Indianapolis Colts, their beat writer, Stephen Holder, predicts Colts will win in Jacksonville this season for the first time since 2014, which is incredible to me that the Colts have not won in Jacksonville in a decade.
That's one of those oddities that gets brought up. And every year it's a surprise. It's like, every year I think I didn't hear it right, and then I hear it the next year, and I'm like, I guess maybe I did hear it right.
There have been some good Colts teams through that time, and there have been some really bad Jacksonville teams, and the two have coincided many years. But that's a positive prediction for the Colts. Michael Duraco of the Jacksonville Jaguars says the Jags are going to flip their finish from last year when they went 1-5 down the stretch. This time they're going 5-1 down the stretch. It's very positive. Teron Davenport, the beat writer for the Titans, says the Titans will sweep the AFC East. Okay, so we know the AFC South crosses over with the AFC East. They said Tennessee is going to go to Buffalo and Miami and win, and they're going to beat the Jets and the Patriots at home. Man, that is a bold prediction right there. I would take Teron Davenport up betting on that. But these are all very positive, very puppy dog and ice cream kind of predictions for these teams. DJ Bijani, Texans won't win the AFC South.
I like it. You know what, DJ? DJ, he's no punk, all right? He's not just going to sit there and try to play to the crowd. He's going to lay it out there, and he's going to say what the people don't necessarily want to hear. Yeah. And I like it because there needs to be a dose of reality every now and then. That, a lot of really, really good stuff has happened, but they also have a really tough schedule. I like going. You got to have that. You got to have that, as Greg Popovich calls it, the appropriate level of fear. You know, you want to be super confident, but have an appropriate level of fear. And I feel like DJ's the person that can keep us on the straight and narrow in that regard.
Here's what he says: Houston has improved as a team and should reach 10 wins, but their first place schedule in 2024 will be challenging. I don't disagree with that. They're facing 7 teams that made the playoffs last season, 3 that reached the conference championship round, and the defending Super Bowl champs. The rest of the AFC South improved in the offseason, which likely prevents a repeat title. Do you feel like all the AFC South teams improved this offseason?
No.
I don't either.
I don't think the Jaguars improved. I think the Titans could be tricky. I think, look, a lot of Titans fans before free agency began really thought, like, okay, you got to retain. They figured Derrick Henry was gone, and a lot of Titans fans and media had pointed out Alshire and Autry as two guys that they'd really like to retain, and they lost those two guys to a division opponent. Now, the Titans they kind of had one of these under-the-radar productive free agency periods where they did end up signing some good players, and they bring over Calvin Ridley, which I don't think that's like they're a long-lost A.J. Brown or anything. No. But I think they improved. It all depends. But, like, how much does it matter if Will Levis is your quarterback?
That's exactly right. Question. They've got better personnel. I don't know if they're a better football team, if that makes sense.
You know what? They've got one of the best offensive line coaches in the business now. So, at the very least, having Callahan as their offensive line coach, son of the head coach, they won't be the worst offensive line in football like they were last year.
How much do you think – that's a great point about Callahan. And because we've seen other teams, I mean, offensive line coaches, I think, are very underrated. Your guy Troutman in Philadelphia, you know, like I think
in college football, they've become like the strength coach and the offensive line coach have become like the highest paid guys in the business.
Yeah, so we know that the Titans were an awful offensive line last year, but for 2 straight years, they've used their first-round pick on offensive linemen. They drafted Skoronski a year ago, and they drafted J.C. Latham this year from Alabama. How much can an offensive line – if they were the worst one last year, they're 32. How big an impact can Bill Callahan have? Like upper two-thirds, upper half?
He can be a big impact. I think immediately, I guess, my mind goes to the run game. Yeah. And but I think for pass protection for a young quarterback, and I think they're going to still lean very heavily on play action and do a lot of things to help Will Levis out. I think that might be Will Levis's best friend right now, is having Bill Callahan as his offensive line coach.
Yeah.
But in the run game, part of the run, when it's worked really well for the Titans, it's been that they've run the ball really effectively, and it's also helped set up the play action so well. I think Tony Pollard is a step down from Derrick Henry.
Yeah, I would agree with that for sure. Yeah. John Lopez and Sean Bijani are here. Sean in for Landry today.
Morning. How are you guys?
I'm doing great. How you guys doing? Did you guys make it through the storms okay?
Good enough.
Okay.
Nothing quite like waking up at 6 a.m., putting a headlamp on, and starting to chainsaw 10 limbs off your driveway and your fence.
You live in one of those neighborhoods. You don't live in the Heights, but you live in a Heights-like neighborhood.
Yeah, First Ward.
Yeah. In terms of the style of houses and a lot of trees.
Our house was built in 1920.
Yeah.
And the house is okay, but just a lot of trees down, so I was up...
The Heights got destroyed. We drove through it last night.
3 houses down from us, the roof came off a house.
Wow.
Like the whole
roof.
God.
John, I just texted, early this morning, I texted a friend of ours, Shannon, I won't say her last name, but she and her husband, I didn't realize this. I hadn't talked to them in a while, but they live up in the Heights, and I texted them to ask how they did after Sean had talked about how bad it was in the Heights. They sold their house yesterday.
Oh, my God.
So they sold their house yesterday afternoon. They're moving to Washington, D.C., and the new owners didn't sustain huge damage, but I thought of those people that just bought a house closed that afternoon.
Oh, wow.
Gap insurance, maybe?
Yeah, that's what it's there for. Yeah. It was wild, man. We were at Sarah Pepper's going away party.
Yeah.
And we knew it was coming. Everybody got the alerts on their phone, and so we're like, okay, we got to wrap this party up. So Sarah just wanted to quick say goodbye to everybody and thank you. Like she's leaving for good. Like she's leaving. She's leaving to move back to Indiana. And from the time she started her little mini speech of no longer than like 2 or 3 minutes, it went from hey, it's just cloudy outside to there are tents and chairs airborne. Like blowing around like the Wizard of Oz. It was
Did she
nuts.
try to channel it like maybe she was responsible for all of this and it was
that would have been awesome. Yeah.
Her departure with her departure will come the worst bout of
This is what's
See what happens?
This is what's in store for you now. Yeah, like she's the Red Witch from Game of Thrones or something like that. That would be awesome. She should have done that. She should have totally done that.
Yeah.
All right, Sean Bijani in for Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig. They're in the loop. Seth, have a great weekend. Antibodies to you.
Antibodies. And what was the count today on name mistakes that I made? Was it 2?
I think it's 2. Yeah,
okay,
hold it up to the microphone. Hold it up. Let's hear that ding again. There we go.
Yeah.
There we go.
You're making progress.
Yeah, man. Positive reinforcement for old Seth C. Payne. All right. You're listening to KLT and KLT HD2 and Odyssey Station. Sean Bijani, John Lopez, Figgy Fig. They're in the loop. They're here till 2. They start now.
Yeah, here we go. Hopefully Figgy's not got the mistake counter going for our show today. There might be a few. I don't know. It's been kind of a crazy world. We're in the last 24 hours. But hope everybody that is listening, you made it out okay. And we'll continue to keep you updated on any news that we hear. I know there's a lot of destruction and stuff going on out there.
How's everyone doing?
Yeah.
Yeah. We'll keep you updated. There's some significant things we'll keep you updated on, but we are, obviously, as you know, the respite.
Yes.
We'll get away from some of that, but we'll keep you updated. One thing that just came across my phone, not to start on a downer, but Jeff Lindner, he's the guy that has been the king of all the hurricane. He's the National Weather Service guy.
When did he get on the map? Was that Harvey?
It was Harvey.
Yeah,
and he was always giving updates and all that with the county judge. He said that a lot of areas in Houston to expect days, not hours, without power. So,
that's insane.
That means power grid was completely damaged in some way.
I tell you what, we were learning kind of as we were going. We obviously knew it was really bad and it was really destructive, but I mean, it was probably 9:30 last night during our show on Area 45 that somebody had texted in, or maybe I saw it on Twitter, 1 million people in Harris County.
I think 1.4 right now.
Yeah, and the number was climbing.
Including yours truly.
I'll tell you what,
Time to go get the generator out of storage.
Good thing for batteries,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
So you could take care of housework,
Yeah.
lawn work this morning at like 6.
Yeah.
I tell you what, it was eerie driving from here, West Lane and 59, and I live up by Lake Houston. I would say 90% of my drive, freeway lights out, the surrounding neighborhoods, by the highway out.
Yeah.
There was maybe 2 stretches from like Aldine Bender on 59 to Beltway that had power, and then maybe like right after Mesa on the Beltway to Westlake, Houston.
Yeah. Well, this was,
power.
obviously I've been here forever and seen all the storms. I can go back to way back to 89 and 90, some of those storms. This was the most jarring storm I've ever been in.
Yeah, that wasn't like a tropical storm or a hurricane.
It was not predicted. You can see a hurricane coming.
Yeah.
Like you can go to storage and get your generator. You can do all those things. You can prepare. You can go to get. Everybody gets gas and toilet paper for some reason, and all that stuff. We're sitting there, and all of a sudden, it was supposed to go north of us. It was supposed to be mostly north. And I opened the door, and I saw a tree flying down, like a limb, flying down our street, and a trash can right behind it. And I'm like, yeah, this came out of nowhere. So it's not only awful, up to 120 mile an hour winds. A lot of places had 100 mile an hour winds. But also just jarring. It made me think I never want to live in Kansas, because at least you can predict a hurricane. You can see that coming.
Yeah, with the whole wind, damage is damage. To a certain point, kind of like. I'm seeing a lot of the video downtown. People on the streets pulling out their phones, inside office buildings, looking outside, and I couldn't tell if it's 70 mile per hour winds, 100 mile per hour winds. I just know if your ass is out in that, it's not good.
It's not good.
It's like, okay, you and I stepped into the batter's box.
Yeah.
Somebody throws 83. That damn thing's going to feel like 95 to your ass at this point in time. It ain't going to matter. Your ass ain't hitting it. Chances are. John Bijani in for Landry Locker this morning with John Lopez, Figgy Fig along as well. I'm sure Landry sent you guys the video from his house last night. He did not send it to me. He sent it to Tyler, and Tyler showed it to me, and I promptly hit Landry up last night because it's the one where he's holding his kid, and he's peeking out the front door.
Yeah.
And bam! Lightning strikes,
Yeah.
and the whole screen goes like pink and purple for like a millisecond. I'm like, holy smokes. And then he pans back to his kid, just chilling, sucking on the pacifier, not phased at all.
I wish I could live life like that.
Don't you wish you could?
No cares in the world.
Everybody else, except for that beautiful baby, you might want to check your pants.
My granddaughter, I went to go see my granddaughter. That's why I was thinking about leaving, and we were in the bathroom there because it was bad. Like, it was bad. And she's just walking around, toddling around. Hey, Grandpa. Hawpaw, she calls me. Yeah, like nothing.
Ignorance is bliss.
That truly is it. That truly is it right there. Go ahead.
I was going to say, ignorant, maybe not so blissful this morning for the biggest story in sports happening in Kentucky. Valhalla, the 106th PGA Championship. Scotty Scheffler. I don't know how he fared yesterday. Do you?
He did well.
Was he up there?
He was, I think, 3 under. He had a good, 2 under.
Easily, I would say top 20.
Yeah.
It was Xander Schauffele who was trying to run away and hide with this damn thing yesterday after a 9 under round of 62. I think that tied the record for the first round at the PGA. But getting back to Scotty Scheffler and why he's a part of the biggest story in sports this morning, arrested outside of Valhalla Golf Club as he was trying to make his way in. I don't even know if the sun had come up yet.
It had not.
What a hell of a way to start your morning. Well, his wasn't anything compared to what was going on really outside of Valhalla Golf Club. He was stopped and was wondering why he was stopped, and I guess emotionally got very escalated. But he was stopped because there was heavy police presence in the area around the golf club because a worker from one of the vendors at the tournament had been struck and killed by a shuttle bus. And we actually have good audio from ESPN reporter Jeff Darlington.
He was there.
He's
been shadowing Scheffler.
Yep, and really did an excellent job this morning of reporting, getting information quickly. He broke the whole thing down this morning. If we take a listen to Jeff Darlington from Valhalla.
Entering Valhalla Golf Club this morning, we witnessed a car pull around us that was Scotty Scheffler was in the car. To be very clear about the details here, Scotty Scheffler has been detained by police officers, placed in the back of a police vehicle in handcuffs after he tried to pull around what he believed to be security, ended up being police officers. They told him to stop. When he didn't stop, the police officer attached himself to the vehicle. Scheffler then traveled another 10 yards before stopping the car. The police officer then grabbed at his arm, attempting to pull him out of the car before Scheffler eventually opened the door, at which point the police officer pulled Scheffler out of the car, pushed him up against the car, and immediately placed him in handcuffs. Scheffler was then walked over to the police car, placed in the back in handcuffs, very stunned about what was happening, looked toward me as he was in those handcuffs and said, "Please help me." He very clearly did not know what was happening in the situation. It moved very quickly, very rapidly, very aggressively. He was detained in that police vehicle for approximately 20 minutes. The police officers at that point did not understand that Scotty Scheffler was a golfer in the tournament, nor, of course, that he is the #1 player in the world.
Just absolutely wild, man. And you can, we're all going to kind of deduce, what we see and hear. There was also some audio of him actually being arrested, and the officer was pretty exercised, pretty agitated. And then the other officer comes up to Jeff Darlington, who actually seemed to trying to be helping him, or at least explain to the officer what was going on, and said, "Get back, he's going to jail." Well, it ends up, just to update real quick, and then we can talk about it, he ended up getting released from jail. The owner of Valhalla drove him back to the course. He teed off, birdied the first hole.
Yeah.
And so he is on the course. He's not going to miss his tee time. I thought he would, but there was a delay there because of weather anyway. So weather there actually helped him. But here's the thing that is just bizarre, because none of us were there, but Darlington's report was pretty tack on.
Yeah.
So he went around as what he thought was a security guard, and he said so later, or his agent did. Okay, maybe you think, I'm the golfer. I'm a golfer. This does not apply to me. We've all been there. We've had media passes, and everybody's like, no, we are media. Okay, the media lot's over there. Come on. You can pass some security if you just explain to them, what the situation is. So, number one, I don't know if he really explained anything to the, it ended up being a police officer, not a security guard. So the officer then gets obviously agitated as well, somehow connects himself, grabs onto his car, and he keeps driving for 10 yards?
Yeah, but before that, according to the report from Darlington, the officer tried to pull Scheffler, like grabbed his arm, presumably through the window of the driver's side, tried to pull him out of the car. Like, to me, that's overly aggressive. So you're not trying to de-escalate. Like, you have to use your words at that point in time. Like, hey, there's a scene.
Yeah.
There's been a fatality. You must stop. This is what we're doing. But I don't know that, at what point in time Scotty Scheffler was made aware that somebody had lost their life.
Yeah.
And according to the report, this happened. This individual that was struck and killed by the shuttle bus this morning, that happened at 4 o'clock in the morning. I mean, I would presume that individual had probably not even been awake for 2 hours.
Correct.
And what a incredible, just unfortunate turn of events to start the day for the family, friends, that individual, obviously, but for everybody involved. And I have to imagine you're going to the course that early in the morning to prepare for your round. You're probably in some sort of communication with your buddies, like other golfers.
Right? Yeah, that's why it's so bizarre.
Hey, we had to go in this way. Just be aware. It might take a little bit. Or, hey, you're going to be good. You mentioned the weather delay. What the hell's the rush? Like, there's weather. It's one of those things where you've probably found yourself in this situation. We all have probably at some point where, we're rushing to work or we're rushing to get to an event or we're trying to get home, whatever the case may be, and we hit traffic or just something sidetracks us and we're sitting there seething and just pissed and trying to do anything we can to get around this. But then come to find out, well, there's a really serious reason why you've been, stopped and halted, whether it be a loss of life or a serious accident or a gas leak or whatever the case may be.
Yeah.
There's a certain way you end up compartmentalizing that and feeling, and I'm sure Scotty Scheffler's probably gone through all of those emotions and will go through all of those emotions the rest of this day.
But here's where it gets dicey for me. This is where it gets, okay, Scotty, you had to do better than that. Any human being, any normal thinking human being has to do better than this. Because I get that you can say, maybe it was an over-aggressive officer, maybe he should have used his words as you put it. Maybe he didn't know. Maybe he didn't talk to his buddies. And he said, I'm Scotty Scheffler, I'm a golfer, and I don't think this applies to me, and he goes around. Maybe it was a combination of the two. A little bit of entitlement from Scotty Scheffler, a little bit of over-aggressiveness or not maybe going through the proper protocol by the officer or officers. But this is where I think, all right, Scotty, you screwed up. When you look at the charges, some of the charges are disregarding traffic signals. I get that.
Yeah.
It's going around the officer. Reckless driving. I get that. Third-degree criminal mischief. Okay, maybe I get that because the cop held on and he kept driving. All right, and that might have been a misunderstanding. He didn't know what to do. He panicked, whatever. This is the one where I'm like, he crossed the line, and this is where Scotty Scheffler's going to get in some big trouble. Second-degree assault of a police officer.
Well, that's probably it, too, where he drives off after presumably
could have been that.
Officer holds onto his arm. And according to the Darlington report, he took the officer about 10 yards on the car.
Yeah.
So that's probably a lot to do with that. But to me, we're not there. We can't visualize this thing. So, was that the last line of defense for the officer? Where he was like, hey, there's nothing ahead of Scheffler. We got to stop this guy now because you've already gone too far, bud. And that may be the assault of the officer. But I do agree with you. I think he's going to get in trouble.
Yeah.
There's going to be something handed down by the PGA, and never mind what he's going to have to deal with through the justice system and all that.
Yeah. No, I think you can safely say this was horribly handled. Maybe on both ends, probably on both ends. This is the audio of him actually walking away, and then the one officer talking to Jeff Darlington.
Guys, dude,
step back. Back up, or
I'm
you
back.
Step back.
I'm back. Guys,
What do we tell you?
I'm staying back.
Here's the thing. Right now, he's going to jail. Okay. He's going to jail, and it ain't nothing you can do about it. Period. There's nothing you can do about it.
Okay.
Okay. Now, do you have a question?
I'm media.
Okay.
I'm a reporter,
Okay.
So that's all.
That's fine.
I just want to make sure that's
Okay,
known.
but you need to step back over here now.
No problem. You got it.
Okay.
Man, it was a wild scene. I mean, it
Chaotic.
was wild.
Chaotic.
Yeah.
And just that is that individual scene. And who knows even if at that point in time, Scheffler or anybody there knew what was actually happening, or if that information had been conveyed. You imagine how chaotic that is for the officers on site that 4 o'clock in the morning, they're dealing with a death.
Yeah.
And they've got to secure the perimeter, make sure everybody else is safely coming and going, and nobody goes in there to disrupt the scene, because you don't know what else is happening. You don't know if, okay, the person that struck and killed this individual, like
exactly
where are they, how at fault was, like who's at fault, who else is involved. Like there's all kinds of stuff going on, so it's just chaos. And again, it's 4 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah. It's an ugly scene, and it's an ugly thing for both sides. Scotty, I think, would have rethought some things. I think the officers maybe would have rethought some things. But those charges aren't going to go away.
No, they're not.
Yeah.
They're not. And we'll continue to keep you updated on the tournament itself. Obviously, there is now a Scotty Scheffler watch as a.
I'll tell you what, the PGA just got a lot more interesting, a lot more eyes on television.
Did. I mean, it's always a Tiger Woods watch whenever he's playing.
Yeah.
And I don't know. What'd you think of that, by the way, yesterday? I mean, he was one over, but what he'd said after his round.
No, he wasn't good to go.
I'm just glad to be out here competing, basically.
No, he can't. He's not well, and he knows it. Yeah,
well enough to walk a 7,200+ yard course, I guess, but it doesn't sound like a guy that's very confident he'll be playing into the weekend.
Well, and you could see at Augusta, which was really his last tournament, like he played well the first day and a half, and then right as he was making the cut, and he did make the cut, he was just not moving well. I mean, so he knows he doesn't have it this week.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He don't have it. I tell you who does, man. It's been a lot of fun to watch as Astros. We're going to talk about them a little bit later on. We've got a lot to get to there. It is a full Friday. Sean Bijani in for Landry Locker with John Lopez. You can hit us up, 713-572-4610 on the chat lines as well, Twitch and YouTube. You can watch this show, every show, each and every day, all day, Sports Radio 610. And you can hit us up on Twitter as well. A lot of ways to be a part of the show and get in touch with us. Coming up next, we're going to revisit this schedule situation, and I'm looking forward to it because you bring up an excellent question. A number of questions. I thought I took an original look at this last night, and we'll get to that as well. But what are the 5 best games on the Texans' schedule, and which ones could end up stinging the most that are going to end in an L? We'll revisit that when we return. You're in the loop. It's Sports Radio 610.
First, though, I want to tell you about Orchard's win-win.
The Odyssey app.
Figgy, let's hit him big time.
Cause it's Friday, you ain't got no job, and you ain't got shit to do.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
Oh, the jokes are coming fast and furious every time y'all talk about this guy.
With Landry Locker.
Landry, I mean, you're going to be in midday forever now.
And John Lopez.
On occasion, Lopez makes a statement that's so ludicrous, it makes me pick my phone up and call you guys.
You're in the loop on Houston's sports leader.
Your champ, 610.
Sports Radio 610.
Yeah, here we go. Happy Friday, everybody. You're in the loop. Sean Bijani in for Landry Locker this morning alongside John Lopez. You can find us on Twitter at Lopez on Sports, at Sean Bijani. Hit us up, 713-572-4610. Figgy Fig here as well. Hope everybody's made it out okay this morning in the aftermath. And as we mentioned, and will continue to do so because... Well, you know, in times like this, man, H-Town, it's the biggest damn family you can
happens all the
imagine.
time.
Happens all the time. We mentioned we've been through all this stuff before. A lot of craziness going on after the storms rolling through yesterday. It's affected, if not you personally, certainly somebody that you know. So if you got an opportunity, man, lend a helping hand and an ear, certainly. And we're here for you, too, to provide any updates.
I'm so glad you said that because this is one of my confessions, and I want to do it right now because, as you know, this is something that we're going to be touching on. We're still going to do our deal. We're going to still talk about all kinds of sports, but here's my confessions. Watch this. These are my confessions. Talk to your neighbors, man. Like a lot of times we just live in our little cocoons, you know? We just in our little homes. We got our privacy fences.
I feel attacked.
Yeah. Well, no, we all do it. It's not just you. We sit in our little privacy. Now, I'm obviously outgoing, and I know a couple of our neighbors I've gotten to be pretty good friends with. Lindsay across the street, our neighbor to our left as well. He and his wife, and we talked to him. But like I was out this morning, as I mentioned. I was up at 6 a.m. You know, with my battery powered chainsaw, my DeWalt. Cut about 10 limbs, and people are all, you know, rubbernecking kind of out looking around and stuff.
Yeah.
And there's crap everywhere. I mean, big limbs. The tree to our left, about half a block down, split in two with one probably 18-inch, you know, part of it across the street so you couldn't pass, and the other part in another guy's yard, and there was a burn mark right down the middle. So it was clearly lightning. Lightning just split it in two like nothing. And there's other crap everywhere. I had a piece of lawn furniture in my yard from I don't know where.
Not yours.
Not mine.
Yeah.
And I have a fence around my house. So it was clearly flying in the air and plopped down in our yard.
Yeah.
Gutters that weren't ours. There's two mangled gutters in our yard that weren't ours. We got hit pretty good. I mean, the house is fine and we're all good, but we got hit pretty good. And I was cutting those limbs and there's about 15, 20 people walking around. And we're just chatting. What do you need, man? Or are you okay? You want to borrow my saw? You know, blah, blah, blah. Talk to your neighbors, man. Do it and pay it forward. Do it in advance. Because like Lindsay across the street came up. I was helping her a little bit. She was asking how we were. It matters. It matters in times like this.
It does. And times like this can, it starts those relationships, you know, for the future, for down the road. To be honest, I've been in my neighborhood for 12, 13 years now, and we know everybody.
That's good.
On the street.
Yeah.
And literally, you know, my next door neighbors, beside me, across the street from me, even behind me. I mean, there is at least a helpful and cordial relationship there.
Yeah.
So now I think a lot of those probably did get started from Harvey, honestly enough, because I'll never forget that. It never floods by my house, ever.
Yeah.
Ever. And for Harvey, the water was coming up fast and was inches away from getting into the house. And I was like, something ain't right, man.
Yeah.
And so in the middle of that damn lightning storm, I went out in the street with a hoe, and I'm poking through all the storm drains.
Oh, they were clogged?
Well, Nothing. And I finally get to the one at the end of the street, and this guy who, they don't live there anymore, but they parked their piece of crap car on the street, and the undercarriage, like the little protector plate, had fallen off, and it was clogging the drain at the end of the street. I pulled that thing up, and literally 15 minutes later,
that's badass.
No water in the street.
You're a neighborhood hero.
Sure, but before it dawned on me to do that, I said, boy, my wife's water's getting awfully close to my wife's car.
Yeah.
Like she'd pulled in forward, and it was coming up the tailpipe, and I was like, well, I can't let it get in the
no,
car.
hell no.
So, but I was screwed. I was like, I'm going to have to back out to pull into a neighbor's driveway where there's more clearance and room. So in doing that, water rushed into the car, so I flooded the damn thing anyway.
Oh, no.
Yeah, so I ended up spending literally 2 weeks with fans and vacuums in my wife's car.
But do that. You know, it's okay to want your privacy, but man, get out there, have a little get together on the cul-de-sac, on the street, or whatever, and just meet your neighbors. It'll come in handy.
Now you know what you need to do. I mean, you already know your neighbors, but just do a damn brisket for everybody.
Do a brisket for everyone.
When everybody's done cleaning up, it's like, get you some wine, get you a cigar, get a brisket going, and here we go, man. We're going to start this thing off right under normal circumstances. In a week and a half, it's going to be freaking blistering-ass hot, 97 degrees.
Yeah.
Literally, at least according to trusty iPhone weather. I checked that out. So, yay. Houston's just hydrating for the 3-month
That's exactly what's going on. That's exactly what's going on.
So let's get to this, man. The 5 best games on the Texans' schedule in order. You've got some in mind, and I do as well. I want to see how closely you and I line up. But you also asked the questions, which games would hurt the most to lose?
Yeah. That I think there's going to be maybe a little crossover, but not a complete crossover. I want to talk about, like, to me, best game is back and forth, close, rivalry, intensity, entertainment value, all that. And then the ones that hurt the most to lose, I'll tell you right now, spoiler alert, my number one, and everybody probably knows what it is not like my number one on my best games. My number one best game is going to be the Dallas Cowboys. Just because it has all the elements, Dak versus CJ, which we'll get to that in a little bit.
Oh boy, yeah,
and the star and changing of power and state championship, but also entertaining because of Micah and CJ and all that stuff. I got Dallas number one, and I think this might surprise some people. I don't have Kansas City number 2. That's number 3. Number 2 to me is Green Bay. At Green Bay in October. Shouldn't be a snow game. Jordan Love and a rising Packers team, that has similarities to the Texans in where they were last year and where they think they can go this year. I think that's going to be a great game. At Lambeau environment, probably entertaining, back and forth, etc. 3 is Kansas City. Yeah. Just for some people maybe you might put that number 1. I have no problem with that. 4, again, it's not even on my other list that would hurt the most to lose. Miami. Speed.
Yes.
All kinds of offense on both sides. These could be 2 electric offenses. This could be something that is going to be, exciting to watch, back and forth, up and down, all that. And number 5, frankly, is because it's the most intriguing team in the division is Indianapolis. The opener, and then, of course, toward the middle of the season, they play the.
You get those guys done with early, really.
Yeah, you do.
Which I don't know that I necessarily like per se, because the Colts very well could be, right there beside you, along with the Jacksonville Jaguars. For the division this year.
Now, hurts the most to lose. Tennessee is number 1. A lot of trash talk back and forth. We all know the story there. Dallas is number 2 because it's Dallas.
Yeah.
It might be number 1 on some lists. I get it. Baltimore's number 3. I don't want to lose 3 straight to those Cats with C.J. Stroud. I just don't want to do it.
3 straight? Did you say to Baltimore?
Because the season opener last year, the playoff game.
Oh, that's right.
And then this.
I don't know. I kind of discount that season opener because it was game 1, and you didn't know what you had at the time.
Yeah, but I mean, you lost. It was C.J. Stroud.
You're right.
It was all that stuff. 4 to me that would hurt the most to lose is Indianapolis, just because I think that could be division implications. And 5 would be Kansas City, because you want to make that step. You want to put that stake in the ground.
Yeah.
That you're here. And you're going to matter.
Kansas City, Baltimore, litmus tests, 100%. Especially at the point in time of the season that the Texans face them. I don't know if you saw Travis Kelce's comments the other day. I don't even know when he made them. I just know they were made public a couple of days ago, where he was asked about the schedule and strength of opponent when he'd rather see those teams, and he'd said early. Instead of late. And his reasoning was, well, especially out of division opponents that are tough, he wants to see those teams in the playoffs because in his mind it keeps them fresh.
Yeah.
Whether or not you actually believe that or not, I think where a lot of our minds go, you'd rather see the toughest opponents early rather than late is, well, they're not clicking on all cylinders then.
Yeah.
You might not get the best version of those teams earlier in the season where they're trying to figure things out, a la Kansas City last year.
Yeah.
Maybe early to middle portion where they weren't clicking and Patrick Mahomes was banged up and gimping around, at times. And then, of course, they flip that light switch and they're on. That's something that I would kind of worry about and am worried about for the Texans in that regard. So the 5 most important games, I'll give them to you in order. I think Kansas City for basically the reason that I just gave you. I think that's an important game. It's a litmus test, but you face them at a very dangerous time of the season. That's right after the Miami game and before the Baltimore game on Christmas. The Jets game is huge to me. That is.
I thought about that one. Yeah.
And you can't tell me that not only just C.J. Stroud, but DeMeco Ryans, anybody that was involved.
Yeah, they're embarrassed
in that disaster last year.
Yeah.
What was that, week 13?
Yeah, we were there, Figgy. In the rain.
Yeah, I remember that. I remember you guys talking about that.
I was in the rain. You was in the.
I was in the press box.
Yeah,
right?
you was not in the rain.
That's called being veteran.
Yeah,
that's a veteran move.
I was with the people.
There is immediate bag of chips on said shoulder for the Texans going into that game.
Yeah.
Whether or not it's Aaron Rodgers, who the hell knows? Who cares? It is just it's not an NRG. It's the Jets, and again, it's week 9. That's right around the time where you're going to figure out, okay,
who you are.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The next one is Baltimore for me. I mean, it's Christmas. It's a marquee matchup. It's the team that ended your season last year. Dallas, because of the rivalry.
Yeah.
That is next on my list. And then the Dak angle, obviously. But the Texans could have a direct impact, given at the point in time of the season that you take them on, which is week 11, of what happens to Mike McCarthy, what happens to Dak Prescott's future. I mean, you could be a large part of that determining factor.
What a shame.
And then finally, I say Jacksonville, and particularly the week 4
Jacksonville.
Matchup. Week 4's matchup, because it is home.
Yeah.
It's a divisional opponent.
Yeah.
I think that team's going to be a pain in your ass this season.
See, that's the one that a lot of people are saying, Indy, man, they scare me a little bit. And it all depends on what Richardson's going to be, so.
Everybody in the damn division, even the Titans, scare me a little bit because I think they have maybe the second best receiver core in the entire division. This may be even too easy, but top 10 in the NFL.
Yeah.
To be honest with you, I don't think Will Levis's ass.
Yeah.
713-572-4610, 572-4610. We're going to localize it next and get to some Astros. Stay there. You're in the loop at Sports Radio 610.
All right, guys.
and welcome. Plan benefits vary. See details.
You want a beautiful putting green or other great turf for your kids and pets? TexansTurf.com.
We're making the stories from outside the loop matter to you. This is Localize It.
Don't you know I'm local?
You're in the loop on Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
And for Landry Locker, I'm Sean Bijani with John Lopez, Figgy Fig. Localizing it here is pretty easy. Did you see, by the way, before we get to the Astros, the video that people were posting of the ballpark during the storm yesterday?
See Vanessa Richardson?
Yes.
Getting pelted inside?
Yes, inside. That's what I'm saying. Chandler Rome of The Athletic was up on one of the right center field concourses and took video of the flagpoles.
And the water was going sideways.
Going sideways. Apparently glass was breaking, on part of the retractable roof. During the TV broadcast pregame, I think it was pregame, some woman, a fan, was holding up the NL West championship medal flag from 1981. It had fallen, and she's holding it up like in the concourse.
Yeah, just leave. Take it home. Take it home. Hey, you don't need to see the game. Watch it on TV. Take that.
I think it was like wherever they do that broadcast from, it's somewhere out there in the concourse,
She's
right near there. I'm
holding
like, my God, like if that thing came down and smacked you,
for sure.
I mean, game over. It was dangerous.
Yeah, there's a dance studio by our house, and a limb, actually part of a metal roof went through the ceiling of the dance studio while kids were working out.
Oh, no.
Were dancing, and unfortunately nobody got hurt, but man, that thing was nasty. I'll say it again. That's the most jarring storm.
Yeah.
Maybe not the most dollars and cents, although we don't know yet, and flooding and all that, but it came out of nowhere. How do you live in Kansas or Missouri, man? Because I can see a hurricane coming.
Somebody earlier in the show, I was reading on the text line, texting from Kansas City, giving tornado updates. Like, the tornadoes have calmed down here in recent years. I'm like, that whole area, like Tornado Alley.
Yeah.
Somebody had tweeted out last night that Harris County reports like the fourth most tornadoes annually in the country. And I'm like, damn, that's scary in and of itself. Like, I didn't realize that. But thanks for the updates. Like, appreciate that. Is literally everybody's phones, like the weather alerts are going off. Last night between me, Tyler, PC, Chris Santiago. I don't have that alert on my phone because of that reason. Like, everybody else has got it.
I got two. Figured you get some.
Yeah.
I actually had mine off.
My damn wife, man. All hours of the night.
Freaking out.
Amber alert, weather alert. I'm like, turn that crap off.
Yeah.
Like, stop it. Like, what are we going to do?
Yeah.
But that's just me. Meanwhile, Oakland A's players last night were probably figuring, what the hell are we going to do?
Why are we
Christian
here?
Javier was absolutely filthy last night.
He was.
The change-up slider combination, awesome. Fastball topped out at like 92 twice.
Yeah. It wasn't overwhelming.
It wasn't working for him last night, though he still generated some swing and miss on it. He took it upstairs a couple of times on some hitters, about 5-6 inches atop the zone, and it was just filthy. It was incredible. And you talk about a team with their backs up against the wall from a baseball standpoint, Lopez. Look at the last two games. Your bullpen is taxed.
That's the key.
Gassed. Framber Valdez gives you 7 innings of Jim, allows 2 hits. Last night, Christian Javier, 6 innings, 2 hits, a gem. Thank goodness for Seth Martinez and Sean Dubin spinning probably their best outings of the entire season, back-to-back nights to save this pen.
Yeah, I said it yesterday. Shout out to Seth Martinez, who rarely gets mentioned, rarely gets the proverbial flowers. He was so big last night. Obviously, it came at a good time. They're still up against it. We all know. I mean, there's no denying that. I still don't have a lot of confidence in this team long term.
You buried them like 15 games into the season.
I still don't think they're gonna make.
It's early.
No,
I will not forget that. They're done.
They're done.
They're done.
They're done. I still don't think, and you know why? It's not so much like they're going to win some games like this. They're going to have some good outings. They're gonna make little runs here. I just think the way they're constructed is not like it was the last few years, especially the farm, especially the pitching that is not only hurt but has been iffy in some regards. Obviously, recent games notwithstanding. And then I don't think they have the production that they've had. Now, Bregman, obviously, give it to him. Javier last night, probably his best performance, especially considering what he did before. Yeah. And the changeup, I think he had like 8 swing and misses on his changeup. It was filthy, as you put it. I'm not trying to you know how I feel about the Astros. I love the Astros, and I've always loved the Astros, and I've been going to Astros games my entire life. I'm being honest. I don't feel it with this squad.
I get it. That's how you see it. And I just disagree. I see it differently because, your complaint is about the construction of this ball club. And I think they have their faults. There's no doubt. But relative to what the other teams in the division have done in construction or lack thereof of their ball clubs, namely the World Series winner last year, they didn't do a damn thing this offseason. And very similarly to the Astros, the Rangers are sitting back, waiting, biting their nails. Hurry up, DeGrom. Hurry up, Scherzer. Hey, Young Bucks, the dudes that are supposed to be the future and to carry our ass a little bit this year because Simeon isn't doing squat. They're not producing either.
Right.
And just watch out, because not only is this team, swept one of the worst ball clubs in baseball. That's the Oakland A's. They just are, regardless of their middling record. They did what they were supposed to do, but you've won 4 straight against them. You've won 5 straight overall. You've won 7 of 8. You won 11 of 17 of your last ball games. That's about a .630 winning percentage during that stretch of nearly 20 ball games. You do that the rest of the way, like you're supposed to, like you're expected to, that's a 90-92 win ball club.
That is absolutely correct. But that's also part of the reason that I'm skeptical, because it's not just that, and it's a question more than anything. Their 2 big streaks this year so far have come after beating the worst team in baseball, the Rockies, and maybe the second worst team in baseball right now, the A's. So my question is, have they been that good, especially on the mound, or is it, hey man, you're better than the Rockies and the A's. You're just not necessarily what you once were.
Well, the Rockies, they've won 7 straight ball games too.
Now they have.
Beat the Rangers. Beat the Rangers. And in Colorado, which I don't think that should be kind of crapped on, because you hold that offense for the Rangers down in Colorado. That's saying something. But I do see your point. I think regardless of the competition, Joe Espada talked about it last night after the game. He said, hey, after that team meeting that we had in Chicago, go to Colorado, you take care of business. Well, hell, they'd won 5 of 6 before losing 4 straight. A couple to the Mariners, a couple to the Yankees. Now you've won 7 of 8 since then. So slump-busting teams could be a thing. You face those opponents, those get-right series. That happened. John Singleton, I don't know what happened, but the headband is real. Bregman's caught on with the headband now. Everybody in BP yesterday before the game was wearing the headband. We need to get Yordan Alvarez wearing the headband.
Oh, that'll be something.
To get him going. I think all of those things, like from a mentality standpoint, maybe what we're going to end up paying a little bit more respect to and talking about more is Joe Espada's impact on this ball club, because it struck me last night when he says, hey, we had the team meeting, played well in that Colorado series in that 8-game road trip on a high note. And then look at what they've done since then. Maybe he does have an impact that we have not given him credit for.
And I also kind of go back to what Adam Spillane has talked about, and it really kind of opened my eyes. When you change that many general managers and you change managers like that, it's next to impossible to fully expect everything to just be the same, because everybody has their own philosophy, their own approach, their own style, strategies, particularly at the GM level. And the leadership, to me, has made some flawed decisions this offseason. You needed a bat. You didn't get a bat. Hader, fantastic. Well, first you got to get to Hader and the final 3 guys.
Relief.
You got to get to those guys.
You lost 200 innings.
Yeah, and a lot of texters are like, are you backtracking now, John, that they're done and all that? I wish I want to. I mean, I can't help how I feel as I'm looking at this team. I just don't see the same elements that were there when, as you guys have talked about on Area 45. I think it was Patrick. No team is capable of picking themselves off the ground. We heard the promo more so than the Astros. That's true. This isn't that team. And so they have to prove it a different way. I should say.
The Astros, in my mind right now, are just like Rocky Balboa. I mean, they've taken the beating. Their ass is just been handed to them.
Yeah.
But it's pissed them off.
Yeah.
It's like Hulk Hogan used to. You get punched in the face, slapped in the face, and he just gets madder and madder and madder. And then he's going to freaking lay the wood on your ass, you know? So he's going to body slam Andre the Giant. The Astros at the end of May, because they got the ass again, they've got the drug dealers that hail from Anaheim, which hail from L.A., apparently. You've got those guys coming up. At the end of May, those divisional games, you have opportunities to create separation, to make up ground. I think the Stros are going to be looking down as opposed to looking up.
We
shall see.
Nothing I'd like more than to say, you know what? I was wrong on that.
I can't wait to revisit this with you just a month down the road.
Apparently somebody did take home the 2022 banner, which also fell. There's a picture of it.
Is it that small?
There's a picture of it, Figgy. Somebody just sent us. Look at that. Somebody took home the 2022.
Whatever you do, don't give it up.
Don't give that up.
Dude, the proud that actually went to the ballpark last night, made it through the weather. They went and did some shopping, man.
Did you bring any souvenirs? Yeah, man.
Don't give it up.
The World Series banner.
Yes, don't give it up. Do not give it up.
Is that legit? That's probably one of the smaller ones in the concourse.
I don't know. I mean, that was up where it was blowing.
I don't know, man. We'll have to do some Zapruder on this. 713-572-4610 if you can confirm or deny the 22 World Series banner missing at Minute Maid. Coming up next, Ryan Clark on First Take yesterday. Looking forward to this because I think Texan fans are really going to enjoy hearing from the newest Texan supporter in the national media. We'll do that next. You're in the loop.
What game does Seth have? play here, an Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
The internet going nuts coming up a little bit later on in the show. 11:20, in fact. It's less than 20 minutes. Those guys that you just showed me, they win.
They win the internet going nuts, not Slimeball.
No,
Slimeball's at 120 so we'll move the internet going up nuts. There are already fans at the PGA tournament with T-shirts on that have Scotty Scheffler's mugshot on it. How did they do that?
Their wives and girlfriends got their ass busy on that cricket this morning. I mean, my goodness.
Oh, my goodness. That is so good.
Saw that. So, Shooter McGavin, the account Shooter McGavin on Twitter. Like, is this Shooter McGavin? Like, or is this like a parody?
There's a couple. I don't know which one you're looking at.
I'm on the one. He's got the blue check mark, almost 600,000 followers.
Oh, that's him. No, that's him. That's his Twitter. I follow him.
The real Shooter McGavin,
the real
like the guy
Shooter,
that we can't think of his real name.
Yes.
Okay. He posted the picture of the 4 mug shots that have become infamous now of himself.
Yeah, one of them is him.
Tiger Woods, John Daly, and Scotty Scheffler.
I had to Google his name, Christopher McDonald. I actually met him at an Astros function after they won the World Series, I believe. Very, very nice, very, very good. He owns it. I think he's going to be in the remake. We talked about it yesterday.
Yeah, he is.
Of Happy Gilmore.
They've been teasing that. It's been probably a couple of 3 months now that I can remember, but the PGA Tour and him like partnered up and they did commercials.
Yeah.
And then that's how I think Sandler broke the news the other day is he partnered with the PGA Tour and did that little teaser.
The little video.
You know. Yeah, what was he? It was like, go to your home.
Yeah, yeah, something like that.
It's classic. I'm looking forward to that. 713-572-4610, 572-4610. You want to text. Remember, confirm or deny. We're looking for evidence if, in fact, you know of the individuals that really made away with the 2022 championship banner from Minute Maid last night. Is this real? Is it? What do you think about, guys? And Figgy, weigh in on this, too. At this point in time, with the offseason that the Texans have had, obviously coming off 10-7, trip to the divisional round, ending against the Ravens, the national media just, they're climbing onto the bandwagon with the Texans this season. Ryan Clark has been very vocal. Even last year, I love listening to him, by the way. I think he does a great job with this podcast, The Pivot. He gets the best dudes, best conversations, in my opinion. He was one of the latest to weigh in. And he's not necessarily the newest member, but he is a strong supporter of the Texans fan club via the national media now. Well-documented Stephen A. Smith in his hatred for the Dallas Cowboys.
Puts on that Stetson.
Yeah, puts on that Stetson, man, a few times a year, does that maniacal laugh.
Yeah. It's awesome.
I love it when the Cowboys lose.
Yeah.
Well, Stephen A. Smith and Ryan Clark on First Take yesterday morning, and they were talking Cowboys, and, well, Ryan Clark took it in a direction that I did not expect. Take a listen to this conversation from those two yesterday.
You ain't finna get that built up. You saying that the Dallas Cowboys fans are now sitting at home saying they gonna win the championship? No, they ain't. I know Dallas Cowboys fans. They are trying to be Houston Texans fans right now. There are people who are trying to move down the road so they can cheer for C.J. Stroud instead of cheering for Dak Prescott because they already know. And that stretch of the season that you talked about in the middle, that's when it's all going to come to an head. That's when you're going to have to show up here one morning in your Southern Steve hat with your cigar and talk about the fact that Mike McCarthy just got fired. And then you're going to be bringing on Adam Schefter to talk about what are possible landing spots for Dak Prescott in the offseason. Because the team that was supposed to be all in turned out they was all out this offseason.
That stretch in the middle of the season that Ryan Clark might be alluding to.
Yeah.
Probably includes the Eagles and the Texans and the 49ers and the Lions. Those are 4 games in a 5-week stretch that the Cowboys are going to be faced with. And I might even throw in the Steelers as well, because I think the Steelers are just going to be a pain in the ass similarly to what I think of the Colts and the Jacksonville Jaguars in the Texans division. But there's a lot of directions we could go there with that Ryan Clark stuff. But I don't know. What do you think about Cowboy fans hopping off of that bandwagon and going to CJ and the Texans?
I don't think it would ever happen. Now, obviously, there's some outliers, that are casual Cowboys fans.
Yeah, I don't believe that.
I'm talking about Cowboys fans, like the ones we know that are obnoxious and still living in 1995.
Yeah.
No.
They ain't coming.
They ain't going nowhere.
They're not going anywhere.
Maybe the casuals that jumped ship from the Oilers whenever they left town and they started rooting for the team.
I think a lot of casuals across the country.
I feel like he talking about his buddies. Like some of his friends that probably like the Cowboys, and then now it's like, I like C.J. Stroud,
or him,
or him. But I think
him,
the NFL is such a monster. Like there are a lot of fans that just sort of kind of go with the flow, and I think that's what he's talking about. Like the Houston Texans are enormously more watchable than the Dallas Cowboys right now. I mean, just from D'Amico, from Hannah.
Likable.
Yeah. I mean, the rivalry and the way Hannah has kind of put herself out there and is a real face of the franchise. Obviously, CJ out. And just the Diggs trade, the big moves they're making, the new uniforms. They're interesting.
Yes.
The Houston Texans are much more interesting than the Dallas Cowboys. They don't have anything close yet to the fan base that the Cowboys have, and they may never. But they're more interesting, and the fans that are going to be sort of in and out, or maybe casual fans, are going to be watching the Texans and liking the Texans more.
They're making moves. They're doing things.
Yeah.
The Cowboys didn't do a damn thing this offseason. They went out and brought back Ezekiel Elliott.
Yeah.
That's it. They ran it back.
Yeah.
That's what they're kind of hoping for. And, the Texans, from that standpoint, they've had an offseason now, really 2 in a row, I would say, that they'd never had before in franchise history.
Yeah.
The best offseason that they'd had to date before last offseason, and this one to boot, was probably, tell me if I'm getting the year right, 2011, when they went out and got Jonathan Joseph and Daniel Manning.
And JJ was young.
That was whoa, they're for real. They're making moves. And then after that, the next time and the only other time, Lopez, that I felt like, man, here's a Texans team that is really trying to make a move. We'd never seen them do this before I think it was in season. They went out and got Demaryius Thomas. And they're like, oh, boy, this could really push him over the edge. And obviously, he didn't do much here. He didn't really fit in.
So you're not counting Ed Reed, huh?
Definitely ain't counting his old ass. That son of a gun.
Not counting Ed Reed.
Wasn't that the dude that had, thousands of dollars stolen from his car outside of a Houston bank? Yeah. How ironic after you stole millions of dollars from the Texans from convincing the sign your old ass.
I'll never forget that. That was bizarre. But no, back to the point. And the other thing that's working in the Texans' favor is people are going to be pulling for them against teams that they're kind of tired of watching or they've grown bored. Like casual fans that have been all about the Kansas City Chiefs, they're going to be pulling for the Texans. Hey, let's see if the Texans can do this.
I don't know. You think casuals are tired of rooting for the Chiefs after coming off of another Super Bowl?
But it's like you're always rooting for the underdog. Almost by definition.
I know what you're saying.
The Texans are going to be the underdog.
Like candidates for that, I would say
fans that are tired.
Buffalo.
Well, I have a couple of other fans that are tired of Aaron Rodgers' act. They're going to be pulling for the Texans against the Jets. Fans that hate the Cowboys, they're going to be pulling for the Texans in that game. The Texans, I don't know if they consider themselves underdogs, but in terms of the fans' eye collectively, they're going to be the up and comer, the new girl in class.
Yeah,
100%. And fans are going to be all about that. The other thing about that middle stretch. And we talked about this yesterday just a little bit, but I think it's pretty important. The Texans might be the team that ends the McCarthy era. Because if you look at the Cowboys schedule, they get to November 18th, that middle stretch you're talking about.
Yeah.
There's going to be a lot of buzz. Jerry Jones is Jerry Jones. Can they, what are they going to do? Ends the McCarthy and Dak era maybe, but not necessarily in the middle of the season. But like if they beat the Cowboys on Monday Night Football and the Cowboys have lost 4 or 5 or whatever, 3 of 5, 3 or 4,
or just middling,
yeah, they might end the Cowboys. They might end the McCarthy era.
So you guys talked about, I didn't know you talked about, I think like that, yes, is at a pivotal point potentially really for both teams, if we're being honest.
Yeah.
It's a big moment for the Texans, week 11 against the Cowboys. Years past, you play them every 4 years. It's always a big game because of the in-state rivalry. It's just them, and they're kind of where you want to be, where you want to try to get to. And now, boom, firmly in place.
Yeah.
The Texans are there. As you said, they're the hottest thing going right now. New kid on the block, however you want to put it. But yes, you could effectively be a determining factor in Jerry Jones, pulling the plug on Mike McCarthy.
When the Texans face the Cowboys will be coming off a game against the Lions, Niners, Falcons for what it's worth, and Eagles. If they lose those games, 3 of those 4 games, that's not to mention some earlier games they have against the Ravens and such. But the Texans might end them.
Yeah,
with that game.
That's funny. I guarantee you Dallas Cowboy fans and everybody up there on their sports talk radio, they're talking about that stretch like we're talking about the week 15 to 17 stretch here for the Texans. Like, oh boy, this is it.
Yeah.
This is it. I mean, you just heard it there from Ryan Clark. That was on First Take yesterday. But wait, there's more. Actually, later in the day, Clark was on NFL Live with Dan Graziano and Mina Kimes, and he broke down the Texans and let everybody know on the national landscape well ahead of time, because we're still a little ways away from playing actual football games, that the Texans are poised, as he says, to make a bigger splash this year than they did even last season.
This is a team that has more than C.J. Stroud. There's an argument to be made that at the wide receiver position, they have the best trio in ball. We watched Nico Collins become a breakout star. Tank Dell and his chemistry with C.J. Stroud, and obviously acquiring Stephon Diggs. Oh, by the way, we couldn't run the ball last year. Let's go out and acquire Joe Mixon that gives us a run game that only makes Coach Slowick even better in dialing up play action, because now people actually have to be scared that you can hand the ball off and run. And defensively, they went out and got pass rushers. Christian Harris, entering his 3rd year, seemed to be a star late in the season. And Derek Stingley showed everybody why he was the number 3 overall pick, even in front of Sauce Gardner. This team is poised to make a bigger splash this year than they did last. And why not? And you know why they have a hard schedule? Because they won the division. Because C.J. Stroud was that good. Because DeMeco Ryans is a star. And now we're going to get to see it in prime time. I'm looking forward to seeing them play the Jets. That was C.J. Stroud's worst game, and he left that game with a concussion. He's going to have an opportunity in prime time to show the world who he is.
Boom. Ryan Clark yesterday. Great points. Best wide receiver trio in the NFL. Heard that one talked about. I feel that way as well. The Joe Mixon factor, defense, primetime games. They get to show everybody what they're really all about. And I think nobody's looking forward to that more than DeMeco and CJ. And really everybody over there that's kind of been through, the dark ages with the Texans and that have seen the light now last season, what they're capable of.
And the Texans right now, they're not. We know this because the schedule makers gave them 6 standalone games on networks. So it's not just like, oh, Texans fans, you're a little delusional. Tap the brakes, guys. We need to see more of C.J. Stroud, which we see occasionally from fans, whether calling or texting or whatever, or on the YouTube or Twitch. Well, okay, what do you say now? Because it's not just like us, kind of drinking the Kool-Aid or whatever about this team. The networks, and Mike North, who we'll hear from in another segment about some other things, flat out said, I was reading the story, he says, yes, C.J. Stroud was a reason. Like, he mentioned C.J. Stroud by name, that the Texans got 6 standalone games. It's not just us. It's not Kool-Aid. It's the way the NFL is viewing the Texans. You don't do that. You don't give them those types of games unless you feel it's there.
Do you remember we were talking about like that the last month of the season? I'll kind of broaden it to that point. But Mike North made himself available and I asked him the question in that conference call last year when there was the possibility that the Texans could be
the
flex for that primetime game. You remember that?
Yeah.
And he said it even then, like, yes, like the Texans and C.J. Stroud, like this is something that we're seriously considering, but like logistically speaking, and they take in that, what the rest of the country is interested in, what's rivaling them. And at that point in time, Wins and losses very much
Very
mattered.
much.
And I think the Texans were having come off of that loss to the Jets, Stroud's concussion. That clearly affected their decision-making as to why the Texans did not get flexed into a primetime game late in the season last year.
Wins and losses matter. Taylor Swift matters.
Damn Taylor Swift.
Might hear that in the internet going nuts.
Internet going nuts coming up next. Yeah, Swifty's probably going to make an appearance. And, man, somebody else will as well. I've had a crush on this woman for a lot of years, and something that she said this week really enhanced this. We'll get to that next. It's Sports Radio 610.
The Drive. plenty of options to help you find your groove. Find them all on the free Odyssey app thanks to Planet Fitness, home of the judgment-free zone.
I got the internet going nuts.
Here we go. Happy Friday, everybody. Sean Bijani in for Landry Locker.
Happy
John
as you can
Lopez.
get, anyway, right?
Happy as you can get.
Yeah.
Hey, trying to be here for you, man. Provide a little escape for you. Hopefully, people get power back a lot faster than expected. Would you say like it could be in a week or so?
Quick update here, and we'll give you some updates on all the relevant breaking news, etc. Regarding the storms. But as I always say, we are the respite. We want to be the toy department in the real world, and we know we have real world stuff happening. Okay, but so we'll update you on that stuff. But also for the vast majority of time, do what we do, like internet going nuts here. But I do want to say this: Jeff Lindner, who is really the guru when it comes to this. I mean, you might have your favorite meteorologist, but he's the Harris County Director of Flood Control. You remember him from his greatest hits, like Harvey in 2017 and some other things. He has posted that it seems as if you are where that, well, here it is right here. Residents across Harris and surrounding counties need to be prepared to be without power for days, not hours. Mutual aid resources are en route from various areas, but restoration will take time. So that includes me, man. I mean, we are still without power, so I'm going to be making a run to the old generator here after the show in storage. But we'll give you updates like that. Just hang in there.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right, so let's get to this. First one on internet.
I got the internet going nuts.
Internet going nuts. I saw this yesterday, and I love Rachel Nichols.
Oh, you're one of those. She has a cult following.
I love Rachel Nichols. She's my ride or die, one of on the networks, and she was on The Undisputed with Keyshawn Johnson and Skip,
the one and only.
They were talking about LeBron James attending his son's, thing at the combine, his workout, and she had one of the greatest quotes in a breakdown from her that I've ever heard. Take a listen.
What do I always say about second-round picks in the NBA? Like singles at a strip club. You can give them away much as you want.
I don't know.
Because they will come back to you. People trade around second-round picks like they're nothing. So this idea of like, you're wasting a second-round pick and you could have given it to someone who earned it. I mean, that is just hater speak. I'm sorry.
I mean, I could have made this a confession.
Well, it's probably both.
It kind of is.
We know what you're saying here, Sean.
I've loved her, but she's so much more sexy to me now. That
that got sexy for you.
That got sexy for me. And
I wonder why.
She's been before. She knows exactly what she's talking about.
Yeah.
It was a perfect analogy, actually, because that's exactly what second-round draft picks are in the NBA now and have been for a number of years. But I love it. And she mentioned second-round pick because Bronny, as they call him, is like the 54th best-ranked prospect, I think, going into the draft.
Yeah.
Like, so second round at best and barely.
I don't know why he's going to end up getting drafted. Well, I do. But
do you think he does, honestly? Do you think
absolutely.
He continues? Why would he not go back to college, get a full season under his belt?
He should.
You know what I've been saying? I don't know if he needs to come here. He's in the transfer portal. He needs to go play for Kelvin Sampson with the Cougs. Why would you not, if given the opportunity, try and latch on with a top 5 program at all college basketball?
Why would you not is accurate. What
you got to be wanted too.
What's going to be dicey? No, he might be wanted. He's not bad, but he's not an NBA player,
right?
But can he handle Kelvin Sampson? You've heard, I've heard about those practices and how he, I say treats, but I mean in a good way.
Yeah.
Like he's a great coach, but he's hard on you.
Some of the very best that have come from that program in recent years, from
they'll run through
Gray
a wall
to
for him.
Sasser, Shed, Juwan Roberts.
3 stars.
They've all talked about, like, man, I heard it was bad, but I didn't know it was like this.
Yes, exactly.
And they made it through, and they've become some of the program's best players.
And they love him.
Yeah.
Can he handle that?
What do you think LeBron's like as the dad and coach, mentor, so to speak?
Yeah,
Wouldn't you suspect that he's pretty
tough, but he's a billionaire too, and just kind of like,
yeah.
I don't know. And Bronny.
I feel like I don't know if he's tough as far as like trying to teach him.
Not like Kelvin Sampson.
Yeah, I feel like he's more business of it.
Yeah,
like trying to make. I think he focused more on the business
and
part.
the knowledge is obviously, off the charts.
Yes,
his knowledge
probably
and the intricacies and nuance of basketball. But I don't know if he could. I don't know if he's a Kelvin Sampson guy. That's for dang sure.
I got the internet going nuts.
All right, this is also a combo meal of sorts of internet going nuts and confessions. So the NFL made accommodations for Taylor Swift's concert schedule when they made the Chiefs' schedule. How do I know this? Well, the guy we were just talking about, the NFL Vice President of Broadcasting, Broadcast Planning, Mike North, said so. He said they needed to factor in her U.S. tour dates when they were making the 2024 schedule. Just a couple of examples here. She's going to be at the Hard Rock in Miami, and they made sure to send made sure the Chiefs to send the Chiefs to Miami as well around about that time. Same thing about New Orleans. Same thing with the Chargers in L.A. Same thing with Indianapolis. Same thing with Minnesota. So a lot of people are like, oh, come on, give me a break.
There was Buffalo, too.
And Buffalo, too.
Yeah.
And Buffalo, too.
She's going to be in Toronto.
Yeah, she's going to be in Toronto there. And people are just eye-rolling and, oh, brother, and all this. I'm telling you, that's good business. That's good business.
That's a pain in the ass.
It's a pain in the ass.
How would you feel if you was Travis Kelce's teammate, though?
Oh,
you'd be sitting there like, man, bro, yo, girl.
I'm not saying that there aren't valid complaints.
Yeah.
But from the NFL perspective?
Yeah.
Hell yes.
Did you?
Hell yes, we want her at those stadiums.
Did all of this Mike North stuff come from his same interview? I think he was doing
something
on NFL XM Radio or whatever.
Yeah.
My uncle had sent me that pod the other day, and in that, there's a portion of it where Mike North was asked about like the significance of AI and the effect it could have on the NFL schedules. Have you heard this?
I have not.
He thinks in a couple of years they're going to turn things over to AI to help them, or not to help them, but to do the NFL
Why
schedule.
not?
Because logistics and this crap is just too much. But how do you program like AI to appease Taylor Swift's concert schedule? Like now you're throwing in an entirely different element.
I'll bet you could.
I'm sure you
I'll
could.
bet you could.
I guarantee, but that's kind of crazy.
If the NFL, we ran the business, well, we wouldn't be here. But anyway, if we ran the business, we'd be like, hey, man, can we make sure Taylor Swift gets to as many as she can?
Yeah, right.
That's good business.
It is. But
why not?
The domino effect that it has to have.
You can eye roll and not like it, but it is good business. Go ahead. Sorry.
It is.
I got the internet going nuts.
The effect that it has to have is just crazy.
Yeah.
So turning our attention back to Valhalla in Kentucky at the PGA Championship. The biggest story in sports this morning, Scottie Scheffler, world number 1, is tied for 11th after being 1 under through 8 today. That's not the story, though, as he's trying to catch Xander Schauffele along with everybody else who is yet to tee off today, leading the tournament 9 under. No, at the 4 o'clock hour this morning in Kentucky, Scheffler was on his way to the golf club and was stopped by what he thought was just a security guard, but it turned out to be a heavily, guarded area by policemen because, unfortunately, somebody had lost their life due to a traffic accident this morning. A shuttle bus had struck and killed a worker at the tournament, which Scheffler had no idea. Jeff Darlington was actually on scene with Scheffler, following him around, and gave a really detailed report of everything that had transpired this morning. Take a listen.
Entering Valhalla Golf Club this morning, we witnessed a car pull around us that was Scottie Scheffler was in the car. To be very clear about the details here, Scottie Scheffler has been detained by police officers, placed in the back of a police vehicle in handcuffs after he tried to pull around what he believed to be security, ended up being police officers. They told him to stop, When he didn't stop, the police officer attached himself to the vehicle. Scheffler then traveled another 10 yards before stopping the car. The police officer then grabbed at his arm, attempting to pull him out of the car before Scheffler eventually opened the door, at which point the police officer pulled Scheffler out of the car, pushed him up against the car, and immediately placed him in handcuffs. Scheffler was then walked over to the police car, placed in the back in handcuffs, very stunned about what was happening, looked toward me as he was in those handcuffs and said, "Please help me." He very clearly did not know what was happening in the situation. It moved very quickly, very rapidly, very aggressively. He was detained in that police vehicle for approximately 20 minutes. The police officers at that point did not understand that Scottie Scheffler was a golfer in the tournament, nor, of course, that he is the #1 player in the world.
I might add, nor, of course, gave a damn.
Yeah.
Because they were dealing with a loss of life.
You could hear it in the other audio, and we'll probably maybe hear it later. But they were dealing with a situation where an officer had gotten dragged for or moved or hang on or whatever for about 10 yards, roughly, according to Jeff Darlington. They didn't know who he was initially. It was a bad look, both sides, if you ask me, from where I'm sitting, and I wasn't there, but just from what we're hearing and looking at. He's got a felony charge against him too.
You talk about a bad look. This just hit me now, and I missed it twice before that we've talked about this, I think, this morning. Jeff Darlington, in his report, said that Scottie Scheffler looked to him and said, "Help me."
Yeah.
Like, you're Scottie Scheffler, and he's Jeff Darlington.
I'm sure he knows him. Yeah, because Darlington has been kind of shadowing him and doing stories. And
I know Scheffler. I know Scheffler knows him. I mean, I think that's obvious.
Tell them who I am.
Yes, help me.
Hey, what would you do?
Like, what was Joe Darlington going to do?
Well, he actually did. Like in that other audio, he was like, "Hey, excuse me, whatever." I think he was going to try to let the officer.
He couldn't get a word in.
They didn't let him. They said, "Back up, pal."
Yeah, the officers were like, "Yeah,"
and he did.
He's going to jail.
Yeah,
it don't matter.
He's going to jail.
All right, he's John Lopez, Sean Bijani. That is me in for Landry Locker this morning. Figgy Fig here as well. You're in the loop. Coming up next, we'll play the hits, take a trip around the NBA playoffs, and get you some more Stroh's convo. They open a 3-game set against the Brew Crew this evening. We'll set you up for that one next at Sports Radio 610.
sense now than ever before. Call D&M Leasing today.
Playing all the hits. These are the hot stories of the day. You're listening to In the Loop with Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Sean Bijani in for Landry Locker alongside John Lopez. Figgy Fig, you're in the Loop at Sports Radio 610. Time to play the hits. And first up, J-Lo. Astros, baby. Winners of 5 straight after sweeping the Oakland Ass. They've won 7 of 8, 11 of their last 17. Joe Espada weighed in on the state of the organization last night. Liked what I heard.
You know what? I think there's a little sense of urgency. I think that, we went into that Mexico after our, meeting in Chicago. Are like, it's time to go. We are better than this, and on all aspects of the game, and the guys have responded well to that. And again, it's a long season. We got ways to go. We got to continue to build on the way we're playing right now. But I'm very pleased with the way we play.
Believe, don't believe, excited about this little stretch run they're on or not. Here's what's happening. Pitching is normalizing. Starters, back of the bullpen. The middle relief, oddly enough, has been kind of
two guys
consistent.
have been nails. Yeah.
Between Seth Martinez and Rafael Montero, to be honest with you. And then look, Sean Dubin with his best outing easily of the season last night in a big way. Cannot be understated. Got his first career save going 3 innings in an 8-1 ball game last night. But that saved the bullpen. The last 2 nights, it's been absolutely taxed. It's being complemented, though, Lopez, by the offense now. And this home stretch, I don't know if you realize this, but just how good the Astros offense has been at home this season. Typically with this offense,
which has been a problem.
It's been a problem this year, but boy, when they play at Minute Maid, they got to be averaging about 6 runs apiece, 6 runs a game, rather. At Minute Maid. They put 8 on the board last night, 8, 9, 10. It's been with regularity that we've seen the bats come alive at Minute Maid.
Yeah, and obviously it has been very much, catching up with, Bregman's caught up with some of the other guys. It's not just that the offense has been clutch. The pitching, to me, has been the most interesting aspect. I want to believe it. I know what I've seen. Last night was fantastic. I was watching it on my phone, actually, because I didn't have any power. But what Javier was doing, I'm still, as we know, and I hate that I'm in this mood. I just can't. It's not a mood so much, or I'm in this place because I just feel like we're looking at a team that's not quite built the same. We've talked about that. We don't have to relitigate that. But what I am liking is the roles that these guys have been playing in middle relief in this clutch. I don't know how good the pitching is really because you're facing the A's.
Yeah,
you got a hell of a good series starting against Milwaukee, and that's going to be a big
litmus
test as well.
Right?
Very much so. Yeah,
I think that's going to maybe give you validation, or it's going to tell you still just how far away the Astros are from being a real contender this season.
The other thing that I think it is I just feel like the margins are so small now on the Astros. Like they don't really have like a lot of wiggle room. Whether it's offensively, you're still going to have to wonder at first base a little bit. Outfield, who knows? Although they've been, hitting the ball a little better. Bregman obviously seems to be coming along. Is that real? Is it going to be sustainable? We should hope so, and we would think so. And then the starting pitching, like they're still not getting guys back that should be getting back.
Yeah, but Bregman's track record tells you that it should be sustainable.
Yes.
And literally not just who he's been collectively as a ball player for the last 8 years, but when he turns it on.
Exactly.
He's basically right on schedule. It's just for his abnormally slow start this year, it was a concern because we saw an abnormally slow start for Jose Abreu last year. Somebody else that was been in and around baseball, a really good player for a decade, a little over. So there was cause for concern. Conversation people wanted to have, like, is Bregman washed? Is he ever get it back? Is he really falling off? Like, my God, thank God you didn't give him an extension this offseason. That kind of a thing. I think this is a good point by you. Litmus test. Astros, Brewers, first of 3 games tonight. I wish you did not have Hunter Brown, JV, and Spencer Arrighetti in that order. But Brown and Arrighetti have been pitching better, and JV, coming off that stinker 2 outings ago, looked like
had a good
JV.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying? Outing. So I think it is coming around.
What is your thoughts, real quick? We're never going to see Abreu again? They keep talking like he's coming back.
Patrick and I talked about this last night. Patrick is of the belief that he thinks Abreu could retire and not make it back up with the Astros. And it's a pride thing for Abreu. We differ slightly on this. I think there's a possibility that he retires during the season. But from just a pride standpoint, I don't think he retires while at West Palm. He's got all the time in the world, and John Singleton, Mauricio Dubon have afforded the Astros that time, and just their overall play recently has afforded them that time to allow them to figure that out. I think he's not going to walk away and can't because of 2 things. One, he's not going to walk away without confirmation that major league pitchers can't get him out one more time. He's going to have to be tested personally up here at the big level one more time. But then 2, I think there's an obligation to him that the Astros, gave him a shot, paid him 3 years, $60 million. And I almost feel like there's something inside of him that he feels like he owes this organization, owes this city, and wants to kind of, rebuild his image from a fan standpoint.
And frankly, it's guaranteed money.
It's guaranteed money. Yeah.
So, he's there. But he hasn't even faced, A-ball games.
He hasn't played in one game yet.
It's just live pitching. Him and the pitcher.
Under the watchful eye of one Jeff Bagwell.
Jeff Bagwell. He's
see how that goes.
His ass is kind of on the line on this one, too.
Yeah. Let's change gears to the NBA playoffs. That's next up on the hits. What's your interest level in postseason basketball?
More than it's been in a long time. Our listeners know I've grew up an enormous ABA and NBA fan, just a big NBA fan. I covered the NBA for a living the first few years out of college. I mean, I was traveling with the squads and covering the NBA Finals every year. Huge NBA fan. It had really waned in the last couple of years. I think the product has been relatively boring. I don't like the way the league has handled who's playing, who's not playing, allowing things to happen. I think Adam Silver has been a very less than he's been bad. He hadn't been he's been a bad commissioner. But something about these squads right here, this final 8, that just really has gained my interest. Number one, the Thunder. I really like what the Thunder are doing. Obviously, the Mavericks have Luka, the T-Wolves with their young stars. And then there's Doncic with the Nuggets. It's a very watchable final 8, and it's the most I've watched these at this level. I always watch the finals, or the conference finals. Yeah. But at this level, it's the most I've watched the NBA. Knicks are really interesting. I don't know how far they're going to go, but they're really interesting. And it's just been a really good postseason. You're not in on it?
The star power's there.
Yeah.
I love the Knicks Pacers in this round particularly. There's that vintage matchup, with Reggie versus Spike Lee, the whole Knicks thing.
Yeah.
We just had the anniversary last week, I think.
Yeah.
Of Reggie just going off on the Knicks. Knicks, by the way, have an opportunity to close things out tonight, leading that series 3-2. It's there. It's just the last week or so, I've seen a lot of blowouts, and maybe this is the case over the course of it. It just doesn't feel like we've seen this many non-competitive games at this stage of the postseason. I mean, last night or 2 nights ago? I can't remember. I think it was 2 nights ago. The Cavs just effectively laying down your best player because of a calf strain's out in Donovan Mitchell, and their two of their other really good players out. They just laid down.
Yeah.
Like, when's the last time you saw that in an elimination game? I know it's the Celtics. I know you were down 3-1, but damn, there was just a feel there that I'm not
Once
used
Mitchell
to.
was out, that was a wrap.
Yeah.
That was a wrap right there.
And I just, even look, that Knicks-Pacers series started off really well, but the last couple of games hadn't been close.
It's going to be good tonight. That's for dang sure at the Garden.
If it's as good as that New York Rangers playoff game was last night, did you see that?
No. I just saw the Twitter feed about it.
We were watching Astros last night.
Yeah.
Twitter hit, and what a comeback was trending.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, down 3-1, and then one of the Ranger players goes hat trick in the third period, and then they score an empty netter to put it away.
Oh, wow.
It was freaking awesome. It was awesome. Just watching the highlights of that. I love playoff hockey. Don't know a damn thing about the teams, ins and outs, but just playoff hockey. It's one of those things like World Cup, Derby. I'm in.
Yeah. I haven't been. I'm not against it, but I haven't been. But the NBA, man, obviously, you mentioned Pacers next tonight, Game 7, which is always good. Timberwolves and Nuggets is going to be on Sunday. And then, of course, tomorrow, Thunder and Mavericks, and the Mavericks lead that one 3-2.
Yeah, we don't know what time yet for that Sunday game.
Yeah, the Timberwolves
Nuggets. Game 7. Thank God we got a Game 7.
Yeah.
Hopefully that's a good one.
Yeah.
Up next on the hits, just a quick glance at the PGA Championship leaderboard. Tiger Watch, anybody? Bueller?
Not today.
Not today.
Yeah.
Well, he hadn't started yet, I don't believe. He's 1 over for the tournament. His tee time is 1:49. He is currently in a tie for 84th. Adam Scott right there along with him. And leading the tournament still is Xander Schauffele, 9 under. He didn't tee off until 1:38. But Mark Hubbard coming on is 2 under so far today. 1 shot back at 8 under. And you've got a clog at 7 under between Harris English, Alex Noren, Austin Eckroat. Haven't heard of a couple of these guys. Colin Morikawa, 7 under as well. So a 4-way tie for third.
The T-shirts are out for Scotty already.
Scotty Scheffler, the story of the day. He's in a tie for 7th. 2 under through 9 for him. He's 6 under for the tournament. In a slog at tied for 7th with some other good names. Tony Finau, Thagala right there. Hogard. Scheffler, obviously arrested early this morning. Not in connection with anything that had transpired before he got in there necessarily, but he didn't know that there had been a tragedy and a shuttle bus had struck and killed a worker at the tournament this morning in the 4 o'clock hour in Kentucky. So he'd already been taken in, booked, mugshot there, people wearing
the
T-shirts.
The owner of the golf course brought him out.
Yeah, what a deal, man. What a deal. Something tells me we'll revisit that at some point down the road. As we hit the 12 o'clock hour, though, not only do we have lunchtime confessions coming up this hour, but I want to revisit some advantages and disadvantages that I think people aren't talking about relative to the Texans' schedule. We'll look at that next. You're in the Loop at Sports Radio 610.
Football! On the Texans' schedule. insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
In for Landry Locker this morning, I'm Sean Bijani. John Lopez still here, Figgy Fig, doing his thing. 713-572-4610 is how you can hit us up. You can check Twitter as well, at Lopez on Sports, at Sean Bijani for me. Twitch and YouTube stream. Watch us all day, every day on Sports Radio 610. And, of course, you can take us wherever you are on the Odyssey app. We'll continue to keep you updated on anything weather-related, things you need to know in and around the Houston area in terms of power being restored, hopefully much sooner rather than later. Just keep it here on Sports Radio 610. As I found out, I think it's safe to say, J-Lo, that live and local, baby, only place you could find that.
Yeah.
Right here on Sports Radio 610, Area 45, just driving around after the show last night, making my way to my house. Sports Radio 610 is the only damn station you could hear.
Yeah.
Actually, on AM radio. And live and local is a lot of good interaction with the people in and around the Houston area last night. Glad we could be a little bit of an escape for you and continue to do so this day and the rest of this weekend as we head into that. Advantages and disadvantages to the Texans' schedule.
Mm-hmm.
I think I took a little bit of a different approach to this.
Yeah, I noticed. This is good.
Than other people. And what really got me thinking about it, I stumbled upon a study yesterday. Warren Sharp, a lot of people probably familiar with him. He's a football, does great football analysis. Puts his work regularly up on Twitter. And I saw this yesterday. It's an old study, 2 years old, but it's directly applicable to how we've kind of digested this Texans schedule for 2024. And quite simply, it's the only one that he's done years past, but I guess he hadn't done the 2023 version yet.
Mm-hmm.
So a lot of this is predicated on 2022, but again, I think it's important. Just from my perspective, the advantages for this Texans schedule far outweigh the disadvantages.
I'm glad to hear you say that. I've always, as soon as the schedule came out, I've just been blown away at how good the first 6 games are, and that's where I've focused. I think the middle, meaty part of the schedule is going to be where they decide if they win 10, 11, 12 games. But the start is good, but you have some other interesting perspective here.
This, for me, is solely predicated on the advantages of rest
the
Texans will have versus their opponent. Start in week 4. Texans host the Jags. I think that's an advantage. It's already a home game. It's a divisional opponent. You face them early, and the Jags are on short rest because they'll be coming off a presumably tough game against the Bills on Monday Night Football the week prior to that.
Gotta admit, I didn't even notice that at first blush. But yeah, absolutely. Absolutely, that's what it is.
Next up, Texans host the Buffalo Bills, week 5. Advantage Texans, home game. Bills, depleted. They lost this offseason. They didn't gain anything. They lost 2 of their best receivers.
They were gutting the roster.
Absolutely. And Buffalo plays Baltimore the week before on Sunday Night Football. So I think a clear advantage Texans.
There's back-to-back weeks there. Yeah.
Texans and the Jets, week 9. I initially put this in the advantage category, but I would say it's maybe more neutral. I could hear an argument for it being a disadvantage, but I'll still say advantage because I think this is that chip on the shoulder game for the Texans. Going to a place in which you lost your ass last year. CJ got knocked out.
Yeah.
A little bit of a revenge element. Both teams, though, on short rest that week, having played Sunday Nooners the week prior.
How many times over the last few years, before last season, that you've come in here, we've come in here, and we're like, man, that was embarrassing. Didn't say it, but except once last year.
That Jets game.
Jets.
Yeah.
That was embarrassing.
It was.
And CJ got hurt. And
Nico got hurt.
Nico
he lasted
got hurt.
like 4 plays, too.
And so, yeah, I'm with you on that. I think there's a chip on the shoulder factor there. But it's a long travel. It's a lot of travel again, and both teams are on a short week.
I also think potentially advantage Texans is that it's a week 9 game, so in and around October, early October, presumably you're not going to have to be dealing with the elements.
Not too bad. Same thing with the Green Bay game, which is in October.
Yeah, good point.
Yeah.
My next one, Texans and Lions. Advantage Texans. They host Detroit. Houston has 3 extra days of rest, of prep, and coming off of that Thursday night football game against the Jets the week before. So that's going to be huge at that stage of the season because you'll have played 9 straight football games without a bye to that point.
Yeah, no, and I totally agree with you. The Detroit game to me at home on primetime is going to be a very, very important game for we already know that they're featuring the Texans. Mm-hmm. But to kind of take them to another level as you enter the home stretch here, because that's a November game.
Yes. Next advantage, the week 14 bye. I think it's an advantage because of how difficult the next 3 games
100%.
and the 11-day stretch are going to be to follow. 13 straight games is going to be a beast in and of itself.
Yeah.
Texans,
and that's where, I'm sorry, but that's where we kind of disagreed with Ron and Clint, specifically Ron, because he's, they're talking about the 13 games. I love the bye late, and you can argue it either way. Clint was talking about, well, you love it when it gets here, but those 13 games is going to be a real grind. Well, you do have a couple of longer weeks to rest, as you just laid out. But for a team that is starting the preseason in the Hall of Fame game, which they're not going to play in that game, the frontline players, but they're going to be in training camp. Mm-hmm. They're going to be the training camp is going to start earlier, so it makes it even longer. For a team that is going to be, preparing and practicing and playing all those consecutive games, December bye going into that final stretch is going to be like a breath of fresh air.
It's going to be interesting to see how D'Amico Ryans and the staff handle the week-to-week preparation because the most notable thing last year covering this team, especially early, was just how difficult practices were for the Texans.
Yeah.
I mean, they talk about it today. Mm-hmm. They're hard practices, and they're hard practices because they want the games to be easier.
Yeah.
When you play 13 straight NFL football games, that's a slog. Yeah. And so the load management, that's going to be interesting to see how D'Amico handles that, and even the questions if he acknowledges that being a situation.
Yeah.
Texans and Baltimore, Week 17. I think advantage Texans.
Huge.
Home game, Baltimore. Both teams playing on a short week, though, because they got the Saturday games before. I think the Saturday game before, that's the Chiefs for the Texans.
Yeah.
And Baltimore's got a pretty good opponent as well, I believe. I can't remember exactly who. But I think a huge advantage for the Texans, not just because of the home game, not just because your opponent is also on short rest, but the revenge factor as well. This is the team that ended your season last year. You're going to be coming in with a little bit of a chip on your shoulder in that regard, but then, too, a litmus test. And I can't remember particularly the year, but I know the last time that NRG was ever as alive as I think it will be for this game, Baltimore was featured. It was a Monday night game, I think, overtime, the Schaub era. It was a hell of a comeback and something that the Texans just couldn't finish. That was as alive as I ever heard the stadium.
I think the one of the biggest advantages, you're right, but I think another big advantage is just not just the short week, but it's a short week where they're traveling to you. They're traveling to you on a short week from Baltimore, and it's on a Wednesday. It's on Christmas. And you're thinking these guys are just machines and everything. No, man, they're human beings. It's just everything is going to be kind of off.
Yes.
Whether it's your schedule, your body clock, whatever you want to call it, it's just going to be kind of off. I think it's a big advantage there. And they play the Steelers at home the Saturday before.
I've only got really 3 disadvantages to the schedule, and I'll run through these quickly. Texans hosting the Titans Week 12. It's just a disadvantage because of the short rest week that Houston has, having played a Monday night football game and a tough one against the Cowboys the week prior. Texans at Jags, Week 13. Jacksonville will be coming off of a bye. And I know the Texans historically play well in Jacksonville, but that's historically. And the football team is every year 50% at least different than the year prior. So I don't know how much that really matters. Obviously, 15-17. That stretch of Dolphins, Chiefs, and Ravens, 3 games in 11 days, that's a bitch.
The 3 games in 11 days, there's no other way to put it than the way you just did. That is tough. It's a bitch. It's absolutely tough. I don't mind it as much as I thought I would because of the bye week before, because of what we just talked about with Baltimore on a Wednesday, Christmas, kind of everything's askew. I think Miami at home off the bye is a good way to get it. And you're going to know where you are. You're going to know where you are going into the stretch coming off a bye week with these two guys. I think you could split those 4 games and still be in really good shape in the division and maybe even beyond that.
If you can make good headway early in the season, 100%. And you still have some tough games. I think the schedule, for my liking, was set up well-balanced, even though that stretch is obviously anomalous. Weeks 15 to 17, there's tough games against the Cowboys. There could be a tough game against the Jags. A couple early showdowns with the Colts. I think they're going to be a very competitive football team. Yeah. It's going to be tough for the Texans and their opponents in that regard. So I told you already about why is his name blanking?
Warren Sharp?
Warren Sharp. I was going to say Walter. Thank you. The Warren Sharp analysis on the schedule. 6-3. That's advantage to disadvantage for the Texans in the schedule. I bring it up because in 2021, according to Sharp Football Analysis, we saw 85 games played with rest disparity between teams. 85 games in totality for the NFL. That rose to 93 in 2022. In 2023, it's 95. I don't know the number yet, and I don't think he does either because the schedule just came out yesterday or a couple days ago. He says, we have a team totaling 28 days of rest disadvantage in 2022, while another team has 0 games with rest disadvantage facing off against each other. We have a team totaling 17 days of rest advantage, while another team plays 0 games with rest disadvantage. That total straddle has increased by 45% from 2022 to 2023. I wonder what it is this year.
Yeah.
Why does all that matter?
You go ahead.
Because last year, 2022, 3 teams had net rest edges of negative 10 days or worse. That means they had a disadvantage of 10 days relative to their opponent. Packers had a -12, Patriots had a -10, and the Texans had a -10. I exclude the Texans from this study because they were supposed to suck ass in 2022. They did.
Yeah.
So eliminate that. But all 3 of those teams fell below their expected win total. Rest edges also matter for weekly lines, he says. 2022, teams with a net rest edge of 3 or more days went 32-24. That's a 57% win percentage and covered the spread at a 54% rate, nearly 55% rate.
Yeah.
Why I'm bringing this up? Because in 2024, the Texans have a +3 rest advantage over their opponent.
Over all the opponents.
And it's only +3 because the Texans play a team that is coming off of a bye week. That's the Jags, week 13. The Texans would have a +10 if you don't take that into account.
Yeah, if you're not for that. No, look. You can look at the numbers. You can talk about it as you just did. The rest is going to matter. We know that. You don't need Warren Sharp to understand that. Where I think it matters the most is the opponent that you're facing when you get that rest. Because just the preparation.
Yeah.
Just the preparation you're going to get. And let's look at that. You're going to face the Detroit Lions at home on Sunday Night Football on 10 days rest. The prep matters right there. Preparing for that is as much as the rest to me. Then you're going to have the last game of the season at Tennessee, big-time rival.
Yeah.
Who knows if that could be for the division? It's definitely going to have division and playoff implications, even if the Titans aren't in it.
Yeah.
But that's going to be for the division, and it might be for a home field advantage. Who knows? Dude, you got 11 days going in to not just watch the Titans, but watch every other team, get ready for the Titans, win that game, and good things happen. It's not just yes, rest. It matters.
Yes.
But the fact that you're facing opponents that are critical in how you're going to end up, that's what it matters to me.
Load management, speaking of.
Yeah.
I like the Week 14 bye because of this as well. Be a hell of an opportunity for J.J. Watt to return.
Is it that late? See, I think
it could be that late.
I think it's going to be earlier.
Patrick thinks it's going to be earlier as well. He, I think, is gravitating towards Week 8, 9, somewhere around there.
That's about where I am.
Yeah.
9 or 10 is what I said. And the reason is all this stuff about, if D'Amico calls me, I'll take that call and we can whatever. Bullcrap. JJ wants a ring.
Yes.
So that's why that's another reason I like that 6-game start where I think they can go 5-1. When he sees this team go 5-1, and then they get into the Green Bays and Colts and Jets and Lions, and if they win a few more games right there, and let's say they're 8-2, 7-3 at some point, whatever it may be, that's what's going to trigger him coming back. Not any like, oh, we're hurt or oh, we're not getting the production.
Yeah, I don't think it has anything to do with
He wants to
injury.
come back to a team that's going to win a Super Bowl, have a chance to win a Super Bowl.
100% agree. Yeah. I think it's late just because of him. Like, how much does he have left in the tank? I think he could be the 2024 version of Derek Barnett. Situational pass rusher. You go to the well,
but
when
at a higher level.
At a higher level, certainly. But a guy that's going to get 15 to 20 snaps, pass rush snaps a game.
Yeah.
And if you got Watt, Danielle Hunter, Will Anderson, Danico Autry, that beast of a core coming after your ass.
Yeah.
If you're Pat Mahomes, if you're Tua Tagovailoa, if you're Lamar Jackson,
down the stretch.
Holy crap!
I mean, you got
that's enough games to get JJ into the flow to make that playoff push.
You could have on the field all 4 of your best pass rushers.
Yeah, baby.
And in a passing situation, obviously.
I should add this relative to this Warren Sharp study. Over the course of the last 13 years, so going back to 2010, according to Sharp's analysis of teams that have had the biggest disadvantage to relative to the schedule and their opponent, the Texans have been crapped on more than only the Giants, Colts, and Bears over a 13-year stretch. That is why the Texans having a +3 rest advantage this year should tell you that, no, the NFL schedule makers don't freaking hate your ass. They love C.J. Stroud. They love this team, and they want everybody to see
and being good helps with rest because you get those Thursday night games.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
They want everybody to see it with the primetime games. All right, love that stuff. If you want to weigh in, 713-572-4610. We'll love to hear it. Coming up next, Lunchtime Confessions. Stay there. You're in the loop.
What game does Seth? covered 24/7 on the free Odyssey app.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Confession time on In the Loop. Sean Bijani in for Landry Locker. John Lopez, Figgy Fig. J-Lo, you want to start us off?
Yeah, man. I got a couple of storm-related confessions that just kind of popped into my head this morning and today because okay, the first one is relatively straightforward. Talk to your neighbors, man. I think more people need to just make it a concerted effort to get out there a little bit and not necessarily be a pain in the ass like the guy that was asking me for my trailer and my kayak that I barely knew. But say, hey, what's up? Yeah, what's your name? Here's my number. If you ever need anything, just something like that. Because as I'm walking out, cutting these limbs this morning, chainsaw at 6 a.m., all that stuff, cleaning up as best I can. There's people all over the streets, and they were helping each other, and they were like, hey, do you need this? You need that? Like, it matters, man. I know we all like to live in our little cocoons, but just make it a little concerted effort. I think people need to do that more often.
Yeah, you're saying not even just in this scenario, but just
in general.
Yeah, in general.
So when this scenario pops up, your friends and neighbors, and they can help you, and you have a little bit of a trust or whatever going on.
Yeah, I like that one.
Yeah,
I like that one.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Sometimes the cool part about working at night is you get to benefit from what happened here at the station during the day.
I think I know where this is going. Yeah.
Sometimes there's some goodies. Leftover food, drinks, ice cream.
Yeah, there was some of that too.
Found some of that yesterday. I did not partake, but I was very excited because the ice cream tends to linger.
Yeah.
I'll give it a couple of weeks in the freezer before I decide to maybe take home a little pint of A&W.
Take it home.
Ice cream.
Just take it home, man. Yeah.
That's there. But no, I went to the kitchen yesterday. I've kind of routine. I go and I get a cup of coffee. I sit down, listen to a little bit of the drive, and just start prepping for the show. And I go in the kitchen, and there's a box full of sliders.
Yeah, Figgy?
And
you got some of those.
You got the sliders?
I did.
Were they from the Westin?
Yeah.
I glanced at the box. Okay,
Yeah.
so the Westin. Shame on the Westin.
What?
Uh-oh.
For messing up a perfectly good slider. Now, I didn't know I was hoping, I was like, please don't let this be like a breakfast sandwich.
Yeah.
And it wasn't. It was like a Wagyu beef patty.
Oh, nice.
Like perfectly cooked. I popped it in the microwave for like 10 seconds just to warm it up.
Yeah.
Medium, perfect.
Yeah.
Cheese. I took my first
So what's
bite.
the problem?
There was a pickle in there.
So what?
You can't put a pickle on like good beef.
Why not?
What?
Like
I never
that.
heard of that.
Yeah, why not?
Like pickles are there to disguise the crap that you buy
you're
in a
just not a pickle
drive-through.
guy.
I am a huge pickle guy.
Really?
It's almost like I love Trill burgers. Just to make an analogy, I love Trill burgers. But the sauteed onions that they put on there, that screws the whole thing up in my opinion.
Oh my gosh.
So what do you think's supposed to be on a good hamburger?
Yeah, exactly.
Like, what's a perfect hamburger for you?
Perfect hamburger for me is good, like medium Wagyu patty with Swiss cheese, lettuce, tomato, fried egg, bacon.
Fried egg?
Avocado.
Yeah, you lost me on the fried egg. Yeah, I'm not fried egg. Not on a burger.
Really? Oh,
not
man.
on a burger.
When you bite into it, the yolk just runs down.
I don't know.
So
I can't figure. I can't remember the last hamburger I had, no matter the beef cut, without a pickle, without pickles.
Yeah, I'm not really a picky person when it comes to hamburgers. Like, just give me everything on it. Not the egg or nothing like that. That's a little exotic.
I ate 4 of them.
Okay, see?
But I was starving. And I'm just saying, like, it was maybe a 7.5
Oh
and
my
minus
gosh.
the pickle.
Now, I'm good with. Now
Could have been a 10.
Now I'm sorry I didn't have one yesterday because I brought my own.
Yeah, I was wondering because I thought it was good.
Yeah.
I thought it was a pretty good slider.
It was good. I'm just saying, like, that's
and they call me a food snob.
That's an elite slider. It's an elite slider that was marred by the pickle presence.
All right.
That's all I'm saying.
It's your confession, not mine.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Sometimes you just got to tip your cap to the old saying and just understand that it is 100% true. Some things just aren't made like they used to be. And I'll give you an example. Huge storms here. Obviously, we're trying to help out as much as we can as we get information. So stay tuned, whether it's YouTube, Twitch, or right here on the radio. I'm driving down the street. There's limbs, there's trees, there's debris. There was 2 gutters that were just twisted and mangled in my yard. There was a piece of lawn furniture that wasn't mine that was spinning up in the air and fell in my yard from someone else's house.
Yeah.
It was bad. A house, I've mentioned it already, one of the houses just 3 doors down from me, the entire metal roof just folded over and fell down. Another house down the street had the side of the house just buckled in and windows broken. And I'm driving down this morning. All the houses that are 100 years old or older are just sitting there like, what's the big deal? like, what are y'all all stressing about? These old houses, man. My house is, let's see, it was 1920, so 103, 104 years old.
Mm-hmm.
The house is fine.
Yeah.
It was all the other crap, the trees and stuff that I had to deal with. These old houses, man.
You know why?
God, no, I don't. I guess just the materials.
Because they was, especially with the wood. I think
the materials.
Back in the wood, back in the day, the wood. I guess it actually took time to grow as far as like trees and stuff like that. Now they got now they got like these farms that grow these trees so fast just to build these houses, and it's not as good quality.
Yeah, it's 2 things with the wood, the material. One, as you said, they used to let the trees grow longer, so the
thicker, tougher, harder.
The wood, the separation between the you know, like the lines on the pine or whatever.
Yeah,
like
the grain.
The grain. That's what I'm looking for. If they're tighter, that's a stronger piece of wood. If they're wider, it's a softer piece of wood. And then 2, back then, a 2x4 was actually a 2x4.
Have you measured any of these? Like a 1x4?
I do a lot of woodwork, and
they're not even close.
No, it's your 2x4 is now effectively 1 3/4 inches by 3 3/4 inches.
Yeah,
if that.
But this old house, and I'm talking about some that haven't even been redone. Like, you know, because there's always some older houses, you know, that are just kind of beat up. They're just sitting there going like, "What's the big deal?"
Yeah,
we've seen this and a lot worse.
Yeah, you can say the same thing about cars.
Yeah,
like them older cars, they get in the accident, man, not a dent on the car.
Dent on 'em.
But these new cars, you could little fender bender. Oh,
bro,
man,
that's
total.
actual steel on those cars.
Yes. I drove my first car was a 1989 Mercury Grand Marquis.
There we go.
It had the big ass metal bumpers in the front and the back. But attached to the metal bumpers was rubber.
Yeah.
Like thick rubber.
Yeah, you could go through a wall in
that.
That
was a freaking tank, man.
You ever try to close a caddy, the car door or the Cadillac, an old Cadillac?
But
man,
you know, like I got
doing a workout.
Straight up metal.
I got a damn a truck now, a GMC Sierra. And a few years ago, I was trying to be nice, and I kind of gave this work truck more room than it really needed to kind of get their stuff out. Taking my boy to the library, and back then I wasn't paying attention. I hit the light pole right behind me with a concrete block around it. Man, my bumper crumbled like a damn Coke can. Like I was going like a mile per hour, like a half mile per hour backwards, and all I could hear was like just smashing and crunching.
Yeah.
I'm like, oh crap. Where's my 1989, baby? All right.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
This is maybe a little bit of a confession, but more so I'm going to ask your opinion. Talking about our neighbors, right?
Yeah.
So a few weeks back, I'm approached by a neighbor of mine. Direct neighbor. We share a fence.
Oh, that neighbor.
Neighbor.
Yeah.
And he wants a new fence. I've been talking about wanting a new fence.
Oh, this is dicey.
It's like I'm not prepared financially to pay for said new fence, but I do fencing work. So I'm thinking like I'll put up the fence.
Yeah.
For us.
Which way is it facing?
It's shared. It's a true neighborhood fence.
Which way is the good part facing?
That's what I'm saying. It's shared.
The planks.
It's
no, I mean not the studs, but the actual planks. See, that's dicey. Like you know the cedar the fence.
Yeah, the panels.
The
That's
panels.
what I'm saying. Like, I have a clean side, then he has a clean side.
So you're
I have a clean
alternating.
side. Yeah, we alternate. So it's a true neighbor fence. Long story short, me and my father-in-law put up the whole fence. 100-foot of fence.
Oh, my gosh.
I get a text message, hey, here's how much you owe for the materials and stuff. And I'm like, okay.
Yeah.
I just built this fence.
Here's what you owe me for labor.
You could have spent literally $35 to $5,000 to have somebody
just send them that.
Fence up.
See, in certain situations, you got to be very direct. Like normally you kind of like try to be political or just nice or whatever. But it's like the guy that asked me that I barely knew down in Aransas Pass, hey, can I use your trailer? And oh, by the way, my daughter's coming in town. She wants to stay there a week. And oh, by the way, can we borrow your kayak? Sometimes you just have to. I just said, wish I could. I can't.
Yeah.
You need to just say, okay, labor for this is generally $3,500 to $4,000. Would that cover it?
Yeah. Yeah.
No. I'm sometimes you just have to be like,
I'm with you, but it's my neighbor.
It doesn't matter.
There is a relationship
He's taking advantage
there. And then also too, financially speaking, I couldn't swing the shared cost for the other side of my fence about a month and a half ago.
Mm-hmm.
My neighbor said, Sean, don't worry about it, man. I got you. We're retired. We're good. They put up their whole fence. They have a huge fence, like almost 500 linear feet of fence. That cost them probably $15,000.
Yeah.
I didn't pay a single dime. My shared cost would have been like $1,500.
Yeah.
I couldn't swing it.
Yeah.
So I didn't do it. He put it up. No problem. I feel obligated that even though I did the work, I should still pay something.
Dude, you spent what, 2 days, 3 days?
I spent a day and a half.
Nah, man. Nah, man. You can tell him, hey, I'm willing to help a little bit, but this is about a $3,500 job that I did.
Yeah, I mean, I know that's what I should do. It's just,
but you can do it in a nice. You can say it in a nice way.
Yeah,
like I did. When I said, I wish I could, can't.
Yeah,
you know. So
I'll see. I'll let you. I'll get back to you guys, and after I let that marinate.
I wish I could, but I can't.
I'm gonna have to marinate.
Yeah.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Laws being talked about. Taylor Swift. Oh, the NFL is accommodating her concert schedule so she can attend Kansas City games. And I'm like, yeah, that's awkward. And if you don't like it, I understand. But that's good business. I have no problem.
I meant to ask you about this.
Yeah.
Why good business? What do you mean?
Well, have you seen the ratings and the new female listeners? I mean, with female viewers and all that. I mean, it's very much, archived. Like the NFL numbers for new viewers, new female viewers, Swifties, all that has skyrocketed.
Yeah.
So why not keep her? Everybody watches these games, and that's not going away.
Yeah.
Everybody watches these games. Oh, is Taylor there? Oh, Travis is. Isn't her boyfriend that football player? It's like, yeah. No, this is good business for the NFL. Everybody, it raises it. More attention, more viewers, more fans, all that stuff. You don't have to like it, and for me, frankly, it's kind of weird too. But I would do it.
Yeah,
hell yeah,
I didn't think about that. Like, okay, that means Taylor's going to be at those games.
Yeah,
and she'll get plenty of FaceTime,
airtime, viewers.
Yeah, that's a good.
They
point.
are benefiting big time.
All right, coming up next, this raised the eyebrows of one John Lopez. Something that Ron Hughley said the other day that, in Lopez's opinion, is quite polarizing. We'll get to that next. It's Sports Radio 610. You're in the loop.
The Drive with Stoerner.
in all states.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
In for Landry Locker this afternoon now. Sean Bijani with you. John Lopez, Figgy Fig here as well. You want to be a part of the show, hit us up. 713-572-4610, 572-4610. If you are joining us on the streams, we appreciate you. You can always watch us every show here on Sports Radio 610 Twitch and YouTube. At Lopez on Sports via Twitter. At Sean Bijani for myself. So, John, I did not hear the conversation between Ron Hughley and Clint Stoerner the other day.
Yeah, I think it was Wednesday.
However, I'm anxious to hear what you have to say about this because I was in a similar conversation with Patrick Creighton and Chris Santiago like weeks and weeks ago in regard to C.J. Stroud and Dak Prescott.
Yeah. So if I were to tell you Dak Prescott is better than C.J. Stroud, your reaction would be what?
Nothing passionate either way. I literally was asked that question. I hemmed and hawed over it, and I'm like, well, like, if we're taking last year alone, just 1 year, then I would say ultimately, yeah, Stroud had a better year than Dak Prescott last year.
But he said Dak is better than C.J. Stroud
based on
right now. See, that's where I think it gets interesting because I'm actually kind of on Ron's side on this to a degree because it depends on how you say this. Like, you have to be a big dummy, myself included, to say you would take Dak Prescott or C.J. Stroud going into this season, much less moving into the next 3 or 4 seasons.
Agreed.
You're a dummy if you think that. Because C.J. Stroud, talk about the arrow pointing up. I mean, it is going straight up.
Yeah.
But it's kind of like that. Figgy is kind of like that conversation I had when Jared Goff got his contract. And I said, Jared Goff is the second most accomplished quarterback in the NFL the last 2 years. And he is, if you look at numbers, like I think in the last 2 years, certainly last year, first in several categories, second in yards, second in, I think, touchdown interception ratio.
Yes, it's been very good of late.
He's played more games the last 2 years than any quarterback in the NFL, taking them to the conference championship, for God's sakes. So if you look at numbers, Jared Goff is clearly the second most accomplished quarterback in the NFL the past 2 years. But would you draft him second? No. See, it's all how you frame it. Because if Ron is saying Dak Prescott, and he did, is a better quarterback than C.J. Stroud right now, I can't argue that. Dak has done more. He's done it more consistently. He was a very prominent first-year player and got better.
But it's a different question.
Right. It's
even
how
on
you
the
say
surface
it.
level. Like, who's a better quarterback right now today, CJ or Dak? I would have to say CJ is a better quarterback right now today. Forget the sample size. Just look at it on the surface level. I'm not talking about, like, total body of work because it's impossible for CJ to rival anything that Dak has done or Goff has done or whoever.
Yeah.
Right now today, ask the question, if you have to go win a game, are you rolling with Dak or are you rolling with CJ? Even that is a slightly difficult conversation for me to have because, well, how did Dak burst onto the scene into the NFL?
Big games.
Big games.
Big
I mean,
games.
like, what? Within his first...
Was it the Washington game where he just tore him up?
I don't remember.
And it was mostly him in the postseason or going into the postseason or something like that?
2 years into the league, he had 5 fourth-quarter comebacks.
Yeah.
That was his rookie year.
Yeah.
2 seasons in, he had 9 game-winning drives, led the league his second year.
Yeah.
So, and hell, let's go 3 years. He had 5 more his third year in the league, 3 more fourth-quarter comebacks. That's 8 fourth-quarter comebacks.
Yeah.
That's 14 game-winning drives. That's freaking good.
Yeah.
Like, that, you want it to clutch gene, like big moment, high leverage, execution, everything that we really love and appreciate about C.J. Stroud right now today after just 1 season.
Yeah.
The Bengals game,
Yeah.
the Bucks game. I mean, there was a handful more that I'm probably forgetting. I know I'm forgetting, but for that reason, that's why I'm like, I don't know, because I know Dak was at one time capable of it.
Yeah.
It's just, is he still?
That's why I kind of got Ron's back on this. I get it, because it's almost the exact argument I made about Jared Goff. Like, I mean, how do you deny it? I mean, look at the numbers. You have him right in front of you. Mm-hmm. How do you deny what he has done? How do you deny the success he's had, the postseason success he's had, the late season success he's had as an individual quarterback? Can't deny it. But that said, who would you draft for this season? You know?
Yeah, I guess.
Who would you draft? I draft CJ.
Yeah, I draft CJ too. But I think it's hard just looking at CJ. He only had 1 year.
Yeah.
So we going off of that 1 year versus everybody else with their whole body of work.
Mm-hmm. Hold on, you said who would you draft? Like relative to just these
between
three?
those two.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just right now.
Yeah, CJ, easy.
Dak or CJ? It's CJ.
I mean, if we were like drafting starting NFL quarterbacks for all 32 right now today, like who's your number one overall pick at quarterback?
Well, we know
Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah.
Like who's your number two? I think
we can argue.
That's where the argument starts. And you know what? Because arrow pointing up, because of age, because of small sample size, because of clutch gene, I'm drafting C.J. Stroud.
And what's funny about it is a lot of this comes down to the buzz you have generated and the reputation you have built. Mm-hmm. Because when you look at the best quarterbacks in the NFL, Dak is never mentioned, like in the top 5. Like never.
I think the reason for that is we see him. I don't want to put the blame all on him, but we see the Cowboys wet the bed every playoff.
The reputation, yeah.
Yeah, so it's hard for me to look at Dak and say, "Oh, he's better than CJ," knowing that I see Dak wet the bed every playoff game.
Mm-hmm.
So if Dak Prescott leads the Cowboys to a title game, conference title game this season, what does that do for his image, for his reputation, for what you think of Dak as a player?
Oh, I think it's going to just absolutely send it through the roof. First of all, it's the Cowboys. The reputation comes in. It matters. The team you do it for, the populator, what people say about you matters. Right now, he's kind of a failure because he's hitched his wagon to the Cowboys, who always fail in the postseason. But again, when you look at numbers, when you look at production and the things that he's done, I'm with Ron. I can't say he's not with a straight face because it's right there in front of me. Just like I said, the Goff argument.
The more accomplished quarterback.
That's what I said. More accomplished was Goff.
So do you feel like Goff is better than C.J. Stroud?
Goff?
Yeah,
No,
like if it was the same conversation.
No, but he's more accomplished.
Yeah.
There's a difference between who do you think is better? Because that's who you think is better, your eye test.
Mm-hmm.
But who is more accomplished? Jared Goff. Super Bowl, conference championship.
It's an argument.
It's undeniable. Yeah.
You just you can't argue. But when people do have arguments, I don't think they blow right past the initial question.
Mm-hmm.
And what you're really asking is most accomplished. When you say who's better, you're saying most accomplished because of the recourse you get.
Yeah.
The response that you get, I mean. That's the most important thing. Like, who's better right now today? I mean, can we say, like, C.J. Stroud? Do you feel the confidence in saying C.J. Stroud sees the game with a higher level of understanding and dissection than maybe Dak Prescott and Jared Goff, just taking those two right now? Based upon, like, the decisions that he made, the types of throws that we've seen him make at this level.
Yeah.
I would say, that's pretty plausible.
Dak Prescott has made some incredible throws and some incredible plays over the course of his career. It's an arrow pointing down thing versus an arrow pointing up, and that's why we're biased.
What about crunch time, though? Is he making those throws? Is he making those plays, like now, present day, in 2023 this past season? Was he making those throws when he had to go win a game?
Mm-hmm.
Was he finding, CeeDee Lamb 58 yards?
No.
You know what I mean? Like, we didn't see that.
No, I get it.
Is he throwing a freaking strike right through the heart of the defense and hitting a guy in stride like we see CJ find Nico or find Tank? And now, damn, he's got Stephon Diggs.
Hey, if I had Team X, not the Texans, just any NFL team that has good talent all around, offensively and defensively, and I had to pick a quarterback to quarterback that team, C.J. Stroud might be third. It would be, maybe second, maybe fourth, but he would be right at the top. Obviously, Patrick Mahomes. I think Joe Burrow, I'm a big fan, but we'll see how his wrist is. I mean, there's been some news there. Is going. And then probably Stroud. I mean, Josh Allen's in the mix. Lamar Jackson's in the mix. A lot of the ones we know, the familiar faces. Me personally, I might pick him second or third. But that doesn't make the argument that Dak has done more and is a better quarterback in the NFL to this point.
Where are you at on Aaron Rodgers?
See,
I feel like people.
He's almost like a non-factor to me right now.
Why?
I don't trust his health.
The health, understood.
Yeah.
8 months removed from Achilles.
Yeah.
I even had questions about him going into last season because different organization, different setting, players, offense, the whole bit. Age and health.
Yeah.
But at what point in time? I think it's going to be very early. I'll answer it for me. I think it's going to be very early this season that Aaron Rodgers gets the Tom Brady treatment in that, forgot how badass this dude was.
Oh, no. Hey.
He's healthy. He's pretty freaking good.
There is no question about that.
I think it happens very early on. I don't think there's any hemming and hawing about, Rodgers looks pretty creaky, the first 4
I just
or
don't
5
trust
weeks.
his health. I'm not sure exactly, what he has left, even if he is healthy.
Yeah.
But if you talk about maybe if somebody did a list of the best 25 throws in NFL history, like just the throw that's quarterback made, he'd probably have 6 or 8 of them.
Maybe one of his, maybe one of the other former Packer quarterbacks too. I mean, you talk about all time, right? You're talking about all time.
Yeah.
Brett Favre had a lot of those.
Yeah, just an absolute. Where did that come from?
Yeah.
You know who's made a few of those already?
Yeah.
C.J. Stroud.
Yes, he has. He has. I've got one very vividly implanted in my brain that one through 2 defenders to Tank Dell. I can't remember if that went for a touchdown or if that was down at the 2 against Jacksonville.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Do you remember that one?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
God, that was sexy, man. I'm gonna be looking forward to that this year. A lot, man.
Yeah.
713-572-4610, 572-4610. If you want to weigh in on that, would love to hear from you. Coming up next, we'll take a trip around the NFL. Stay with us. You're in the Loop.
93.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Let's go around the NFL to keep you in the loop. This is Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, time to go around the NFL. Sean Bijani in for Landry Locker. John Lopez, Figgy Fig here as well. 713-572-4610 if you'd like to be a part of the show. First up on Around the NFL, is this real? That is my real question. Is this real in regards to Tyreek Hill? On Twitter.
It's real.
Is it?
It's real.
ML Football on Twitter.
Mm-hmm.
Congrats. Dolphins wide receiver Tyreek Hill and his wife, Keita, reportedly expecting their first child together. Tyreek has had 4 kids this year and already has 10 children at 30 years old with another on the way. Is that real?
It's real. I've seen
God.
it several different places. And you know, you do you, I guess, but come on, man. 11 children it's going to be at 30 years old, I believe, with 6 different women. At some point, you just got to pick a lane. I mean, you know, you either don't get married. That's one lane. Protect yourself because you're having. I mean, there's no way this is going to end well at any level. You know, you're going to either run out of money, you're going to have strife in your life, you're going to have conflicting things going on. We all know the story there. So either protect yourself, or don't get married. Don't do this. You know, just enjoy your life.
That's incredible. That's too much.
11 kids, Figgy. 6 women.
Crazy, man.
30 years old.
So the only other individual that I can think of that had this many kids with this many different women, Antonio Cromartie, former
Hard
NFL
Knocks.
player.
Yeah.
I just sent you that audio, by the way, Figgy. I put it in the doc if you want to pull that up. Let me know if you got it, because we could revisit that one time at training camp when Antonio Cromartie was struggling to remember the names of all of his children.
Yeah.
Who do you think has a tougher time? Like, in retrospect, like Antonio Cromartie, or how's Tyreek Hill going to fare with this whole situation?
I don't think, this is like parsing, because it can't end well. Look, no offense to the kids. We hope you have happy, healthy, long, successful lives. But how are the women handling all this? 6? Oh, it's cool.
Cha-ching.
Yeah, well,
that's how they're handling it.
That too. But, man. And you know, how much cha-ching is there going to be, really?
Well,
you know what these how much he's going to be spending and paying and all that stuff.
But he's worth a lot of money.
He's worth a lot of money, but
I get it. Let's revisit Antonio Cromartie from years past on all of his children's birthdays and names.
When you're on the football field, you have to turn, all the aggression on. But as soon as you leave and get home, you got to be that father figure, that husband. What's wrong with your hair? What is going on with your hair? I got Alonzo, who is 5. I have Karis, who is 3. I have my junior, which is 3. I have my daughter, who just turned 3 as of yesterday. I have another son named Tyler. He turns 3 in December.
That's a lot of 3-year-olds.
Daughter that was born October 16th named London. Another daughter that was born named Leilani, who's 2 years old. And I have my newborn with my wife. Her name is Jersey.
I counted one kid whom he did not name. He just said daughter. That was it.
If you watch the video, he's sitting there like really thinking.
Yeah. He didn't name one of the kids.
What is it? I got, my daughter.
That's not as bad as I remember it being. It would have been.
Except there's 5 3-year-olds.
Yeah. That probably.
Kind of hard to figure that one out.
It probably didn't work out that way.
Kind of hard to figure that one out.
Of course, I don't know. Staggered. I don't know. Mm-hmm. I don't want to try to do the math right now. But it would have been good if he's like, I got a daughter. It's 3.
Yeah.
Got another daughter. It's 3. Got another son. Three.
Just
No
turned
names.
3.
Just sons and daughters.
Just turned 3.
Oh, that's so good. Up next on Around the NFL, I just saw this story in regards to Brian Flores. You remember him?
Oh, yeah.
Do you recall where he's working these days?
Didn't he end up going to, where is he?
He was
Minnesota.
Okay.
Minnesota.
I thought he was in Pittsburgh at one point.
Yeah, there too. He spent a year there as a senior defensive assistant in 2022 before taking the DC job with the Vikings last year. He's been around, man. And if you recall, the reason why I ask and we're going through this is because, well, he's levied a lawsuit against the NFL and several teams alleging racial discrimination in its hiring practices. He was fired by the Dolphins, and, we went through it. Spent a year with the Steelers. Now he's with the Vikings. Blah, blah, blah. Well, last July, a federal judge ruled that Flores can proceed to trial with his claims against the league and 3 teams, one of which is the Houston Texans, along with the Denver Broncos and New York Giants. The judge ruled last March that Flores has to pursue his claims against the Dolphins through arbitration. So having said all of that, Flores will now be among the 27 participants in the NFL's 5th Accelerator program. It's an event hosted by the league to strengthen the pipeline of diverse candidates for front office and coaching positions. I have a question. Simple. Maybe the answer is not so much.
Yeah.
Will Brian Flores be an NFL head coach within the next 3 years?
He will never be an NFL head coach. This is this accelerated program. Everything that he's doing, wherever you land on, it doesn't matter. It's always good to have a big group of people from which you can select to become a head coach. Whatever color, right? I'd rather have a big group than a small group because you get a chance to get a better chance to get someone that's really, really good, really, really qualified, maybe more so than you would any other way. But the NFL, as much as it's great that he's a part of this accelerator program, they also are owners that have very long memories and are not going to do it. They're just not.
The reason why I ask is obviously because there's a small part of me that thinks there is a chance. Maybe 3 years is too fast, but this is how my mind works. John Gruden, remember the lawsuit that he had against the NFL, right? Well, they told him, I think earlier this week or last week, that, sorry, but you're going to have to pursue this through arbitration, which is run by the NFL.
Yeah.
Well, that's kind of a problem, right? At least for John Gruden, because he feels like he was done dirty by the NFL that brought up emails that were a decade old.
Yeah.
This was right around the time that Dan Snyder was catching holy hell for all of the malpractice at, in his organization before, he'd lost ownership or even sold. So Flores, because this is a racial element, and he would be
that's
in favor
that's a
of
big
that,
factor right there.
I think the NFL is going to have to swallow the pill at some point in time, and I think they end up doing it with Brian Flores. Not because, it's a charity case or anything, but maybe because Flores, takes them to Pound Town.
Opens their eyes.
Yes, opens their eyes, and finally kind of breaks through. I feel like we're going to get.
I get the point. I hope you're right. There are billionaires that don't like being told that they're a certain thing.
Yeah, sketch doesn't do it, justice.
I mean, let's be honest. They were told race was a factor.
Yes.
They don't forget that.
Rooney Rule for frickin' 50 years.
Yes.
Holy crap, man.
No, I mean, look, it should be one of those things where they're like, you know what? This is an eye opener, whatever. It won't be. I mean, it's just human nature, man. Like billionaires that have been told that they might be racist or at least have some biases.
Yeah. I don't know that I'll die on the hill with Brian Flores alone, but I will die on the hill.
I'm talking about Brian Flores specifically.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm
I
talking about
will
him.
die on the hill that somebody's going to break through sooner than later.
Yeah.
Finally, up next on the around the NFL executive. We talked about Mike North. He's a NFL executive in charge of scheduling, the whole bit, explaining why the New York Jets have so many damn primetime games in 2024. How many do they have, Bijani? Well, they've got 6 night games in their first 11 weeks. I think overall 7 standalone games this season. That's the most for any team since the 1970 merger, according to the Elias Sports Bureau. Mike North said, quote, "Yes, it's an awful lot of primetime games early in the season, but obviously I feel like the Jets kind of owe us one." He went on to say, quote, "When we had this conversation a year ago, we were all of us, all in on the Jets. And for the guy to last 4 plays was disheartening for many of us. I feel like we could run it back, and certainly our broadcast partners, when they came to us early in the process talking about what storylines they want to focus on early this season, obviously Aaron Rodgers and his return was a key one for everybody," end quote from Mike North. Is that a plausible enough an excuse as to why the Jets have 7 primetime games, 6 in the first 11 weeks?
First of all, good luck with that. Because I, as I mentioned in the last segment, I'm not so sure how much he's going to last. I mean, it was an Achilles. He's 41, whatever he is.
41, I believe.
Yeah. It's asking a lot. So first of all, good luck with that. Secondly, this ties in exactly with what I was talking about with Taylor Swift. Oh, they're moving their schedule. They're working their schedule to work around her concert schedule. Yeah, that's good business. Aaron Rodgers, comeback story. If he does do it, if I'm wrong and he's completely healthy and he's awesome, you're not going to get a better story. It's good business to get Aaron Rodgers on the TV in the New York market and across the country. A guy like him that is actually also polarizing, so people have very strong feelings about him. Absolutely.
It's not just about Aaron Rodgers, though. I mean, there is the Robert Saleh element too, you know, whether or not, like, how safe is his job.
That's all kind of...
Sure, it's intermingled, but it's also New York. And I think the fact that the Texans get to play a small part of that, build up to the drama that may be. What week is that again? Why is it slipping my mind?
The Jets game?
Yeah.
It's week 9. It's Halloween.
Yeah. Oh,
yeah, it's Halloween, baby. Yeah.
Let's go. Yeah, again, the Texans could play a small part in the demise of the Jets and the Cowboys. And then to a much larger degree towards the end of the regular season with, playoff implications, maybe the Chiefs, maybe the Ravens, maybe the Dolphins. I mean, they could end a lot of people's seasons.
Well, the Jets and the Cowboys for sure are good ones.
Yes.
Yeah.
Looking forward to that. I think.
Hell, Buffalo.
Oh my gosh!
Week 5, Buffalo, and if they all the flack that they've taken. And the way they've changed and getting rid of receivers and all that. If Buffalo starts out slow and then the Texans put a fork in them on October 6th.
For that matter, Detroit as well.
Yeah, see, I maybe Detroit might be in trouble by week 10, or they might be like, oh my goodness, which I think this is going to be, this is the Super Bowl preview kind of game.
Well, I mean, the expectations were really there for the Lions to break through last year, right? And this offseason, I feel like they're in that category of not necessarily got better, but stayed the same. Like they're running it back. Now, they paid dudes.
Yeah.
They spent a lot of money this offseason.
Yeah.
But are people really going to be as much in on the Lions this season as they were last year?
Absolutely.
You think so?
Oh, yeah. They've got, talk about watchability, with Dan Campbell, and now Goff got paid, and Amon-Ra St. Brown, and obviously what they do on the defensive side. I think they're one of the more Detroit has absolutely just transformed itself over the last few years. And getting so close last year, blowing that game or whatever you want to call it, for sure.
Yeah, I mean, look, they're the favorites to win that division again, no doubt. But getting through a gauntlet, that who knows how it breaks down, but is going to consist of, the 49ers and the Cowboys and the Eagles. And I don't know who the hell's going to come out of the NFC South. That's a very difficult
who
division.
knows?
You know what I mean? It's going to be tough. Can Dan Campbell, can the Detroit Lions kind of get out of their own way?
Yeah.
This regular season and maybe presumably postseason as well. 713-572-4610, 572-4610. Pendergast texted me about the Antonio Cromartie. He goes, I could listen to that.
All the time. All the time.
I guess there's a reason why. I mean, we're playing it. How old is that audio? Like a decade?
It's at least, right? It was a Hard Knocks. Early on.
By the way, speaking of Hard Knocks.
Oh, yeah, the Giants?
Giants. What is he?
It's going to be like the off-season stuff.
The off-season.
Mm-hmm.
So, which one are they focusing on? It's supposed to be like the whole division instead of just a singular team. Like the off-season is going to solely focus on the Giants, but now the in-season, instead of it being a singular focused team, it's going to be an entire division.
Yeah.
Is that correct?
I've heard that, but I haven't heard any details yet. This is the only one that I've seen.
The only thing that I saw in relation to Hard Knocks was via Adam Schefter the other day, who confirmed that the NFL, the NFL, I guess it was, is still planning on doing the in-season version.
Yes,
like that's coming.
I hate it. I hate the in-season, not the in-season, the training camp one. Way too scripted, way too fake. They never deliver, honesty. This one intrigues me.
The off-season?
This one with the Giants.
Giants, yeah.
The off-season one. Because it's scouting combine, it's draft, and even if they don't...
losing free agents like Barkley.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, and even if they don't spill all the beans and they show like a trade that almost happened, they don't want to mention that name, you're going to see how they interact with players at the combine, interviews, some of the other like strategies that they use and techniques that they use when they're scouting player. That's fascinating. That might be more fascinating to me, more interesting than like, my 3-year-old, whatever.
What was that really good video that came out after the draft? Was it the Colts that released that? It was like a 2 or 3 minute piece of Chris Ballard.
Yes.
Is that the one I'm thinking of where you felt like, you were there.
Yeah.
In the war room in those conversations. I love that stuff.
This is going to be, I'm in on this one.
Yeah.
It's been 6 or 8 years that I've just like, come on. The preseason Hard Knocks is kind of.
I'm with you.
It's kind of a joke.
It wore out its welcome for me too. I used to be all about it, but it's just it fell flat here in recent years.
Yeah.
Coming up next, we've got the Slime Off.
Yeah, we do.
And
it's gonna be a close one, by the way.
Is there a new addition to the Slime Off, or did you guys just have the 3?
I've got 3.
There is kind of a late edition.
Okay.
It was the top story in sports this morning. We'll get to that. It's next.
First, though, I want to tell you about Orchard.
conversation.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
You are a slime ball.
It's time for the weekly slime.
Slime season.
The biggest displays of weekly slimery.
Man, you going to hell on scholarship.
As decided by your favorite H-Town home and the loopholes.
Man, look at this slime ball.
This is the Friday Slime Off on Sports Radio 610.
All right, before we get to the slime off, Sean Bijani in for Landry Locker today with John Lopez and Figgy Fig. We do have an update that we need to pass along, J-Lo.
Yeah, man. KHOU and others, Jeff Lindner, have been reporting that the power is going to be off for those who are without power, like myself, for a week or longer, more than likely. And the reason for that, and there's video on the KHOU website, of transmission lines and towers have gone down, and that's entire segments of the lines and the towers. They have some 4,000 people, obviously in the business, coming down to help restore power and get these things back up. But you could more than likely be without power for up to a week or more because these towers are down. Man, this was like when you're looking at the video, mangled. Like, this wasn't strong winds.
Yeah.
This wasn't a storm.
That had to be a damn tornado.
This was a tornado with 100-plus miles an hour. I posted this on Twitter. So you know those big galvanized stoplights on major streets?
Yeah.
I was coming from my son's house to my house on TC Jester.
Mm-hmm.
So they come all the way across the street, obviously. Yeah. So at the intersection, that's where you stop. This one on TC Jester, I would love, and I know a lot of people listen in that area. You probably have some pictures. Was bent all the way back, parallel with the street.
Yeah, that's crazy. Tornado had to be.
It just bent it straight back.
Wind in and of itself is not doing it. I mean, it's got to be tornado type winds. You know, I know hurricane winds. Yesterday we experienced 100, 111, maybe some cases 120 mile per hour winds, but that just had to be a tornado.
So
to do that damage.
Not for this exercise with the slime off. We've got some candidates that we're going to talk about here, but the absolute candidate, the absolute winner today is that damn that tornado storm.
Yeah, amen to that.
That's the slime off.
Yeah.
That's the slime ball right there. But we have others.
You do have others, no question about it. And by the way, keep it here, Sports Radio 610 all day, because the drive coming up right behind us from 2 until 6. Patrick Creighton will be on Area 45 tonight as well. Keep you updated on any information that you may need in terms of power restoration and other notable things that the community needs to know about. We've got you right here on Sports Radio 610. All right, so our first nominee on the slime off, well, we just talked about him.
We did.
Bit. Tyreek Hill.
Come on, bro. Come on, man.
Who is going to have his 5th kid
11th
this year and 11th overall.
Yeah.
So he's already had 4 kids this year. He will have his 5th coming up. That is insane. At 30 years of age with, do we know how many different women?
6. At least 6.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yes.
Yes.
Wow.
So, like, it's always a little touchy, Figgy, you know, like, no pun intended. Like, that's his business, whatever. He's rich. I just, you know, you can kind of use your own, whatever, moral standards however you want, but it's his business.
Yeah.
But what's slimy to me is like, man, what are you doing to these women? What are you doing, you know, to their future? And how can you swing that? I don't care. I know it's your business. You do what you want. But how can you swing that, man?
Yeah, I think it's a little slimy. As crazy as it sounds, I don't have a problem with if you want to have all these kids with all these different women, whatever. But it seems like it's always some drama around it, though.
Yeah.
It's not like,
that's why.
Yeah, because Nick Cannon doing the same thing pretty much.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go like
you don't really hear a lot of like drama going on with that. It's always like Tyreek Hill is always into something.
Yeah.
Go like George Costanza on this one. Is that wrong?
That's what I'm saying. It's not wrong. It's not wrong.
It's not. Yeah, it's not.
It's just kind of. It's a slime ball, man. How can you do that? Like, just practically speaking.
Yeah.
And I know people are going to think I'm nuts. I don't even know how much money he's made in his career. It's been a lot. I don't care how much money you have, man. You're talking child support. In some cases, you're talking, other supporting the wife in other ways, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I don't care how much money you have. It goes pretty fast.
Net worth for Tyreek Hill currently listed at $40 million. Current contract, 4 years, $120 million that he'd signed back in 2022. So,
yeah.
A lot
he's
of
got
that
money
going to a baby mama near you if you're Tyreek Hill.
So there's one.
Hide your girl.
One.
Yeah.
Hide your lady.
I wonder what the relationship between all of those women are like.
I bet you they don't even have one.
I don't know.
Yeah. Most probably don't even have one.
It'd be interesting to learn about. Next up, biggest story in sports today, Scotty Scheffler. Arrested early this morning as he was making his way into the compound at Valhalla Golf Club in Kentucky for the 106th PGA Championship. 4 o'clock this morning, a worker for the tournament was struck and killed by a shuttle bus. Probably unbeknownst to Scotty Scheffler at the time, was trying to go into the player entrance and blew past who he thought was a security guard. Turned out to be a officer who latched on to reportedly his arm, the car, for about 10 yards before Scheffler stopped. He was arrested, detained, mugshot taken, T-shirts have been printed. Facing multiple charges. Yeah. Not a good
T-shirts
day.
in less than 5 hours.
Less than 5 hours.
They're on the course, fans with those T-shirts of his mugshot.
Not affecting Scotty Scheffler's golf game.
No, he's as many shots under par as he has charges.
4.
Yeah. Yeah.
4 under today, 8 under for the tournament, in sole possession of 4th place. He's trailing Colin Morikawa, who's 11 under. But Scotty Scheffler, not good for him today.
All right, here's the slime ball aspect of this for you and Figgy. Because clearly it could be, it is going to be a he said, or he said, she said. Because the police officers are going to say this and have, and he's going to say this and has. And who knows where the truth lies. Maybe they did too much. Maybe he did too much. Here's the slime ball aspect for it and why he's a candidate here.
He lies with Jeff Darlington, who's a honest and upstanding reporter who was on scene.
You're going into the golf course and you're thinking, I'm Scotty Scheffler, I'm a PGA pro. All these lights, all these security guards, or in this case officers, they don't apply to me. I'll just tell them, and I'm gonna, we're gonna go by, and I belong there. That's fine. We've done that. Like if you're at an event and they stop every car and you have to show them your media pass and they say, okay, and you go on. But to just go, there's a certain amount of, especially with a cop hanging off your car.
Yes.
Literally a cop hanging off your car. To just go, that's a sense of entitlement that is kind of slime bally to me.
Yes.
No matter what side is actually accurate.
And I'm trying to figure out what exactly the rush was, being is that it was going to presumably be delayed with the weather situation. And you're getting there in the 4 o'clock hour when you don't even tee off until like 10.
Yeah.
Or 9, I guess it was. But still, my goodness.
Yeah.
By the way, was it second-degree assault of an officer that he's facing?
Yeah.
One of his multiple charges?
Yeah, that's the felony.
All right, so that's Scheffler. Final nominee on the slime off, Doug Gottlieb.
Man.
That Doug Gottlieb used to have a time slot here on Sports Radio 610 as part of CBS Radio back in the day. Still does have a show. I'm not exactly sure where you can hear that at, but maybe he's with Fox
Is it a serious
Radio
one,
now.
or I don't know.
It's Fox or Sirius. I'm not sure. But this last week, he was just hired by Green Bay of Wisconsin University to be their next head basketball coach.
Yeah.
He's replacing a guy who was there for 1 year and is up and left for greener pastures in Wyoming.
Yeah.
To be their head basketball coach. Gottlieb says he's going to coach basketball full-time and host his radio show full-time.
That's the slime ball. That's the slime ball. You're going to go on. He's always kind of had an eye open for jobs. And obviously knows basketball, has a history with basketball. So he's going to take on the University of Wisconsin. When we first reported this story on Wednesday or talked about it, I was like, well, good for him. I didn't know he was going to keep his radio show. That's 3 hours a day.
That's crazy.
There is no way he could do either job well.
All right, so here's the thing.
Mm-hmm.
Just quick side. He said this was the dream job, becoming a D1 head basketball coach.
Yeah.
If that's your dream job and you actually find somebody to give you the opportunity, why don't you seize the moment and try to be the very best you can be?
Why you part-time in it?
All in. Yeah, you got 1 foot in the door there.
My dream job.
The door there.
I'm still going to work 3, 4, or 5 hours a day on my radio show.
No, sir.
Did you hear the New York guys weighing in on this?
No.
Yeah, it was Boomer and the guys talking about Gottlieb.
Doug Gottlieb was introduced as the head coach at Wisconsin Green Bay, and he
took calls.
Took calls.
Quite happy to be there. I'm surprised no one clapped at any point.
Just looking up like, I cannot believe this is happening. I don't know how big their fan base is, but could you imagine, Doug Gottlieb, where'd he come from? And here's our new athletic director, Jim Rome. Jim, come on out. Welcome to the jungle.
Here was one more. His promise.
But I can promise you this. You're not going to get more out of any human being than you can get out of me.
Oh, really?
Except for the 3 hours he's doing his radio show.
Except for the 3 hours you're doing your show.
It's a great point.
What the hell?
Give you everything I've got, except from noon to 2. I got another job.
Oh, they had fun with that. That's so good.
Come on.
That is so good.
You can't do anything. You can't do. You can't commit to either one the way you should.
All right. So, is it time to vote?
Time to vote.
Okay.
I'll let you go first, and Figgy and I'll we'll weigh in.
All right. So I'm picking the winner right now.
Mm-hmm.
Between Tyreek Hill, Scotty Scheffler, and Doug Gottlieb, the slime ball winner has got to go to Scotty Scheffler.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you've got to know the situation. He didn't text any of his friends.
That was my rub. That was the rub with me.
He didn't text, anybody that was playing in the tournament, or nobody texted him, hey, watch out, cops are on scene, heavy presence.
Or just, hey, there sure are a lot of lights up here.
Yeah,
I think I'm still going to barrel through.
Right. That is a complete D-bag move. I know he's issued a statement, tried to explain his way out of it a little bit, crawfished, but no, there's no crawfishing from that. Doug Gottlieb, that's on him. It's close to some degrees, but Scotty Scheffler's the winner in my mind.
Gottlieb is my vote. I'll let Figgy break the tie or vote on someone else. That's to me, Scotty Scheffler clearly in the slime category, and he would be my second choice. But Doug Gottlieb, to me, there's no doubt that's a slime ball move to serve two masters.
Green Bay, Wisconsin made the decision too.
That's true.
It's not only Doug Gottlieb. This is all on Scotty Scheffler. Nobody made Scotty Scheffler drag a cop 10 yards, as he's trying to freaking go in and get a cup of coffee and take a morning deuce before his, 9 a.m. round, 5 hours early. That's his decision.
Yeah.
That's why he's the winner for me.
Figgy?
Yeah, it's really close between Scotty and Gottlieb. I think with Scott, I'm gonna let him off the hook a little bit because we don't really know more details on this or what happened. But I do think he should have he shouldn't have drove off like that.
No.
I would have, because I've been in situations where I couldn't get access that I usually have.
Yeah,
and I had to just wait it out. I was late and all this other stuff, but they were doing the job. So I think he should have just stopped right there. But this dude taking another job like that and trying to keep his radio job, we call that double dipping.
Yeah, exactly.
And why is you trying to do all that?
And at a high level.
Yeah.
You could keep either job and make a lot of money.
Yeah, that don't make no sense, man. I got to give it to him.
Yeah.
All right, there you go. So the winner is Doug Gottlieb. How about that? I just can't get behind it. Coming up next, I can't get behind that. I don't know. I'm a Doug Gottlieb fan, to be honest with you, from a radio perspective. Coming up next, we get the crosstalk, and we'll get you set for a little Astro baseball tonight. Big series coming up against the Brewers. That's next. You're in the loop.
First, I want to talk about Texans turf. Texans turf.
Savings vary based on purchase. See Lowe's.com for details. Selection varies by location. While supplies last.
Thank you, Figgy. Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
Coming up here in a few short minutes, we're going to talk with the boys from The Drive, Ron Hughley, Clint Stoerner. They'll be right along as part of our crosstalk. Sean Bijani in for Landry Locker and John Lopez this morning.
Sharing war stories in the break.
Yeah. You're showing us some pictures of the devastation by your house and your hood, man. You had a big-ass tree. You have one or two big-ass trees in your backyard.
I have a big, giant oak in the back that really only one limb was affected. It was the ones in the front and on the driveway that I had to trim this morning. Kind of blocked my whole driveway. And I'm showing you there. Yeah. I'll show you on YouTube there. So there's about 10 limbs there. But the one in the back, thankfully, thanks to Louis Flory, it's less susceptible to wind and storm damage. And I can tell you right now, only one limb was affected a little bit on that one that he was working on. So how about that, Louis? You did it. But the other ones on the side,
Yeah. Well, I mean, you could trim your trees up all you want to with those winds we saw yesterday, 111, 120 miles per hour in some cases.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter what you do. That's crazy. So hopefully many people out there dealing with that today. Just be safe. Even still today, obviously on the roadways, still a lot of debris to be.
A lot of four-way stops.
A lot of four-way stops, traffic lights going to be out. A lot of the area, 1.4 million people. Is that correct? In Harris County without power?
And according to many experts, could be more than a week before you get your power back.
Could be more than a week. So just, again, hey, talking about helping your neighbor out and getting to know them. They come in handy sometimes.
Yeah.
A lot of neighbors. I know a lot of people, like since Harvey, the Generac generators, man.
They're going like crazy.
A lot of people are scooping those up. So if you know somebody that has one of those.
I got the old school on wheels. I'm going to go get it right after the show because it looks like I'm going to be using it for a while.
Yeah, you got plenty of gasoline?
I got plenty of gas. Yeah.
Fast food joints last night in the gas stations. Very busy on my way home.
So I was watching my granddaughter. Well, I say watching like it was a task. I was enjoying and begged to go over. Because they wanted to go to the store, my son and his wife.
Mm-hmm.
And so I was watching her. They get home, and it was pretty calm, kind of like Sean was talking about. It was overcast, a little hazy.
Yeah.
And then you get the alerts. And I'm like, okay, well, I kind of poked my head out. And the funny thing was, like, once it hit, as we all know, I mean, it was very, very serious, and it was very, very scary. My granddaughter was just bopping around, just walking around, like, this is cool. What's the big deal, man?
Yeah.
She was having a lot of fun. And then, we opened the door, and I saw a limb and a trash can just flying across the streets. I was like, we might be able to go a little later. I might need to hang out here a little longer.
Yeah. You don't want to get out in that if you don't have to, man. That was crazy, crazy stuff last night.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you what, I feel like we've been having at least one of these torrential downpour, like lines move through, like once or twice the last couple of 3 weeks, it feels like.
Yeah, there's some sort of, the last one was up north of us and all the rising water and Liberty and your neck of the woods with Lake Houston.
Oh, yeah, when they released the dam.
Yeah.
That was a couple of weeks ago, I think.
Yeah.
We skated through fine.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody had told me right around Harvey time that my portion of that area, like we're close to the lake. I could hit a golf ball to the lake.
Yeah.
It's like a par 5.
Mm-hmm.
We're like one of the highest parts in that area,
Good.
which it was good to hear, but I told you about, all it takes is like debris getting clogged in a storm sewer and, bleep can hit the fan really quick.
Mm-hmm.
So it just doesn't matter. There's going to be a lot of cleanup. You were showing us a picture of the downed towers, the power towers.
Yeah.
I don't know what portion of town that was in, but I saw one. Patrick showed me last night. It was like a whole bunch of those towers down. It looked like just a stack of needles.
Oh yeah, no, it was twisted. I mean, and that's the thing. This wasn't just a storm. I mean, this was really going. Like, these are big giant towers that are built to last.
Yeah,
just twisted and on the ground. So that's why it's going to take a while to get for a lot of us to get our power back. It's going to be one of those. We're going to be one of those weeks.
Yeah. Hey, we're here for you, man.
Yeah.
Sports Radio 610. Keep it dialed in. We'll give you updates as we get them throughout the day. The Drive, of course, Area 45 tonight with Patrick Creighton Brewers and Astros open a 3-game series at Minute Maid Park tonight. John, we don't have to talk about this relative to, the big picture, but look, this is a big series for the Astros, just coming off of what they've done the last 17 ball games. They've won 11, 5 straight.
That's it, what you just said. It's like, all right, prove it.
Mm-hmm.
All right, they got on a little bit of a run by beating Colorado twice in Mexico City, and that was a horrible team, and they got a little bit of a run. Then they regressed. Now they're on another better run, in large part by beating 4 straight a bad A's team. Well, the Brewers ain't bad. The Brewers are very good.
Brewers are one of the best teams in baseball.
Yeah.
One of the top 3 teams in the National League. They've been playing pretty consistent baseball throughout. You remember that Seattle series where the one it was the one the Astros just had.
Okay.
Where they missed Luis Castillo, but you got Logan Gilbert.
Yeah.
And you got the other 2 guys. I can't remember their names off the top of my head, but you face some badass pitchers.
Yeah.
And they basically did to the Astros what Framber Valdez and Christian Javier did to the Oakland A's.
Yes.
The last 2 days.
Yes.
You've got a very similar situation in this series with the Milwaukee Brewers. Freddie Peralta on the mound tonight. And you look up and down that Brewers pitching staff, the guys that you're going to see, all ERAs below 3.6, had very good seasons, getting a lot of swing and miss. Been very stingy and efficient so far. Well, you're rolling with Hunter Brown, JV, and Spencer Arrighetti.
I like the JV part, I think.
I like the JV part. I know that. Look, I got confidence in JV. So long as that dude's healthy, he's a gamer, he's going to give you a chance to win.
Yeah.
The oddity that is Hunter Brown.
7.79 ERA.
But, he pitched really well his last time out against the Tigers. They lost 8-2. But he only allowed 1 earned run in 5 innings. They lost to the Seattle Mariners. The start before that only gave up 2 earned runs, only pitched a 4 1/3. The one game that they won with Hunter Brown on the mound this season, they won in extras, 10-9, and he gave up 6 earned runs.
Yeah, he's 0-4, 7.79, slightly better of late, as you just pointed out. But then you got Arrighetti to end it.
He's been pitching better too.
Yeah, and he's been a little bit better as well. But that's kind of my point. Like, okay. I see you working. Now prove it against a real squad.
Yeah. I think, look, yes, the pitching needs to prove it, but who's been picking the pitching up as well, even when they haven't needed it? Like last night, you went 8-1, and you get that outing from Christian Javier, who, look, didn't have his best stuff in terms of his fastball.
Wild.
That changeup and the slider combo was sick.
Yeah.
He was doing some different things. I don't know if Joe Espada was not asked directly about the lack of velocity after the game last night in relation to Christian Javier, but he didn't have it the start before that when he only lasted an inning and a third. Patrick's a little concerned about that. I'm curious about it. I don't know that I'm concerned. I don't know that I can be, per se.
As long as he can keep throwing with the other stuff that he's got going on.
I mean,
but he got rocked, too, before.
He looked like Greg Maddux, Jamie Moyer last night, pumping high 80s, low 90s, but just the movement and the swing and miss that he was getting.
Yeah.
Major league hitters. Yeah, they're the A's, but they're major league hitters doing what you're supposed to do against lesser ball clubs. I look at it from that angle, but then it's complimentary baseball. They capitalized on the A's throwing the ball all over around the field, this 4-game set. Just bonehead plays by their outfielders like Nevin the other night, not realizing how many outs there were. Bregman able to easily get a sac fly, score Tucker. So, I'm looking at this team that is resembling the championship type of habits that this ball club has the last 7 years, where they capitalize on the mistakes of the opponent. The offense, has the back of the pitching staff. And when their backs are up against the wall and your bullpen is taxed, they're not available. You got starting pitchers to go out there and pitch, the best games of the season for you. That and those reasons alone is why I'm confident going into this Brewers series. There is a sense of urgency, as Joe Espada said.
Well, there has to be. You're still in a hole. And the one thing that I think is crucial with this club is every time the Astros, last 7 years, man, every time you feel like the Astros need to have someone, and you guys talked about it, I referenced it earlier about picking themselves off the floor, but I think it's individual games. like a game in which they're down 4-1 early or whatever. There are so many different ways that they can come back. You can get a bullpen that just shuts them down the rest of the way, and you kind of nip, kind of chip away at some of that lead, or huge inning, and then followed by 2 innings later another huge inning. I'm waiting to see like all the elements come to place. I still, I'm not going to back down from what I believe is the case. I don't feel they have the parts that they've had in the past. I would love to be wrong, but as of now, prove it. I mean, that's how we started this segment. Prove it. Let's go.
We've made it a whole damn show, and we haven't mentioned this guy's name once.
Who's that?
Joey Loperfido with his first Major League home run last night.
One, yeah.
You talk about guys contributing in big spots. The Astros,
the out of nowhere guys, stuff like that.
The Astros have had more guys.
I mean, all the big stars, air quote, that we know now started out as that guy. Mm-hmm. Like you go like, oh, where did this Christian Javier come from? Remember that?
Exactly.
He's pretty good. Oh, that Urquidy's not bad.
Yes.
Luis Garcia.
Yes.
Like
keep going.
Yeah.
Keep
all
going.
of them were like, never heard of this guy. Damn, I love him. I mean,
Jordan Alvarez.
You knew a little more about him.
Well, but he was a slap that the Dodgers gave up on and barely even knew existed in their farm system.
In another deal. Yeah. Yeah.
And now he's one of the best.
We need more of those guys.
I need Jordan Alvarez to rock the headband tonight. I know that.
He's the only one that's not?
I don't know if he's the only one that's not, but he's the only one that's not hitting the baseball.
If it makes you feel better. If it makes you feel better, you're right.
No, I'm going down to Academy Sports. I'm getting me one.
Oh, come on, man.
That's okay. I mean, you're a radio guy in the city. We can play those games.
One.
Some of this stuff to me is just nonsense. But if it makes you feel better, go for it. It ain't the headbands, guys.
Are you not a believer in the slump buster? I mean,
hell no.
Not as a
cheater
headband.
with the golden thong. If this is their version,
you're getting in the right neck of the woods. Sean, you start talking about thongs. Them kind of slump busters I'm talking about.
How many headbands you think Jose Abreu needs?
He needs a beach towel. Yeah,
he should just go bandana and do-rag.
He needs a beach towel. Is what he needs.
With Jose Abreu, he needs to be like if you're trying to get that girl at 2 a.m. in the bar and you take her home and you think you need one ain't gonna do it, but you need to double up, maybe triple up. Jose Abreu needs to put about 3 of them things on his ass.
If you feel like you need to double or triple up, I'm gonna encourage you to buy out of that.
Yeah, I think we need to just go get a nightcap.
I'm gonna encourage you to say, I must drink too much, baby. Yeah. I must drink too much.
Nah,
give me call you an Uber.
I got to get home.
Give me call you
I got to get home, man. Yeah.
Just saying.
Wow.
I need to tell you about my girlfriend?
Yeah.
Hey, I need to see 3 of those on his dome piece and 1 on Jordan tonight.
Triple bag that joint, huh? Whoa.
Triple bag that joint.
Oh, man. Yeah, I look over there and old Myers and Cabbage and Loperfido got the old Bregman. They over there stroking Bregman with that headband. I don't like it.
Nah, I ain't about it.
It's their leader.
Yeah.
Bregman?
He's
one of them.
Those guys.
Yeah, those guys, ladies. One of them.
Yeah, Alvarez probably looking at them like,
man, what's all them crackers over there doing? Look at that man. Look at that man, the crackers over there with the headband, all the matching headbands on.
Him and Fran over there, look at them fools.
Hey, man.
They think that looks good.
You know who's got to feel really good about that whole situation is John Singleton, who's gone from being Mr. Irrelevant next to Abreu to the guy that has kind of kickstarted this whole thing with a headband. Like, hey, we got something going. Just ever since everybody else started rocking it, he's kind of cooled off a little bit.
The beautiful thing, you bring up John Singleton, the beautiful thing about John Singleton to me, he's the epitome of give a guy a little bit of runway, let him play a little bit, and not that he's going to be as good as he's been, or I don't know what he's going to be, but ultimately get in that routine, get in a rhythm, let him just, instead of just a sporadic start here, there, a random pinch hit here, there, let him get in there and get to feel himself a little bit, and you got a completely different player. That's beautiful to see, man.
We're going to let you guys get in there. Enter Sandman. Enter The Drive. You're listening to KILT HD2. The Drive is live.
You're damn right. The Drive is live. That is Clint, you hear.
And alive. Tyler, hello. Tyler's alive, too.
Hey, man, I'm glad. I hope all of our listeners are alive as well, because that was a rough one here the last day. I heard listen, Tyler had to kick off Area 45 last night.
I did. It was a good time.
Yeah, man. Man, and hopefully everyone out there is safe and is avoided as much of the bad weather as you could, because I know I heard Lopez say it, and we saw it on KHOU, that they're going to be out of power. People are going to be out of power for at least a week, if not more, in some cases. And that is, prayers out to you all who have to negotiate that number. So that just showing how bad it was. I think the peak, Clint, was 930,000 were out of power at one point from that storm last night.
Takes me back, Ron. Hurricane Alicia. That's before Tyler was born, I believe, because I
had a Hurricane Alicia.
They had a Hurricane Alicia right here, man, and we were in that house over on Park Street, man.
Hurricane
we was asleep.
Alicia,
huh? Of course, Mom and Dad wasn't. Yeah, no, I'm talking about a real hurricane, right? It wasn't a girl I went to school with. This is a real hurricane.
I didn't know Alicia was one of the names of them canes. I knew.
Oh yeah. Hey, I woke up. My backyard looked like a jungle. Me and my brother had an absolute field day back here. Mom and Dad sat out in that. We had an old green church pew. I don't know what I mean. Make what you want of my people, but they had an old green church pew, L-shaped church pew looking bench in the front yard, and that's where they sat around, drank beers. Dad smoked cigarettes. We broke bread with the neighbors and whoever else wanted to stop by. That was a daily occurrence, not just the hurricane.
But that was after the hurricane had completed.
Yes,
right?
it was after the hurricane. We were we lost power for 7 days. We made the best of it though. Had a little hurricane party. That's where we learned it, baby. We didn't. Me and old Hank, we didn't just figure it out, man. Big Ern and Linda, man, they set the. In fact, Hurricane Alicia with no power. That's when I took my first drag off a cigarette. I couldn't have been 7 years old.
Ew.
7, 8 years old. Dad would throw them cigarettes on the ground, right? And we'd pick them up and burn bugs and burn grass and leaves and stuff with them.
What?
He said, "Let me catch y'all touching them cigarettes one more time, and I'm gonna make you take a drag off of it." Sure enough, my hard-headed ass, he caught me.
You wanted to take.
No, I didn't. No, I wanted to burn them bugs and them leaves and stuff. I wanted to start a little fire. Man, he made me take a puff off that. Hand on the Bible right now. Last time I took a puff off a cigarette.
That's how old were you? 7?
I look back. When was Alicia? I can tell you exactly how old I was. I was born in '77. Alicia, I think, was probably mid '80s, early '80s.
Was a beast.
And think about what came of Alicia.
83.
So I was 7 or 8 years old, right? No, 6 or 7. Yeah.
Damn, Tyler, I wasn't born.
I don't know if I'm gonna get Big Ern in trouble.
Neither was I.
I don't know if I'm gonna get Big Ern in trouble for that right there, but yeah.
Nah.
I'm gonna tell you, I remember that burn in my chest like it was yesterday.
Yeah, Ern don't give.
I don't remember much from my 5, 6, 7-year-old days, but I remember.
You remember that one?
Nope, never again. Ain't touched one since.
You know, my vices are pretty well documented. I've actually never in my life, not once, had a single puff of a cigarette.
Text line coming in. Channelview had 4 weeks without power. Hey, that's a month.
Hey, on Park Street on the south side over, we had 7 days. And we had a big sign in the front yard on plywood. We need electricity. Help. My mom and dad was out there drinking beer, smoking cigarettes like we was in some real dire straits, weren't we?
Well, I'll tell you, man, I thank you. I done bought a generator and everything. Since at that time that we had that winter storm a few years ago and we lost power, we lost power and water for about 6 days. I think we had been living here about 6-8 months.
Yeah.
Nicholas was a newborn, damn near newborn. Yeah. He's sitting over there. We letting this thing heat up by the oven. Shout out to Larry and Stafford. Larry and Stafford was the one who hit me up and told me this is how you can get your fireplace to kick on even though it's electric. He showed me how to do that so I could light up the front room.
Get a little bit of heat, huh?
I was lighting it up in there with the gas stove. I'm sitting there by myself at night thinking, man, I make the right decision here.
Bringing my family down here to this mess. Hearing horror stories about Hurricane Harvey. Now you sitting through that?
No, y'all killed me with that, though. When Tyler said it before. Lopez has said it since I've been here. Yeah, man, we kicking at these hurricane parties. What are you talking about?
They're a fun ass time, man. I'm not even like kidding. Hurricane parties are fun.
Tyler's gonna say not a category 5, but a category 3. Yeah. I'm kicking it. What?
Yeah, 4 or 5 will probably be a little more, not party-esque. But 3 or lower, you throw yourself a damn good hurricane party.
I drove.
I could sit on the L-shaped pew after
You ain't much else you can do, Chief.
Man, that time that hurricane we thought was going to come here, but it went to Louisiana.
Mm-hmm.
When I tell you how stocked and ready we were,
you locked and loaded.
Oh my God, we had a bathtub. We had a bathtub full of water. We had gone out there and bought all kinds of canned goods, and I was like, listen, we're gonna go to Ain't Shells in Dallas if it comes down to it. That's what we're gonna do. If any kind of, I'm not messing with it.
Hey,
not messing with it at all.
Man, I drove into Harvey. I
remember that.
Of course, not like me. I don't ever check the radar. I mean, look, if a hurricane takes me, it's my turn. You know what I mean? It's anyway. I mean, that's one of my deals with my bride. That's one of my deals with my bride, man. It's drove into a hurricane for you. And look, you know what? I drove in the middle of that damn what they think may be a tornado up there yesterday.
You drove into that? Yeah.
I drove into that trying to say to sign an order to Sarah Pepper, colleague.
Yeah. And you let it get dangerous. I
got up underneath an overpass, though. I was good, baby.
I got in my car and just the tornado stuff started going off. I said, "Well, let me get my ass on home." Tyler, just help me with what does a hurricane party consist of? Like, what is the hurricane?
I mean, the main ingredient is plenty of alcohol.
But you're trying like somewhere in a house in a closet.
Yeah, not in a closet. Usually at just someone house.
Let me tell you what it
one
consists
home.
of.
See, I thought Lopez said they'd be outside.
Everybody, that's after you get 0 ribs, is what? Because everybody knows the hurricane's coming. You ain't going to work tomorrow. Instead of knowing a hurricane's coming and there's some danger, no, we're just going to sit around. Now, Lopez may be right. You may sit around outside before, like, the storm hits, obviously, and watch it. And, yeah, you do a lot of that.
What?
Before and after. But when it starts to bear down on you, you just go inside.
Got to have alcohol, got to have snacks. You're ready to go.
That's it.
And good company, of course.
I'm telling you, it's just it's understood. We ain't going to work tomorrow. So everybody just parties.
Yeah, I'm good on that, man.
It's fun.
I'm stressed just thinking about it.
Get a little tipsy. Watch that Eye of the Storm roll in.
Weather a couple more, man. Weather a couple more down here. You'll get used to it.
I see what you did there.
You'll get confident and get used to it.
My man on the text line said just getting hammered and watching the Weather Channel.
That's it.
Okay.
Yep.
Hey, you be bringing them Courtney and them kids over to Baytown, man. Get on that water and wait for the hurricane to roll in.
I'm gonna chill. I'm gonna chill somewhere, man. No, real quick. Remember a couple of housekeeping things. This is show number 999 of the drive with Stoerner and Hughley. T-Mill. This is 999, which means on Monday, May 20th, is show 1000 for us. And we told you yesterday it will be at Home Run Dugout in Katy. There are going to be plenty of prizes and giveaways and good drinks, good food, and you can hang out with us and help celebrate our show 1000 because
we get a chance to party.
I'm telling you, Dusty, you can come on out if you want to, bring a case of your wine, whatever, and we can maybe talk about the wrapping that you have on there. You
remember when I texted him the other night?
Yeah. Did you know Tyler text Dusty Baker?
For what? I didn't know he had his number.
Real quick. Yeah, let's get to that real quick.
Sorry.
Home Run Dugout in Katy. Come hang out with us. Yes, we were out, and Tyler said, I think I'm going to text Dusty Baker. See if we can get him to come on the show.
He promptly responded,
He responded, too. Johnny Dusty Baker. What did you text him?
I texted him. We were at Kirby Ice House that night, and I texted him. I don't know why we were talking about him.
Were we drunk at this point? I'm sorry.
I was, for sure. But I shot Dusty Baker a quick text, just, hey, Dusty, always been a fan, loved you when you've been on our show. Would you love to come on with us sometime in the near future? And he responded within like a few minutes and was like, well, given the current state of the team, I just don't think that'd be a good idea.
I should have took over.
I mean, they've won 7 of 8.
Not
Dusty,
then.
what are you talking about?
No, at the time that was the worst of the worst in 2024.
That was the Yankee. It was the start of the Yankee series. Is when that was the sweep. We could have had Johnny. Well, hey, what you should do then is text him now because the state of the team is now.
Great point.
They are 6 games under 500. They've won 7 of 8. Now text him to see if we can get Dusty on.
It's a great thought.
That could be the best thing for Joe Espada. If Dusty came on here and really preached up Joe Espada, I think I think Dusty's maybe the only person in the world that can convince me that he is not just a bench coach.
Well,
probably not. But I'm just saying, use that again, see if he'll promptly respond back. Hey, we got a spot for you.
Not a bad idea.
Show 1000, Dusty Baker. Bam, there it is.
Oh, that'd be exactly. That'd be.
Come on now.
1,000, man.
I'll compose the text old Dust here in a second.
You might want to run it by Clint because he's going to want to see that. He's going to want to see that message. I know he was thinking it, so I just said it for him.
Needs to be approved, man. You send it to corporate.
I book enough guests without your help there, Clint.
All of them.
Text line coming through. Some of the best sex I've had is during hurricanes. Okay.
That's no comment.
You rocked her like a hurricane, eh?
Oh, good one. Good one.
I'd be too nervous looking around.
You got to relax, man.
I can't. I can't. I've seen the
and
damage.
It doesn't surprise anybody.
I've never been in one. I've seen the damage that hurricanes have done. All right. Hopefully, at some point, me and Tyler don't fight over Scotty Scheffler. I'm sure we'll get in there.
And I know we're going to talk about it at some point. I really was like laughing, texting this morning. I wasn't trying to upset you.
No, I wasn't upset here. I'm just letting you know how I feel. I mean,
when I got that okay, Tyler, ... I was like, oh, damn. My bad.
I just felt like it's ended right there and just picking up another point. But the Astros, I think, take the center stage right now when it comes to what's going on. And Clint, they finish off a 4-game sweep. We said they at least had to take 3 or 4 from the A's, and they sweep them, get to 6 games under 500. They're 5 games behind the Mariners in first place in the West. And that's the 6 games. That's a big swing. That could go from 6 to 8 games. That feels a lot different right now, obviously, as they head to play the Brewers with some confidence. And I just want to throw this out. I know you two haven't thrown in the towel. I have. But are you starting to feel confident that this can be a playoff team now? Are you starting to get there? Have they pulled you in enough with this past 7 days, that Tiger series and this A's series, to think that they can be a playoff team now?
I'll see you in October.
I hear you. I wish I could see you again. I'm a believer. I'm a believer. I think we're seeing really how weak this division is, not just with what the Astros just did to the A's and how handily they just spanked the hell out of them. We've seen, obviously, the Angels lose their best player, their 2 best players if you count with the offseason.
Yeah. And
you look at the 2 teams at the top of this division, the Astros have beat up on the Rangers already. And then you look at the Seattle Mariners, that didn't fare real well, but I hesitate to say that the Mariners beat the Astros. I think the Astros have beaten themselves several of these losses in this hole that they've dug. So yeah, look, I'm confident that they're going to be in the mix down the stretch here and have a shot to be a playoff team.
You feel them? They're getting you turned around. Listen, I think there are huge reasons to be confident. Obviously, Alex Bregman has been a huge story. Another 2 hits, another extra base hit yesterday. But listen, we talk to Tony Gwynn Jr. every week, and he said 2 conversations ago, the pitching is going to be a big deal. He said it yesterday, the pitching is going to be a big deal for this team. And last night, Christian Javier, we were watching, because that first performance off the IL was absolutely brutal. An inning and a third, and he gave up 7 runs. It just didn't give you a chance. Well, he had a great start last night, 6 innings, 0 earned, 8 Ks, 1 walk, more like the Christian Javier we're accustomed to seeing. But, Clint, that's in the line of this last run through the rotation. And it is no coincidence that they have rolled like this, and this is going to be the way they get there. Javier last night, as I said, 6 innings, 0 earned, 8 Ks, 1 walk. Framber in his last start, 7 innings, 0 earned, 8 Ks, and no walks. Blanco, this is the only bad one, and it's because he was thrown out of the game. He was 3 innings, 0 earned, 4 Ks, and no walks while he was in there. Spencer Arrighetti got his first win, 5 innings, 2 earned, 5 Ks, and 2 walks. And then Verlander, to kind of kick things off, 7 innings, 0 earned, 8 Ks, 2 walks. That's been the last run through the rotation. And damn it, you're going to give yourself a chance to win games when you do that. You're going to give yourself a legit shot to win games when you do that because you ain't got to score 5-6 runs a night. And if you have belief in it, that one right there, Clint, that is, I think, the biggest show of confidence that you would have in thinking that they could actually really make a run to get back in this thing if they get pitching like this.
Absolutely, man. I mean, Arrighetti, if he gets to a point where you can trust him and believe in him, if Blanco continues to do what he's done in the first 40 games of the season, once he gets back from the suspension, if Christian Javier and Framber Valdez get back to who we've once seen them be, I mean, the sky's the limit for this team, and I don't think the hill is too steep to climb to get back in the mix in this particular division, if that's happening. And because on the flip side of that, offensively, Bregman's woke up. I think you're getting production out of first base and center field. Pena stayed hot. Diaz is still a machine that when there's runners in scoring position, he's been really good. I don't know, man. There's a lot of good that's happened. It's hard for me to chalk this up to the A's.
You passed that. You think
I'm no fool. I know that has a little something to do with it. But at the end of the day, it's hard for me to not believe that Framber, Christian, Arrighetti, Bregman, all these guys we're talking about, Big John Singleton, all these guys, like for them to see success, experience success, and get a little taste of it, you can't tell me that that's not going to carry over into some of the games against better opponents moving forward. We'll find out
tonight. Yeah,
we'll find out tonight.
In, yeah,
but you can't tell me this isn't a positive for the Astros right now.
This doesn't happen a ton. Many of you, as you know, if you listen to the show, where I have to come and admit that I was wrong about something. It doesn't happen often. I was not a believer in the thought of that Jose Abreu was somebody that was just dragging everybody down, and that him being here was just such a negative vibe, that it was a vibe. He was a vibe killer, and him just being around there was a part of this losing vibes. I'm not going to completely lean into thinking that is the case, but damn, I can't help but to see since he's left, it does feel like that has when they've taken off, right? And he wasn't playing every day anyway, but it just does seem like since he's gone to West Palm Beach, it feels like the vibes feel different. They had taken off. I just don't think you can add him back. Like you were saying that, yes. I don't think you can add him back to the vibe. To me, I don't think it's a complete coincidence that there's just a different feel amongst the team and around the guys since it felt like, you can't, I don't think he was doing it on purpose, but he was a player that was down in the dumps and it just that negative feel, it feels like there has been a change since he's been gone.
Well, you traded out for John Singleton. Big John has had some big moments, and you got to believe that he is one of those guys that the likability's through the roof. His story, the success is not something that he's done before. Just get up there and now he's having fun playing the game. It's easy to see where I would imagine that could be infectious, right? Versus what was going on with Jose Abreu, just completely down and out with what was going on with his baseball game, his swing ultimately. So
it had to be.
Yeah, look, I can see that.
Yeah. So they ought to keep him in that West Palm Beach. Keep him in there for that vacation.
Yeah, leave him on down there.
Let him keep kicking.
Keep that BP rolling.
All right, coming up, a way to really gauge, or to really gauge how good the offseason was for your Houston Texans. We'll discuss that coming up next.
The Houston Texans were supposed to suck.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Where are you at, Clint? You've seen the schedule. You've had some time to look at it, sleep on it, wake up again.
is. Find it all on the free Odyssey app. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Just looked up at the television screen, and Tiger just went triple bogey here. He's 4 over. I think he should just stop. Just check. I mean, he's not going to make the cut.
He needs to be carrying Charlie's bag.
He's not going to make the cut, is he? What's the cut line?
I mean, +4 is not going to make the cut, is it? I mean, hell, these guys are. I mean, the leader right now is 11 under.
Yeah. I mean, he was +1 before that hole.
+1, I think he probably had a shot.
I looked
+4, I don't know if you got a shot.
I looked up there. Clint, he had a 35-footer for double bogey, and I'm like, what the hell? Well,
he went from the rough and hit it about 30 yards into the sand, and then he hit it to where you saw him. So yeah, he was in a bad spot.
Yeah, man, it just this is tough to watch, man. I just can't. I can't do it. All right, Clint. A lot has come through, and a lot of thoughts since the Texans' schedule has been released, and I know it is a big thing in your mind, Clint. Of all right, we know what they did in the offseason. The additions they made in the offseason all over the place. They've made additions in the cornerback room. They've made additions in the linebacker room. They've made additions up front. He said he wanted, and I said D'Amico said he wanted to improve the front seven. They've made additions on the edges, inside and inside linebacker. They've made additions in the wide receiving core, in the running back room. Made a ton of additions and some high profile additions. Had a few losses as well, Clint. But we understand that, and now we also understand the strength of their schedule, the way that their schedule is lined up, the toughness of their schedule that we've talked about. The wonder is, where are those things colliding? Is their offseason of everything they've added, and they've had one of the best off seasons in the National Football League, is that offseason they've had ready and good enough to really tackle this schedule in a way that I think many people expect? Because I think when people see what they got in the offseason, Clint, I think a lot of people are thinking, all right, we got a chance to not just win the division. That's a given. We got a chance to be a 1 or a 2 seed in the AFC. And I think I know that's a question that you're battling with. How much did they add this offseason, and is it enough to combat this schedule?
Well, I mean, I think that's the key, right? I think folks are awfully confident right now in the Texans in terms of taking that next step, and I feel like at some point in time we got to sit back and say the Texans had a great run year one and are well ahead of schedule. Now, are they well ahead of schedule as it pertains to being Super Bowl contenders, or did they just exceed expectations for year one and we keep this thing moving? For me, there's a couple of factors. Like I really, you look at the Texans winning the offseason, and it was free agency really more so than the year before was a draft. And you start trying to figure out how much better are the Texans this year personnel-wise than they were last year, right? And you look at the big offseason signs. Danielle Hunter, what was it, 16 and a half sacks?
Mm-hmm.
Jonathan Grenard was on pace to give you 15. Jonathan Grenard, when he was healthy, was a problem off the edge in the pass rush game. From a production standpoint, I think those two guys would have been comparable. Obviously, Danielle Hunter is an upgrade over JG if it's just about staying healthy and producing. Upgrade. I don't know that it is a huge upgrade in any department. I don't know that you just got significantly better at the pass rusher opposite Will Anderson.
Like, you don't view Danielle Hunter as like a top 10 defensive player in the league. You know what I mean? That we can think of some names that would be a significant upgrade over him, and I think in the range you're talking, like Max Crosby, if they brought him in.
Myles Garrett.
Yeah.
You know,
he's
like,
not in that range, but maybe just underneath.
Right, yeah. And look, let's just talk from a production standpoint. Like, what are you getting out of that guy, right? I like Danielle Hunter. Are we really getting how much of an upgrade was Danielle Hunter over a healthy JG? Right, and I'm just posing. I'm not take whatever sides you want to. I'm just putting it out there. I'm putting the comp on the table. Jonathan Grenard, Danielle Hunter. Obviously, Hunter's better. How much better? Danico Autry, who obviously is going to play inside some. So I figured him as an interior defensive tackle. 11.5 sacks last year. Clearly an upgrade over Malik Collins and Sheldon Rankins. How much of an upgrade? You decide that, right? Al Shire led the Texans in tackles with 160 roughly.
Titans, yeah.
What did I say? Texans. I meant Titans. 160 tackles roughly, played all 17 games. Blake Cashman was an absolute tackling machine. Led the Texans in tackling with, I believe, 106 or 108, and he missed 3 ball games. That was in 14 ball games. All right. Al Shire obviously had better numbers. I'm not a fool. I would say that Al Shire's a better player than Brian Cashman, at least if I'm putting money on it. How much of an upgrade is that from a production standpoint? Jeff Okudah at the corner position.
Well, I think he's got to be drop-off.
You lose Steven Nelson.
Yeah. At this point right now, more talented, but in terms of what you feel like you can get out of him, I think that would be a drop-off at that point.
I mean, that's ultimately what you added. Those are the pieces that you added that you can say, okay, that is an upgrade, that is an improvement. How much of an upgrade and an improvement is it? Do you think it is? Right, Joe on the offensive side of the football, Joe Mixon over Devin Singletary. I'm high on Joe. Nobody in their right mind doesn't think that Joe Mixon isn't a significantly better running back than Devin Singletary. But from a production standpoint, what do you think? I think Joe Mixon is the one on here that is just like a huge upgrade, like potentially like an upgrade to where I look at it and I go, okay, this team's significantly better than what was here. And then you added Stephon Diggs. You didn't add him for anybody. You didn't replace. He's not replacing anybody. You just added that bad sucker right there to the lineup. Okay, obviously a huge upgrade. Stroud, Anderson, Nico Collins, Tank Dell, Christian Harris, Jalen Petrie, Derek Stingley, Juice Scruggs, and a handful of other guys. But those are the ones they go from either their first, second, or third year to their fourth year after having a good productive year, playing a lot of football. There should be some level of development there where those guys get better.
Yep.
Right? To me, those are the two areas where how much better are the free agents that you brought in versus the ones that bounced, and how much better are your young guys from a developmental standpoint. Okay? Then we looked at the schedule. There were 7 playoff teams last year that are on this schedule this year. Last year, you had 3 playoff teams on your schedule. Significant upgrade, right? The caliber quarterbacks that are going to be on the opposite sideline from the Texans. Last year, Lamar Jackson, Joe Burrow, Trevor Lawrence, Kyler Murray, Baker Mayfield. Those are the 5 best quarterbacks that were opposite the Texans last year. This year, buckle up here. Pat Mahomes, Lamar Jackson, Josh Allen, Aaron Rodgers, Jordan Love, Jared Goff, Dak Prescott, Tua, and then Trevor Lawrence, who I put up because he's on the list above. It is a significant jump in competition this year. Right? So I just wanted to lay it out. We've talked a lot about this schedule. We've talked a lot about win totals. We've heard a lot about how the Texans have just got significantly better, and I believe they have, but so has the schedule. I just laid it out. How do you feel about that particular scenario or layout of the Houston Texans right now, and how confident are you knowing those things?
All right, I want to hear from people. You can text in 713-572-4610. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch, you can jump in there too. I want to get your thoughts on it when we come back. And in looking at that schedule, as I've kind of taken another stretch at looking at it, boy, there's one thing that is jumping out early on that could be a season changer. That's next.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley is turning 1,000. It hasn't always been perfect.
Fresh.
floor space, lower energy bills, longer life than tanks, and a 15-year warranty. Find out more at tanklessmadesimple.com.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, I see some people texting in as Clint's wonder. He broke it down, the offseason of guys they brought in compared to who they're replacing or just adding to, and then the schedule from last year with the teams, the playoff teams, and the quarterbacks that they faced from last year compared to what they're going to run into this year.
Let me run through it real quick.
Run through it.
Daniil Hunter for Jonathan Grenard. Danico Autry for Collins, Malik Collins, and Sheldon Rankins. Al Shire, linebacker from the Tennessee Titans, for Blake Cashman. Jeff Okuda at the corner position for Steven Nelson. That's on the defensive side of the football, the free agents that were brought in versus the guys that left. Offensively, Joe Mixon brought in, replaced Devin Singletary, and the other addition was not a one for the other. It was just the addition of that bad man, Stephon Diggs. Obviously, the second part of that is Stroud, Anderson, Nico, Tank, Harris, Petrie, Stingley, Scruggs. A lot of the young guys that produced and played a lot obviously will be a year older. That's your personnel kind of upgrades and adjustments that were made from a roster perspective. The caliber of teams on the schedule. Last year, you had 3 playoff teams on the schedule. This year, by the way, those 3 teams were Lamar Jackson, Baltimore Ravens, Joe Flacco and the Cleveland Browns, Baker Mayfield and the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. This year, you've got 7 playoff teams on this schedule, and it's all the usual suspects in the playoffs. The quarterbacks on last year's schedule. Here's the 5 best that were on the schedule last year: Lamar Jackson, Joe Burrow, Trevor Lawrence, Kyler Murray, Baker Mayfield. This year, the quarterbacks you have on the schedule: Mahomes, Lamar Jackson, Josh Allen, Aaron Rodgers, Jordan Love, Jared Goff, Dak Prescott, Tua, and Trevor Lawrence. Those are your top quarterbacks right now on the roster this year. Significant difference from a schedule perspective. How does that bump up against the improvement that was made from a personnel perspective?
Yeah, from the text line, the schedule is daunting, but if we want to be Super Bowl champions, we have to change our mindset. We have to quit worrying about other teams, and other teams need to worry about us. Yes, it's a harder schedule, no doubt, but we should be able to beat anybody on any given Sunday. All right, what was your thought with that, the schedule? Do you think that they have improved their roster well enough that it's realistically ready to have great success against this schedule?
No, I don't. I think they've improved the roster. They've done an admirable job. Nick and D'Amico did a hell of a job. No question about it. But I look at this, and I believe that the upgrade in overall teams, strength of schedule, and the upgrade in quarterbacks that you're going to play this year, to me, the improvement or the increase in strength of schedule is more impressive than the improvement in personnel for the Houston Texans.
Give me and I know I'm putting you on the spot here because people are just they're really railing against this in their mind of the thought of how different it is. What is the big thing that, like, the big change in your mind why you see this as such a potential big deal in terms of the difference in the amount of good teams they're playing and the difference in the amount of good quarterbacks they're playing? Like, why is this such a big deal? Because I think people would say, well, the Chiefs are doing this every year. The Ravens are playing schedules like this every year. The 49ers are playing schedules like the other Super Bowl contenders. Why is it to you that the Texans feel different
versus a more difficult schedule?
Versus why it's such a big concern to you as compared to the other contenders who have similar schedules than this.
Yeah, well, I think those teams have done it year in, year out. I think those rosters are built in a way to withstand it. I think the guys, the coaches and the players have done more to establish themselves as year in, year out competitors at that particular level. The Texans are a team that just arrived well ahead of schedule in one season with a ridiculously weak schedule. That was already weak, and it got weaker when Aaron Rodgers got hurt. It got weaker when Deshaun Watson wasn't playing. And look, I'm on record. I think Joe Flacco was a tough quarterback to play against. But couple of starting quarterbacks went down. A couple of starting quarterbacks weren't available. Last year's schedule was just powder puff schedule. And those other teams you're talking about, we've seen them make runs in the playoffs. We've seen them make runs against year in, year out against first place schedules.
They're used to having to play that many guys.
Yeah.
I mean, like Mahomes, Allen, Lamar, Burrow, it seemed like they all play each other every year.
Yeah.
Right? And they're used to playing these games.
The way you pose the question to me, because I think the teams that you threw out there are significantly more talented, more established.
You think significantly more talented than the Texans?
Yes, absolutely.
I get more You think they're significantly more talented?
Yes, absolutely. Right now, based on what we've seen, yes.
I don't know significant.
The team that where I was going with that was the team you mentioned, Joe Burrow. Like, I think the Cincinnati Bengals and what Joe Burrow's done with the Bengals, I think that's pretty comparable to what the Texans have in store. I mean, C.J. Stroud and this wide receiver group is going to have to be absolutely lights out, week in, week out, in order to, in my opinion, in order to exceed expectations, which for me is 9 wins. Like, when some of those teams you mentioned, Ron, those are the most physical teams in the NFL. I mean, I know a lot of people don't. You look at Kansas City and you're like, yeah, it's Pat Mahomes. He's throwing all over the park. No, they've turned into, especially how they won last year, and I'll argue the year before. I mean, them dudes was a problem. I mean, you know them more intimately than anybody. I mean, they were really. I mean, Chris Jones, when he wants to, can absolutely wreck a game, right? And Travis Kelce and Pat Mahomes can absolutely take over a game, regardless of who's around them at any point in time. You got a play caller that's done it year in, year out. I mean, in 2 different places. He's one of the best in the game. He's going to be a Hall of Famer. You can't. San Francisco, you got the best running back in the game, most versatile running back in the game. It's a great fit in the offense. You've got one of the best play callers in the game that's done it year in, year out. You've got one of the most physical teams, if not the most physical team in all of the NFL in San Francisco. I mean, Baltimore, you got one of the most electric players we've ever seen play the quarterback position that's been an MVP twice, that just stomped a mud hole in your ass last year when you were playing really, really good football. So, those teams have just – and I will even throw, Buffalo in there over the last handful of years. Again, I've said it before. If Pat Mahomes didn't exist, Josh Allen would have been in multiple Super Bowls and would have won at least one. I mean, Josh Allen gets smoked because he hadn't had that much success. And you look at who's beating Joe Burrow when they made the run to the Super Bowl, and Pat Mahomes a couple of times. I mean, I can't honestly put this, I can't legit look people in the face and put this Texans team in the same breath as those football teams. Not right.
I can put them in the same breath talent wise. I think talent wise. Just man for man, if we start talking about the talent, I think they can play talent-wise with those guys. But I do agree with you from the standpoint of it is going to be an adjustment, a major adjustment, having to get up for 13 games or 12 games and many of them in a row. I think it's going to be an adjustment for the Texans being chased, being a team that people circle. Like I think there are some teams like that team week 1, they want your ass. I mean, you're circled. The Colts have you circled. I
want his ass.
They want you. The Cleveland Browns, like there are teams around the league that are circling and are looking at the Texans as a team that they want to get to. I think that is an adjustment for the Texans. I think talent-wise, I think they can roll with. But there is something big of even a guy like a Josh Allen who's played Mahomes the last 4 or 5 years in a row in the regular season, who has played either Burrow or Lamar the last 4 or 5 years in the regular season. I think there is something that comes with being established and having those games. I think the Texans are going to have to get adjusted to.
There is a huge difference between we've arrived and we've established. The Texans have arrived. They have arrived at the party, and they look really good walking through the door. But you got 4 or 5 squads that have been at that party, that are over there leaned up against the wall with one foot up on the wall, just watching the crowd.
And they're the squads that you're being compared to with your roster.
That's absolutely it. Like you said, I mean,
that's why I said the talent thing.
Think about what. And correct me if I'm wrong. But what we've seen, like I would say, the best C.J. Stroud moment so far is him out-dueling Baker Mayfield against Tampa right here.
I would say Burrow.
You would say that you think that game was more impressive than the Tampa Bay game?
The game because it was Burrow, because it was on the road against Cincinnati, and it was Burrow. I know he had the horrible pick at the end, which you have to jump in, but I think for me the most impressed when I looked at CJ was like
the most impressive win or performance.
Performance from him was going to Cincinnati when Burrow was rolling, and he was like Burrow. Burrow was going back and forth. I know he made the critical error at the end. But that was impressed on the road to do that.
Well, where I was going to go with that, I was going to say
But Tampa was there.
The Tampa thing. I mean, 5 touchdowns, 400 yards. I mean, it's clearly on your back. I mean, the game is lost, and you've got 40-something seconds, and you bang a touchdown, a drive that goes in the field. To me, that was the most like, wow, this dude is not normal, right? I mean, we're comparing him right now to dudes that have done that in the playoffs against Mahomes. You know what I mean? Like not in the regular season against Baker Mayfield. We're talking about consistent multiple times against Mahomes. One of the greatest football games we've ever seen was Josh Allen and Mahomes. I don't think was that in the playoffs or no? Mm-hmm. That was playoffs.
Yeah, it was.
I mean, and not that he doesn't deserve to be in the conversation, but let's just, I mean, God, those guys and those teams are just, they've established themselves as Super Bowl contenders year in, year out.
And I mean, and even to add to that, I would, and even though I haven't seen it as much, if you told me to bet, like I feel like CJ is probably ready for the week in and week out, like what you got to get yourself up and going for. It is, I mean, this is a young team. This is a young team that I wonder if they collectively are ready to
doubt.
do it.
No doubt.
That's my thought there. All right, I think it's a good conversation and a good thought to look at. All right, coming up as we continue there. Hey, we told you about Show 1000. Got a little announcement ready to make about that show. We'll tell you that on the other side. And the Astros, they are rolling now. And now it's starting to get close to being really, really real. And the story of the morning in the sports world, the man who just finished his round, Scotty Scheffler, he was arrested this morning, and then he played an entire round of golf. We'll get into that, all that, coming up next right here live on The Drive.
The Texans' schedule is here. H-Town, 6 standalone games. A Christmas Day special at NRG Stadium. Halloween night in New Jersey. And plenty of prime-time matchups all along the way. It may not be an easy slate, but we know it's gonna be a fun one. Can we just go ahead and fast forward to August?
Insider access, exclusive content, Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Your Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Zadig Jewelers.
This is Jim Rome with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by Weather Guard Truck and Van Equipment. They're just as driven as the hardworking pros they serve. Nothing better than a playoff game on a Friday night, and tonight we've got a great one. Game 6, Pacers-Knicks. I don't root, but I am tonight. I'm rooting for the Pacers because I want to see hoops played on the biggest stage, and there is no bigger stage than MSG on a Sunday afternoon. I'm Jim Rome.
Clint Stoerner here for Lewis, Flory, and Ability Tree Experts. Look, spring is here. It's time to flex your curb appeal, baby. If you have big, beautiful trees on your property, yeah, you got a leg up, but you got to make sure you're taking care of them. Check this out. Texas weather, it's been wild lately. Let's make it simple. Your big, beautiful, valuable trees, they've been through hell. You need to address any and all damage that may have occurred, and it's no better time than now to make it happen. Call Lewis, Flory over to Ability Tree Experts. They are the experts. They have the best products on the market. They have 45-plus years in the tree care business right here in and around our beautiful city of Houston. Lewis, he'll come out, inspect your trees, give you a report, give you a plan of attack. Whether it's basic trimming and pruning, disease and insect control, or a deep root feeding, Ability Trees is your one-stop shop for the best tree care business available. 281-441-4179. That's 281-441-4179. Or you can always check them out online at abilitytrees.com. Lewis, Flory, Ability Tree Experts, Houston's leading tree care professional.
It's the one-year anniversary of Chris Poulos and his family purchasing West Point Lincoln, and they're having a huge anniversary sales event going on right now. Huge discounts, 0% interest available for all qualified buyers. Check them out, Katy Freeway, exit Kirkwood, or online at westpointsales.com.
Fellas, to all y'all out there with a full head of beautiful hair, congratulations, man. All the studies show that that's one of the most attractive physical features a man can have. You want to know the least attractive, the most aging? It's the opposite. It's hair loss. And the harsh reality is that no amount of car, house, or success can make up for that thinning, balding, or receding hairline. Good news is it doesn't have to be that way. Advanced Hair has the quick one-day solution to hair loss and can make you look 10 to 20 years younger. We're not talking peels, potions, lotions, or topicals. No, sir. With Advanced Hair, it's just your very own natural hair guaranteed to grow. They've improved thousands of lives, and you can be next. In fact, you can see all the before and afters at advancedhair.com. By the way, with Advanced Hair, your own natural hair begins to regrow the very next day. The ball's in your court. Call now for a free consultation, 832-688-HAIR. If you qualify, you can get $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. 832-688-HAIR or advancedhair.com. That's advancedhair.com.
Friends, you've been hearing me talk about my computer career for some time now. If you're working way too hard for too little money with no growth opportunities, it might be time to take the next step. In just a few short months, My Computer Career can help prepare you for a more recession-resistant career in the growing fields of IT, cybersecurity, or even AI. No prior experience is needed, but if you're already in IT, they can help you level up your skills as well. Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take their free career evaluation today.
Hey, it's Ron Hughley, a guy who has had his life changed by soda weight loss. And I've said it before, I'm feeling good, I'm looking good, and I am happy with myself. And that happened with soda. 122 pounds in 11 months. And listen up, there were no tricks to it, man. I didn't take any special pills, no shots or anything. It was natural. I used it by following the amazing routine they have at Soda Weight Loss. Go to sodaweightloss.com and you can start to change your life like so many have. Soda is, say it with me now, state the
baseball season is here. That means it's time to spring into action to get in shape and feel great. This is Seth Payne inviting you to discover Johnson Fitness and Wellness Stores. Their expert staff will find the best home fitness equipment for your unique fitness goals, space, and budget. You're going to find the top-rated fitness equipment. Plus, mention Sports Radio 610 to get a free Kita massager with the purchase of any massage chair or matrix equipment. Score home runs with in-home workouts. Find the nearest location at johnsonfitness.com.
Houston's summer is hard on our AC systems. Intense heat and humidity require extra maintenance and care. At Air Specialist, our professional AC tune-up is only $49 and comes backed by our no breakdown guarantee. We don't just fix problems, we prevent them. For expert AC service, call the Air Specialist. Excellent quality at a fair price.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
I gotta change the oil in my car.
Right now, get 5 quarts of Pennzoil Platinum Full Synthetic with an STP Extended Life Oil Filter for only $34.99.
Get in zone. And what do I do with my old oil?
We can recycle your used oil for free.
Get in zone, Auto.
And I might need some help.
No problem. We have helpful how-tos at AutoZone.com.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
While retinitis pigmentosa takes Mark's vision, his family gives him hope, whether at the family business or at home with his wife and sons. He knows he's not fighting alone. For 50 years, the Foundation Fighting Blindness has funded research into treatments and cures for blinding retinal diseases, providing hope to people with vision loss. And for Mark, winning the fight means being there for his family. The Foundation Fighting Blindness. Together, we're winning. Help us end blinding diseases at fightingblindness.org.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. With the biggest stories of the day. It's the Big 3 at 3. Number 1.
All right, first things first. This is show 99, which means Monday is show 1000 for The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. T-Mill.
See, now I'm positive that time you did add dots.
I just saw
100% that time.
I saw Scotty Scheffler. It's going to be out Monday at a Home Run Dugout in Katy. And we'll be out there from 2 to 6, our normal show, probably a little bit later after that. It's going to be great food, drinks, and giveaways. And Clint, I think we've been told one of the giveaways, baby. Woo-hoo. We've been told one of the giveaways. I know many of you all have loved the jersey release, the new jerseys that the Texans have out there.
Ooh, check out the uniform guy.
Everybody has a favorite. And we got a chance for you, if you show up, if you come out and celebrate with us, for you to win what they better be wearing on Christmas Day. The candy red, all red jersey, CJ Stroud candy red jersey.
Ooh, horns on the helmet.
That's right. You got a chance to win that jersey when you come out. That's just one of them. That's one of the giveaways that you'll have a chance to win. You come out and celebrate.
Got to be there.
Got to be there. So it's going to be a great time.
If you're watching or have been watching on YouTube or Twitch, it's been hanging behind Ron and whoever hung it up there so eloquently and respectfully slid it just to the left of our beautiful Twin Peaks brunette here in shoulder pads and holding the football. It's a beautiful gal, and it was off to the left as to not cover any of the signage, if you will. So
or the mountains.
That good point. And that jersey's gone because it is exactly the one that was hanging behind old Ronald over here.
Yeah. So you got a chance. You got a chance to win that amongst other prizes. So come on and hang out. Show 1000 coming up on Monday at Home Run Dugout in Katy. Home Run Dugout in Katy. We've been there once before, had a great time there. A very, very fun facility. We've had fun there. I had my son's last birthday party there. It was a good time there. It'll be fun again as well. So come hang out with us. Enjoy yourself with us. Hey, Joey. It's Joey Lopes. He got his first Major League home run. Can I hear it? Can I hear Todd Callis give Joey that first one? I'm sure he made it special.
Loperfido, deep to right field, all the way back and gone. The first of his big league career. And the Astros with a half dozen lead at 6-0. Joey Superfido, how you doing?
Oh, I think there's some fun that can be had there from you on that, Jeff. I think you really got to hit that how you doing. I think he can be a lot more aggressive with that.
Joey Superfido.
I think he should go and take a look at little WWE, find Enzo and Cass. Listen how they hit that how you doing. And I think he could. I like that. I hope he continues when Joey hits home runs and hits you with that how you doing. I like that.
Superfido.
How you doing? I like that. Superfido. How you doing? I like that. Eddie. But Joey got involved in it. Another 2 hits, another extra base hit from Alex Bregman last night, and they complete the sweep, Clint. And they are now, don't look now, 6 games under 500, 5 games behind the Seattle Mariners. And this was the run and the stretch they needed to have, and they need to continue. I mean, they've won, 7 of 8. They need to continue this stretch if they're going to get back in it.
Absolutely. I mean, we said it 4 games ago. When you look up and you've got the A's and the Angels, 10 of your next 13 games. I mean, you're playing a handful of games at home, and you're swinging the bat as well as any baseball team in baseball at home. I mean, there's a real opportunity here for the Astros, and this time it's not to extend the lead in the division or take over the lead in the division. This time it is to make a significant leap in terms of digging out of that hole that you dug in the first 40 ball games of the season, and they've done it right now. They swept the A's. Now, obviously, the Brewers are a little tougher opponent here coming up, but there's a ton of momentum. What have they won, 7 of their last 8? Is that right?
Yeah.
7 of the last 8, and so, I mean, you got some serious momentum. You got the key bats in your lineup appear to be seeing it well, swinging it well. The key arms in your rotation, hell, not just your rotation, your entire staff seem to be dialed in right now a lot more than they were before. And so, we'll see what they can do. But taking advantage of the next, 13 ball games, now 9 ball games is critically important.
Yeah, and I think last night the big story not only was the runs, as they're continue to score runs. This offense is starting to click like we thought. I think it's Christian Javier. Christian Javier, boy, Clint, that last start against the Tigers, I'm certain, is that the one where you said before you got home, that thing was what, 7-8?
That's the one where I missed the game in live, and so I knew they lost. Well, then it was like nothing was on TV. We were having that little party over at the house for sister-in-law, and I said, "Well, hell, we got some TVs all over the walls. Let's throw the Astros game on there. Hell, it's playing." I was like, "Damn!" I mean, it was 8. I think it was 8-0 before I could even blink.
It was quick, and it was the last time they had a poor start from a starter. Well, last night, Clint, he goes 6 innings. No earned runs, 8 strikeouts. That was the big thing for me. My man went an inning in the third, gave up 2 home runs, 7 earned, and 4 walks with no strikeouts. Like that
feels huge.
That's something with Christian Javier. He may have bad stuff, but he's gonna get some swing and misses, and he couldn't do that. This looked more like the Christian Javier that we are used to and the guy they need. They got to get him rolling and keep him rolling. And now you look at this. This is what gives you a chance when you get and able to string together multiple starts, great starts like the Astros have here of late. All right, Clint, the lineup is out, and Yordan Alvarez is out of it. Joe Espada said he could benefit from a day off. Alvarez's comments are, the only way you get things right is by playing. If I think he's fatigued or needs a mental break, I'll give it to him, but I don't think we're there yet. These were Alvarez's comments?
I think the sense is he was saying whenever he talks to Yordan, like anytime, that's kind of his go-to comment.
All
right.
So that's his go-to comment. Well, he gets a night off. He is not in the lineup. The lineup is, and you've been wanting this guy in the 2 spot, Clint. Altuve is leading off with Pena batting second. Tucker moving to the 3 spot. Bregman is staying in the 4 hole with Yainer Diaz as the DH tonight with Singleton and Jake Myers in center. Vic Caratini is catching, and Joey, after coming off that home run, he is going to play in left field and hit again, batting 9th. So that is the lineup today, Clint, as Yordan gets a day off. I don't mind it, man. Ice up, man. Ice those knees up.
I do.
I'm joking. I'm with you. You got to keep it going here.
I mean, you just made up. Would you say they're 5 games within 5 games of Seattle, and they're within 3.5 of the Rangers, man.
And you
got to now you mess around and don't put your best product on the field the next 3 games. You're gonna mess around and give 2 back. I don't know, man. Maybe it's the mentality, man. I mean, this is a guy that DHs 50% of the time, if not more. Yeah. And clearly I don't know if he's answering a question or if he's actually the one that's mentioning it. It sounds like maybe he's a bit fatigued and maybe he needs a break. but for me, that's a hard one. Right now ain't the time, Chief.
No,
right now ain't the time.
You can. He can rest at DH. that feels like
we got a 4-hour game tonight. You can rest for 3 hours and 45 minutes. I need you to swing at the plate for.
Before we move on from Stros, just one quick piece of news: the Astros, they've optioned Sean Dubin to make room for Parker Mushinski. Mushinski's back with the team.
That's right. Old Mush is back.
How you doing?
Big 3 at 3, number 2.
As they are light down there with the suspension here, they're probably going to rotate some of these relievers. All right, the big story of the morning, I saw it early when I got up, was the Scotty Scheffler, the number 1 player in the world. And by the way, he's 2 off the lead, so he shot a 66 today after everything that occurred. If you are missing, there was a fatality road situation on the route to get to the golf course today at the PGA Championship in Louisville, and it backed up traffic. Scotty Scheffler was trying to go around it, and this is going to be a story of who do you believe, but however it happened, the police tried to stop him, and it ended up with him going to jail, and he went to jail. Was booked, has four charges against him, including second-degree assault on an officer, which is a felony, but he was released and played his round. As I said, he shot a 66. He's 2 back off the lead. Jeff Darlington, who is a reporter for ESPN, Clint, happened to be on the scene when this happened and watched all of it. Here was his account of the story of what he saw as he was right there watching everything that happened.
Entering Valhalla Golf Club this morning, we witnessed a car pull around us that was Scotty Scheffler was in the car. To be very clear about the details here, Scotty Scheffler has been detained by police officers, placed in the back of a police vehicle in handcuffs after he tried to pull around what he believed to be security, ended up being police officers. They told him to stop. When he didn't stop, the police officer attached himself to the vehicle. Scheffler then traveled another 10 yards before stopping the car. The police officer then grabbed at his arm, attempting to pull him out of the car before Scheffler eventually opened the door, at which point the police officer pulled Scheffler out of the car, pushed him up against the car, and immediately placed him in handcuffs. Scheffler was then walked over to the police car, placed in the back in handcuffs, very stunned about what was happening, looked toward me as he was in those handcuffs and said, "Please help me." He very clearly did not know what was happening in the situation. It moved very quickly, very rapidly, very aggressively. He was detained in that police vehicle for approximately 20 minutes. The police officers at that point did not understand that Scotty Scheffler was a golfer in the tournament, nor, of course, that he is the number 1 player in the world.
All right, that's Jeff Darlington. Scotty Scheffler made a statement when he was released saying, "This morning I was proceeding as directed by police officers. It was a very chaotic situation, understandably so, considering the tragic accident, that had occurred earlier, and there was a big misunderstanding of what I thought I was being asked to do. I never intended to disregard any of the instructions. I am hopeful to put this to the side and focus on golf today." And this is a situation that is it is an interesting situation to me, based off the evidence that or at least the reports we're hearing from Jeff Darlington. From him, the police report in which it mirrored a lot of what Jeff Darlington had to say. I don't know why they had to put the price of the pants that the officer was wearing. They said it was, I don't know if you read the $80 on that.
Oh, I missed that.
Yeah, I don't know if you
odd.
missed. That was an odd thing, but it didn't look good for Scotty. And to me, based off what we've heard, I don't know how you can be supportive of what Scotty, what it appears Scotty did. I mean, this does not look good on his behalf.
Look, I'm one of them. I want to let them work all the kinks and the wrinkles out, and let's hear both sides. Let's see what any kind of footage shows, if there is footage. Everything I've seen has been post accident and more of just him in cuffs moving down, moving towards a police car. Now I'll be honest, if this were Brooks Koepka, I'd be leaning real heavily towards Brooks told all them cops, whether he thought they were cops or security guards, that they could F off, and probably gave them the double birds as he was driving by him and eased on in Valhalla. But being Scotty Scheffler, one of the more level-headed, soft-spoken, it seems to be considerate dudes. It was dark outside. I don't know why the hell they're teeing off as early as they're teeing off, but it was still dark outside. He still had to get his routine going. There was an accident. Obviously, it was dark. It sounds like from Scotty's, whether it was him or his attorney, it sounds like he was told to go around the traffic and then came up on another cop that was actually working the gate or working the entrance. Anyway, I don't know what went down. I'm anxious to hear what the details actually are on this. But I mean, if there's some reports out there that Scotty Scheffler drug a police officer. 10 yards, 20 yards, whatever that may be. Boy, it's hard to think of a scenario, whether it's dark or traffic or misunderstanding. It's hard to think of a scenario where that occurs, and you were just proceeding accordingly. So,
because that's what the police report. The police reported here, as it says real quick from that. Detective Gillis was in the middle of the westbound lanes in full LMPD uniform and a highly visible yellow reflective jacket. Detective Gillis stopped the subject and attempted to give instructions. Subject refused to comply and accelerated forward, dragging Detective Gillis to the ground. Detective Gillis suffered pain, swelling, and abrasions to his left wrist and knee. He was transported to the hospital for further medical treatment by emergency medical personnel. Detective's uniform pants were valued at approximately $80. The damage was beyond repair. His account matches up to what Jeff Darlington was saying. So I mean, we'll see what happens here.
There's a difference in like dragging him to the ground. Did he get knocked to the ground or did he get drugged 20 yards?
I mean, is that the protocol there though? Like if you're directing traffic around an accident. And I'm genuinely asking, if we got police officer listeners, text in.
This is really interesting.
No, I'm dead serious. Like, is that protocol like you're directing traffic around an accident, someone either is ignoring you and being a jerk or whatever's going on, and they start going around you, the protocol is to, like, jump on their moving car, and also he could have been going that fast, right?
I mean, in my mind, I would think if I'm telling you to stop, and we've got a situation.
Or what if he didn't know?
We got a situation. I'm like I mean, he's a police officer sitting in front of him. I'm telling you to stop.
I know, but we weren't there. We don't know like where his eyes were at and what he experienced. We don't until we see like any kind of evidence. It's hard to.
He's the only one that was out around trying to do this.
See, that's a big part of it, though. Now is this just some a-hole that is going to try to go around everything, or it sounded to me from one of the reports that I read that like he was told to go around and go into this other lane or go on that meeting, whatever the hell he was doing. And go around and came up on the guy that was actually directing traffic at the gate.
Mixed messages.
And then now, look, I don't know exactly what happened. I'm just telling you, I've read several reports, and it all seems to be. And using the term, the cop attached himself to the car. I mean, I don't know what the hell that means. It's all very interesting. I want to hear. And the other thing is, if the cops, and I just read this a while ago, if the cops believe that this guy, like legitimately a felony charge, assaulted a cop and did all these things, and then they very quickly released him from jail within two. Unfortunately, I've been in jail. It doesn't happen quick. He
made his D time.
Within 2 hours, he's back at the course and swinging the sticks. It's just it's interesting. I can't wait to see the all the details.
All of this and the reactions is very, very interesting. All right, coming up.
Need the all 22 on it.
Nice. Coming up. We wanted to get to this earlier. The first game of the season, guys. I think we can't overlook that. We talked about different pockets of the schedule. I think the first game of the season may be one of the most important games in the C.J. Stroud era. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, if you own a home and you're considering renting it out, or maybe you've been trying to rent it out, maybe you are renting it out.
I'm a bit caught off guard by this.
What's that?
The reaction on the text line.
I was caught off guard by you this morning.
Oh, I'll be honest. I'm caught off guard by you all too.
No, and I'm not saying I should have had been caught off guard.
What is it?
I am not used to. Like there was the reactions of
Scotty.
Most officers or this guy clearly overreacted. I agree with Tyler. I think it something doesn't smell right.
But I'm not even saying that. I'm just saying we don't know right now.
There is one. Here's the deal: when cops are telling you something, do what you're told. Period. That's what I thought we would get a little bit more of.
Agree with that for the most part.
We don't know. Cop tried to play hero instead. Got a taste of road rash and ripped his pants. I am thoroughly surprised that we see the police officers have a report that say, hey, man, we clearly told this guy to stop. And the guy said, to hell with you, I'm going to keep going. And then he drug us. And then there's another guy that was there who is confirming the story, and Jeff Darlington, who doesn't have a dog in the fight. I am thoroughly surprised of how much people are questioning, like, but I don't know about this.
If we take the cops' report and their words like at just face value, then right now, without video or anything, we got to do the same for Scotty. And he's saying one cop told him to go around, and then one, I guess, started saying he couldn't.
If I'm dead honest with you, I'm generally used to taking the cops' words, especially not just the cops' words, but the cops' words when it's backed up by somebody else who was there with the claim. I'm just surprised. The questioning of it, the questioning of, well, it feels like, because it almost feels like a lot of people think that Scotty potentially was messed with or done wrong, or you don't believe exactly.
No, look, I don't think there was anything messed with or done wrong. I think there was potentially some miscommunication and some misunderstanding that could have taken place. Like if you believe, are you saying that you believe that Scotty just saw the traffic and said, to hell with this, I'm gonna buzz around this, and got up there and then essentially drug a cop 20 yards and stopped and then got yanked out of the car?
Based off what people said, a guy like Jeff Darlington who saw on the scene, I think Scotty tried to go around, and at some point, I have a hard time believing Scotty just completely missed a cop telling him to stop. And then
they're in your vehicle, though. They're outside of it. Like, you don't know.
Good. Yeah, I'm just saying, like, if it was one account, sure, but we got two people who are saying the same thing.
Well, they're saying that they saw the cop direct him to stop, but no one has confirmation or a way of confirming that Scotty was in his car and how he reacted to that, if he even saw it. Like, I don't deny or doubt that it's factual. The cop said, stop and was signaling to stop, but we don't know how that communication all unfolded and what actually happened. I just think we got to be careful before we make Scotty this huge villain. I mean, Tiger Woods was pilled out of his mind and wrecked a car before, and we still love him. So, Scotty had never done anything even close to resembling something like that.
Hey, I hear what you're saying is making sense. Usually, when we have a police officer make a report and a person backing up that report, we don't usually go with I think we got to be careful to figure out what this person's doing. When two people say,
and I agree with you, but the report says he directed him to stop. It doesn't say Scotty gave him a bird and said, hell no, I'm going around. That's not what the report said.
He didn't say he gave him a bird. What he said was...
Well, that's the important part of it, I think.
What he said was he didn't comply with me and kept on going.
Comply just means you didn't do it. But we don't know.
Yes, and then he got do you think he still didn't know when that police officer got himself on that car that a police officer
that's why he stopped. You think he
after he kept driving
10 yards, man, in a car? You know how far 10 yards is in a car? That part seems a little silly. Like, you think Scotty Scheffler was going to realize the cop was on his car and he was like, I'm just going to keep going? No, he probably stopped as quickly as he could.
I'm telling you what he did. What he did, reported from the police and another person watching it.
No, but the detail in the report that's missing is the most important, is what I'm saying. I think that everything in the report, I will take it at face value, but it does not say Scotty just very purposefully ignored the order and he wanted to keep driving with a cop on his car. It doesn't say any of that.
I didn't say it says anything.
I know you didn't. I know you didn't. No, I know you didn't.
I just find it odd that
it's like, hold on, wait, let's kind of see a little bit. I just generally, when you see that, police made a report, there's another innocent person that ain't got a dog in the fight that has to report the same as that police, and a police that got injured and got injured and taken to the hospital.
No, and I hate that
report.
for sure.
That I don't know, man.
Maybe no one's a bad guy
Let's
here.
wait and see. Let's wait and see what happens with Scotty. I just find that interesting. It's interesting going there, man. I hope. I'm glad he got. I mean, to be honest, and I know you hinted towards this. I mean, the charges he has. I don't know how he got to go to work today.
Yeah, that's my deal. Is like if dude would have, like, when I listened to, like, I guess I've heard it differently. Maybe we're just listening through two different ears. But like when I hear what you say, I'm like, damn, dude. I mean, dude must have like drugged a cop and like legitimately hurt this dude and legitimately ran through a traffic stop and all this kind of deal. And then I look up and I go, dude was back at the golf course 2 hours later. Like something don't add up. Like something doesn't add. If it were that bad as it possibly, like, I don't know what attach yourself to the car is. I don't know what I asked him to stop. Is that a cop standing in the middle of the road putting his hand up with flashing lights everywhere and it's dark and there's bus lights flashing that were just in this accident or whatever, and dude went around it? Or is it broad daylight, dude standing in the middle of the road, no nothing around, and he just damn near clipped a cop? I don't know. But the crazy part to me is if it's worst case scenario and Scotty did all that, how in the hell did he get processed, released, and back to the golf course?
I'm shocked.
In 2 hours.
Because he has charges. There are charges on him. He has 4 charges on him.
Yeah, I'm just like, I don't know. Now I see where he could have done some bad stuff and they let him go because of who he was. But once you're in a jail cell, I don't know, and you have assaulted a cop and there's a felony charge. If that's like legit, and cops and whoever looks at it and goes, "No, I don't. It's too late now. Your ass is on the news and you're in the jailhouse." Like, you ain't getting out. Like the whole thing is weird.
It's very. All of it is weird.
But it is one of the best things that happened to golf in a long time. Scotty and golf has got a lot of street cred right now.
You're right. It's becoming, I think, more of a joke. Like Scotty's treated like that, and my man got four charges, including a felony with an officer that went to the hospital
and was back before tee off.
And we laughing about it. That's tight. That is tight for him. All right. As I said, all right, we were fine. We don't really get to this. I swear to God, I promise you. All right. I think this first game for the Texans, I think it's going to scream and say a lot about how we look at this team. We'll discuss that day.
Our Vision Homes. Look, if you're considering building your dream home, building a custom home, or if you
Febreze fabric spray. It's just that easy. Now we can both breathe happy. Febreze, la 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 la.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, the schedule is out, and we've looked at certain pockets. But, fellas, week 1, I think it's going to tell us a whole lot. It's going to tell us a whole lot about the Houston Texans, and it's going to tell us a whole lot about this division and what can move forward in the future. I think a lot of people, not just locally, not just fans, not just the Fighting Tylers, the Larrys, the people out there, who was my man Drew, my man Sam, who had 13, 14, 16, 17 wins, however many wins Sam had.
And if you don't have 13 wins, you must think the Texans are trash.
Yeah, you're an idiot, man.
10 was trash.
God, Sam.
Tyler's at 12. You're a dumbass, Tyler.
He may say you're just dumb. He may not say you're a dumbass. No, kid. But no, like a lot of people, I think, would say to themselves, like I said, Vegas has them tied with Super Bowl odds with the Ravens, that the Texans are in another tier than the Colts. Right? Like, I'm not saying that's how you feel, Clint. I'm not saying that's how you feel, Tyler. But would you agree that I think the bulk of football people view the Texans and the Colts in different tiers?
Absolutely.
Yes, absolutely.
Yes. Like I said, I'm not saying you feel that way. I'm just saying I think that's how many people do. And
the arrow's pointed up.
And absolutely understood. The Texans had arguably the sexiest offseason and added real firepower to the team. If you missed it early in hour 1, Clint kind of broke it down for you. The Colts didn't do as much. They re-signed their own guys and added some stuff in the draft. So I think people view them differently, despite how close those two teams were last year. And with that, if the Texans are going to go and get into a space where we think they can go to, if you're serious about the 13 wins, the 12 wins, and I'm going to be honest, the 9 and the 10 wins, that's a road game for a team that wants your ass. You ended their season. Clint, earlier this week, played for you the Zaire Franklin stuff, in which they may have some added things. Clint City guarantees that's going to be written up.
Now that schedule popped in their week 1, it's going to be on there for an extended period of time, Ron. It ain't just going to be a little 4-day bulletin board. It's going to be on there.
You're going to have Anthony Richardson, unless I would imagine they're probably going to try to keep him as healthy as possible leading into it. That's the healthiest Anthony Richardson is going to be to start the season.
Didn't think about that. That's a good point. You're definitely getting Anthony Richardson.
You're getting Anthony Richardson. You're getting Jonathan Taylor. You only saw him one time last year, and he ran roughshod. Obviously, it's a different team. But the expectation is that the Texans win that game, that they are better than the Colts. And everyone talks about it. Hey, we gotta move from being arrived to move to Super Bowl contender. Super Bowl contenders, they go and win that game. Right? They go and win that game, and it's going to be a tough one. If you're another tier ahead of them, and if you know how important this game is, you go and find a win a game. The Niners go and find a way to win this game. The Ravens go and find a way to win this game. Those teams go and find a way to win this game, and that's why, Clint, it is so important because, Clint, when you look at the schedule, that Colts is a sneaky team. We talked about the stretches that the Texans have. The Colts don't have stretches like that. I would urge you to go take a look at your December for the Houston Texans and then go look at that BS December that the Indianapolis Colts have. And just look at their schedule overall. It is not anywhere near you. If they win the first game, if they beat the Texans, that will then put in our minds, right, well, hell, maybe there's not a separate tier here. Especially depending on how they win. And then when you look at their schedule and your schedule, then you can really start to feel different about the division. That's why I think you're going to get to a championship level, Clint. That first game of the season, you got to get the Colts. You got to win that game.
Monster. monster because, I don't know what the national perception is going to be, the national narrative is going to be.
You think they're a lot closer than people?
There's no question they are. They're, without a doubt they are. I mean, it was a failed fourth down last year that they should have converted.
But do you think even with the additions that the Texans have made, this Colts team, if healthy, is right now? They've added some guys to the draft and made some small things. But you think this Colts team, if healthy, is still close to this?
With the exception of their quarterback has played very little football, and he is an absolute wild card right now. The team, the roster,
but he looked real comfortable against the Texans.
Yes, well, you let him do what he's been doing since he was knee high to a grasshopper. His ass gonna be comfortable, and so look, here's the deal: is their roster is a lot more comparable to the Texans roster. Like they felt like from a roster perspective. And I don't know, I don't remember exactly what their cap space was, but. Or is, to be honest with you, but I don't think they were in a like spending spree type of situation this year. That they've got some established guys on the team. They feel like their roster is good enough to win. Hell, backup quarterback. They were within one game of getting to the playoffs last year. Jonathan Taylor played about half the time. So yeah, look, I think they're a lot closer right now. Than folks want to admit, the Texans and the Colts. And week one, again, you arrived last year if you're the Texans, and now it's time to separate, right?
Yep.
And you got – that's one of those games, Ron. You said it right out of the gate. You got the Colts. If you lose to the Colts, given how last year ended, you were right there neck and neck with their backup quarterback, I think the narrative around the team changes. Now, I don't think D'Amico lets that creep into the locker room, but I think the narrative around that team changes. I think a lot of the momentum you had from last year that you hope to carry over into at least the first 6 weeks of this year, I think there's some wind taken out of your sails right there. That is an absolute monster. And as we always know, the division games mean more. That is an absolute monster game right out of the gate to establish, hey, we're the lead dogs in this division, and we're not just talking about it. The national narrative is not just building it up. Let's go out there week one and go ahead and put a foot in Indianapolis' ass and let everybody know that we've arrived and it's real. The hype is real. It's a monster game without a doubt, Ron. Without a doubt. Colts out of the gate, man.
That game, man, that one, because we look at a lot of the games on the schedule when we talk about that middle little stretch they have that starts with the Packers and it's 5 in a row that ends in Dallas. And then that stretch at the end. But this to me, fellas, and this kind of goes to what you were talking about earlier. This is a game that I think will really tell us their maturity level and if they're really ready for this. Because, listen, when I say there are teams that want to give them their best punch, this is a team that will have Shane Steichen. Now, listen, the Texans, who have an amazing coaching staff, too, this is why it adds to it. They'll have a lot of time to prepare for them, too. But they've got Shane Steichen. They've got that defense. They've got those guys over to fully prepare for this group. And they know how big it is because it's a home game for them. And they feel like they want – because I'm telling you right now, in Indy, they feel like they are as good as you. Now, I don't think they're as talented as you, and I will tell you right now, I don't agree with it. But in Indy – They feel like everything that Clint just said, they feel like they are on par with you. You heard Zaire Franklin, you ain't never beat Anthony. That's where they are right now. That's where you got to shut them up. You got to shut them up. Someone texting, guys, don't embarrass yourself. The Texans are going to win. Nobody said they weren't. I'm just simply saying that game, which is not one of the games that we normally would look at and circle as one of the big games that they have. I think it sets up so much the rest of the way if you can find a way to win that game. It sets up so much. I'm telling you, just go take a gander at their schedule. Like I think a lot of people national locally probably look at it as this is a fight between the Texans and the Jags.
The Jags' schedule is easier than the Texans, but it is still something to negotiate with. I mean, you play the Cowboys, they play the Eagles, right? There's that Colts one. You play the Cowboys, they play the Giants. you play the Chiefs, they play the Raiders. Like it's just a different ball game. So
there's a different level of stress week in, week out.
Yep.
And look, and like there's a lot of fans out there, Ron. We've heard from a lot of them. I'm in lockstep with them. I hope the Texans are prepared for that. I hope that's what they got to do this year is prove that you are here to stay and you can handle that. And this is exactly what you want. You want it week in, you want it week out, and you can handle it. And this team that Nick and D'Amico has built is they have staying power when you're dealing with a first place schedule like the Texans are.
Real quick,
that's what this year's about.
Both of you, if the Colts were to beat the Texans, do you think you would view them differently? If they week 1 were to beat the Houston Texans in this year, would you view them differently?
I think it really depends on how it happens.
Yeah, I was going to say the same thing. I'm not trying to find an out, but I think how you lose.
That's fair.
But Ron, let's talk about it, right? I mean, if the Colts beat the Texans week 1, how's it going to happen? Jonathan Taylor, last time he went against the Texans, he went for a $180.
Jonathan Taylor and Anthony Richardson. The last time they played both of them,
if
guys.
Those two guys rush the football to the tune of beating the Texans week 1,
and allow easy throws to Pittman and Mitchell,
then we've got to, which I'm concerned right now. Everybody's going to be on board of like, man, what we're going to do against the run, because that's one of the handful of teams in the NFL that is going to get downhill in a way they're going to exhaust every possibility of gutting you defensively. And they're one of the best in the league at it when they're healthy.
Yeah.
So I think it depends on how, but boy, you look at how they want to win. If they do it their way, Ryan.
I just said that's not one we're talking about a lot.
Yeah.
And I think it is a huge, huge game because of what it could set up the rest of the way. Not saying the Texans season is over if it doesn't, but I think in your mind when you look at the toughness of the schedule, the Colts, like you're kind of measuring in your head, that's a win. When we talk about going 4-2 or 5-1, I think the thought is the Colts is one of them.
Yeah.
Right. So that's a big one. All right, what you got coming up at the 4?
All right, Scotty Scheffler's not the only PGA golfer to get arrested during a tournament. I got a list of about 5 guys, somewhat entertaining. Also, we got a big party coming up on Monday. I got to make sure everybody's there. We got some giveaways that are going to happen, and we found out what one of those giveaways is going to be. You're going to want to stick around, listen to this next segment, find out what that is, and I guarantee you, your ass needs to be there so that you can win this sucker. Before we do that, though, I got to tell you about
responsibly. B21.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I like a good time. I like to have a party.
I know you do.
It's Dirty's Daily.
All right, prayers up. Shout out to everybody out there that's dealing with the aftermath of that crazy Texas weather that hit the city last night.
That was crazy. I ain't gonna lie, I didn't think he was gonna be in today.
It was wild, man. Crazy thing is, my goofy ass drove up into it to go to a little gathering for a coworker here that is that by choice, by the way, is moving closer to family. Sarah Pepper, absolute sweetheart, one of the gems of the business. Just a great person. No reason to be as sweet as she is to me, and she is absolute gold, personally and professionally. And we wish her the best. But I was driving up to say hello, drink a cold beer, and wish her well. And I just happened to look up, and there was an absolute wall of nothing in front of me. I couldn't see anywhere. I mean, literally just, it was beyond the stoplight that I was at. It was just brown, fuzzy, black fuzzy. I don't know exactly, dark fuzzy. I hung a left underneath an overpass and immediately put my truck in park.
You shut it down, huh?
I shut it down. I said, "No, I'm not driving out in this stuff." I sat there and watched all three lights that were attached coming towards me. All three of them were dangling in the wind when I was done. I couldn't see it, but I heard the lights, all the light poles of a high school football field that's right there on 290, where 290 and 610 meet. I'm not real sure what high school that is. I should probably know that, but I'm assuming it's a high school. Hell, we are in Texas. All the facilities are ridiculous. But all of the light poles were laying on the ground. A couple of them on the opposite sideline or the opposite grandstand were laid over the bleachers. There was a sign, a big, huge sign that you could obviously see if you're on the highway above me, collapsed right there in front of me. And it all happened in a matter of about 10 minutes. I sat there until my phone, all the warnings on my phone. I always get pissed at those warnings, those loud noises.
Wasn't pissed last night.
I wasn't pissed last night because I waited that thing out. It said 6:45. The warning is till 6:45. Tornado warning till 6:45. At 6:45, I put my car in drive. Not a second earlier. And anyway, I saw some of the damage. Was scared. I mean, it was rough there for a minute. There was one gust that came through, shook the hell out of my truck, and it was scary, no doubt about it. But hopefully everybody out there's hanging in. Make the best of it. For those that either were injured or had loved ones that were injured, again, prayers up. We're thinking about you. Hopefully we can all get through this thing together. Otherwise, make the best of it, man. I had some of my best memories with my brother, who's no longer here, was Hurricane Alicia. We had some good times in the aftermath, man. I thought I was in the damn jungle. That backyard, all them trees fell over. Boy, we had a good time. I don't know if Mom and Dad wanted us playing in them trees, but we was damn sure back there getting it.
Scared to death.
Oh, it was already gone, man. It was sunny. No electricity, no AC.
Oh, after it was gone. All right.
Come on, man. We was having a good time.
I still a little shaky.
But yeah, man, we're thinking about everybody out there. Tune in to Sports Radio 610. We'll keep you up on what's going on in the sports world. Hopefully, we can put a smile on your face and maybe provide a couple of laughs. If you're still having some issues next Monday, we got a big party coming up. 1,000th episode of The Drive. We made it, boys. I don't know what kind of accomplishment it is, other than it's a hell of a string of shows that we've been together. And Monday is going to be number 1,000. We're going to do it at Home Run Dugout in Katy. That is a tremendous facility. A lot of fun to be had. There's a lot of room, so we can handle as big a crowd as you want to bring. It is a great place for kids if you want to come bring them out. Let them run wild on that turf field they have. It is absolutely tremendous. We've got some giveaways. We don't know what they all are, but we do know that one of them that we can talk about live on air is a C.J. Stroud I guess in the past it would have been considered battle red, but
It's
now
candy, baby.
Since we've been, I've heard it. Ohio State red is what a lot of people talking
Candy
about.
red,
That
baby.
candy apple red. It's the red jersey that I think for the most part most fans think is the number one jersey in the new lineup. At least I think all of us on this show agreed that was the top jersey. So we got a C.J. Stroud number 7 jersey that somebody out there can win, but you got to be there to win it. You got to be there to win it, and we'll let you know how when you get there. And there'll be other giveaways as well. So excited about that. Come out and hang out with us. And the big news today, the lead story is this Scotty Scheffler, the number 1 golfer on the tour in the world. I think he was 5 under, probably sitting 4th or 5th at the time. Was on his way to the golf course this morning, apparently right at the entrance of the Valhalla Golf Course there in was it Louisville?
Yep.
In Louisville, apparently there was a fatal accident. I believe it involved a bus hitting a pedestrian. It was a fatal accident. So once again, prayers up to that individual and his family. But it backed the traffic up. Scotty Scheffler went around the traffic, got into some level of stop, don't stop, confrontation, confusion, whatever it may be. Ends up getting arrested and goes to jail, sits in jail, processed in a couple of hours. There happened to be a delay in their tee times. Who would have thunk that? I believe it was over an hour and a half delay. And Scotty Scheffler shows up to the course, tees off. He is now sitting 3rd at 9 under, so he shot 4 under today. Had a good day. He's sitting in the number 3 spot. The leader is Xander Schauffele.
Yeah, he shot a 66 throughout.
Yep.
Throughout all of that.
Xander Schauffele right now is 12 under, so he's 3 back the lead. Schauffele's only on 9, so he can probably make it. He can probably widen that lead a little bit. But right now you got Xander Schauffele at 1 at 12 under. Colin Morikawa is already in the clubhouse. Shot a 65 today. Is 11 under for the tournament, and then you got Scheffler tied with 2 folks. I don't know either one of them, Hubbard or Dietrich, at 9 under. All of those guys are in the clubhouse. So a lot going on. But look, I when stuff like this happens, look, we've got to see what the hell comes of it. It's odd the way that the details came out. It's odd the way that Scotty Scheffler's back on the course and within 2 hours playing. We'll see what all comes of it, of the actual accident. But golf is going to get a ton of street cred, a ton of run, a ton of exposure, more eyes than they've probably ever thought they could have, at least for probably this weekend, Ron. It may be short-lived, but I would imagine there's a lot of folks watching golf trying to figure out what the hell happened. But I caught a tweet that popped up, Ron. Scotty Scheffler's not the only golfer that's ever been arrested during a golf tournament.
Oh, these are all during a golf tournament.
During a golf tournament, right? Yeah, because we know
John, your boy John took for no reason. They brought up John Daly and him back. I started to see Scotty Scheffler in his orange suit when he took his mug shot, and then they had John Daly. They had Tigers in there, so John and Tiger got drug into this because Scotty Scheffler had his problem.
Funny story about Daly, real quick. Funny story. If I'm lying, I'm dying. Daly calls me one day. We hung out in Fayetteville, and he calls me one day, and he's like, "Hey, Clint." He's like, actually, my phone rings, and it's his number pops up. So I answer, and it's his at the time, his wife. And she starts asking me questions about what we did last night.
Oh, hell.
And the crazy thing is, we literally went over to he was with. We didn't do anything. At the end of the day, we didn't do anything wrong. There was literally one female at the house that we were at all night long, and it wasn't. We didn't know her.
I just don't know what he's told her.
Correct, but he obviously felt because he was in the car sitting next to her. So I said, "Look, Sherry, we didn't do nothing. He didn't do anything, dude. I don't know what he did before and after, but when I was there, he didn't do anything, nothing." And he grabs the phone. And he said, "Clint," he said, "if there was a butter knife in this car, we'd both be dead."
Oh my!
I said, and of course, John, haha, yeah, okay, whatever. Hey man, holler at me later.
We just don't give a.
I'm almost positive that was the weekend when
he got arrested
in North Carolina, in Charlotte. he got arrested, and he had scratches all over his face. I remember looking at that damn TV, and I thought, did John find a butter knife?
Looks like they went with something else.
Right. Well, these 5, and you won't know these names, but these 5 guys got arrested. So in the spirit of Scotty Scheffler, the number 1 golfer in the world, getting arrested this morning and then going out and shooting 4 under. He's not the first one. Robert Allenby, he's an Aussie. Aussies made this list, Ron. These Australians, they must like to drink a little bit. He was arrested in Illinois outside a casino hours after missing the cut in the 2016 John Deere Classic for disorderly conduct and criminal trespassing. That's exactly what I would do. If I missed a cut and wasn't going to make any money that week, I'd go to a casino, get busted up, lose a few dollars, and then get arrested. Make the weekend a little better. Stephen Bowditch, another Aussie. This one I can understand, boys. Have either one of y'all ever been to the Waste Management Phoenix Open?
No, it's one I want to go to.
Yeah, well, bucket list.
This one I can understand. Stephen Bowditch, another Aussie, extreme DUI in Scottsdale. I got to read the report. It said extreme DUI in Scottsdale, and I immediately said, "Well, this is going to be a good one." That makes sense.
Extreme.
Yeah, exactly.
I've never heard that. I've never heard the designation for the DUI.
Well, Ron, you're gonna like this right here. It was after the first round, so this is right in the middle of the tournament. He had a blood alcohol level of 0.20, not 0.07, 0.1, 0.08, whatever. I think 0.8 is the line, right? I know it used to be. I think it's still the line. 0.08. My man was 2.5 times the legal limit after the first round of the Waste Management Phoenix Open. Any other tournament?
Did he go as a patron?
I'm gonna tell you what he did. It was no, he was playing. No, he got released. He was released and shot 3 over in the second round and missed the cut. How about that? You're that busted up and then you go shoot 3 over in a PGA tournament.
I mean, my goodness. I mean, my man. That's what I'm saying. Like, did he go?
Hey, Ron, my man got out there and he realized something in them stands got his attention, and he ended up having a little bit too much fun. Ain't no doubt about it. Matt, you'll like this one. This Tyler, this is your guy right here. Matt Every, marijuana possession in Bettendorf, Iowa. This was actually 2 days before the first round of the 2010 John Deere Classic. He's him and some buddies, about 3 guys, are in a hotel room. They're partaking, smoking a little Mary Jane.
Just relaxing a little, probably.
Just relaxing. They cops called on them. They showed up. They smelled the odor got stronger as they got closer. And on Matt Every and 2 other individuals, they got arrested for that Mary Jane. He got released. This was 2 days before the Classic. He got released, went out there and he tied for 56th. And then the PGA Tour decided they were going to suspend him for 3 weeks after that tournament.
Damn.
Well, that Mary Jane got him.
14 years ago, the old ganj wasn't.
It's a different time.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. It was looked at differently.
Like he smoked that cigarette you smoked.
That's it. John Ogilvy, this is the 4th one. He was driving while impaired the day before the Wachovia Championship. You remember him?
I remember him. I don't remember this.
2006 Wachovia Championship at Quail Hollow in Charlotte, North Carolina. He again driving while impaired. I don't know if it was Mary Jane or if it was that hooch, but either one of them, he was tore up. He went out there, did that, made a big mistake, went out there and tied for 26th that week. And this last one is great. Hard to believe. What is a benchman in the mob? Y'all know what that was? A benchman? In any of y'all's videos, have y'all seen that?
Nah, I'm not real up on the mob as much as I should be.
I got to dig in on that, man.
Sean will call.
Jack Machine Gun McKern. He was a benchman for Chicago mobster Al Capone. He entered and played in the 1933 Western Open. Did it under a fake name. It wasn't Machine Gun.
Let's say this had to be old.
He shot an 83 in the first round, Ron. Get this. He's 1 under in the second round. On the 7th green, the police approached him, attempted to arrest him. He said, "Come on, man, can y'all please let me finish the round?" They obliged. They said, "Well, yeah, we'll wait till you get done."
Did he dip off?
Must have shook him, man. He shot an 86 that round, missed a cut.
Damn. Oh,
they arrested his ass. Scotty Scheffler is not the only guy. Look, here's the deal. The truth about Scotty Scheffler at this point in time is it seems like, and I've said this about pro athletes a lot of the time, the ability to compartmentalize. Like most of us can't even fathom getting arrested, watching yourself on TV, getting arrested, and thinking about what the world thinks of you and yada, 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 and what the hell's going to happen, what's going to be the outcome, what are my sponsors going to say, much less get picked up by your representatives, race to the damn golf course, and then go out there and put yourself in contention. Shoot 4 under and put yourself in contention. So this is, I would imagine that this is just one more reason, not that Scottie Scheffler, the number one golfer in the world, needs a reason because he clearly is the best at it, but this is just one more reason for him to compartmentalize, dial in, and even be more motivated to win this thing. Ain't that going to be a damn story? If he got arrested, released, goes out there, shoots 4 under after shooting 5 under the first day, and ends up winning a major.
I wonder how much the PGA is into that. I wonder, like right now, the story is more of a kind of a laughing, joking type of a thing right now. As he didn't really take it serious when you listen to his pressure. No, he still has 4 charges. If it's cool right now, but if in some way
one of them being a felony.
Yeah, but if some way this rolls into him and we get some sort of footage or something in which the public is not laughing at it or whatever, and it's like, oh, hold on, he drug a police officer who was sent to the hospital. If that becomes a deal of it, I would think maybe the PGA Tour is not fired up about having to hand him the trophy on national television. But right now, ugly. Scottie Scheffler has been able to shake that, and it's been viewed differently with the cop sent to the hospital. So that if that changes, we'll see how that reacts. But I agree with you. Right now, this is Tiger is stinking it up. I'm 7 over or something. Right now, your biggest draw, and now this is becoming a huge story and becoming the top thing in sports right now. So we'll see how this continues. All right, you said this is some important audio from Jose. Why do I keep wanting to call him that, man? It's just.
It goes good. Jose Espada.
Joe Espada, Dana Espada, you got some audio that's important?
Yeah, audio from the manager.
All right, audio from the manager. We'll let you hear that coming up next. And this thing's about to get serious, starting to get serious with the Astros. They're making a move. They got to continue to do it. We'll discuss that next.
Yeah.
Oh, God, this has gotten nerdy and stupid both at the same time.
Right.
That's what we do best.
Just download the Odyssey app, search Sports Radio 610, and click on Payne and Pendergast. Whether you're in the car, at the office, or inside your man cave, we've got you covered 24/7 on the free Odyssey app. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into The Drive. As Clint said, Show 1000 coming up on Monday at Home Run Dugout here in Katy. So come and hang out with us to celebrate Show 1000. Giveaways, good food, good drinks. Tyler's going to be out there as well. Tyler's going to be out there hanging out.
Right, I left that little nugget out earlier, didn't I? Sorry about that, T.
Pretty excited, boys.
You got any idea who's in for you?
I actually do not. I should probably find that out.
That's fine. That'll be all right. It doesn't matter.
Probably be Byron if I had to guess.
That's fine. Knock it dead. I trust all of them.
Well, that's not true.
Any available? Well, sure it is.
I don't.
Okay, you don't. I do. Okay, my greatness part is to be able to uplift anyone. That I want to uplift, and I want to.
So you're responsible for me being uplifted as your producer?
I mean, absolutely part of it.
Has a lot to do with it, man.
Absolutely.
You bring that greatness out of me?
Yeah. Let's be honest here. All right.
Phil Jackson.
Man, listen, I'm not. Hey, come on now. Pat Riley, brother. I'd like to say a little higher up where I'm kind of moving the things, player coach. But no, he'll be out here. It'll be a good time coming up on Monday, Show 1000. He had to be there for it. But Joe Espada spoke to the media before they get ready to play the Brewers tonight, and their starting rotation is nearly intact, except for one gentleman who has not pitched for the big club yet this year, and that is Jose Urquidy. We know he is getting minor league starts. Here is the latest from Joe Espada on Jose Urquidy.
Yeah, that's the plan tomorrow for Jose, trying to get him 4 innings, hopefully get him between 60-65 pitches, and the plan is for just to give him one more before we could bring him back to the big leagues. That's the plan, if everything goes well tomorrow.
José Abreu, ¿cómo va?
Pues muy bien, he hablado con él par de veces, mensajes de texto.
I wanted to hear the Spanish.
Oh, there it is. When you're making cuts on the run.
This is very good.
I missed the Espanol.
You heard anything from Lance yet? Anybody know where Lance is?
It's MIA, bro. He's running
a coffee shop. He was on with old Conk, kicking it with Conkle. He was on that first episode.
Oh, the first episode of Kicking It With
Big Wheel doing that work.
Did he say anything though about?
I hadn't listened to it yet. I just saw the.
I'm gonna guess
snippet. I just saw a little snippet of it. I haven't heard the whole thing yet.
I'm gonna guess there was nothing really newsy out of it. I think we would have heard it.
Well, I'm sure he was promoting his new coffee shop.
Oh yeah, the new coffee shop.
Yeah, that's important.
Well, I think
it is important.
Well, I think
it's
what
important. Why not? I mean,
I think that's kind of what Conk is doing with that. I think it's a little bit more in depth, a little bit more personal, and that's kind of the jam there instead of like breaking news.
Big Willie style.
Yeah. Or Kicking It with Conkle.
I like that better, actually. Kick it with Conk.
Kicking it with Conk. Yeah. Yeah, kicking it with. Like it. Yeah. Well, I just was wondering what's up with our guy Lance. See what will happen here. We're
bury me in the H.
We're mid-May. Just wondering when our guy's going to be back.
What did they just say with Urquidy right there? You just go get 60, 65
pitches in, and
then probably one more, and then probably one more minor league start before he rejoins the squad. Okay.
60, 65 pitches. How?
I think
they need to get a little higher than that, don't we?
You think so?
Sound like he's ready to do some mid-relief.
We're gonna set out a couple of days and move this thing up 5 pitches at a time.
Yeah, that's what I say. Dude. Like, Like, right? What was it? 80? That's what you'd feel comfortable with, maybe. And that's a little light. A little 80, maybe 80 feels like it can get you four.
I just want Jose
innings.
to come on, get back up here with us, man. Let's get on this run, baby.
By the way, your boy Hunter's got the ball tonight.
Big game.
See if he can continue this streak of great starters.
Big game. Got the Brewers,
See if he can continue. See if he can continue this streak of great starts. They've had great starts in a row here.
What did he do? He went 5 innings, 5 1/3, I think it was, in relief when the wheels came off Javier last time.
Yeah. So he had a really good outing his last time out.
Yeah.
And we'll see if they can. By the way,
I don't know how with the struggles he's had this year, but like Spencer Arrighetti, okay, yeah, I'm here for it.
Spencer got his first win. Now it's time for him to get his.
Right, but Hunter, I don't know why, but I still get a little excited about when he gets on the bump. I feel like there's something there that could pop that'll be season changing for the Stros. I don't know. It's probably not real healthy to think
Hunter?
that. Yes. Like I'm still every time he pitches out there, I'm hoping for and anxious or excited. Anxious is probably a better word with how it's gone about like seeing something that's like, okay, now that changes our rotation. That ship is probably already sailed.
Going to be in the rotation. You feel like you just.
I don't know. I don't know. I'm just telling you, Ron. For me personally, as a fan, I on my way home tonight, I'm gonna be like, I got to flip this thing on and see if Hunter Brown can do what we all hoped he could do.
Listen, I love Hunter. I was big on Hunter coming into this season. It is clearly like he is the guy for you that it just takes one outing and you're back. He can piss you smooth off. It just takes that 5 inning number that he can reel reel your ass right back in.
Give me a killer 5 innings, and I can be right back in the
Christian
100.
Javier is that way for me.
Yes, I agree wholeheartedly.
Christian can reel me right on it. Him and Framber can reel me right in. So sucker me right. Just take
a guess who they.
Just got to stop, man. I refuse to this goatee is a sign. I mean, it's just
he's embarrassed.
He's embarrassed. He's now. Yeah, you're right. He's going in disguise. I think I
wasn't referring to his goatee. I just the way he was just hitting the bottom. He's embarrassed. What's going on?
Yeah,
he just hit a shot with a 3-wood. Would look like a 3-wood the way I would hit it. My miss.
That must have been real bad.
My miss is a short and right, like it's a slice. It just takes all the air out of it. I mean that looked like an amateur hit it.
Just maybe can he just take maybe a year off?
I think he's done that recently.
He needs to focus on getting in shape.
Yeah, but I mean,
and
a year off not due to a car accident.
He needs to follow Charlie around.
Yes, for a year. Take a year off
for the rest of his life. He needs to do what his mom and dad
because
did.
The one thing
be in the crowd.
Because the thing I think Tiger needs to do is to
get
play.
Get your dime piece on your arm.
Is
and follow
to play
Charlie.
more. But I don't think his body is capable of allowing him to do that.
Father Time is undefeated.
That's the thing is if he could play more, I think he could go. But he's just coming in and practicing and then playing majors, practicing and then playing majors.
I mean, he's got to be more artificial parts at this point than human, right? I'd say bionic, but that's usually a good thing.
Sad, man.
Are you doing this on purpose?
Sad, man. Coming up.
I'm going to cry.
I am. I'm emotional. Coming up. You all right?
Hey, I'm fixing to tell these folks about this Coors Light in the middle of your damn tea.
No, coming up.
Look like you got a clinch going on.
Let's look. How much, in your mind, how much does the Texans' offseason match the difficulty and the difference in their schedule? We will discuss that.
The pauses are great.
As soon as I get done telling you about these cold Coors Light, it is Friday. Get you a case of cold.
Via virtual prepaid card in 15 days. Qualifying unlocked device credit service and timely redemption required. Card has no cash access and expires in 6 months. See T-Mobile.com.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in to The Drive. As I think Clint may be a while, folks. It's, that
was so great.
He had to handle a little something, little action, man. And
I got to find a toilet.
I'm going to tell him, man, I would tell him, like I got good mind if he took his phone in there, man. Just take your time, man. You don't want to rush that, man.
In my experience, when you rush it, it actually prolongs it.
And he gonna have to come right back to it. He's going to have to come right back to it. But before he slides in here, and he'll slide in here in just a bit, and you'll see him if you're on YouTube and Twitch. You'll see him slide in here.
Football slide.
But that, well, he will. Sunday night, he'll Chris Collins work this thing in here. There he is. I hope you didn't rush that, man. Just let that. Just do that, man. I almost text you, man. Give yourself a little time.
Rushing it always turns into mud butt, too.
It doesn't help. But
I feel like y'all made me clench a little longer than I wanted to. I think y'all did that on purpose.
I don't know what you mean, man. Just really,
it's a hell of a tease.
I tried my best on a Friday, man. I don't want to mail it in. But no, yeah.
Yes, like he's genuinely, sincerely giggling when it's high pitched like that.
That's one he can't control.
That's one he can't. He's really tickled.
Yeah, he is. All right, have the Texans improved their personnel enough? Yes, they have improved the hell out of their personnel. But my thought. And I know you have a thought with this too, Clint, 713-572-4610. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch as well. Have the Texans improved their personnel more than the strength of this crazy-ass schedule now that we see it? We see what it is now. We see how it is set up. Is this improved enough? Have they added enough? Have they changed their team enough from last year to combat this schedule?
Yeah, I mean, that's to me, that's the big question. It's not as simple as sit around here and watch D'Amico and Nick build this roster and get overly excited about it and think we're going to go out there and get 13, 14 wins. Like, it's hard for me to get to. They did a tremendous job. Don't get me wrong. I tip my cap to Nick every time we talk about this. This roster, nobody's a bigger believer in a healthy roster. I'm talking about no cancers, everybody bought in, being accountable, loving the game, loving your teammates. Nobody's a bigger believer in that than me. Nick has done an unbelievable job. D'Amico's done an unbelievable job of getting guys in here that want to be coached and can play and develop them. No question about it. But the question really is for me as we talk about the schedule and we talk about the 2024 season is the talent that they acquired enough of an upgrade to offset or overcome the much more difficult schedule? Because it's significantly difficult. So, look, I'm not – and we'll talk about it. We have opinions, but I just want to lay it out. And, Ron, if there's anything I'm leaving off here, please let me know. But I look at Danielle Hunter, the biggest get, hell, in all of offseason, but for the Texans in offseason. This is a number one guy, number one free agent in a lot of folks' minds out there. Danielle Hunter comes in. Jonathan Grenard goes out. Jonathan Grenard was a guy that ended up with 12 and a half sacks. Had he stayed healthy at one point, he's on pace, and I'm convinced he would have got to the 15 sack mark. Danielle Hunter had 16 and a half. Danielle Hunter is a sack artist. There's no question about it. Danielle Hunter, in my opinion, is better than Jonathan Grenard. But you can't just look at Danielle Hunter in a vacuum and talk about how much of an upgrade it is without considering the guy that left, right? I'm just talking about last year's production versus this year's production. Last year's team developing and growing and getting better to this year. Danielle Hunter in, Jonathan Grenard out. Danico Autry, I got him, for the sake of this conversation, I got him listed as a defensive tackle. He is in. No doubt he's an upgrade over Malik Collins and Sheldon Rankins. Those are the two guys that had your heaviest presence inside. I think Autry is definitely going to be better than those guys in a pass rushing situation. We'll see how they hold up against the run. An upgrade there, up to you to decide how much of an upgrade. Al Shire, The linebacker that they brought in from the Tennessee Titans. 160-some-odd tackles last year, played all 17 games for the Titans. Very familiar with DeMeco Ryans and his system, right? He comes in. Great get. Blake Cashman led the Texans in tackles, 106 or 108 tackles in 14 games. So he would have been 130, probably 130, 135 guy if he'd have played three more games at least. But he's out. Al-Shair's in. Definitely an upgrade. How much of an upgrade? Jeff Okudah. He comes in. Steven Nelson is out. I think when you just say those two names, I think a lot of folks may say, well, Jeff Okudah's the higher ceiling, better player. But Steven Nelson stayed healthy, and Steven Nelson played really good football while he was in Houston. Okay? So how much of is that an upgrade? How much of an upgrade is it? I don't know. It's up for you to decide. Offensively, Joe Mixon at the running back position in for Devin Singletary. Clearly an upgrade. I think this is the biggest upgrade of all over players that played well last year. I think this is the one that you can really look at and say, okay, this guy changes the game. This guy can help overcome, like the upgrade can help overcome the significantly more difficult schedule. And then the last piece here was not somebody that was brought in for somebody, but he's just an add to this roster, and he's clearly the best weapon offensively that was added, and that's Stephon Diggs. All right, that's your personnel. On top of that, you got Stroud, Anderson, Nico Collins, Tank Dell, Christian Harris, Jalen Petrie, Derek Stingley, Juice Scruggs, and I'm probably leaving somebody off the list. We've got a handful of young players on their first contract that played a lot of football last year that should develop and get better. So you got to take that into account as well, right? That's the personnel of did this team get better or not. And the question is, again, did the improvements that they made, are they enough to offset the much more difficult schedule that they face, right? Because here's the difference in that schedule. If we're just talking sheer caliber of teams on the schedule, last year you had 3 playoff teams on the entire roster. The Cleveland Browns with Joe Flacco, the Baltimore Ravens with Lamar Jackson, and the Tampa Bay Buccaneers with Baker Mayfield. This year, you got 7 of them, and they are 7 real contenders. It's not the Browns and the Buccaneers. So just caliber team, you're going to play roughly half your games this year against playoff caliber teams. Talk about quarterbacks on this year's schedule. A significant difference. Last year, Lamar Jackson, Joe Burrow, Trevor Lawrence, Kyler Murray, Baker Mayfield. Those were your top 5 quarterbacks. This year on this schedule, Pat Mahomes, Lamar Jackson, Josh Allen, Aaron Rodgers, Jordan Love, Jared Goff, Dak Prescott, Tua, and Trevor Lawrence. Significantly better quarterbacks on the opposing team than what you dealt with last year. So up to you. Laid the personnel out, gave you what left and what came in. Clearly upgrades, but are those enough upgrades? Is it enough of an upgrade to offset the difference in schedule that I just laid out for you? Ron, how you feel about it?
I think talent-wise, Clint, I think they absolutely fit it. I think from a talent perspective, they have the talent. When you look at it, you say, all right, they can – because I think they have the talent in which they can play with anybody. Right? Like last year, like they played with the Bengals. I'll be honest with you, at that time, seeing that team, I was surprised. Mm-hmm. I remember the playoff game against the Ravens. We were sitting at Tom's Watch Bar, and I said, for them to have a chance, CJ is going to have to by far be the best player on the field, and he is going to have to pull up the rest of the deficiencies that they have versus a team like the Ravens. He's going to have to make up the difference. I don't think that he has to do that now, game for game against teams. But, Clint, as you know, it is something different to have to get up and everybody get up 12, 13 times and play those quarterbacks that you listed every single week. And you got, like, you don't get to play Baker Mayfield and Kyle and whatever my man's name is from the Jets.
Zach Wilson in between Joe Burrow. Like you don't get a chance to kind of rest it up. No, man, you got Jordan Love, you got Anthony Richardson, you got Dak, you got Jared Goff, you got these dudes in a row. You got a stretch of Tua and you got Tua and Mahomes and Lamar in a row with Trevor ahead of them. Like this is a different animal that everybody has to get ready for each and every week. And I think that part, I am concerned about it because this team is still young, Clint. And even with the additions, this is not a group that is used to having a target and having to get up every single week.
Well, I said it earlier, man. The Texans have arrived. They are not established. They've arrived to the party. They've been let in the door. They've been allowed beyond the velvet ropes. But now you're in the room with dudes that are super comfortable, leaned up against the wall, talking about this is my spot. This is where I stay. Right, I got my name on a locker in the back. You know what I mean? We've been here, we've done this, we've proven, and I'm not even talking about Super Bowls and championship. I'm talking about regular season football. The squads that you're going to bump up against again, Kansas City, Baltimore, Buffalo. I mean, these are all teams that they've 12 wins, 13 wins. I mean, consistently double-digit wins. Though no doubt expectations are playoffs. That's year in, year out for them, right? You've arrived, and now this year is about proving that you can establish yourself as one of the contenders year in, year out.
Yeah. Well, we'll see. They have added a ton.
They're damn near. They're damn sure taking a swing at it.
They've added a ton, and they are, to me, they can feel confident to say we match weapon and talent with a lot of these teams. I just wonder if they can feel confident to say we match weapon talent every single week after week after week after week. That's a whole different ball.
Well, and Ron, the matching you're talking about is C.J. Stroud matched up with that dude taking snaps on the other sideline. I mean, C.J. last year, with the exception of Lamar Jackson, and who am I leaving out? Lamar Jackson and Joe Burrow, those two games there in the regular season. I mean, when was he even – like, when did you go into a game and go, hey, man, we're going – I know Flacco got off, but they didn't go into that game going, hey, man, we're in trouble with Flacco back there.
Yeah.
Right? This year it's going to be some of the matchups you're talking about, mano y mano, you're talking about CJ and Pat, CJ and Josh, CJ and Lamar.
And all of these guys have had these matchups.
Absolutely.
They're used to it. So
absolutely.
That's the other part. All right, coming up, 5 o'clock fire, as we'll get you ready for this series tonight with the Astros. NBA last night. I just can't even explain this series between the Timberwolves and the Nuggets. We'll get into that. All of that coming up next right here live on The Drive.
All right, now, if you've got a hair loss issue that you've been dealing with,
Restrictions apply.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, Old Dirty and the DILF.
The big DILF.
Psycho T, a.k.a. T-Mill, a.k.a. Moneybags. The latest is, it is 5 o'clock fire, and 5 o'clock fire is, of course, brought to you by Kirk Holmes. And guys, man, we got about an hour, and we want to let you know, and we're going to continue to talk about it and let you know on social media as well through the weekend that Monday is a really big day for this show. Hell, man, Monday's a big day for the damn station. Shoot. And for this show as well, it is our 1,000th show. I think earlier I might have said this is show 99. I left a 9 off. This is show 999.
If it was 99, I wouldn't be producing. It'd be old Bridget.
We should call her up and invite her out.
I mean, I don't know why you wouldn't.
That's actually a good idea.
It is, right? She's getting married. She's been proposed to. Good for her. What up, Bridge? Just, you know, when you say somebody's name, you have about 2 or 3 thoughts that come immediately to your head.
Yeah.
Yep. There it is. She's Bridget's one of them.
Shout out, Bridget.
But no, we'll be out having a good time, partying and celebrating. Show will be from 2 to 6, and we'll be at Home Run Dugout out in Katy. Home Run Dugout out in Katy. Good food, good drinks, and hell, we've already understood one of the several giveaways you'll have a chance to win. A candy red, New Jerseys, the New Jerseys from the Texans, the red jerseys. That they got to wear them on Christmas Day, right? They got to be in all red on
I think they announced it.
Did they? I didn't know.
They announced some of them. I saw it on their.
I know one day they announced it. I wasn't sure if they did it for Christmas. But the all red jersey, there is a C.J. Stroud jersey that will be a part of the giveaway. That's the only one I'm letting you know of right now. And honest to God, it's the only one I'm letting you know of right now. It's the only one I know of. So have a good time. Come on out, 2 to 6, a little bit longer. Tyler Milner will be out there. All right, he's not going to be left at the station. Many of you don't have to walk around and look at him via my tablet. No, he'll be out there as well, and we're going to party, man. And I'm sure we'll have some fun surprises and some things. 1,000 shows. That's a lot of shows. A lot of teams aren't there that long.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's we're rocking and rolling, so we plan on making it 2,000. But we're gonna celebrate this first one before we get there. The candy paint that jersey that you can win, the C.J. Stroud candy paint. They're gonna wear those when they host Detroit.
Detroit, yeah, I knew Sunday night, and I would hope they do it when they host the Ravens.
They're going to debut the H-Town uniform versus the Bills, which is, I believe, Week 5. So those are the two that I see here. We'll see. That's I don't know how many times. I think they wear them 3 times. I think that's what it is.
Oh, alternates, yeah.
So I'm sure there's going to be one more out there. Maybe they'll save that for one of the later in the season games. Obviously, we'll see. But yeah, I mean, look, Monday's gonna be a good time, man. That bring the kids out. That place is absolutely tremendous. A lot of space, a lot of good times to be had, and hell of a reason to celebrate.
Yeah, it'll be a good time. Good time out here, and come hang out with us. Come do the thing. All right, the Astros, they got a big series tonight against the Brewers, and this has to continue. We've talked about it. Like, they need a big stretch, and they're in it. They're in a 7 of 8. They've won 7 of 8. They just swept the A's. They got to continue to do this, right?
Yeah.
We talked about it. It can't just be winning series. A couple of these, they're going to have to make up a little bit more ground, and they've got a chance to really run through a 17 out of 20, 15 out of 20 stretch, which they need, as they are now 6 games under 500, and they are playing a team above 500 in the Milwaukee Brewers. They'll come to town. And I think the big thing tonight, Clint, is Hunter Brown gets the ball. And the thing that has become very clear in this run is that the starters have been amazing in this run. The starters have been the catalyst to what has happened and how this team has gotten to winning 6 of 7, winning 4 in a row. The last bad start they had was Javier's start, in which Hunter Brown had to come in and pitch 5 innings. But Javier last night went 6 with 0 earned. Framber the night before went 7 with 0 earned. The only really bad one was Blanco, and that's just because he got ejected. But he was 3 innings, 0 earned. Spencer Arrighetti got his first win, 5 innings, 2 earned, 5 Ks. And then Verlander, 7 innings, 0 earned with 8 Ks. They have been fabulous here in this run through this rotation. And now the thought is, can Hunter Brown continue this? Can he get his first win? Can he give them another quality start like they've had?
Well, I'm here for it. The good thing is they're swinging the bats well enough right now to where he doesn't have to be perfect. They should be able to overcome some things. Now the key to this series here to me with the Brewers is it can be viewed of, hey, you've beat up on some bad baseball teams. The A's ultimately, right? You got this thing right against some a bad baseball team. Can you carry it over? I'm gonna tell you, Ryan, this is a big series, man. Given what we know is you've got the next 9 ball games, 3 against the A's, 3 against the Angels, 2 teams that are down that you should be able to get the series, if not sweep, for damn sure. Boy, if they go out there and win a series against the Brewers in the middle of this thing, right now they've won 7 of 8. If they can get out of this Brewers series and having won 9 of 11. Boy, with 6 to go against those 2 teams, the A's and the Angels, woo! You talking about being able to make one of them runs? I remember a while back you talking about, yeah, man, you got to win 15 to 20, man. You got to win, 18 to 20. Hell, I mean, with the 6 ball games that you got to go, you can damn near get to what you're talking about. If you can win this series versus the Brewers and not give any games back to the Rangers or the Mariners. Boy, the climb can continue without a doubt.
You feeling pretty good right now about the Astros?
I do. I feel good about it. With Bregman, the thing about what we've watched is, yeah, you just outlined the starters. They have been absolutely tremendous. But Bregman getting cranking just changes this lineup. Again, I mean, that guy swinging the bat. And look, I know he's hit 3 home runs. And, I mean, I get it. It's not sustainable. But that guy being a threat and being confident at the plate and peacocking around the bases, is just a big deal as it pertains to my confidence level. Because these aren't guys that I think just get hot and take advantage of bad pitching. I mean, these are guys that we've seen beat the cover off the ball versus some of the best in the game. So I'm buying him getting out of that funk. I'm buying what Tucker's putting out there. There's just a lot of good right now. I'm buying again what Diaz is putting out there for the second year straight. Yeah, I'm pretty confident in the Astros right now. I feel a lot better.
Well, I don't mean to make you feel worse or annoyed here, but here's the starting lineups tonight.
Yeah.
Altuve's in. Pena's batting second at short tonight. You've been wanting Pena in that 2-hole. Kyle Tucker's in right field. Bregman's at third base. Yainer Diaz is the DH tonight. Singleton, by the way, I think you've heard me not say Yordan Alvarez yet, so I don't think Yordan Alvarez would not be batting below Singleton.
Needs a rest.
So you get it. Singleton's at first. Myers is the center fielder. Caratini is catching, and Luperfido is in left field after he hit his first homer last night. So, yes, Yordan Alvarez is not in the lineup. Here is Joe Espada with his comments on why they're giving Yordan a rest today.
You know what? He's played, 45 in a row? And I just thought that he just needed more like a mental break than anything. Physically, he feels pretty good. I just thought a real reset and get him to, take a break today will be beneficial for him.
All right. Well, there you go. He's played 45 straight. Maybe I didn't realize that. He's played 45 straight, and he's getting a reset. You good with it? You all right?
I don't like it, the game one of a series that, I mean, you got a lot of – no, I don't like it. I don't. I mean, look, I know this is – I know your guys need rest. Folks out there are gonna think, damn, this is extreme.
It's not ideal.
Maybe the guy needs rest. Maybe he needs a little mental reset. I just don't know why it comes in game one against the Brewers. I'd like to see you go out there and try to get one of these series before you start resting folks. I'd like to see you at least – because you mess around and get swept right now and you give a game or two games back to the Mariners, it was all for none. You're back in this hole again, and we've chewed up more of the season. And so, look, I know guys need rest. Yordan can't play every damn game. I'm sure that those 4 innings that he played last night were brutal on his legs. I'm sure he's wore out today. So.
No, I get it. It does feel like this is a time to have your big guns.
That's just a guy that in this series can, with one swing, change the series.
And the hope is Bregman is going to continue to swing the bat like he is, because, I mean, he's been
Braggy being ridiculous.
He's been a ton of offense here lately, so that's the hope. But I know you're going to be beside yourself if they lose this game tonight and they scored like 2 runs or less. I know you're gonna be beside yourself.
Yeah,
if that happens. So,
I mean, I'm gonna be. I don't want to live it in hindsight. I'm not real happy with it right now.
You're beside yourself right now.
I'm not real happy. I just hey, get up 2-0 on the Brewers and then rest them in game 3. You want to? That'd be cool.
Oh, that's what you're good with.
That'd be cool. Hey, get up.
Get a rest on Sunday, huh?
How about we rest them against a team that we just swept in a 4-game series? How about we rest on that game 1 of that series? How about we rest against them Angels who done lost every damn bat in the lineup? How about we do that?
Yeah, they're struggling.
How you doing?
I like
5
that.
o'clock fire.
I like that from all right, the NBA playoffs last night. By the way, if you're scoring at home, Tigers +8. I don't know why he's even going to finish the round. If you're
well, that was harsh.
Just stop, man. Just walk off, man. You know you're hurting. NBA playoffs last night. There was one game. The Nuggets, the world champs, Clint, had a chance to close out the Minnesota Timberwolves in what has been, Clint, I don't even know if it's really been an entertaining series because the games aren't, like, I don't know how many close games have been played in this series. Not really many. It is just an intriguing series from game to game on who is going to win each game. Well, the Nuggets had a chance to close them out on the road in Minneapolis. And Clint, they did not do that. they did not do that. 115-70.
Ew.
115-70
270.
Oh, my God.
Is what the world champs did last night as Minnesota forces a Game 7 on Sunday. I mean, and it was to 50 at one point in this game. I mean, it was embarrassing and ridiculous, to be honest with you, what happened in that game. I was watching it, Clint, just thinking, all right, that's 20, 25. Yeah. They'll cut into it. They'll make a run. You know, I watched them just walk down the Lakers every single game in that series when they were trailing, even in the 20s. They went walking Minnesota down. They just could not do anything with that. I mean, that's embarrassing. Like, I mean, Jokic should really, like, I know many people hate this, but if LeBron in a closeout game to Karl Anthony Towns, Rudy Gobert, and even Anthony Edwards lost 115-70, I mean, he would rightfully be getting his ass crushed. And that, because that is, I mean, the best player, 70 points. It's just unbelievable.
It's. I mean, you talk about Jekyll and Hyde, man. I mean, Stephen A. Smith said it was the worst that Minnesota's made him look as worse as he's ever looked in his career. And then they come out there and all of a sudden Denver lays the egg and they look like the best team in the league. So this is just, it's a wild series, man.
Who you got? Who you got, fellas? Game 7 in Denver.
I got Denver all day.
I got Ant.
Who do you want to win?
Ant.
It would, yeah. I would probably enjoy the run if Anthony Edwards could do something.
Yeah, because the feel is if they do win, if Minnesota wins, the thought is you're going to see some greatness from Anthony. Like he's going.
You knock off Jokic and defending champs.
And feel like he'll have an I arrived moment.
Yeah, absolutely.
Game. So we'll see. I think I'm with you though. I think Jokic is he's going to fill the stat sheet up at least.
Yeah.
And then Jamal Murray, man, he's been really weird in this series, but it does feel like big games and big moments is when he steps up. I don't think he's going to go for 10 points like he did or whatever he did last night. So I don't even know if he got into double figures. All right, we've talked about a ton of games for the Texans, but there is one that is so important that I don't even think we're really talking about. Nobody is really talking about, but it can have a major effect throughout the season. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, before we do that, I got to tell you about Mo Karam Law Firm.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
I gotta be honest, man. As the days continue to pass by, I'm getting
older and older?
Yes, but more and more concerned about the confidence of my Jake Paul, Mike Tyson pick.
Oh, you should. You should. You must have watched some Mike Tyson highlights.
No, I watched.
I mean, some workout highlights.
I watched him. No, I saw the workout stuff, but I've watched him at the press conference. And
what happened?
Jake looks like somebody who is overcompensating.
He looks like an entertainer.
Like he looks like he's overcompensating, and Mike looks like
he's dead ass serious.
Yeah, it looks like he doesn't even need to go and do some of the old greatest, Mike, where he tell you eat your kids.
Right.
Can you imagine what you would like? You would think if somebody, that fella, because Jamie Foxx, nobody put it better than Jamie Foxx. Mike looks like a pit bull that is owned by somebody, but that person don't have the leash, and he's just walking around, and nobody knows where the owner is, and that pit bull has just been placed into a party, and he's just walking around, and everybody is looking like, hey, whose dog is that? Like he's unleashed, coming to you, I'll eat your kids.
Mike looks like the crazed killer that he is, and Jake Paul's over there doing Mr. Miyagi poses.
Yeah, he's doing, yeah. Like and Mike seems to be, it's not even worth it to show you my crazy side. Like, I'm just gonna knock you the hell out. So I'm getting a little nervous. I still feel like if it gets down to two or three rounds, I think he might tire out. But I don't know, man. Jake, you not seem to be showing that air of confidence that I was thinking of. All right, fellas, we've talked about a lot of games. We've talked about the Monday Night Football game against the Cowboys, which is going to be crazy. We've talked about the Sunday Night Football game against the Lions, which is going to be a big one. We've talked about the Christmas Day game at home against the Ravens, and then the game 4 days prior to that in Kansas City against Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs. We've talked about a few times about, all right, you got one game to go to. What would it be? We've thrown out a lot of them. The Cowboy game, the Chief game, the Jets game. We've talked about that on Monday Night Football on
the
Halloween.
Big Apple.
Yeah, we talked about a whole bunch of them. The Caleb Williams game, Sunday Night Football. There's one game that I think we have overlooked and not really looked at, and it, I think, is one of the biggest games, if not the biggest game, regular season game of C.J. Stroud's career, and that's that first one, Clint. I have concerns of the readiness, maturity level with how young this team is, Clint, that they are ready to be able to play with a target on their back. They're ready to be able to play week in and week out where they're not catching anybody off guard, where they are the kings of the division. They are the popular team. They are a team that team circle. And I think the Indianapolis Colts are looking at them, circling them. They ended their season last year and made it to the playoffs and won the division. They want the Houston Texans. And it's game one, and it's on the road. And I said it. I think this team is a Super Bowl contender. Even though I said 10 wins, I just say that because of the schedule. I think if the Texans can get into the playoffs, they can make a run and play with anybody. But the Indianapolis Colts, they're ready for this game. And they're going to be ready for this game. And they want the Texans. And I think Super Bowl contending teams find a way to get this one. I think the Kansas City Chiefs find a way to win games like this that really matter, because this is going to have playoff division implications. I know it's week one, but you lose that one and you start to compare these two teams' schedules, it is vastly different. Vastly different. And they have a huge advantage, the Colts do, with their schedule. But this is a big boy game for a Super Bowl contending team. This is a game that they got to have, and that's important. This is a huge, huge game to see if the Texans are ready to win games like this.
I agree with you. It's a big game out of the gate. We've talked about how important the first 6 games on this schedule are. You got to finish 4-2, if not 5-1, if you want to be taken serious, and if you want to have a shot down the stretch to lock up playoff spots and be considered a contender for the Super Bowl. You got to get off to a fast start, and none are more important than the first game. You said it all. I mean, you said a ton, right? And I think it's all true. Here's the other thing, Ron, is if it's going to be a serious challenge for the Texans, because I've said it, I stand by it, I firmly believe it. The middle of the defense is potentially going to be a problem versus the big boys that can run it downhill, that are the more physical offensive lines, the more physical run games in this league. We're talking about Baltimore. We're talking about Indy. We're talking about San Francisco, obviously. We're talking about Philly. We're talking about some of these different downhill running football teams with the offensive line, the mentality, the scheme, the quarterback, the running back, all of it combined. This, with Jonathan Taylor healthy, Anthony Richardson healthy, the offensive line healthy, and Shane Steichen calling plays, we are going to find out if Tim Settle and what's my other man? The other Foley. We're going to find out if Foley and Tim Settle and Davis and all these. We're going to find out if Danico Autry can bow his neck and play inside against a team that wants to run downhill. I'm not worried about him in obvious passing situations. I'm talking about first and second down when Jonathan Taylor's running downhill. So it's a monster game without a doubt for all the reasons that you said. Indy has every reason in the book to be motivated for bulletin board material. Hell, CJ's giving them more. I think it's a roster that is very, very comparable to what Houston has done. It's year 2 in the playbook, but I'm telling you, if the Colts go out there and have success running the football between the tackles downhill against this football team, and the middle of this defense is not able to hold up, one, I'm going to tell you I told you so, but two, it's going to be more of the same for the Houston Texans, what we saw against Lamar Jackson and the Ravens in that playoff game. That's my – because then the only answer is DeMeco's got to get creative, get the safety in the box. He's got to put the corner on an island, and guess what? We don't know what we got at corner outside of Derek Stingley. We don't know what we've got. So if this is a game that the Colts win, I mean, losing to a division opponent out of the gate is never good. But, boy, the way in which the Colts want to play football and want to win games offensively, that one's going to hurt. That one's going to hurt.
And I'm not going to lie to you. As I said, I think the Texans – if they get into the dance, if they get into the playoffs, I think they can make a run. And so I do, and I view them as a team that can get to the AFC Championship game, and that is my expectation. Clint, you talked about it. You talked about the Ravens. We know what's down the stretch, right? They got to go to Dallas. They got to go to Kansas City. They got to go to Green Bay. They got to go to New York. They host the who's who. Fellas, if they lose to the Indianapolis Colts on the road, especially depending on how they lose it, if they lose on the road, I got to start to maybe adjust a little bit my thinking on the Texans, because right now I think most people would view the Texans in a different tier than the Colts, and I don't just mean fair. Texans fans. I mean nationally and everything. Nobody has the Colts and the Ravens in the same tier. But Vegas has the Ravens and the Texans with the same Super Bowl odds. So I think most people hard for you to hear. Most people would have them in different tiers. I think it's closer than what Vegas is talking about, but most people have them in different tiers. If they lose that one on the road, even though it's on the road, I know it's on the road division, but you got the whole offseason to prepare for it. They got to have that one. And listen, they ready. You heard Clint play Zaire Franklin earlier. They are ready. You ended their season, they're ready. Anthony Richardson, this is the first time and first game he gets back. And really, you're the game that gave him a concussion that hurt him, and he was balling out in that game. They're ready. Big boy teams win it. And we should expect the Texans to go in and get a W.
You can start establishing yourself as not only what America thinks you are, one of the top teams in the AFC, but definitely the lead dog in the
Ryan Clark went off
the division. Yeah.
He went off about you. Now you can prove that right.
Yep.
You can prove that right. So that first game, that's a huge one. All right, coming up, one of our favorite segments of the week, the best of the week, led by Tyler Milner. And I think they're actually we talked about it. I think there is an actual update on Lance McCullers. We'll discuss that coming up next. Sexiest show in Houston right there, baby.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Where are you at, Clint? You've seen the schedule. You've had some time.
to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and talk to your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Yeah, man. Woo.
Tyler, you like oysters?
I do not. Actually,
Really?
that's like maybe the only seafood I do not partake in.
I thought you'd get real sexual with them raw oysters. I thought you'd get real nasty with them and just kind of enjoy it and making people uncomfortable with it. I figured that would be right up your alley.
And listen, a lot of this has happened since I have moved here to Houston and in this area. But I had never ever been on the oysters, ever, until I got into this area. And boy, that trip when we went to the Final Four, and we got the oysters, had a little of that cheese and the spinach in there. Ooh, that was something else. Had it in Louisiana. That was
char grilled.
Char grilled. Oh man, it's it's sexy.
Yeah, my wife's a big char grilled man. We stay on that anywhere it's got them. If they're good, we go. She loves them. I love a good old fashioned fried oyster.
They had
got to be in cornmeal. Got to be in cornmeal.
We had dinner. We did Mother's Day Saturday night. Spot called Davis Street. Shout out to it. Go check it out. Tyler, I know you don't mess with it. They had the fried oysters just on top, about 3 of them on top of the gumbo.
Yeah, that sounds like they know what they're doing.
Woo! Now, most of my friends do partake like you gentlemen.
Right
I just
there.
never got into oysters.
That's cornmeal too, Bub.
Oh,
yeah.
Yeah, that
Davis Street, huh?
Davis Street. Yeah,
let's go check it out.
Check it out, man. It's a good spot, boy. It was delicious. It was fantastic. I enjoyed the hell of it. Someone texted in and said, "I'm glad you all are confident. I'm scared to death with this hard schedule. We are going to see how bad our offensive line is." Listen, I'm gonna tell you what. Like, I don't know what level of confidence you think. Like, I mean, I have confidence they could be a contender. I do, but I hear your issues. I hear and understand your issues. Like, we understand they got some potential issues and some potential problems there. So it's not a crazy level of confidence. I mean, Clint has 9 wins. I have 10. Tyler, 6?
Y'all think they're trash?
16?
12.
12, close to it. Yeah.
Speaking of that, y'all, I mean,
relative.
Think about them. Think about them interior D tackles that they're going to bump up against. Chris Jones, obviously with the Chiefs. You got Matt Abike again with Baltimore.
We could probably pull up the schedule and just go one by one because you walked past Buckner.
Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, but what's Big Boy played at U of H? It's with the Bills.
Yeah, Ed Oliver.
Oliver. I mean, you got Quentin Williams with the Jets. I don't know too much what the Green Bay Packers are working with.
I think Kenny Clark is still over there. He's pretty good for them. Big 97, Kenny Clark. So I mean, they got the Lions.
Simmons and
the Lions
Tennessee
just picked up DJ Reader. Remember?
Yeah.
Yeah,
man, they got. I mean, you got some
Eric
dudes
Armstead
now.
Twice now with Jacksonville.
Yeah. Whew.
Yeah, look.
Kenyon Green better get right,
or whoever it is.
Juice Scruggs better get right.
No, we're very concerned. I'm sure we will work through that. I can't. That's why I can't. Training camp and preseason games, really going to be watching
interior line
those positions to see what that looks like. Yeah, really.
What do you got? Interior O line and corner.
Yep.
Interior O line, interior D line, and corner.
And I want, obviously, to see what Diggs looks like, to see what those things like that. But those 2 spots, 3 spots rather. Yeah, that's something there. All right, we do this each and every week. One of our favorite segments right here on The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. This is the best of the week.
All right, thanks, Tyler. Let's roll.
The best of the week on The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, baby, The Drive is live. By the way, man, stay safe out there. I can't even make out anything out of the window right now. I'm just being honest with you. My wife just texted me. I think I'm going to go ahead and pick up Lauren and Nicholas early.
My wife and kids are already at the house, boys.
Well, you're the only ones that are crapping on your pits and on your chest or something, so you better make sure you better make sure that don't happen.
Oh, my God, man. Bear peed on me on accident. He's been doing this trail piss, like walking piss.
Oh, really?
At the same time, like, just here of late.
And he hit you with it?
Oh, hit me, and I had on sandals.
Oh, no.
In pitcher duels like today, that is a huge swing by Tuck. It feels huge.
Tyler, God, man.
That's the list of things Tyler's never been told.
But he found this, man. I just, like...
It feels huge.
I mean, what's wrong with you?
What's your follow-up question? Huge. There's a fit. What is Arby's doing? Now they're making chicken. I mean, Jesus, just figure it out, man. What are you gonna do?
They have the meats.
They have to be wasting so many things on their menu, throwing stuff out. They make euros anyway.
Arby's, we have the meats.
So many good meats. Notre Dame is going to be coming south and hosted by Tyler's Texas A&M Aggies to open up the season on ABC. I think we should go to this thing.
Let's do it.
Isn't College Game Day there?
Mm-hmm. Indeed.
I'm in. Tyler's got to find a way to come up with some tickets.
So don't give up hope after the first game of the year, Sean. Don't give up hope after your Golden Domers coming to Kyle Field and promptly get that ass whooped.
Now, Sean's not going to let this stuff slide like I do now.
Oh, no.
All right.
Oh, Sean.
Sean's going to come after your ass.
Not good, Sean.
Notre Dame. Supposed to be a reputable university, right?
All right, welcome back into The Drive. Sexiest show in Houston right there, baby.
Well, let's think about it.
I mean, if we're talking all of Houston.
Look at Tyler.
It's spot on, dude.
Tyler didn't want to check on it.
When you go get your hair cut, I want you to go somewhere where somebody really tightens up your beard.
You're a lumberjack. This isn't an argument. It's not a debate, Tyler.
It seems like you don't really get it tucked. It seems like you do it yourself. Clint's right. I just think
I trim the hair off my lips.
I know you have it trimmed.
I don't have a hair curtain like over my mouth.
But it's not lined. It's not lined. Like, listen, this is where it's coming from. You have such a great canvas. You have so much to work with. Like, there are kids who dream. Chris Santiago dreams to have that.
Your beard has potential.
Nobody paints an insult picture quite like we're on the show, Hughley.
No, it's coming from a
canvas.
You can change your life. So the is, say it with me, state of the art. Jumping in on Bregman?
Some were crediting his that headband you're looking at to the big night last night.
He has to keep wearing it.
Yeah,
and he's got to eat whatever he ate yesterday.
Look at Tyler smirking. I mean, we're talking about his meals, Tyler. You're sick. You're a sicko, man.
I didn't say anything.
As the song says, it's written all over your face. Said it's written all over your face.
Oh, dirty T.
You up here thinking about that thing.
Rock and roll, meow.
Guys, you know I was in a bad place yesterday. Whoever it was yesterday, I appreciate you. Gave me some recommendations on a chiropractor. Woo! I appreciate you.
Well, Tyler.
Well, I it's not your time.
Oh, you paused.
No, I paused sometimes. Clint, I got to give it to you. You were right. I was wrong. You were right.
You're good looking. I'm not.
I didn't say that. You were. Well, you're good looking. We are.
You're the best. I'm the worst.
I was struggling.
I'm stupid. You're smart. I was wrong. You were right. You're the best. I'm the worst. You're very good looking. I'm not attractive.
All
right. As long as you're willing to admit that now.
As we said, we had an important show announcement.
We have an important show announcement. I got your back,
That's
bro.
going to be on Best of the Week.
Yes, it will. I think we should start with some tequila shots on Monday, when we get there.
No, Tyler. There's nothing normal about Ubering 45 minutes to the house and then try to come back. Like, had to go pick your car up the next day. There's nothing normal about that, Tyler.
That is a tough Uber.
I mean, I'm safe.
You are.
I like to have a good time.
You're safe. You're here, bub.
And I always buckle up for safety in that Uber, too.
Hey, thank you, Tyler Milner.
The best of the week on The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
As always, well done. There are moments every week where I say stuff and I know, damn it. And now I hate him because now you're not even safe during reads, during commercial breaks. He's recording during commercial breaks. You're
never safe.
He's well done. He does a great job. No, man, we had a great week, and next week should be even better. Real quick before we get to what's going on Monday, Clint, Tyler, had an update. We talked earlier. We said what? We're hearing from Jose Urquidy. What about Lance? Well, apparently Lance had a bullpen session today. I even saw video footage of it. Lance throwing that ball around. Lance had a bullpen session. All right, here we go. And that looks like, obviously, we're past flat ground.
We got to find out. We got to find out more of what this bullpen session is. Last time it was like 10 pitches, wasn't it?
Yeah,
all joking aside, wasn't it 10 to 12 pitches or something like that?
I think it was like 18 or 20, and then he was done for like 3 months. He concerns me where you got to keep an eye on him. I honest to God, there's a part of me that thinks some of his setbacks are due to him trying to hurry it up faster than it needs to be. To me, if I feel like he would try to get in.
Ain't no rush this time.
Damn. With the setbacks that happen.
He clearly understood that message.
Like, Tyler, doesn't he feel like, all right, listen, this is the plan. We're going to get 25 in, man. And we're going to, all fastballs, and maybe we get 5, off-speed pitches and curveballs in. Okay, he gets to 25. All right.
Let me get 5 more.
Let me get 10 more.
I'm feeling really good.
Let me get 5 fastballs. Let me get 5 curveballs. Let me get – like, he feels like he's a guy that's –
Guys, I really feel
because he
wants
to get
here.
He wants to get on so bad.
Hopefully we're beyond that.
Yeah, hopefully nobody's – no, sit your ass down, Lance. You better go over there and get that damn coffee and start spinning that coffee, getting them real good beans going.
Bury me in the H.
Throw some of them coffee bags. That's what you can go do. And it better be change-up grips.
They're going to have cocktails, too.
Are they?
Yeah, coffee cocktail bar.
Oh, I'm going to that, Lance. I expect
that's when we added cocktails. Well, we'll be there.
Be there.
Caffeine and liquor, count me in.
Don't bang on it too hard, though. Hey, we're gonna need a little VIP card. You know what I mean, Lance?
I'm just saying, man, Lance. Yeah, just calm down. I want to get in that spot. Coming up behind us, as always, Texans All Access, and they're gonna look at not just the Texans, but the rest of the AFC South. Got to win the division first. Look at what the schedules say from an AFC South perspective, and then following them, it's been a good week. Been a good week for Area 45 as they will have the post-game show for you with Bijani and Creighton, 7 to 11. Stay tuned and stay with